Chapter 601 Five tombs that had been subjected to grave robbing attempts. After excavating not just one tomb, but all five, everyone was able to learn the same fact. All of the buried coffins had been shattered. It was speculated that this happened because the undead had come back to life within the ground, breaking their coffins as they crawled back into the world. But the corpses inside remained undisturbed. There were corpses with varying degrees of decomposition and dates of death. Naturally, with countless buried individuals, it was impossible to recognize the faces of the corpses, which have decayed beyond recognition. These aren't the corpses of the fallen. At Ellen's words, after examining all the unearthed corpses, Louise nodded in agreement. All of the corpses had preserved their appearance to some extent, regardless of their level of decomposition. Their very forms indicated that their nutritional states had not been good during their lifetime. This area had expanded following the gate incident, and most of those buried here were soldiers who fell after the incident. So the majority were military personnel. It was unlikely that the corpses of soldiers would be so emaciated. No injuries either. Yes. Moreover, most of the corpses here were those who had fallen in battle. Naturally, they were the ones who had died fighting monsters. Their corpses should have had some body parts missing, or even their skulls gone, with traces of fatal injuries. But the corpses appeared malnourished, with all their limbs intact. These are definitely the corpses of refugees. Hence, these were the bodies of people who had died from disease or starvation. Then, after resurrecting the corpses, someone replaced them in these tombs with other bodies. Why would they do that? Heinrich raised this question, but the other three could not provide an answer. Resurrecting corpses as undead was a crazy act, but resurrecting the undead, taking them away, and placing other corpses in the tombs was not just crazy, but also bizarre. Their intentions were unfathomable. Ellen carefully dusted off her hands as she crawled out of the pit. What's certain is that someone tampered with these tombs, though we don't know why the bodies were swapped. There were two groups suspected of being involved, grave robbers or those related to the undead. But even if the grave robbers were responsible, or the people they were currently chasing, swapping the corpses was exceedingly strange. It served no purpose. Usually, extreme acts like exhuming tombs to check the contents wouldn't happen. It was understandable to smooth over the disturbed earth to erase the traces of the tombs being dug up. But why go as far as to disguise the corpses? But shouldn't we quickly rebury these somehow? Heinrich grew increasingly anxious, knowing that if someone were to see this scene, chaos would surely ensue, even if this place was hidden from view. Of course, even if they were to rebury the tombs, the fact that they had been excavated would be evident. Wait just a moment. But whether Heinrich was anxious or not, Louise was carefully examining each tomb with a significant expression. They had unearthed a total of 5 tombs. 5 tombs that had been targeted by grave robbers. All the coffins used for burial were broken, and the bodies inside were not the original occupants. If the grave robbers had forcibly broken the coffins and replaced the bodies, we wouldn't know why they did such a thing. If the perpetrators of the incident we're pursuing were involved, it would make sense that they raised the original owners of the grave as undead and took them away, but there's no reason to put other bodies in their place. The body swapping. That part just didn't make sense and didn't fit. Ellen. Yes. Louise looks at Ellen with a stern expression. Can we dig up another grave? A grave that hasn't been tampered with. All right, Ellen nodded. The grave that had been tampered with were close to each other. This time, Ellen began to dig up a grave that was further away. Hoping that this would not be an act of desecration, Ellen, as well as Louise, dug up the grave. Soon they had uncovered a 6th grave. This time, it's intact, unlike the other 5 graves. This time, the coffin was covered in dirt but maintained a decent appearance. It wasn't broken like the other coffins that had been tampered with. Nothing happened here, right? Probably. Heinrich and Ludwig sighed with relief from above the pit. Ellen looked at Louise with a stern expression, as if asking whether to proceed with the next step. Let's open it. Okay. Ellen grabbed the lid of the coffin and exerted force. Thud, with a fairly loud noise, the lid opened, and Louise and Ellen could see inside. The face of the corpse was still unrecognizable. It's another different body here. However, the withered, twisted appearance of the corpse and the intact limbs. The appearance of the corpse, which could hardly be seen as a casualty, made it clear that it was completely unrelated to the name written on the tombstone. Ellen, Louise, Ludwig, and Heinrich were all dumbfounded as they stared at the corpse. "What on earth?" Ellen muttered. "Where did it all go wrong? Now, truly now, what was the problem and where did it start?" They couldn't even guess. The sixth grave was different from the others. This time, the coffin was intact, but the body inside had been replaced. This led to a horrifying speculation. After confirming this, Louise and Ellen climbed out of the pit. "How did you know?" Louise's suspicion that the bodies had been swapped in a completely different grave apart from the 5 graves that had been tampered with. Because of that, they imagined that this case might not be the work of grave robbers or the forces they were pursuing, but rather a more fundamental problem. If this scene is the work of those we're pursuing, there were things they should have taken and things they wouldn't have taken. They should have taken the undead, and the things they wouldn't take. To be precise, the things they wouldn't be interested in. Funeral items, items buried with the body. The bodies were swapped, but there were no funeral items in any of the grave. The people who caused the incident in the underground cemetery of the Holy Knights Order were not concerned with a mere penny. They were confident enough to bring the corpses back to life as undead and take them away, but they certainly weren't the type to care about treasures buried with the bodies. There was one more common point in all the tombs they had excavated so far. None of the tombs had burial items. Most of the time, at least the weapons and armor are buried as burial items, if not the warrior's personal belongings, especially in the case of fallen warriors. But there were no burial items in any of the tombs and all the corpses. Although they were dressed in shrouds, there were no items buried with them, and all their clothes were the same. And even though the corpses were switched, there were no burial items left in the tombs, meaning it wasn't the work of grave robbers or those we're chasing. It must have been like that from the time they were buried. The switched corpses were not the work of the ones they were pursuing or the grave robbers. From the beginning, the corpses had been switched when they were buried. The cemetery manager wouldn't have the influence to make such a thing possible. Everyone began to fearfully imagine the possibilities. Louise quietly looked at Ellen. "Ellen, yes, it seems there are too many things entwined here." The incident that began with the death of the Archbishop was spreading without limit. The Archbishop had been a heretic inquisitor. The Holy Knights had an unknown internal problem. The murdered heretic inquisitor had been chasing the remains of the undead saints. Even in the national cemetery that seemed to be related to the culprits, the buried corpses had been switched. Everything they had discovered so far did not lead to a single conclusion. Each clue revealed entirely different issues. There were too many problems in the world, and all of these problems inevitably showed the tip of another insurmountable issue: the switched corpses in the Royal National Cemetery. The scale of this case was too large to be seen as mere misbehavior by the cemetery manager. He couldn't have done such a thing. So the switching of the corpses in the National Cemetery must have involved a larger force. The permission or command of a greater power, or at least their tacit approval. Without that, such an attempt could not be made, although they would have to check other tombs one by one to confirm their suspicions and turn them into decisive truths. Ellen muttered blankly, "Is it right to assume that the Empire is involved in this?" "Probably." Louise could only nod with a grim expression. What had they done by switching the corpses? What were they trying to do? Wait a minute. If all the other places have different corpses buried as well. Ludwig's eyes widened with a lost expression. Asher's tomb too. At those words, Heinrich and Ellen clenched their teeth. Find Asher. He said that they would know everything once they found him. The ones buried in the tomb were not the tomb's owners, but completely unrelated people. That meant they still hadn't found Asher. It wasn't enough to open all the other tombs and confirm that all the corpses had been switched. Asher's tomb. If they could just verify that one more tomb, their suspicions would turn into certainty. "Over there, what are you doing?" In the end, no matter how inconspicuous the location, someone eventually discovered them digging up the tombs after quite some time. Where did the problem begin? What should be addressed first? The death of the heretic inquisitor, the remains of the saints turned undead, the switched corpses in the national cemetery. No one could be sure anymore that all the clues were pointing in the same direction. Everything could be a problem. If everything in the world was a problem, how should this matter be resolved? Ellen started digging in the snow melted by Heinrich, plunging her shovel into the grave. The cemetery manager and the soldiers watched, their faces pale. The cemetery soldiers, who had suddenly seen the hero digging up the tomb, couldn't help but be alarmed, and Ellen didn't offer any explanation or apology to them. She brought the cemetery manager and told him to fetch a shovel as well. Ellen found Asher's tomb again. The hero dug up her friend's grave. In front of Ellen's determined expression, the cemetery manager couldn't bring himself to stop her, only shuffling his feet nervously. She had once dug up the grave with her bare hands. It was easier and faster with a tool. With every thrust of the covered-in-blue aura shovel, the earth revealed its insides fiercely. In no time, Ellen had dug down to the depth where Asher's coffin was. She wedged the shovel blade under the coffin lid and twisted it, breaking it open. Crackle! This time it should be a corpse they could recognize, as all four of them had anticipated. There was a decaying, unfamiliar face inside. Hero, why are you doing this? Without saying a word, Ellen crawled out of the pit and handed the shovel to the cemetery manager. Fill the grave and act as if you haven't seen or heard anything about this. Looking at the others frozen in place, not just the cemetery manager. Keep this in mind, everyone, if you don't want to die prematurely. After digging up a total of 7 graves, Ellen was now certain that all the corpses in the National Cemetery had been switched. Ellen said so, then gestured to her companions. Let's go. There was nothing left for them to do at the National Cemetery. Chapter 602, Ellen didn't give any explanations to the staff of the National Cemetery, whose spirits had been crushed. They were too insignificant to be involved in these matters. It would be better for their safety if they remained ignorant. After leaving the National Cemetery, Ellen brushed off the dirt that clung to her clothes. Everyone was in a state of confusion. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but there are a few things that have become clear. And the one feeling the most intense confusion was none other than Ellen herself. The Empire is doing something with the corpses, or at least they know about it. That much is certain. It was impossible to be sure whether all the problems that had arisen originated from the Empire. However, the likelihood that the Empire was unaware of the events at the National Cemetery was very low. Ellen looked up at the snowy sky. Numerous clues began to move in the right direction in front of the decisive truth. While some things might still be false, the clues that followed the confirmed direction continued to flow. Now I understand. Ellen looked at Ludwig. Why Archbishop Rowan approached you. You understand? Yes. The reason Rowan approached Ludwig. There were various speculations on the first day. Rowan knew the cause of the gate incident. Thus, she approached Ellen through Ludwig to harm her. Such a speculation existed. Ellen thought that the reason Rowan approached Ludwig was related to the annihilation of the hero religion and had nothing to do with this case. However, that speculation was overturned in the face of a truth she couldn't have considered yesterday. Now that she had realized the Empire might be behind these events, Ellen understood why Rowan had approached Ludwig. She didn't want to hurt me through you. She wanted to investigate this case through you. All of Rowan's actions were heading in the same direction, the incident that occurred in the underground tomb of the saints. It was part of her plan to track down that incident. Ludwig could not help but be utterly baffled by Ellen's words. How could I? Ellen pointed south towards the imperial capital, something beyond the fluttering snowflakes, invisible to the eye. Your status as a temple student was important. The temple. Because very few people can enter the temple. Those who can freely enter and exit the temple did not know how difficult it was to enter the temple or how close to impossible it was to infiltrate it. It was not a place that allowed access to just anyone. To begin with, the temple had strict access control even when it functioned properly. She must have wanted to learn about the events happening in the temple through you. Rowan had approached Ludwig for that purpose. She herself could not enter the temple. Wait a minute. What does the temple have to do with this case? At Ludwig's question, Ellen sighed quietly. Let's go to the Magic University. Ellen walked ahead in silence. Then you'll understand. Now that they knew what had happened and what the events up until now meant in the face of the decisive truth, numerous puzzles were drawing a picture closer to completion. And so, their destination was clear. The Temple Magic University. One could only wonder what the guards, who had been protecting the university as if guarding a grave secret, had been doing there. Now, they had a rough idea. Following Ellen, Louise's expression hardened for a different reason. Why me? If something was going on at the temple and entry was strictly controlled, the Empire would have to keep this matter hidden more than anyone else. Why was she allowed to enter the temple? It was an event where she might learn the Empire's weaknesses or secrets, and she had come to the brink of actually finding out. Why on earth did they let her in? Louise couldn't fathom it. But in the end, their path was clear. Wait! Louise, who had been lost in thought, suddenly stopped. Ellen, Heinrich, and Ludwig looked at Louise's stern expression. If, at the Temple Magic University, what we're chasing is really there, and if the Empire is behind all this, does that mean the Empire killed Archbishop Rowan? Perhaps so. The Empire killed the priestess. Rowan must have found out that the Empire was behind what happened at the Holy Knight's Tomb of the Saints, and she must have realized they were up to something within the temple. That's why she approached Ludwig. Rowan had discovered something and tried to investigate the temple through Ludwig, and the Empire caught wind of it, so they killed not only Rowan, but also the people of the Inquisition who were close to the truth. The Inquisitor, who was getting too close to the truth, was not to be allowed. The Empire had no choice but to act against her. But it was still incomprehensible why the Empire would take such a risky move as tampering with the Tomb of the Saints. However, the clues now strongly pointed to the Empire as the core of the matter, and there was no room for further debate. We're probably already being monitored by the Empire. We visited the Magic University yesterday. That's likely. Though for a completely different reason, they had been found out the moment they reached the vicinity of the Magic University in search of Anna de Journa. From the moment we decided to look into this matter, the Empire might have known all our actions. That could be true. If the Empire was at the heart of this incident, they would have been watching their every move and action. The imperial capital was under the Empire's jurisdiction, and the temple was the core of the Empire. They had talked about being cautious, since the monsters who killed Rowan might be after them as they investigated the matter. But from the moment they decided to investigate, the Empire might have already been aware of their every move. Stopping by the burned church, visiting the Holy Knight's Cathedral, going to the Magic University, visiting the National Cemetery. All their steps had likely been tracked. And now, as they approached the truth, was it because you were involved that they couldn't attack us? If the monsters were not from some other group but the Empire, they could never touch Ellen. In the end, it was because Ellen was Ellen. The Empire might be utterly unable to do anything about the pursuit of these four people. Was it because Ellen was among the pursuers that the Empire was in a situation where they can't do anything? Louise had already resolved to get involved in this matter, prepared to face a certain degree of danger. However, it also meant confronting the Empire head-on. From the beginning, it was never possible to back out at a convenient moment. The Empire had been watching since the start, investigating the murder case and ensuring the safety of the hero. Although she had thought that to be her utmost priority, Louise now found herself entangled in a potentially monumental affair that could determine the fate of the Schwarz royal family. Knowing that the Empire was deeply involved in this matter, seeing Louise suddenly having to make a tremendous resolution, Ellen spoke plainly. "I'll protect you no matter what." "You will?" "Yes." Ellen slowly nodded her head. Louise had said that Ellen's matter was a matter of humanity. Ellen knew full well what Louise had risked to help her. Therefore, with the same mindset, Ellen would protect Louise, who had helped her. There was no choice but to try to protect the Schwarz royal family as well. The four of them held closely related secrets, or suspicions, involving the Empire. A massive corruption. They were going back to the temple to uncover it. The temple was their home, but now that they knew that strange and dangerous things were happening in that home without their knowledge, they had no choice but to return to the temple with a completely different mindset. Upon returning to the temple, the group headed straight for the Magic University. Since their destination was clear, they needed to see with their own eyes what was happening at that place. The place, which was restricted for an entirely different reason, was actually closely related to the case, and they couldn't help but see someone in a space where no one should have been. In the falling snow, a person sat still with an umbrella resting on their shoulder. Lady Turner. Save-Her-Lyn Turner. She was sitting alone on a bench, quietly watching Ellen and her companions approaching under her umbrella. She silently stood up from the bench. Somehow, she looked as though she had been waiting, knowing they would come. "Did you know I was coming? I had hoped you wouldn't." Save-Her-Lyn Turner stood still, looking at Ellen. "If you came back here, it would mean you already know something." If they knew nothing, they would not return to this intersection leading to the Magic University. If they learned something and realized that there was something there, they would seek this path again. That's why Save-Helen Turner was guarding the crossroads, while hoping Ellen wouldn't come. If I had just told you not to look into anything further, you would have known that the Empire was involved in this. So I wished you would rather not know. But it's been only 3 days. Just 3 days. Save-Helen Turner exhaled a white breath. You're too fast, Ellen. Looking at Ellen, who had reached the truth she shouldn't have known so quickly, Save-Helen Turner seemed sad, unable to merely admire her exceptional execution and action. Now, Save-Helen Turner looked not at Ellen, but at the person beside her. Louise von Schwarz, Your Highness, I never thought you would repay the Emperor's kindness in such a way. Louise von Schwarz stared wide-eyed at Save-Helen Turner. The Emperor's kindness. It wasn't just about allowing her to enter the temple. From the beginning, it was the Emperor who advised that in order to save Heinrich, her siblings had to be killed. Save-Helen Turner questioned the audacity of ignoring the Emperor's favor and digging into the Empire's secrets. At that, Louise furrowed her brow. I know I'm not in a position to discuss benevolence and guidance. The moment she killed her siblings with her own hands, she had already long abandoned any virtues. Don't you know that I'm not here to dig into the Empire's weaknesses, Lady Turner? Save-Helen Turner looked at Heinrich and Ludwig behind him. Whatever you saw was a coincidence, whatever you knew was a misunderstanding, and whatever you imagined was a delusion. Accept it even if you can't. Since knowing won't change anything, you better live in ignorance. In this world, there are things that hurt when you know them, and there are things that make you sadder when you know them. Ellen, don't you know that well? From now on, there is nothing for you to know. Just accept it and step back. Discovering the truth will only make it harder to bear the burden of sin. Isn't that unnecessary? At those words, Ellen's eyes widened. Things that hurt when you know them. Things that are sadder when you know them. Now there's nothing but those things left. Living in ignorance is better than knowing the painful truth. It was not that nothing was happening. Something was happening. Something terrible was happening, and it has already happened. If the truth only led to sharing the burden of sin, it was better not to know. But to go back knowing nothing. Ellen, who already knew too many sad truths, couldn't help but hesitate at Save-Helen Turner's sincere plea. Although her attitude was forceful, Save-Helen Turner was clearly appealing to Ellen and the other three to step back with all her heart. We can't just go back like that, Ludwig muttered blankly. What are you doing with the people who were already pitiful just by being dead? They couldn't even die in peace, and now you're doing this to them even after death. I won't justify it. I have no intention of justifying it, and I'm not the person to do such things. Save-Helen Turner's tone was cold and rational. So, let's think about it simply. Save-Helen Turner stood in the middle of the street with an umbrella, the one and only being who reached the realm of Grandmaster on the continent. Her own prowess surpasses that of the hero Ellen Artorius, and she was cautiously evaluated as being on par with or even more powerful than Ellen at her peak. Without possessing a single relic, she has carried out operations more difficult or dangerous than those involving Ellen, who held 2 relics and remains unscathed. It's better not to know these things. Better not to. When all this is revealed later, the fact that you didn't know anything will be your absolution. Are you saying that if we know what you're doing, we'll have no choice but to keep silent? Yes, because I'm doing something that leaves you with no other choice. Turner nodded at Ellen's question. It's better to remain ignorant than to share the guilt of knowing. This is not for me or the Empire, but for you. Knowing about this matter would make them feel guilt and responsibility just by being aware of it. If later on, when everything is revealed, they want to escape the blame, then they must remain ignorant. Will they become silent accomplices by knowing the truth? Or, having had the chance to learn the truth, will they claim ignorance when everything is eventually exposed? A hero shouldn't know about such things, because a hero is the hope of the people. When some evil is exposed, they must be someone who is unrelated to that evil. A hero must be an absolute paragon, so it's better not to know. You know, Ellen speaks quietly. Even if I don't know about this trivial matter, I can't buy my absolution. I won't even try. You know that. If it's a painful truth to know, I already know many. Being called a hero by others is more tiring and difficult now than ever before, so how much harder can it get? So knowing a little more won't matter. Move aside, Lady Turner. I need to find out what's going on. Louise silently listened to Ellen's meaningful words. The truth that should not be known. Absolution. Things about the gate incident that people didn't know. Louise and Heinrich couldn't help but realize that Ellen was talking about those things. Chapter 603, Seyval in Turner looked at Ellen with sad eyes. They couldn't communicate. In the end, there was only one means left for them to connect. I don't want to hurt you, the words of Seyval in Turner. I feel the same way, Ellen's response. Their words to each other already revealed their thoughts about one another. Both showed that they believed themselves to be superior. It seemed like a childish battle of pride, but these two who had risen to the ranks of the continent's strongest could not simply be dismissed with a petty fight over self-esteem. Indeed, was Ellen Artorius the stronger one, or was it Seyval in Turner? In the silence, they stared at each other. In the end, they couldn't help but measure the distance between them. Am I stronger? Is my opponent stronger? Ellen! Heinrich looked at Ellen with cold sweat. It was important to know what the Empire was up to, but it was absurd that, completely out of the blue, Seyval Turner and Ellen would clash swords. It's okay. I won't kill her. At Ellen's arrogant words, not only Heinrich, but Seyval Turner too held a faint smile. So you know how to provoke. It's not a provocation, just stating a fact. Ellen spoke calmly. If you don't move aside right now. Whoosh, Ellen's body began to surge with blue aura. Be prepared to get hurt. Not using the void sword. At those words, which somehow sounded cute, turn aside. So you won't use the divine artifact. Void sword lament. Sun cloak lapeled. As if intending to confront her bare-handed, without using either of them, Seyval Turner seemed taken aback. I don't need them. You should think otherwise. As if to say that without the unfair power of a divine artifact, Ellen couldn't even touch her, Seyval Turner's expression darkened, though she had intended to block Ellen. The arrogance of trying to face her without even a divine artifact, that attitude truly angered Seyval Turner. Take those words back. Seyval Turner threw her umbrella aside. If you don't step back now, rumble. The magical storm emanating from Seyval Turner's body blew away the accumulated snow in an instant. Her fluttering hair settled down as the magical shockwave created a storm, and her sharp gaze fixed on Ellen. Until winter passes, I'll make sure you can't leave your bed. Try me. Really? Thud. In a momentary charge, Seyval Turner had already reached Ellen's face. You never listen. Crash. One punch. Ellen, who took the direct hit, broke through the trees and was thrown to the outskirts of the road, while Heinrich and Ludwig, except for Louise, were swept away by the aftermath, tumbling to the ground. Don't act so arrogantly for no reason. Seyval Turner walked toward Ellen, who was embedded in the forest. Take out your divine artifact. Furious at Ellen's arrogance, trying to face her on equal terms without even a divine artifact, Seyval Turner was genuinely enraged. Suddenly, something flew through the broken trees. Snow! A snowball flew towards her face, and with a swift motion, Seyval Turner dodged the incoming attack. Are you really trying to play games right now? But Turner's scolding was only temporary. She had already seen Ellen, in the midst of the rising dust, bending her waist for a powerful strike. A spinning kick. Wham! Although Turner managed to block the attack with her forearm, she couldn't help but stagger a few steps back from the force of the kick. There's no need for this. With a calm expression, Ellen started to charge towards the retreating Turner. Neither of them intended to kill the other, but in the heat of the moment, their emotions took over. Stop! The sudden shout, familiar to both of them, brought the fight to an abrupt halt. Bertus! Your Majesty! The Emperor approached, pushing his way through the snowstorm. Bertus, who had suddenly appeared, stopped the unexpected brawl between the two most powerful humans. Without explanation or justification, he seated them all in the lobby of the Magic University, breaking through the strict security. This included Louise von Schwarz. Ellen and Seyval Turner remained silent, staring at the floor. I told you to stop Ellen from entering. I don't recall telling you to throw punches. My apologies, Your Majesty. Turner closed her mouth, stopping herself from arguing about her method of stopping Ellen. Bertus looked at the silent Ellen. You too, didn't have to, fine. I didn't come here for a pleasant reason anyway. Bertus looked at the people gathered there. It wasn't just Ellen, Ludwig, Heinrich, and even the Princess of the Kernstadt were present. After glancing at them, Bertus looked back at Ellen. Is it absolutely necessary for you to know? In the end, the Emperor repeated the same question that Turner had asked earlier. I'll tell you this, even if you tell me not to. I'll continue pursuing this, and nothing will change. So, it's a problem only because you have to know. I must know. Ellen spoke softly. It is my duty to know. It was not her right to know, but her duty to know. Seeing Ellen's strong sense of responsibility, Bertus couldn't help but smile bitterly. If this isn't just a bad thing, then I want to know even more. What exactly is happening, and why is it necessary? I need to know. Unable to resist Ellen's unwavering determination, Bertus finally gave in. Fine. He looked at someone other than Ellen. Perhaps it's for the best. Louise couldn't understand why Bertus was looking at her and saying that. And let me make one thing clear. Bertus looked at everyone's faces. I didn't kill Rowan. What? Everyone had thought they had reached the end, but Bertus's words turned everything upside down once more. It might be hard to believe, but that's the truth. A series of terrible coincidences had led Ellen to this point. The theft of the remains in the underground crypt of the Holy Knights was not related to the Empire. Then who? Who killed the priestess? At this unexpected revelation, Ludwig's eyes widened in shock. Rowan's death had led them here, but if Bertus had nothing to do with Rowan's death, then the matter was far from over. So who had killed Rowan? I don't know. Whether he truly didn't know or were pretending not to know was unclear. No one could tell the truth. An emergency meeting. Yes, the 5 popes have urgent matters to discuss. They are gathering at the Owls Cathedral. Elaine Bolton was now leaving the Cathedral of the Holy Knights and had arrived at Al's Cathedral. Among the 5 holy religions, only Al's religion had a cathedral in the imperial capital. The Holy Knights Cathedral was a place where the powers of the 5 holy religions were concentrated. Therefore, aside from Al's pope, the other 4 popes resided in the churches of their respective factions, which were relatively less prestigious. Due to their location and circumstances, it was customary for the conferences of the 5 popes to be held at the Holy Knights Cathedral. There was no better place, both symbolically and functionally. However, the fact that the emergency meeting of the 5 popes was taking place at Al's Cathedral made Elaine Bolton feel rather peculiar. Why would they call him here specifically? Nevertheless, strictly speaking, the leader of the Holy Knights was subordinate to the popes. It was Elaine Bolton's duty to attend when called. Despite being extremely busy with his own affairs, he had no choice but to attend. It was uncomfortable not knowing why the popes had gathered. There were no attendants or performers due to the emergency nature of the meeting. Though Al's religion had lost much of its power, its cathedral was still grand and imposing, and there were no passers-by pointing fingers at it. Elaine Bolton arrived alone at Al's Cathedral and entered. In the conference room on the top floor of Al's Cathedral, everyone has been dismissed. Upon arriving at the empty upper floor, devoid of any priests or knights, Elaine Bolton felt a chill run down his spine. What were they talking about? What were they plotting? What should he do if something unexpected happened? Amidst countless concerns, Elaine Bolton opened the door to the conference room on the top floor, neither too hastily nor too timidly. As with any other conference room, there was a round table. As expected, the 5 popes were seated at the table. They looked at Elaine Bolton with stern expressions as he appeared. The 5 popes were present. However, Elaine Bolton could not help but fixate his gaze elsewhere, completely forgetting to pay his respects to the popes. There was an additional person in a space meant only for the 5 popes. A person sitting in a chair, smiling and watching him, laughed as he made eye contact with Elaine Bolton. Elaine Bolton, who rarely lost his composure, turned pale. Elaine Bolton, you! It's been about 3 years. There, sitting nonchalantly, was none other than the Demon King, Reinhardt, the appearance he had while disguised as a human. Reinhardt gestured towards the chair in front of Elaine Bolton with his chin. What are you waiting for? Sit down. He spoke arrogantly, as if he owned the place. The Death Knights we created. The Chimera homunculus undead created by the Empire. They were similar in purpose from the beginning. We had to replenish the Death Knights, and for that, we needed corpses. However, at that point, we were unaware that the Empire was engaged in a similar endeavor. It was only after supplementing the Death Knights from the Tomb of the Saints that I began to learn about the Empire's activities. There was always a slight concern. What if the Holy Knights, who were investigating this case, inadvertently discovered what the Empire was doing? After hearing the truth from Bertus, we had a brief conversation. I'm already tracking it. I'm being cautious, but who knows how things will turn out. Of course, the Holy Knights would investigate the incident that occurred in their territory. There was no reason to cover up or hide the scene in the first place. What did it matter if they found out that I was responsible for what happened there? But oddly enough, the case was connected to a secret of the Empire that should not have been revealed. We may have caused the incident, but it was the Empire that risked being exposed. Soon, the bizarre butterfly effect of my actions could lead to the Empire being caught in a trap. But since there was nothing I could do about it, I decided to stay in the temple and watch the situation unfold. Then Archbishop Rowan died. I, like Ellen, did not believe the claims that the refugees killed Rowan, as Ludwig had insisted. Archbishop Rowan, who had been working with Ludwig on the disease purification project, was dead. Something must have happened. At that point, unlike Ellen, who was just starting her investigation, I was already aware of most of the hidden truths behind the scenes. There was a high probability that Archbishop Rowan's death was not an ordinary event. Naturally, I went to Bertus first. Thanks to Sarkigar, I could meet him immediately after setting up the location. Bertus was already aware of the issue. Not you. That's right, we didn't do it. Bertus said that it wasn't the Empire's doing in the incident that occurred at the church. We did consider whether we should deal with it or not. You considered it. She's a heresy inquisitor, that woman. Unsurprisingly, Bertus knew something I didn't. I found out yesterday as well. It seems that she deliberately approached Ludwig. She couldn't enter the temple, so she tried whatever means she could. I'm just as baffled. Rowan was a heresy inquisitor and was naturally investigating the events within the Holy Knights. Although the reality was different, after discovering the connection between the temple and the missing corpse, she obtained information about Ludwig and deliberately approached him. Bertus was aware of the situation. The heresy inquisitor, who should not have known the truth, tried to use Ludwig. But then she suddenly died. Bertus was just as perplexed by the situation. I, too, believed that there was a high likelihood that the Empire had killed Rowan. Rowan was a heresy inquisitor, pursuing the case, and had the temple in mind, so the Empire had ample reason to silence her by killing her. However, the Empire was not the perpetrator. I'm not sure of the exact reason, but it could be an internal purge. What? A purge? It was an unexpected claim. Reinhardt, listen carefully. The story I heard from Bertus was long, but the content was simple. The possibility that the five great religions harbored different intentions. To be precise, the intentions of the leaders of each order. What nonsense is this? I couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon hearing these words from Bertus. They are preparing to take my side. Perhaps, from Bertus's perspective, it was betrayal. From my perspective, it was either switching sides or submission. I don't know which side the deceased priestess belonged to, but now that the matter has surfaced, the flow can't be stopped. The orders and the holy knights might split, and a civil war could break out. That would further complicate the situation. So what should we do? We have to stop it. Until the gate incident is resolved, we can't let anyone bleed for such a ridiculous matter. That was something Bertus couldn't do. It was something only I could do. Do you understand what you're saying? At my question, Bertus gave a bitter smile. How could I not? I was left speechless. Chapter 604, it was impossible to know when Ellen would uncover the truth. However, it seemed that Ellen's attempt to unravel the matter might lead to an unexpected revelation. There was no one who could stand in Ellen's way. My actions had provoked the Holy Knights, and the one investigating the case had obtained a clue, and then they were killed. It was bound to take a long time to investigate the case without any knowledge of what had happened. Although the real culprits would not be caught, Ellen would discover an unrelated truth. It was impossible to know what judgment Ellen would make in the face of that truth. I could not stop Ellen, so I did what I had to do. And now, why are you here? I watched the commander of the Holy Knights tremble in fear. Well, I didn't think I'd be sitting here a few days ago either. The first one I contacted was the Pope of the Owls Church, and at the convened meeting, I confirmed the support of the other four popes for me. And finally, commander of the Holy Knights, Elaine Bolton. We are close enough to be honest with each other. Even if my subordinates caused the gate incident, you know that I never wanted that, right? The great and revered five popes have come to understand my intentions. They have agreed to support me from now on, both financially and morally. Of course, they can't do it openly, so we're negotiating behind the scenes, at least until the right time comes. It's sad that I can only gain their trust after the situation has come to this, but what can I do? That was then, this is now. Now, we have agreed to establish a strong, close, and intimate relationship. From now on, there will be no divisions, infighting, or power struggles. Those things are exhausting. Just trust me, the prophet of all of you, and clear your minds. The only one left is you, commander of the Holy Knights. Elaine Bolton's expression, as he listened to the news that the leaders of the churches had already turned to the side of the Demon King without him knowing, was priceless. It was the face of someone who had lost everything overnight. You know, right? If you refuse, the five great religions and the Holy Knights will be torn apart, and the Holy Knights will be divided between those who support the popes and those who support the commander. Do you want to gamble with the fate of humanity and the church? Or do you just want to join me and pretend like nothing ever happened? You like that, don't you? Maintaining the status quo. I never imagined I would make such a threatening offer. It was not that Elaine Bolton didn't have the right to refuse. It was just that if he did refuse, it wouldn't have only been him who died. A civil war will break out, and a civil war was synonymous with the extinction of humanity. The chaos would spread beyond the church and throughout the entire empire, with rumors of the Demon King appearing. To join me would be to betray humanity, but not joining me might mean the disappearance of humanity. He had to consider something he had never thought about before entering the meeting room. In a short period of time, he would repeatedly weigh many things on a scale. Elaine Bolton did not particularly like change, but strictly speaking, that was not the main point. Not liking change stemmed from fear and aversion to the chaos that lies beneath. Thus, they desire to maintain the status quo. But if he realized that everything must inevitably change, if they understood that it was impossible for things to remain the same, there's no choice. It was those who have such thoughts who change more easily than anyone else in the world. With a resentful gaze towards the five popes who had carelessly abandoned everything, Elaine Bolton stared at me. What do you want, Demon King? Didn't I tell you? To maintain the status quo that you love. But once again, my abrupt remark puzzled not only Elaine Bolton, but also the five popes. What? Just keep it as it is. My purpose for coming here was to stop the discord between the Holy Knight Order and the five major religious factions, and to swallow them up in the process. The popes were preparing to side with me, and the Holy Knight Order's leader was uncomfortable with this development. Then I must choose one of their sides. The Empire cannot side with the leader of the Holy Knight Order. Doing so would provoke a backlash from the popes. However, I can side with the popes. They can suppress the resistance from the Holy Knight Order's leader. Well, did you think I would want to annihilate humanity now and order you all to die? That's not going to happen. Keep it this way. There's no need to set up a confrontation with the Empire. Basically, I'm saying that I'll be the liver or the spleen for you who are trying to cling to one and then the other. Swallowing them up is nothing more than an empty threat. The popes were willing to turn against humanity, but there was only one real reason for doing so. Because they knew that I have no intention of being hostile towards humanity. Because they knew that I have no reason to make any outrageous demands of them. In the end, they were merely using me. So let's set this nonsense aside and discuss what's most important. I can obtain cooperation from the Holy Knight Order and the five major religious factions, and if I want to rule, I can. But that was impossible for now, and these snake-like elderly popes will discard me when I am no longer useful, and if they deem the empire stronger, they will treat me as the traitor of the century once again. I didn't particularly find that disgusting or sad. Their allegiance changed like flipping a palm according to the balance of power. If you're weak, you'll be ignored, and if you're strong, you can ignore. Right now, they didn't know what the Empire was doing. That's why they're trying to take my side. They believed that the Demon King and his forces can potentially wipe out humanity at any time. And that was also true. Elaine Bolton had determined that the situation was irreversible, and while he needed to consider it for a long time, he was not given any situation other than making a quick decision. So, regardless of his true intentions, he decided to cooperate with me for now. The more important issue. Rowan, did you kill her? The real culprit behind Rowan's death. I want to know that. Just as Bertus suggested, was she purged? No, Elaine Bolton shook his head. I didn't kill her. The Empire did not kill Rowan. Bertus had suggested the possibility of a purge, but the popes claimed it wasn't their doing. It's strange. The popes here said it wasn't their doing. And if you're not the culprit either, who on earth the commander of the Holy Knights also denied his involvement? I intended to kill her. That's true. At his words, the expressions of the popes couldn't help but change. But even if the other inquisitors didn't know, I couldn't kill Rowan. So that means. There were several possibilities, but if he wasn't lying, then one of the more likely possibilities was. Could it be that she didn't die? Exactly, a self-staged drama. Yes, the corpse was a fake covered with a cloth. Rowan was not dead. A fire had broken out at the scene. It was strange. It had been bothering me constantly. It was too conspicuous. If it were an execution, it should have been carried out discreetly and all evidence destroyed. However, if the popes or Elaine Bolton or the others had tried to execute Rowan, there should not have been a fire. The fire itself drew far too much attention from people. Therefore, if this were an execution, there should have been no fire. But the fire did break out, and many people saw the flames engulfing the temple. That's why looters swarmed in. And Ludwig saw it. The information reached Ellen, and now Ellen was pursuing the truth. Yes, it's as if the fire was started in hopes that someone would finally discover the torture and killing of civilians in the church basement. The fire happened, and civilians entered the temple to loot. The horrible scene in the basement went unnoticed because there were no looters crazy enough to enter the burning building, and Elaine Bolton responded quickly. But in the end, they couldn't stop Ellen from seeing the basement. It was an incident designed to draw attention from the start. The possibility that the commander of the Holy Knights and the popes were lying to my face cannot be ruled out entirely. However, the fact that they forcibly drew attention was highly suspicious. And to begin with, Rowan's corpse was a fake. Inquisitor Rowan was alive. Why did you keep that fact a secret? The Pope of the Turn Order glared at the commander of the Holy Knights and asked, have the popes not also hinted at the possibility of such negotiations if the opportunity arose? At the words implying that they had betrayed humanity and sided with the Demon King, not only the Pope of the Turn Order, but also the other popes' faces turned red. Commander, you must understand that this decision was made for the sake of humanity. Shut up. The one who spoke wasn't Elaine Bolton, but me, disgusting bastards. I didn't like that they'd come under my command. I have no desire to do any sort of house cleaning. I just wanted to resolve this matter quickly and went back to enjoying the jerky Ellen gave me. Anyway, it's true that you tried to kill Rowan, right? Although I don't know the details, you failed to kill her in the end. Yes. At his answer, the Archbishop of the Turn Order glared at Elaine Bolton. Commander, why did you try to kill Archbishop Rowan in the first place? Although Rowan ultimately didn't die, it was a fact that Elaine Bolton had tried to kill her and failed. I ordered her to cease all investigations, but she didn't listen. At his words, the popes had no choice but to remain silent. They knew exactly what Elaine Bolton was talking about. If one carelessly meddled with the empire, uncontrollable events might occur. After returning to the imperial capital, Elaine Bolton must have heard the progress of the investigation from Rowan, who had been in charge of the case. The empire was suspicious. Elaine Bolton's command must have been clear: no more digging. At a time like this, I believe you would think that digging into the empire is not the best judgment. The five popes showed discomfort, but they didn't directly refute Elaine Bolton's words. The popes wanted to win me over, but they didn't want to fight the empire. The incident that occurred in the underground chamber of the Holy Knights' headquarters. While tracking it, Rowan determined that the empire might be the perpetrator of the incident. So she approached Ludwig. However, upon learning this, Elaine Bolton decided that if they tried to meddle with the Empire, the entire church could be destroyed, and he tried to stop Rowan. But Rowan disobeyed the order of the Holy Knight Commander. Elaine Bolton devised a plan to purge his subordinate, who tried to tamper with the powder keg and carried it out. I loyally served like a dog, and when there is a clear case of corruption, not only am I prevented from investigating, but there is even an attempt to purge me. She must have seen the spectacle of her subordinates being killed by the Holy Knights with her own eyes. If her eyes didn't spin, that is an unusual situation. My words made Elaine Bolton grind his teeth visibly. It was certain that almost all of the other Inquisitors had been killed, and the Holy Knights dispatched by Elaine Bolton to purge them were almost all killed by Rowan. It would be natural for her to feel a sense of betrayal towards the five great religions. Rowan staged a corpse as herself, set fire to the temple, and fled. She faked her death, escaped, and bought some time. It was unclear what she planned to do with the time she bought. In the end, Elaine Bolton's actions were at the core of this incident. But what if I had been Elaine Bolton? The Empire had nothing to do with the theft of the underground remains at the Temple Knights' headquarters, but they were utilizing the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Simply digging into the case would create friction with the Empire. Digging into the Empire was already dangerous, and Rowan insisted that she couldn't stop investigating the case. In the end, Elaine Bolton only partially succeeded in the purge. He killed all of Rowan's subordinates, but he failed to kill Rowan himself. Half failure meant Rowan left a fake corpse behind and disappeared. No matter what happens from now on, the fact that it's my mistake remains unchanged, because I wasn't perfect. The Holy Knight Commander made the choice he thought was best, but ultimately failed to kill Rowan. No one knew what kind of ripple effect this will create. We don't know what Rowan will do next, but ironically, you are the one we need most. What does that mean? I'm needed. The one who answered was not Elaine Bolton. I don't know what the Demon King will think, but Rowan was a radical. It was the unexpected remark of the Tarn Church Pope. A radical? Inside the church, especially within the Tarn and Al's churches, there are many such priests. What kind of priests are they? Those who believe the Demon King to be a prophet. What did he say? There are quite a few of them who believe that the Demon King is the true prophet. What on earth did that mean? It's not just those two churches. It was the words of the writer church pope. That day at the temple, the holy knights and priests who saw you, surely you know it wasn't a small number. Even Elaine Bolton said that. They were high-ranking holy knights and priests of the church. Rowan was among them too. They believed that I didn't want the gate incident to happen. The priests who saw me explaining how to deal with the gate incident since it was already too late. Only high-ranking priests and holy knights with verified skills, as well as divine power, could have been present in that place. Those who could be considered the future of the church saw me at that moment. That meant that at least they knew I truly didn't want the gate incident to happen. Do you understand now that I didn't make this choice simply to preserve my position? Although the lower-ranking priests and holy knights might not know, the top-ranking figures of the church must have known the truth of the gate incident to some extent. Therefore, they must perceive me differently from how the world perceived me. Among them, Archbishop Rowan was particularly proactive in supporting you. The high-ranking members of the 5 great religions were gradually being filled with my followers. Inevitably, there must have been a growing environment where more and more people were supporting me mentally rather than the empire. The popes wanting to side with me was not just their own judgment. It was an inevitable choice. In other words, it was public opinion. Chapter 605, I had grown accustomed to being hated and despised by those who didn't know me. I thought it was inevitable. But this time, it was quite the opposite. Those who didn't know me were worshipping and loving me. And this was happening within the 5 great religions. Just as Ellen was revered as a hero, they believed that I was the rightful champion of Als and Tarn, even if the world hadn't recognized me yet. Many had witnessed my final plea. Among them were high-ranking clergy and holy knights belonging to the 5 great religions. They knew that the gate incident had been caused by my subordinates, but they also knew that I had never wanted this. Therefore, it was inevitable that a faction supporting me would secretly emerge within the order. Rowan was a radical among them. To begin with, if there were radicals, there must also be moderates. If the moderates believed that the Demon King had his reasons, then the radicals would claim that the Demon King was absolutely right. Both factions were predicated on supporting me. Did this mean that, at some point, the majority of the upper echelons in the 5 great religions supported me? Did the popes act not out of betrayal to humanity, but in accordance with the trend of the times? Even Elaine Bolton, who had been busy with battlefield matters, spoke as if he was not unfamiliar with the situation. It was as good as settled. The 5 great religions had been waiting for me to appear and had essentially become my support base. What is the argument of the radicals? They claim that the root of all these problems is not you, but the empire and humanity. Those who couldn't trust me. Assuming that I had done no wrong, they argued that the responsibility lay with everyone who couldn't trust me. Some of them even wish for the collapse of the empire. In the end, it was the same. They sought to hold someone accountable, only this time it wasn't me. Rowan was a person who revered me, and she hated the empire. Such a person had tried to investigate the empire's corruption, only to be hindered by the Holy Knight's commander, who even attempted to kill her. Rowan must have despised me for not being able to expose the empire's corruption. the fire. Someone had intended to show that scene to others, to an unspecified number of people. Now, not only do I mistrust and despise the order, but so does Rowan. The radicals believed that the responsibility didn't lie solely with the empire, but with humanity as well. This meant that the five great religions couldn't possibly be entirely clean. After all, their ranks included holy knights, priests, and popes. What if the sinister actions of the Tarn Order, notorious for its poor reputation, had been revealed to the world? Actions like capturing civilians, torturing, and killing them in their temple. Public sentiment would have run wild, and the empire wouldn't have remained silent. Without people, there was no empire, so the empire would have had no choice but to turn its sword against the five great religions. Is it not an exaggeration to say that a civil war almost broke out in the empire? At my words, Elaine Bolton nodded. It's not certain, but it could have happened. Rowan, from the start, was not only investigating this incident, but fundamentally believed that the Empire bore all the responsibility. She was an Empire-blaming theorist. Elaine Bolton must have deemed Rowan a threat and sought to eliminate him for that reason. Rowan would have wanted to bring down the Empire if given the chance. Therefore, it must have been the best option for the Holy Knight Commander to eliminate Rowan. If left alone, the friction between the Holy Order and the Empire could have escalated into actual bloodshed. Rowan was the type of person who would want to detonate a bomb instead of avoiding it, so Elaine Bolton's decision was not entirely unreasonable. Leaving Rowan alone would lead to dangerous actions. That's why they attempted to intervene, but their failure only made Rowan more dangerous. It was absurd to expect Rowan to remain sane after the Order she had been loyal to her entire life tried to kill her. That must have been the meaning behind Elaine Bolton's words about needing me. Rowan considered me a prophet, and by meeting her, I could resolve everything. I needed to find Rowan. Before she tried to do something I didn't want in the name of helping me. Bertus led Ellen and her party to the underground research facility of Temple Magic University. It was a horrifying sight. They all watched the events unfolding underground. Reanimated corpses and corpses in the process of being reanimated. They saw where and what they were doing now, and how they were intended to be weaponized. Not long ago, the Demon King had witnessed this scene. Now Ellen, Ludwig, Louise, and Heinrich could see it too. Everyone was at a loss for words. Not only warriors, but long-dead heroes of the past were being resurrected as well. They saw it. As I said before, I have no intention of abandoning this plan, no matter what you say, Bertus insisted after revealing everything, making it clear that he would continue with the project. So from now on, if someone dies, you're going to keep bringing them back to life like this? Ellen asked. Bertus nodded at her question. This carried significant implications, even if Ellen died. If Saval and Turner died, they would resurrect and deploy them on the battlefield. This shouldn't be happening. But in the end, what value does a corpse hold beyond its weight? Shouldn't it be utilized if it can be of use? Was Asher resurrected like this too? Ludwig asked. They looked no different from a living person. If they could talk and remember just like when they were alive, wasn't that truly coming back to life? Bertus shook his head at Ludwig's question. It failed. So, you couldn't really bring them back to life? That's right. This was a half-baked resurrection at best, nothing more than weaponizing the dead. It was impossible even to attempt with Delphin, as her body couldn't be found. What if they could genuinely resurrect the dead, not only in their full form, but with their complete memories as well? This half-hearted resurrection made people cling to false hope because it succeeded in part. Louis Ancton, Anna de Journer, and Christina, these three were the core members of the research. Ludwig spoke quietly. I want to see him. It's better not to. As Detamorian had said, finding Asher would reveal everything. But they had not yet reached Asher. How did it fail then? They had not yet seen the full extent of it with their own eyes. I think we need to see it. Bertus sighed deeply, looking at Ellen and Heinrich, who seemed to share Ludwig's sentiment, as it was not necessary for everyone to leave their posts when the Demon King arrived. The four of them observed the mages engrossed in their tasks in the underground laboratory. Their attire did not reveal whether they were alchemists or dark mages. Regardless, they were all intently doing their work with stern expressions. If a single evil mage creates a dungeon and conducts horrifying experiments, then hundreds of mages are involved in conducting terrible research on a national scale. In an isolated area of the underground laboratory, they encountered familiar faces. Christina, Anna de Journa, Louis Ancton. You guys! How? Louis Ancton's face paled upon suddenly seeing the three visitors with the Emperor. Christina and Anna were equally surprised. However, there was no need to be surprised about encountering them in an unexpected place. There was only one port in the isolation zone. Is this? Asher, Ludwig stared at something in the port with a blank expression. Other corpses had been restored to a seemingly intact state, but what lay before them could only be described as a grotesque mass of flesh. Ellen's face turned pale, Heinrich's too, and Louise looked away, covering her mouth. What is this? This can't be Asher. What? What did you do? What is? Anna and Christina were initially flustered by the sudden appearance of the others, but soon grasped the situation, knowing that Bertus had granted them access. Christina had always maintained a cheerful demeanor, but as if all of that was a mask, she shook her head firmly with a stern expression in the lab. It's not a success yet. What did you say? There are still many methods to try. Not long ago it was able to speak. It just repeated what it was told, but still, it could. Anna and Louis bit their lips, watching Christina's attitude. They had tried to bring their friend back to life, but they had failed. However, there was someone who would not admit defeat. Inside the port was something that could hardly be seen as more than a trace. Everyone saw it as a failure, but there was still someone searching for a possibility. Nothing is impossible in this world. Reviving the dead halfway was possible, so why would reviving them completely be impossible? Christina believed that she could do it. An uncertain possibility drives people into despair and fosters false hopes. Christina had lost her reason, immersed in that possibility. If you want to talk about failure, get out. The Christina inside the lab was a completely different person from the one outside. In the face of the possibility that she might be able to reverse her friend's death, Christina must have kept touching Asher's corpse. After failing, she tried again, approaching it in a different way. And if that failed, she tried another method, again and again. She believed that if she tried dozens or hundreds of times, she could eventually bring her dead friend back to life. The result of those countless attempts had been this grotesque mass, so bizarre that it could not even be called a chimera. And yet Christina had no intention of giving up. Anna and Louis had already accepted failure, but Christina couldn't. Ellen stared at the mess with a stern expression. It was probably impossible, but what if they succeeded? Let's say they could revive the dead. Would such a thing be allowed in this world? Ellen couldn't make that judgment. However, she could tell that Christina, who had seemed fine at the garrison, had already fallen apart a long time ago. If she were to die before the gate incident was resolved, she might end up like this as well. The ability to fight even in death. Even after atoning for her sins through death, she could still be a source of strength to others. Should she be grateful for that, or should she despair? But she never wished to become a useless lump of flesh that couldn't help anyone. Ellen couldn't bear to watch Christina desperately search for non-existent hope amidst this horrifying scene. This isn't right. This couldn't be right. They shouldn't be doing this. In the end, both the living and the dead would only experience pain and despair. It was clear to Ellen that Anna and Louis were reluctantly by Christina's side, not to help with the research, but to try and stop her. Bertus had also tried to stop Christina's actions but failed. It had to stop. If it continued like this, she would only go mad. Find Asher. Asher was found, but it was only a trace. Stop. This isn't. Ellen spoke the words everyone wanted to say. Christina stared at Ellen, her eyes shifting to meet Ellen's. Why? As if to ask for an explanation, Ellen stared back at her. You know it won't work. You're only hurting yourself. In the depths of Christina's dark and bottomless eyes, Ellen could only see despair. There was no way the eyes of someone truly searching for hope could be like this. No one who truly believed in the possibility would have such a gaze. They couldn't help it. They had to try just in case. There was no way they would have the mechanical eyes of someone clinging to the only thing they could do, even if they succeeded. Even if they spoke like Asher, even if Asher's memories were there, could it really be called life? But if they managed to gain those memories in a clumsy way, if they could speak, from that moment on, it would become something that must not be done. Christina was trying to do that right now. At Ellen's words, everyone remained silent but agreed. The fact that Anna and Louis, who had witnessed this scene all along, were hanging their heads in sorrow was evidence enough. They wished for Christina to stop now, but couldn't bring themselves to say it, so they reluctantly helped. Christina's stubbornness was tearing her and the other two apart in real time. At Ellen's words urging her to stop, Christina's dark and bottomless eyes grew even darker. You, if it were Reinhardt who had died, wouldn't you try to resurrect him, just like I did for him? With that single sentence. What? The mere mention of that name caused the air to freeze. Chapter 606. No one dared to mention the Demon King in front of Ellen, let alone utter the name Reinhardt. Everyone knew that it was Ellen's weakness. Just now, Christina crossed that forbidden line. Wouldn't you try to resurrect him, just like I did for him, if it were Reinhardt who had died? From her expression, from her gaze, it was impossible not to know that Christina already harbored resentment toward Ellen. Nothing remained hidden in this dreadful laboratory. Evil, hatred, loathing, all the things that had been concealed were now exposed. Why would you say that? At Ellen's words, the corner of Christina's mouth curled up. You and Reinhardt had a special relationship, didn't you? You still think that, don't you? Ellen's eyes widened, and everyone held their breath. Everyone in the royal class knew that even hearing Reinhardt's name was painful for Ellen, and hearing about the inevitable battle with the Demon King was agonizing. No one had ever provoked Ellen directly by bringing it up. Christina was the first to speak so directly. Everything they had been barely enduring seemed to crumble now. Amidst the disgusting, horrifying, and appalling scene, the boundaries of the truths they had pretended not to know shattered. Christina, calm down. Bertus, unable to bear it any longer, approached Christina, but she shook her head. I heard a story not long ago. Christina gritted her teeth and glared at Ellen. All of this happened because of just a few people. It wasn't entirely because of the Demon King. You have anything to say about that? Christina glared at Ellen, as if demanding an answer. There were people who already knew, but there were still those who didn't know. Ellen was well aware that she had to tell a glaring lie for their sake. No, really. There were people in this room who did not know the truth. Ellen could not know how Christina had learned about the story or the circumstances, but she was certain that not many people should know about it. You're really shameless. Enough. As Christina tried to lash out again, Bertus stepped between them. Ellen, you've seen enough, haven't you? It might be best if you leave first. Ellen remained silent, her lips tightly sealed. Lady Turner, please escort Ellen. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone was thrown into confusion by the sudden tension and the incomprehensible conversation. Christina, it seems like we need to talk for a moment. At Bertus's harsh words, Christina smiled and nodded. Fine. Her attitude seemed as if she had been waiting for those words. Ellen was led out of the Magic University by Savelyn Turner. Until now, the only people who could discuss Reinhardt with Ellen were those who knew the truth. That was limited to Charlotte, Bertus, and Savelyn Turner. Yet even broaching the subject was painful for them, so they avoided it. But today, Christina suddenly brought up his name, and she gave off an air that she knew everything about the matter. There was no reason for Bertus to reveal the truth that others wouldn't appreciate knowing. Then how on earth did Christina come to learn that fact? Did Louis Ankton and Anna know the truth as well, since Christina knew it? And was silence truly the right choice? It wasn't difficult to see that Louise von Schwarz possessed a strong and unwavering character. However, knowing the truth about the gate incident was an entirely different matter. It wasn't merely hypocrisy to cover up one's own sins, but a problem that, if misunderstood, could potentially divide humanity as a whole. That's why they believed that remaining silent was the right decision. Dark and obscure emotions welled up within, but they knew well that responding to Christina's words would be a mistake. They tried to resurrect the dead and use the dead while they remained dead. That must be a sin. But without the gate incident, there would be no sin. So, wasn't the origin of all sins themselves who committed the greatest sin? They shouldn't judge something as bad, nor should they say something went wrong about someone else's mistake. Wasn't it natural for Christina to suddenly react in such a way? To Christina, who might think that if it weren't for them, Asher wouldn't have died. They told her that Asher was dead and couldn't be brought back to life, so she should give up. Hearing such words, she would have no choice but to be furious. However, that wasn't the intended meaning. It wasn't meant to tell her to stop committing sins anymore. They said it because the matter was tormenting her and it was ruining her. It wasn't said to blame the sin, but because they didn't want Christina to get hurt any further. However, knowing that Christina would be angry after hearing those words, there was nothing they could do. With clenched teeth, Ellen had no choice but to follow Turner back to the dormitory in silence. They couldn't learn what they needed to, but only learned about things they shouldn't have known. Ellen, led by Savelin Turner, left the laboratory. Bertus took Christina, who seemed to know something but not fully, away to discuss something elsewhere. So, in the isolation area within the lab, Ludwig, Heinrich, Louise, Louis, and Anna remained. The break room of the isolation laboratory. 5 of them sat in an awkward silence, unable to speak. No one could bring up any conversation, those who didn't want to show their vulnerabilities to others. Neither those who saw what they shouldn't have, nor those who had their own reasons, could dare to speak a word. Among them, Louise was the most deeply troubled. She had decided to help Ellen, thinking that investigating Rowan's death might be dangerous for her. However, according to the Emperor, Rowan's death had nothing to do with the Empire. Yet they came to know the Empire's secrets that they shouldn't have known. What troubled Louise was not the shock and fear felt in this scene, but the fact that she could see this scene. Louise couldn't understand that fact now. Although the relationship between the Empire and the Kingdom was in name only, for a long history, the Schwarz Kingdom had always wanted to surpass the Empire. Louise knew that the royal family had such ambitions for generations, and the Empire was also aware of that. For a long time, the Empire had been keeping the Schwarz royal family in check. At this point in time, when humanity faced a crisis, there was absolutely no intention to expose the corruption and decay of the Empire as before. However, once everything was resolved, this matter would become the Empire's weakness. Of course, it could be that the Emperor had such confidence in the military power he secured through this matter that he left Louise to witness this spectacle. But was there a need to reveal such a weakness? It would have been better not to show it. The Emperor seemed to feel no discomfort about Louise witnessing this spectacle. To begin with, it was strange that she could enter the temple. If she were the Emperor, she would have stopped Louise from entering the temple in the first place. There would have been plenty of reasons to deny her entry. Does it not matter that I see this spectacle? The Emperor's intentions were unknown, and the words Christina had just spoken. Louise couldn't understand the meaning of her seemingly probing words about Ellen. Heinrich's words to the Demon King inevitably came to mind. There was something unknown to people about the gate incident. The Demon King didn't want the gate incident either. It was only natural that the Emperor, Ellen, and Christina would know the truth about it. Like Louise, who was lost in confusion, the others were feeling their own turmoil. Can we really? Save Asher, like Christina said. It was a cautious question from Ludwig, directed at the silent Anna and Louis. Their silence and expressions already said a lot. Christina was clinging to an impossible task. Black magic is involved. Magic that uses impure mana as its source. Can't be a power for the living, Anna cautiously added. Restoration to a state stronger than when they were alive is possible, but truly reviving them is unlikely. Anna, who had an incomparable understanding of black magic compared to Christina, already knew that Christina's desired outcome wouldn't be reached. No one could say that if they knew, they should stop her. It was enough to guess that these two would have tried to stop Christina even without mentioning it. Become stronger, even stronger than when they were alive. At Ludwig's question, filled with puzzlement, Louis nodded. With a slightly clenched teeth and a sinner's expression, bowing his head, Louis Acton spoke. Although they may appear alive, they aren't. Like golems, like the Titan. There's no difference. The body is restored to the point when it was whole. It's not actually alive, so it can be further enhanced. At Louis's words, Heinrich asked, Enhanced? You know that if you do magic body strengthening before the magic circuit is fully in place, the body can't withstand the overload and breaks down. I don't know how to do it, but, Heinrich said, looking at Ludwig. Right, it's incredibly painful. Ludwig, who had spent days in agony after awakening the magic body strengthening, vividly remembered the pain of that time. But pain is no problem for the dead. Ah, the test subjects didn't feel pain. Thus, beyond restoring one's body as it was in life, it was possible to enhance elements necessary for manifesting power within the body, such as magic circuits. In doing so, one could surpass the limits of the physical body and life itself. In other words, it was like modification. A level of power that could not be wielded in life could now be unleashed in death. Strength that would be unbearable for the living could be granted. Though cruel to say, it ultimately became little different from handling an object. Therefore, the goal was simply to make a powerful weapon even more powerful. These resurrected beings became stronger than they were in life. Such an army was being assembled. Is a corpse absolutely necessary? Louise asked. Upon hearing it, it seemed like a magnificent magic, save for the fact that it used corpses. It would be perfect if not for the moral issue of using the deceased. Creating a homunculus might be possible. However, at this point, with that method, we won't be able to mobilize within a short time frame. Yes, the homunculus experiment itself was a prime example of a taboo, so it couldn't be said that there were no ethical issues. Was it inevitable that one would have to resort to taboos in order to overcome miserable times? If selling one's soul to the demon could save the world, countless people would be willing to do so. Perhaps it was inevitable. There were those who had sold their souls to the demon, and they remained silent, witnessing others do the same. The emperor said he had no intention of stopping it, and Louise could not help but realize that she should not interfere. Did the emperor think that there would be no problem with her witnessing this scene, because he knew that she could not stop it, even if she saw it with her own eyes? The answer remained elusive during that uneasy and sinful exchange. So, when you die, you become stronger, Ludwig muttered blankly, staring down at the table. His sudden remark made not only Louis, but also Anna, Heinrich, and even Louise shudder. Don't think about such nonsense, Heinrich said sternly to Ludwig. Everyone knew Ludwig still wanted to fight. That's why his words ignited everyone's dark imagination. The dead were being resurrected. Moreover, they became stronger than they were in life. Ludwig mumbled blankly. Right now, I'm useless. Everyone knew Ludwig had been blaming himself beyond just self-reproach. I couldn't do anything. I didn't catch the people who killed the priestess, but I didn't play any role in coming this far either. I was stupid, thinking that there was something I could do. I was just satisfied with that. Rowan died, and the culprit was still at large. But Ludwig had not done anything to get this far. He had merely followed Ellen. Was that all? From the beginning, Rowan was not the kind and noble person Ludwig had thought she was, but rather someone who kidnapped and killed civilians and tortured them. Ludwig had been used by such a person, Rowan, without even realizing it. There had been strange moments, but he never doubted them. He simply thought he was helping to make the world a better place. And eventually, he saw something that may or may not have been related to Rowan's death. Magic that resurrected the dead. Magic that made them stronger than they were in life. Such things should not exist in this world. But Ludwig couldn't deny that this was necessary and that it could hasten the end of the war. A useless existence. Still, Ludwig said this with a bitter smile. It's all right. I don't wish for that, to want to fight after dying. I know that making such a choice wouldn't make anyone happy. It's just because of the helplessness. Although he said that, everyone knew that Ludwig secretly wished for it. There were people who would grieve and despair if he died. Hadn't they seen Christina's expression already? He didn't want to become a corpse and return to the battlefield to help others, or because he desired it. As long as there were people who worried about him, Ludwig didn't wish for that either. Everyone let out a sigh of relief after seeing Ludwig, who had briefly put them all in a tense mood. Don't say such strange things. I'm sorry. Heinrich was worried for a moment that Ludwig might suddenly be found somewhere having taken his own life. And if Ludwig were to do something like that, it would be up to Anna, Louis, and Christina to bring him back. Like what they did to Asher, their friends might be ruined in trying to genuinely resurrect him. Ludwig had no intention of doing such a crazy thing or asking for it. It was just a possibility that had crossed his mind. However, even when Ludwig said he had no such intentions, Heinrich couldn't help but feel anxious. The desire to help someone, a character trait bordering on obsession. He was gradually beginning to sense a twisted heart that didn't appear entirely benign. Heinrich was an A-class student. Relatively speaking, Anna and Louis, who had seen Ludwig up close, couldn't help but be more worried. Ludwig was kind and considerate of others, but he sometimes engaged in actions akin to madness. He might not have said that he wanted to fight, even if it meant dying now, but who knew how Ludwig's thoughts might have changed later? And they all shared the sentiment of not wanting to lose any more friends. Louis Ankton stared silently at Ludwig and said, Ludwig, really, I won't think of anything like that. Don't worry. I have something I want to show you. Looking at Louis's determined expression, Anna nodded her head as if she understood what he was talking about. Something you want to show me? Ludwig couldn't help but feel apprehensive, wondering if he was about to see another dreadful scene. We're not just working on reviving Asher here. This place was a highly secretive part of the underground laboratory. The three of them were doing different work from the other researchers, and Louis led the way, stating that their work wasn't solely focused on reviving people. Chapter 607. In most areas of the laboratory, they were working on creating an army. But that project had already progressed beyond development and was in full swing, with completed test subjects being utilized as a military force. Christina was searching for a way to genuinely revive people. Neither Louis and Anna, nor Christina herself, were solely focused on that research. They were working on the next phase of the project, its applications, and everything that pertained to its further development. In the isolation zone, there were other labs. Ludwig, Heinrich, and Louise, tense with the thought that they might witness another shocking scene, encountered a sight they hadn't expected at all. It wasn't a brutal scene, nor a horrifying one. A rabbit. Yeah, it's a rabbit. Anna nodded in response to Heinrich's words. It was a rabbit, quite literally. The rabbit was inside a fairly large cage. 5 adorable rabbits were in the cage. These adorable creatures seemed too out of place in this facility, where terrifying and horrifying experiments took place. They watched the rabbits hopping around the spacious cage, seemingly captivated. So what did that have to do with anything? It wasn't as if they were suggesting watching the rabbits together simply because they were cute. Wait, something's off. However, Louise noticed something strange about the rabbits. While they looked perfectly fine on the surface, there was something slightly off about them. Something was subtly different. Their legs seemed uneven. There was no denying the feeling that something was amiss. Now that you mention it, Ludwig, who had a keen eye, couldn't help but notice the oddity when Louise pointed it out. Their legs are of different lengths. Louise finally noticed that the front and back legs of each rabbit were not balanced. That's correct, Louis Yankton nodded. We've transplanted legs from other rabbits. Ludwig's eyes widened at this revelation, and none of these rabbits have ever died. This time, it was Anna who spoke. It's an experiment conducted on living subjects. There were already 3 taboo subjects related to this project. Necromancy, the dark magic of animating the dead as undead beings. Then, homunculus. Louise murmured blankly. Chimera, huh? Yes, that's right. And now Chimera, the field of magic that synthesized only the strengths of various living creatures to create the ultimate being. Although it was mostly used in horrifying ways and thus deemed taboo, it wasn't necessarily required to be used in such a manner. What mattered wasn't what type of magic it was, but rather how it was used, transplanting limbs from other creatures. Everyone present knew what this meant. A lost leg, or a lost arm, these could be restored. Ludwig, this is a very basic magic among chimera experiments. Compared to the taboo of replacing everything from the head to internal organs, transplanting limbs was a basic level technique. Since their involvement with the taboo was top secret, they couldn't tell Ludwig that there was a way to restore his lost arm. But now that Ludwig had entered the laboratory and seen everything, there was no need for them to hide anything from him. Rather, now that they knew the secret, they could do for Ludwig what they hadn't been able to do before, despite knowing. I see. Chimera magic could be developed into a limb transplantation technique for those who lost their limbs in war. Reviving someone was close to impossible, but giving back someone's lost arms and legs was possible. Instead of raising animals in the lab for no reason, they were experimenting to see if there was a way to restore Ludwig's lost limbs. It was an easier task than creating an undead army. Ludwig couldn't help but be excited by the prospect of regaining his lost arm. This wasn't just beneficial for Ludwig. There were countless people injured due to war, just as there were countless dead. Once all that was over and post-war reconstruction began, it might not have been a dream for those who had lost their limbs to regain them. However, it would have only been possible after the perception of chimera magic, which was forbidden, had improved. Chimera could have been helpful to someone depending on how it was used. In the end, it all depended on whose hands wielded the power. But the fact that they didn't mention the possibility of restoring Ludwig's lost arm wasn't only because it was forbidden. It will be painful. That's fine. If he could get his lost arm back, he could endure any amount of pain. Ludwig was prepared to endure anything for that alone. Ludwig, it's not just pain. You could die. That much. Chimera isn't regeneration, it's a fusion technique. You're transplanting a body part that wasn't originally yours. There could be rejection, and there could be shock. Louis Yankton looked at the rabbits in the cage. Ludwig could only intuit that there were failed subjects, as well as the successful ones that were alive. The endurance is on you. There's nothing we can do to help with that. Ludwig was informed in case he chose an extreme method. If he could bear it, he could regain his lost arm through the Chimera procedure. I'll do it. Ludwig nodded firmly, with a determined expression. Now that he knew, there was no thought of hesitation. There's no reason not to do it if I can do more instead of just standing still. He had touched the forbidden. That's why Ludwig was able to learn about new possibilities. And my talent is physical stamina. Since his only advantage was his robustness, he was confident he wouldn't die. Ludwig nodded resolutely. Louise looked at Ludwig and the others. Applying chimera research to make limb transplantation possible was considered a shocking yet valuable endeavor. And the one person who was missing from this place, whom the Emperor had taken away to talk to, this lab was obviously the most important area. So it was clear that the three of them, former second-year Temple students, were at the heart of this research. There were still unresolved issues, and the mystery remained unsolved. But it was clear that what was being researched in this lab went beyond the gruesome and cruel, as they were dealing with extremely powerful magic. The base was dark magic. On top of that, the research on homunculus and chimera was being applied in a complex manner. And then, on top of that, the limb transplantation technique utilizing chimeras. How on earth can these kids do so much? It wasn't just a single field of magic, but a complex one. And they weren't just assisting in the research, they were clearly core members. There was an absolute limit to the time available. Why are these kids, who have barely turned 20, able to do and accomplish so much? Louise couldn't shake off a completely different set of questions. And it was not regeneration, but transplantation. The transplanted arm. It probably wouldn't be from a living person. Louise kept recalling Detamorian's words. The ominous boy had said that if he continued to chase this matter, Ludwig would eventually die. The words kept swirling in her head. As you know, I was a person familiar with numbers. Numbers could tell you a lot, assuming there was someone who could read them. So I had been learning how to decipher the meaning behind numbers for quite some time. In fact, that was pretty much all I had been doing. But you see, nowadays, the world had become easier for people who didn't know numbers. As you know, those days, numbers only seemed to decrease. This time it was how many regular soldiers, how many superhuman-level individuals capable of magic body strengthening, how many masterclass fighters, how many mages, and how many holy knights, how many in each refugee camp had died, how many cities in which country, or how many countries, or the remaining food supplies, supply routes destroyed. That was the kind of numbers I saw. Numbers that only decreased, didn't require painstaking analysis. The situation was worsening. Yesterday's situation was bad, and today's situation was worse. Knowing the worsening situation in more detail didn't change much. The only number that brought joy when it decreased was the number of remaining warp gates. Fortunately, that number had now decreased to a countable level. The situation was getting worse and worse. It seemed impossible for it to get any worse. But such a situation wouldn't come unless humanity disappeared altogether. Gates endlessly spewed out monsters, and there were limits to the surviving humans. What happened when there were no more people who could fight? Wouldn't that truly bring about a situation that couldn't get any worse? I didn't lose sleep every night because I had plenty of mages around me who could force sleep to come. Anyway, those numbers, combat power, people who could fight, those who could still wield weapons, their absolute numbers were decreasing, and there was not enough time or resources for people to grow. The numbers that had disappeared, dead people, dead soldiers, dead knights, dead mages. When you proposed that you could quantify those vanished numbers back onto my list of documents as combat power, I hesitated a lot. Of course, it wasn't because I thought it was something that shouldn't be done. No, it wasn't that I hadn't done it at all, but it seemed like I had only done it briefly. Just briefly. The reason I had so many concerns was, it would have been great if it worked. If it did, there would have been nothing more to wish for. But was it possible? If it was possible, then what was next? Yes, what was next? I was worried about the things that would follow. Let's assume it worked. Let's assume the gate crisis ended. What would happen then? I thought about it, but I couldn't figure it out. So I gave up worrying. First, let's see if it worked or not. So when I saw your results, I had such doubts. More fundamental doubts. Could it be possible, in such a short time, to accomplish it so perfectly? Adelia also succeeded in creating a Titan, but as you know, Adelia didn't create the Titan alone. Like you, Adelia was a genius. Ultimately, it required the concentrated technology of the golem from St. Owen Duchy. In the first place, the Titan wouldn't have been created without the Grand Duke of St. Owen, the ruler of the empire. Could Adelia have designed the Titan on her own? It might have been possible, but it would have taken quite a long time. Adelia said it would take more than 10 years because of her near-masochistic modesty. Of course, some might say that was still too short. Now, although I've done many bad things, had many evil thoughts, and engaged in many unsavory activities, the Empire did not invest in dark magic. As you already knew, we didn't dabble in wicked power. In this very special situation, being cornered, it was human nature to reach out reluctantly, and I knew it was my nature too. Soon, the knowledge of the Empire wasn't much help to you. With 3 geniuses of Adelia's level, could it have been possible? Yeah, maybe. A while ago, I had a brief conversation with someone who knew about this issue. They had worried that I might have teamed up with some dangerous people. I had said this. As far as I know, I haven't teamed up with such people. I didn't know if the other person understood my words well. I didn't team up, but someone else might have, so I couldn't be certain. However, listening to what you just said, I realized that I didn't know where you heard it. I didn't know how you found out. But I was good at silencing people, so it couldn't have leaked from my side. So it seemed like you found out from somewhere else. Then the number of candidates was greatly reduced. So in the end, I had lied at that time. Christina, let me ask you one thing. Emperor, it seems like it's not me but you, or the 3 of you, who joined hands with the Black Order. Bertus de Guardias asked, looking at Christina. Right, Christina nodded her head, looking at Bertus. Yeah, that's right. Is it just you, or does it include the other 2 who aren't here? At Bertus' words, Christina shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? What do you think? Bertus fell silent at her non-committal attitude. Christina might have joined hands with the Order alone, and it was not certain whether the other 2 know. However, Bertus was certain the other 2 would know as well. Accepting the truth he had suspected, Bertus gave a slight nod. Christina had been in contact with the Black Order, and somehow had recently learned the truth. Her sudden change in attitude towards Ellen was evidence of this. Yes, the research is complete, and we have secured enough data and blueprints. Even without you, the Empire can maintain the project, Bertus said, folding his arms. You hear stories like that all the time, discarding a loyal servant, abandoning a hunting dog once the hunt is over, that kind of thing. Titan was created by combining the knowledge of the St. Owen Empire and Adelia's genius. The homunculus undead was also created by combining the knowledge of the Black Order and the genius of the 3. Both the former and the latter could be replicated now that the blueprints were complete. This had been a field of study distinct from ordinary magic. Thus, the blueprints were completed. Christina and the Black Order were no longer of any use. However, yet Bertus, who had uttered those words, furrowed his brow. You're not fools. You must have expected this. If Christina and the other 2 had proposed and carried out this work solely for the Empire or humanity, there would be no need for a purge. They would be great mages who had achieved something extraordinary, even if it could not be revealed to the world. However, the situation becomes complicated with the involvement of the Black Order. Their intentions were unknown, so the necessity of a purge arose. The Black Order must have known this, and so must have Christina and the other 2. There must be some kind of safety mechanism. It was unlikely that they would have carried out such a thing without preparing something for such an eventuality. You know it well. Christina looked at Bertus and smiled. It was a smile mixed with extreme anger, hatred, and malice. Ultimately, only a very few people who knew the truth about the gate incident could understand it. Some ended up hating everyone. Even if it was not intended, there was no reason to forgive them. Where was the reason to absolve someone who accidentally pressed the button that destroyed the world? And it wasn't even a mistake. What did the truth matter? The number of people responsible has merely increased from 1 to many. Where was the justification for them not to be punished simply because they were tragic figures? If someone asked why those who committed ambiguous wrongs should have died, what answer would they have to the question of why the innocent had to die? In a world drenched in the blood and tears of those who did no wrong, why should their tears and blood be erased first? Shouldn't their tears and blood be the first to be shed? No one could justify it. No one was ignorant of the fact that nothing could be saved by death. It was true that there was no need to add death to death, but who could confidently say that such truths should enter the hearts of those who had been hurt and torn apart? If you tried to kill us, saying that we're useless now, I was going to tell you that it's actually the Empire that has become useless. Christina spoke with hatred, anger, contempt, and murderous intent. She expressed her desire for vengeance for everything that had happened. Wasn't the Emperor doing this for a reason? Didn't he say he had given it a lot of thought? If this was possible, then what would come next? It wasn't about considering the morality of resurrecting the dead. It's a matter of putting an army, which I cannot control nor suppress, in someone else's hands. It's inevitable that I would have my concerns. You also know what the safety mechanism is. At Christina's slightly surprised reaction, Bertus chuckled. What else could the safety mechanism be but control? That's true. Bertus had long known that the moment the army was created and completed, it could not belong to the Emperor. It was being created with unfamiliar technology. Therefore, Bertus already knew that he could not even control it. He knew, and yet he was deceived. It was because he knew that he was deceived. From the moment he faced the success of the first experiment, Bertus had been envisioning the consequences of completing this project in his mind. The gate incident would end. The sacrifices would lessen. But the moment would come when he had to pay another price. From the moment he decided to create the army, he knew he could not be the master of the empire. He knew it. The project itself was a success, but Christina was trying to bring the dead Asher back to life. It wasn't the end. While making futile attempts, Christina had been improving the project itself. If she could make the dead move as if they were alive and in perfect condition, and even make them speak. Bertus was well aware that someone could do the same to him. Resurrecting a dead knight would allow the use of the knight's power, but inevitably, resurrecting a dead emperor would grant control over the empire. Chapter 608. Rowan was not dead. She feigned death to buy time. However, all of Rowan's subordinates were killed by the holy knights sent by Elaine Bolton. There might be a few survivors among them, but they would be a small minority. If Rowan was planning something, what was she planning, and what could she possibly do? Rowan disappeared, but she couldn't have left the Empire, so she must be somewhere within it. But where? I have formed an alliance with the 5 great religions, and although the commander of the Holy Knights would be reluctant, he cannot defy the popes and must cooperate with me. An encrypted document. Yes, we're working on decrypting it now. One fortunate thing was that not all of the records in Rowan's church had disappeared. They might be related to the current situation, and they could reveal what Rowan had been doing so far. Right now, Elaine Bolton was in the process of decrypting the records recovered from the church's underground. Fortunately, there was no way the Inquisitor's records wouldn't be decrypted within the Holy Knights. It would just take some time. Yes, that damned time. There's no guarantee that nothing will happen until that work is done. Even if it was a document that could be decrypted, it was still a large amount of text. Rowan must not take action until we could deduce what she could do from the meaningful truth within the massive amount of documents. Was there enough time for that? Maybe, maybe not. It was not impossible that Rowan wasn't scheming something, but had simply gone into hiding. It's not like we can't predict what she's going to do. Those were the words of the Pope of the Tyran Order. What are you talking about? In the past, perhaps, but now is not the time when heretics can be killed easily, especially not by the hands of the Holy Knights. Even so, it seems like you're doing a pretty good job of killing them. No, I didn't mean to provoke you. It's just my way of talking. Come on, tell me what you mean. There's no need to say something that would make the old folks angry. The Pope was not wrong. Now that heresy has become the mainstream, it was impossible to completely eradicate heretics. Massacres were bound to occur. If we could annihilate them, it would be great, but they cannot be fundamentally eradicated. They keep emerging. I see. Neither extermination nor conversion was possible for the heretics who inevitably emerged. But if the Inquisitors were operating in the Empire, they must have been doing something right. If we couldn't stop the heretics, we at least wanted to know their scale. If there was a core, who it was, and where it extended to, things like that. It seemed clear that Elaine Bolton had never heard such a story before. This was something happening within the Empire. It was evident that he had not been thoroughly informed about the internal affairs of the Empire until now. I felt like I knew what the Pope of the Tyran Order meant. Bertus had said it before. The organization of crime is inevitable. The demand for the underworld must be met, and supply arises for that satisfaction, and the supply inevitably becomes organized. Wiping out organized crime would only give rise to new organizations, so it was ultimately better to have control over them, he said. At that time, Bertus had asked me if I had ever considered becoming the master of a thieves' guild. Could this be the same situation? The fundamental reason for the emergence of heretical factions was the distrust towards the Holy Order. As long as that distrust remained unresolved, capturing and killing the heretics could not be a fundamental solution. Inevitably, other heretical factions would arise. Therefore, the church leader's choice was not to eradicate or remove the heretics. It was to understand their scale and scope. The emphasis was on meticulously grasping the heretical factions themselves. Even if they couldn't be eliminated, knowing their whereabouts would be helpful. There were too many heretics, so instead of eradicating them, they chose another approach. Bertus tried to gain control over crime itself by owning a criminal organization. Would the thoughts of the church leaders be any different? Rowan had control over the heretical factions, especially the key figures. There was no need to win the hearts of all heretics. If they could control the leaders of each heretical faction, it was as good as having everything. Elaine Bolton looked at the Pope of the Tarn sect. Are you saying that the holy religions are essentially the force behind both the heretics and the hero religion? You could see it that way. The times were chaotic, so the inquisitors of heretics were not working as they used to. The holy religions were not judging the heretics, but rather holding them in their grasp. The church leaders made that decision, and Rowan was the one responsible for it. Rowan was, in a sense, the field manager overseeing it all. She pursued dangerous tasks and was executed for defying the orders of the Holy Knight Commander. In reality, Rowan would detest the faith of the hero religion as well as the demon god cult. However, due to the inevitability of heretical factions arising, she had been working for a long time to grasp the strength of the heretical factions and control their leaders. In this era, the one who could become the true master of the heretics was not someone who could establish an all-encompassing faith and captivate people. Isn't this just like saying that Rowan is the owner of all heretical factions, just with slightly different wording? It's not exactly the same as being a leader, but isn't it something similar? If one could control all the heretics, wouldn't that make them the de facto leader? Elaine Bolton decided that he had to kill Rowan, who was digging up the truth that could potentially cause a head-on collision with the Empire. But he knew nothing about the actual threat that Rowan posed. The church leaders were cautious about giving too much information to Elaine Bolton in order to keep him in check. Petty power struggles and mutual fear. Their actions were leading to catastrophe. The world was so strange that the inquisitors, who should have been killing and converting the heretics, had become the true masters of the heretics. And now, what would Rowan, who had been abandoned by the holy religion she had sworn loyalty to, do? Rowan would be in the refugee village. She would try to use the heretics for something. That night, Louis, Christina, and Anna, three second-year B-class students, returned to the dormitory after a long time. It wasn't for a long-awaited rest. Now that Ludwig knew the truth, they could do something for him that they couldn't before. The lost arm, it could be returned. It's not as easy as it sounds. However, unlike the other two who said that returning the arm was a basic procedure, Christina immediately brought in Ludwig to convey a negative outlook. Christina was talking to the Emperor at the time, so she only heard later what Anna and Louis had said to Ludwig. That's why she had hurried back to the dormitory like this. I've heard it's painful. I've also heard about rejection reactions, but it's okay. I can endure it. To regain the lost arm, to be able to fight again. Ludwig wished that he could do something too. Anna and Louis had already explained the issues like rejection reactions and pain thoroughly. However, if he were to receive the Chimera procedure, it would inevitably be Christina who would perform it directly. Ludwig, that's not the problem. Not. Of course, in some cases it can be easy, if it's just a matter of enduring side effects and rejection reactions and bearing the pain, that will be fine. Then that should work. As if she knew what Ludwig was thinking, Christina spoke while looking at him. They won't attach a rabbit, deer, or cow leg to you. What you saw was a rabbit, not a person, a rabbit. It was a procedure that cut off a living rabbit's leg, then cut off another rabbit's leg and attached it. Yes. Attaching a right arm to you through the chimera procedure means cutting off someone else's arm and attaching it to you. Ludwig, is that still okay? At those words, Ludwig's eyes widened. It wasn't a simple issue. Body parts aren't created. The chimera procedure originally made incompatible things compatible. Therefore, the new arm Ludwig would acquire would inevitably belong to someone else. That was what Christina was telling Ludwig. It was to cut off someone's arm and attach it. Of course, you wouldn't want that, but there are many failed restoration corpses in that lab. As you saw, it's not perfect. So inevitably, you'll receive an arm from one of the corpses that didn't resurrect after being restored, a dead person's arm. So that's how it works. The new arm he would gain would naturally be someone else's arm, not his own. He couldn't use a living person's arm, and the arms left in the lab belonged to corpses that failed to be restored, covered in dark magic, alcohol, and enhancement procedures. It's not an ordinary arm. It may look like a human arm, but it's not a human arm. It looked like a human arm, but it had already become something else that wasn't a human arm. Didn't you think the restored corpses looked too intact? Ah, most of them are warriors, people who died in battle. When you die in battle, most of the time, limbs are severed or crushed. Only then did Ludwig realize that he hadn't thought about the flawless appearance of the corpses being restored in the vats. There were no severed arms or legs. Everything was being cleanly restored. If they could use such a technique on people, they wouldn't be transplanting another arm onto you, but regenerating your arm. If they could regenerate a corpse, why couldn't they regenerate a living person? He should have thought of that question first. A living person can't withstand the process. That's one of the reasons this magic is difficult to use on the living. Christina's expression was filled with pain. If regeneration were possible, there would be no need for transplantation. Regeneration is not something that can be used on the living in the first place, and what is regenerated cannot be attached to a living person either. Ludwig, if you ask, I might be able to attach an arm that isn't from a corpse. Do you want that? No, no, I don't want to go that far. Ludwig could never bring himself to do the insane act of cutting off a healthy person's arm and attaching it to himself. Ludwig, I won't say it's absolutely impossible. The important thing is, I don't know what the outcome of such a procedure would be, and I don't want to do it. After finishing her words, Christina looked at Anna and Louis. They were not lying, of course. If Ludwig underwent the chimera procedure, he could regain his lost arm, but only if it were the arm of a living person. They mentioned the chimera procedure because they feared Ludwig might engage in strange behavior. They were not unaware of the risks, but they mentioned the chimera procedure because they thought Ludwig might try to end his own life. No one knew if the person who receives the transplant could endure it. Transplanting the byproduct of magic meant for the dead onto the living. Ludwig could only wear a hardened expression as hope was given and taken away. Seeing his expression, Christina bit her lip. Ludwig, if you really want to do it, I can do it for you, but if you die, I won't revive you. Never. He might think of wanting to fight as a resurrected corpse if he died during the procedure. That's why Christina firmly drove the point home that Ludwig should not attempt the procedure with the intent to die, unlike Asher. I understand. In front of a dazed Ludwig, Anna and Louis could only hang their heads with heavy expressions. Chapter 609, deep underground, like an intertwined burrow. In a space that should actually be called a tunnel, a faint, dim light flickered. The deep underground tunnels were filled with the stench of rotting corpses and strange idols. Somewhere deep within the tunnels, at the deepest point, a woman sat in the center of the cavity. People surrounding her, lying on the ground, were listening intently to her story. Do you remember the day the sky opened up? I saw that spectacle with my own eyes. Do you know what my first word was at that time? Wow. Hard to believe, but it's true. It might seem wrong to say such a thing after seeing that, but honestly, it was amazing. When you see rain made of light falling from the sky, even if it falls on your head, you can't help but admire it. It was so overwhelming, and it was such a despairing sight. Judgment, I suppose. Yes, it was judgment. The judgment of light falling upon sinners. The judgment of heaven falling upon sinners who failed to recognize the prophet, tortured and threatened him, and tried to kill him. Lightning struck the ground, and warp gates that once benefited people must now be removed from the world. I saw the Demon King for the first time that day. He looked so sad, so very sad. His eyes seemed to have given up on everything. No one believed in him, and he had failed in everything. Yet the Demon King spoke. He desperately told us how to deal with the upcoming events and how to resolve these issues with less bloodshed. The demonic seed was struggling to survive, threatening that various events would occur if it wasn't released. Everyone had no choice but to think that way. I also thought so at the time. However, the Demon King's words were true. We had to pay a heavy price for our sin of not recognizing the prophet. I was one of those sinners. Although many people inevitably died, how many could have survived because of the words the Demon King spoke? As countless as the dead were, so too were the survivors. People don't know the Demon King's kindness. They don't even try to know. Those who know the Demon King's kindness don't tell others. They don't even think about it. Isn't it strange? Good children should receive rewards, and bad children should be punished. Why did the kindest child in the world have to become the child who committed the worst act and be known as the worst child in the world? It's strange. It's wrong. That's what it is. The world is like that, so good people can't receive rewards, and bad people take everything. I know that there's such a saying because of that. Even though it's not true, let's believe it that way. We should live kindly, thinking that the gods might pity us and give us something. Even if we can't enjoy glory while living, we might enjoy it after death. That's why there's a saying that we should live kindly. It's all a bunch of lies. You all know it. If the good deeds we accomplish while alive aren't rewarded, then they simply aren't rewarded. If the good deeds we try to do while alive turn into bad deeds, then the world is just wrong. The Demon King's minions had been the ones who caused the gate incident, so perhaps the Demon King had been in the wrong. But could it truly have been said that the fault lay solely with the Demon King? If only they had trusted the Demon King. If those with power and authority had listened to the Demon King's words, even just a little, none of this would have happened. But no one knew that. This couldn't be right, to place all blame and punishment on a single person, to keep it hushed among themselves. Someone had been a hero. Someone had been an emperor. Someone had claimed to be a holy knight commander. A pope, they had said. They had claimed it was all for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the people, but they shouldn't have been swaggering around. All sinners themselves, placing all the blame on them, saying they were the ones people should hate. Because if people started receiving hate as well, the world might collapse, forcing the Demon King to bear all the burden for such a petty reason. That was too unfair, too infuriating, sad, and disgusting. The reason I had been saving all of you until now was that I thought there might be at least one thing we had in common. The Demon King had done no wrong. The Demon King had been right. The world had been wrong. We had been wrong, too. You who believed in the demon god had been wrong. I, who had realized too late that the Demon King was a prophet and started to believe in him, had also been wrong. But did wrong people get born in a wrong world? Or did they become wrong because they lived in a wrong world? I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing: mistakes must be corrected. That's why I had been educating you so well up until now. I was sorry for getting a little rough at first, but after you started listening to me, I didn't hit you or stick needles under your nails. I have been tolerant of you believing in the demon god disguised as the hero religion. Of course, it had been because the demon god cult, which believed in the demon king, had been better than the hero religion. Anyway, the veil that had hidden the truth had been covering reality for far too long. The days when sinners had walked the world pretending not to be sinners had been far too long. That saying, that truth was worthless before reality, that there were things that should be buried, that there were sins that should be overlooked. That reality was harsh, so there were truths to be buried, people to be sacrificed, and people and groups who should avoid responsibility. I had heard it so much that my ears hurt. So, I didn't want to hear such ear-piercing words anymore. The empire and the holy orders, which had lost their legitimacy long ago, no longer existed for humanity's sake. They were all just excuses, and they were just monsters existing for their own sake. Those words telling us to stay still, to be patient just a little longer, to think about it after all this past. I wouldn't believe them anymore. The world would remain as it was. It wouldn't change. The words telling us to endure would continue forever. In that case, I would change it now. Changing it seemed better. Rowan, with cold, determined eyes, spoke to those who had prostrated themselves. Stand up. The prostrated ones rose to their feet. Let's show them the real reality. To the group that had turned a blind eye to countless sins, lied, and deceived people. Let's show those who endured in silence just how sick the world has become. When chaos of an uncontrollable scale breaks out, the moment they paid for the sins they had committed thus far. I want to see the expressions on their faces. I think it's time to sprout the seeds of division that have been buried under the pretense of a petty cause, under the pretense that humanity must now unite. Rowan knew that if killing the heretics only made them grow like weeds, it was better to grow trees. Rowan did not hunt the heretics. She couldn't help but know from the start that the heretics in the refugee camp were not the culprits of the bone theft incident. They couldn't have done something she hadn't ordered. That's why she easily reached the other masterminds behind the Empire. Rowan raised the heretics as trees and had their masters in her grasp. Obedient slaves, who could no longer think of anything but submission after enduring torture and pain for a long time, were the masters of those trees. So now you don't need to live as heretics anymore. It must be the will of the gods. I believe so. Therefore, she did not believe in heresy, yet she was the master of all heretics. I knew where Rowan was. It's just that the range was too wide. I would soon find out who Rowan had captured. However, most people in the refugee camp didn't have proper identities. The high priests issued orders, and Rowan carried them out. But the high priests didn't know about the extensive heretic forces in the refugee camp and their individual leaders in detail. They left it to Rowan, thinking she would handle it. But now that the information had become important, they had to find it. It was not a time-consuming task. At most, 2 days, and at the longest, 4 days. That should have been enough time to find out where Rowan was, but time was never given as needed. Destruction was sudden. Just as the world had come to this after the sky suddenly opened, the gates suddenly opened, and the situation turned like this. The reason for destruction was insignificant. A few misunderstandings and overlapping incidents led to destruction. The trigger was often not that remarkable. Kill them. I was watching a building in the refugee camp burn. Many people trampled on the fallen corpses, throwing them into the fire. It was a common sight. Murders frequently occurred in refugee camps. But this time, the direction was different. The refugees killed the guards. They stole the guards' spears and stabbed their corpses. The burning building was not a shanty in the refugee camp. The guard headquarters was on fire. In the falling snow, I watched the refugees, filled with revenge and madness, set fire to the guard headquarters. Revenge for the persecution and oppression they had suffered so far was unfolding. It took only a small act of violence to unleash a torrent of hatred. The guards were also mere humans. The moment they realized that their violence wasn't absolute, the collapse of this flow was inevitable. A large-scale riot broke out in the refugee camp of the imperial capital. They killed the guards and set fire to the guard headquarters. The beginning was easy, and the moment it began, the initiator themselves could not have controlled the enormous flow of vengeance. Your Majesty, we must suppress this. The Emperor listened with a stern expression. In the refugee camp district, massive riots had erupted, killing guards and setting fire to the guard station. At first, it was a minor incident, but whoever had initiated it knew that once the hatred towards the guards exploded, it would continue on its own. The number of guards in the refugee camp was minuscule compared to the entire population. They were somehow controlling the refugees, but once that failed, the people would no longer tolerate it. It didn't matter who started it. Everyone had turned their backs on the guards. All they needed was an opportunity. By turning their backs on the guards, they were also turning their backs on the Empire. If left unchecked, the refugee camp would become a lawless zone, and the boiling hatred wouldn't end with attacking and killing the guards and burning down their headquarters. What if that anger turned towards the imperial palace? What would they do then? The Empire had long been a sandcastle on the verge of collapse. The gunpowder was ready, and no matter what the fuse was, it was waiting for a moment to ignite and explode. As long as they could not feed the refugees, as long as they could not alleviate their cold and hunger, as long as they could not provide even the most basic safety and comfort, it was just a matter of time before it happened. The problem was always the gunpowder, not the fuse. But the Empire could not collapse. It must not. Not yet. It absolutely could not. Very well. The people had been oppressed by the fear of the guards. The riot erupted only when hatred crossed the threshold of fear. They could not provide bread, because there was none. They could not provide everything the starving, angry mob needed. There was only one thing the empire could give them: fear. Deploy the army and the knights, execute everyone involved in this situation. The only thing that could suppress hatred and rage. Fear and the violence that evoked fear. Regrettably, the empire was not wealthy, but it was strong, stronger than ever. Could a country that did not protect its citizens, but rather killed them, truly be called a country? Of course, it could have existed. As long as a country had the violence to sustain itself, it could have continued to exist, regardless of its legitimacy. Massive riots had broken out in the imperial refugee camp. Guards had been killed, and the guard station had burned down. The guards had retreated en masse to the imperial city. For a moment, the refugee camp had become lawless, but that violence had not solved everything. The angry mob had needed to redirect their rage somewhere and had had no choice but to find a scapegoat. But that had been temporary. Bloodshed had ensued. The Empire had deployed a large army and holy knights, destroying any place that had shown even the slightest sign of violence. The Holy Knights, composed of superhumans, could single-handedly massacre hundreds of people without mercy. Furthermore, when the monster-slaying task force was deployed to suppress the riots, the uprising was quelled in no time. The swords and spears that killed monsters were even more effective against humans. Violence born from rage had no choice but to cower before the relentless brutality that was almost impossible to resist. The riot was brief. Thousands of guards were killed. But within just a few days, hundreds of thousands of refugees were slaughtered. The empire had trampled on the burgeoning frustration, asserting that violence belonged solely to the state. Fear subdued and repressed everything. But ultimately, all legitimacy vanished. Everyone knew that it was a lie that the empire existed for humanity. The brief riot returned as a massive massacre, and the raging mobs were forced to hold their breath, overwhelmed by fear. While the empire couldn't support the refugees, they could kill them all within days. Overturning the empire through riots was impossible. The truth hardly mattered. People still hated the Demon King. Only one thing had changed. People hated the empire as well. What was the difference between the Demon King and the empire? Although people held their breath, they began to whisper to each other in hushed tones. Chapter 610. Only a few days had passed. In just a few days, too many things had happened. A sudden uprising, a sudden massacre. The fate of the empire has been sealed, Louise said quietly, sitting on the terrace with Heinrich. Sealed, you say? Do you think a nation that is shunned by its people can survive? The empire is strong. Is it not possible? It could survive, but only until its legitimacy loses meaning. Louise gazed at the thickly accumulating snow. Legitimacy, you mean? At Heinrich's question, Louise nodded. You too must think that the Empire's current actions are unavoidable. Heinrich's eyes widened at Louise's words. If the Empire collapsed now, everything would be over. That's why he thought that if the actions of the Empire, the riots of the refugees, led to the overthrow of the Empire, it could lead to the destruction of humanity itself. Cruel and horrifying as it was true that he thought it was an inevitable event. That's legitimacy. It makes the actions acceptable, whether it's war, resurrecting the corpses of the dead, or massacres. The Gate Incident. Right now, the Empire has an absolute and perfect reason called the Gate Incident. That's why the Empire can do anything to survive. Even a wicked act like resurrecting the corpses of the dead to create an army was acceptable because there was the reason of ending the Gate Incident. No matter how cruel, how brutal, one absolute reason justifies everything. This is no different. The Empire was able to thrust its sword at the people because it had the reason to end the Gate Incident, which triggered this unrest amid people's justified fear and anxiety. What would have happened in normal times? Creating an army with the corpses of the dead. It would have been a scandal across the entire continent. The empire would have been torn apart at that moment. Even I wouldn't have accepted the empire as the ruler of the continent if it had been a normal time. Not just refusing to accept it, but taking the opportunity to destroy the empire. Massacring people because of the uprising. It could have been done, but there would have been a price to pay. The Empire is staking too much on the absolute legitimacy of the ending the Gate Incident. It's deferring all the consequences to the future. Someday, this price must be paid. When the Gate Incident ends, all legitimacy will vanish. The people may still be powerless, but they will hate and resent the Empire. At Louise's words, Heinrich shook his head as if he didn't understand. Just because people hate the empire, is it possible for the empire to fall? No, it's not the people who bring down the empire. Legitimacy is not for the weak. Then what is it? Legitimacy is a justification for those who hold power, those who have strength. Legitimacy is meant to be exploited in the first place. Legitimacy is not prepared for the insignificant. When the gate incident is over, another legitimacy will emerge. Another legitimacy. The legitimacy that says the empire must disappear. Heinrich's eyes widened at those words. A nation that creates an army using the dead, commits countless civilian massacres, and is even incapable of supporting its own people. And now, people hated and despised the empire. It means that eventually, someone else will take the place of the Guardia's royal family. No matter who sits in that position, people won't miss the empire. There's already too much hatred and anger built up. The hatred and anger people felt towards the empire became justification. However, the masses couldn't topple the empire. Someone with power, someone who possessed it. When that person used the justification to swallow the empire, people would support the new empire that replaced it. Justification was both the reason and the basis. The basis that people wouldn't resist the new power when it appeared. As long as the empire was despised, people wouldn't resist anyone who took the empire's place. I used to imagine the empire crumbling quite often. Louise gazed quietly at the scenery. It had been the long-held dream of the Schwarz royal family to overcome the inferiority they felt towards the empire and become its master. But now that the empire was truly on the verge of collapse, Louise von Schwarz found the situation not as satisfying as she had thought. The empire was accumulating debts. Someday it would have to pay the price. Interesting, Louise exhaled. Regardless of who it is, if they're hated, then maybe anyone can sit in that position. What do you mean? Let's say people hate the Guardia's royal family. They already do. Yes. Wouldn't it be the same if the Demon King sat in that position? Yes. At Heinrich's dumbfounded response, Louise chuckled. Rather, since they haven't experienced the Demon King, they might think it's slightly better than the already worst empire. The empire was showing nothing but the worst of the worst. They hated the empire and the Demon King. However, they hadn't experienced the Demon King yet. So they might think it's a little different from the empire, that it couldn't be worse than what they already deemed the worst. Whether it's someone who receives everyone's support or another worst-case scenario in an already worst-case situation, there's no reason to refuse either. If it's the best and the worst, people would reject and refuse the worst and want the best. But if it's the worst and the lesser evil, people would want the lesser evil. The empire was the worst. It was heading towards the worst, so it didn't matter who sat there. It didn't matter who took it away, if they had the power to do so. Now I think I understand why I was able to enter the temple. With that, Louise took a sip of the cold, stale black tea. The emperor is digging his own grave, digging a grave. Not unknowingly, but knowingly. Is it not ready yet? Yes, we need a little more time. Elaine Bolton couldn't hide his impatience as he watched the numerous priests wrestling with documents in the Holy Knight Order's headquarters. All the priests who could decipher the code had been mobilized, but the progress had been painfully slow for an extended period. Elaine Bolton, unable to bear the sight of the busy scene, stepped out onto the terrace. Outside the tall temple of the Holy Knight Order, the snowy landscape still stretched out. The excessive snowfall had long since become a serious problem for the refugee camp. The snow was falling too heavily. However, the bigger problem at hand was what was happening among the people. The situation in the refugee camp had reached an extreme, and the Empire's response was equally extreme. Naturally, he instinctively knew that this situation had something to do with Rowan. This was only the beginning. Instead of collapsing on its own, the Empire chose to cut its own flesh. There was no guarantee that the next thing to be cut would be flesh. Next time, they might have to cut bone or sacrifice something else. Rowan needed to be found. The fact that Rowan controlled the heretics scattered throughout the refugee camp meant that, in essence, the camp belonged to Rowan. Desperate and exhausted people left with nothing but evil and hatred might resort to even more extreme actions. The riot had been quelled with violence, but the next riot would be on an even larger scale. What difference would it make even if we found her? What had happened couldn't be undone. Just as the gate incident couldn't be reversed, neither could the refugee camp riot and the Empire's massacre. Even if Rowan was found and the heretics eliminated, The chaos had already begun. Finding the arsonist wouldn't change the fact that the fire had grown too big to control. The arsonist and the fire had become completely separate issues. While they could prevent Rowan from starting fires elsewhere, the fire that had already grown would spread embers on its own. The only saving grace was that the much-needed Demon King had made contact. Although it was bitterly miserable and infuriating that the popes had recklessly handed over the holy knights and the 5 great churches, what was needed most at the moment was the Demon King. Rowan was a follower of the Demon King. Therefore, it was certain that she would absolutely obey the Demon King's words. Just one word from the Demon King. If they could relay a single message to Rowan telling her to stop her self-destructive actions, they could slow down the flow of madness. However, they still needed to find Rowan. They couldn't publicly announce that the Demon King had appeared in the imperial capital to search for Rowan. That would be like causing a landslide to put out a fire. Everything had to be done in secret, silently and covertly. If they could inform Rowan that the Demon King had made contact and that the Holy Knights and the 5 great churches had already sided with the Demon King, they could control the chaos. Rowan had to be dealt with. Elaine Bolton felt dizzy at the thought of the repercussions his decision had brought upon them. He didn't know what the Empire was doing, but it was clear that they were involved in something dangerous and ominous. Rowan, who hated the Empire, would undoubtedly cause trouble if she found out. However, in the end, Elaine Bolton had fallen into a paradox where he had caused even more dangerous problems in order to stop the dangerous ones. The Demon King was waiting for information from the Holy Knights and was busy searching for Rowan in his own way. But ultimately, the crucial information was inside the Holy Knights. If they deciphered the encrypted documents, they could learn about the heretic's power and possibly locate Rowan. However, that task, the large volume of information about Rowan that had been collected over time, made proper analysis impossible. It had been several days already. Nevertheless, there was time before the next chaos, as the chaos had already occurred once. Even if they deciphered the encrypted document and extracted the information, it was natural for Rowan to know about the data she had left behind. So there were countless ways to render this information worthless. Just one word would suffice. The Demon King, whom you so greatly admire and follow, has already come to us. If only that one word could be delivered, everything would be resolved. But it was an impossible situation. The Demon King's approach. Only the Holy Knight Commander and the popes of the 5 major religions knew about it. As the gate incident ultimately occurred because of unresolved misunderstandings and lies, was Rowan now trying to turn the imperial capital into a sea of flames, not even knowing that what she had so desperately wished for had already come true. Elaine Bolton watched as numerous priests rummaged through documents. Some heretical inquisitors should have been spared. If so, it would not have taken so long. But it was pointless to regret it now. If only the Holy Knight Commander hadn't been overly cautious about his excessive authority, intentionally not informing himself of what he should know, then this would not have happened. The checks and balances of the popes and Elaine Bolton's excessive vigilance had ruined everything. Elaine Bolton glanced at the encrypted documents. Having never served as a heretical inquisitor, Elaine Bolton could neither read nor had any need to read such encrypted documents. Therefore, all the priests in the analysis room had either served as heretical inquisitors or were involved in related tasks. To be precise, since Rowan held the position overseeing all heretical inquisitors, they had all been her subordinates. However, since most of Rowan's direct subordinates who knew the core of this incident had died, the work progress was inevitably slow. But really, was that truly the case? Elaine Bolton looked at the priests in the analysis room, suddenly struck by a thought. They turned pages, wrote something, and did something. They were doing something. Elaine Bolton quietly observed their actions. They seemed to be doing something, but the movement of their eyes, the gesture of turning the pages, an indescribable, strange feeling came from that. It seemed like they were doing something, but not really trying to accomplish anything. He felt such an odd sensation. Elaine Bolton finally covered his face with both hands and let out a deep sigh. Damn it! How foolish. He had been overly naive. These people couldn't possibly be unrelated to Rowan. And yet, why on earth? Why did he believe that they would carry out his orders properly, that the Holy Knights would act according to the commander's orders? Why did he take that for granted? Could one find a needle in a sandy beach? Unless one had an incredible amount of time, it would be difficult. And now, not even knowing how much time was left, they were experiencing the feeling of their blood drying up in real time. This catastrophe, clearly related to Rowan, was heading towards some abyss. I debated whether or not to use the trump card of revealing the Demon King's appearance in the imperial capital dozens of times a day. An accident had occurred, and a certain flow had begun. It couldn't be stopped. However, shouting at the top of my lungs for Rowan to come out on the main street wouldn't help me find her, so I had no choice but to wait for information from the Holy Knights. It was the same for Bertus. Bertus had informed me what he had been doing and what he could do so far, but in the end, Bertus couldn't do anything other than block this catastrophe through the method of massacre. If the situation became more extreme, Bertus might choose to sweep away the entire refugee camp. Hundreds of thousands had already died in an instant. The Empire, capable of controlling a masterclass security force, could make such a thing happen. If the situation became even stranger, it would not be hundreds of thousands, but millions who would be massacred. It would be death not by disaster or starvation, but by massacre. I couldn't let that happen, but there was little I could do. All I could do was gather more information, even if only a little, and reach Rowan a little faster. I had to find a needle in a sandy beach. I had to find it quickly, only by telling that demon-loving fellow that, since I had arrived, she should shut her mouth and watch would this madness stop. Al's cathedral was too conspicuous a place, and it was also dangerous to meet the popes directly, so I had them send a contact person to the designated meeting place. The location was the sewer beneath Bronze Gate Tower, the place where the Rotary Club had been. As I headed towards the meeting place, someone who seemed to be a contact person was waiting for me in the corner of the sewer. A woman wearing a tattered robe smiled brightly at me. Her smile was a bit odd. How should I put it? It seemed overly delighted, a smile that didn't match the current situation. Your Majesty, the Demon King, and an overly familiar address. I couldn't tell what had happened in this situation. Anyway, but I naturally realized finding a needle in a sandy beach was impossible. But it seems like you're Rowan. Was it possible for the needle to come to me? Chapter 611. For some reason I couldn't fathom, Rowan was waiting for me in person. What was going on? Had the popes deceived me? Was there a reason for them to do so? In a situation where the answer was uncertain, Rowan knelt before me. It is an immense honor to see you again, Your Majesty the Demon King. That gesture signified complete submission. Why are you here? I clearly remember searching for you, but I don't recall telling you to come here. We're meeting for the first time, aren't we? I know everything that happens within the 5 great religions. Ah, so that's what it was. The imperial capital had its own unique environment. Whether it was the 5 great religions of the imperial capital, or the holy knights within the imperial capital. At some point, it had ceased to belong to the commander or the popes. Elaine Bolton didn't know, the popes didn't know, Bertus didn't know, and I hadn't known either. From the beginning, I should have met you, not the popes, to absorb the 5 great religions. It seems that way. I had just met the right person to hand over the 5 great religions to me. Those who share my intentions are all prepared to support you, Your Majesty. Despite knowing there were many factions within the order that supported me, including the popes and the commander of the Holy Knights, they were unaware that these factions had been sidelined for a long time after unifying. The elite directly under the Holy Knights commander, who tried to suppress Rowan, wouldn't belong to Rowan. But that was all. The number of people the commander could control by his own will was limited. The remaining Holy Knights who followed the commander were stationed at the Allied forces base. The factions of the imperial capital were not the popes, but Rowans. So now, the Holy Knights hadn't returned to their base, but were actually in enemy territory. Rowan was able to handle not only the hero religion and the demon god cult, but also the 5 great religions within the imperial capital. It's an irresistible offer, I admit. But why should I join hands with you, who clearly don't seem to be in your right mind? It was evident from the conversation that Rowan wasn't a normal person. Do you think the popes are sane? They might not be, but they seem better than you. No matter how sweet the promised fruits were, I couldn't help but be hesitant. I had only come to stop the madness. Rowan cautiously looked up at me. It was a gaze that was difficult to endure. It was a gaze that dared to look at me, feeling embarrassed even to do so, yet wanting to make eye contact and converse with me. That intention was clearly visible, an awe that made my insides churn. It was already uncomfortable knowing it was directed at me. Which is crazier? Someone who uses heretics to incite a riot, or someone who plans to kill all heretics? Both are insane, but I don't know which is more so. However, Rowan's words were more shocking than his gaze. What? The former was Rowan. Then who was the latter? Didn't the popes tell you? What are you talking about? Didn't they mention the heretic purification? Heretic purification. The chilling phrase made me feel as if my entire body was freezing. You don't really think that the five popes only intended to observe after figuring out the scale of the heretics, do you? Yes, that's what had been said. Now was a time when heretics could not be killed indiscriminately. That statement ultimately implied that, when the time came when they could be killed indiscriminately, they would be killed without hesitation. And through Rowan, they had been assessing the scale and leaders of the heretics. They had initially attempted to control them because extermination was impossible. And after all these events, they would have tried to eliminate them completely. Why try to put wine that's not even as good as vinegar into an old leather wineskin when they say new wine should be put into new wineskins? Rowan had almost been forced to perform penance. And now Rowan was talking to me about penance. Don't tell me you did all this to save the heretics. I wish for the Empire's downfall, and for the Demon King to become the ruler of the new era. Saving millions of heretics is just a byproduct of the Demon King's reign. Rowan smiled with a peculiar expression. It was a very awkward and bizarre smile. And no matter how skilled I am at killing and torturing people, it's sad when more than 10 million people die, isn't it? Such things shouldn't happen. The heretic inquisitor said that a heretic's life was still a life. It had an extremely unpleasant resonance, like a serial killer talking about the dignity of life. And that unpleasantness came from the fact that Rowan's words were not wrong. There was nothing more disgusting than a wrong being saying the right thing. Did the popes really try to kill all the heretics, and they thought the order would be safe after doing that? Do you think it's impossible? What? Isn't it a good thing for the empire if the number of refugees, who are not even worth as much as maggots, decreases? I couldn't help but widen my eyes at the chilling possibility. Do you think it's impossible to blame the incident in the basement of the Holy Knights for the heretics' actions and kill them? It's a matter of whether they can handle it or not. If they want to, they can obviously do it, you know. The incident at the Holy Knights was my doing. But did the popes try to frame the heretics for it instead of finding the culprit? Could it be that the policy was set up that way from the beginning? They ordered me to investigate in that direction. The popes wanted to control the heretics. That's why they used Rowan. That's why the bizarre structure of the five great religions being the mastermind behind the heretics was established. But in the end, the popes were only controlling the heretics because they couldn't kill them, and they would have pushed them all away whenever they could. The popes wanted to make this incident a heretic crime, regardless of the truth. But Rowan knew almost everything about the heretics in the refugee camp. Even if they captured and tortured the unidentified heretics, they would have known they weren't the culprits. They could have made them fake culprits, but they could never become the real culprits. And then she tried to approach the Empire as the culprit. There, Elaine Bolton ordered her to stop the investigation, but Rowan didn't listen. It was clear that the popes were preparing to kill all the heretics someday. Of course, it wouldn't happen immediately. The popes had hidden their intentions from me. Of course, they knew I would react sensitively to words like purifying heretics. They were opportunists who swallowed the sweet and spat out the bitter. Their attachment to me was probably because the public opinion within the church was flowing in favor of supporting me. Had Rowan gone mad, or had the popes gone mad? Perhaps both were mad. But now it was clear whose hand I should take. The atmosphere in the capital was ominous and chaotic, due to the recent riot and the massacre by the guards. Smoke from burning corpses billowed everywhere, and the guards patrolling the refugee camp were not the usual ones. Silent guards wearing helmets that hid their faces filled the streets, walking wordlessly. In this atmosphere of hatred and rage towards the guards, no one dared to lay a hand on the solitary guards. Everyone had seen that these silent watchers were a different caliber from ordinary guards. These strange beings, who seemed human but not quite, roamed the refugee camp. They used extreme measures at the slightest hint of violence. It seemed as if unresponsive machines were patrolling the streets, reacting to neither words nor cries. The guards now controlling the refugee camp gave no words and no warnings. They slowly walked the streets, meting out summary executions at the first sign of unrest before disappearing leisurely. People felt extreme terror at their inhuman appearance. Days passed like this. The four pursuing Rowan's death remained in the temple amidst the ominous atmosphere. Each needed time to process the shocking truth they had discovered. Ludwig gained hope that he might regain his arm through the Chimera procedure, but he also knew that it could threaten his life, so he agonized over the decision every day. The sudden chaos in the capital forced them to spend days of silence within the temple, but they couldn't do so forever. Ellen called Heinrich, Louise, and Ludwig together. I think we need to decide what to do now. Ultimately, the fundamental problem remained unsolved. Who killed Rowan? The Emperor said that Rowan's death was not the work of the Empire. The possibility of Bertus lying about that is low. There was no reason to hide it if the Empire killed Rowan, especially after showing us the laboratory. That's true. Louise nodded in agreement with Ellen's words. They were shown a secret even bigger and more important than Rowan's death. Strictly speaking, the death of one priestess was trivial compared to what was happening in that laboratory. If they had killed Rowan, they would have said it was unavoidable. Since there was no reason to lie, logically speaking, it was highly likely that the Empire did not kill Rowan. Detamorian had said that they would know when they found Asher, but all they found out was that Rowan's death was not related to the Empire. However, that didn't change the fact that they had learned something. They could rule out one of the most likely factions. It's likely that Rowan's approach to Ludwig from the beginning was to investigate the temple. Yes, that seems right. Then the Empire would have a reason to kill Rowan, as she discovered something she shouldn't have. But the Empire claims no involvement, and there's no reason for them to lie based on the circumstances. The bandits' attack was never the case to begin with. The faction that had reason to kill Rowan was the Empire, but the Empire hadn't killed her. Therefore, the situation itself was trapped in a maze. Could it have been the heretics who killed her? Heinrich raised the question. Rowan was initially an inquisitor, so if the heretics knew of her existence, she would have undoubtedly been a target they would want dead. It's entirely possible that she wasn't killed while investigating, but was retaliated against for her accumulated deeds. Ellen affirmed Heinrich's statement, as if unable to deny the possibility. But even so, the refugee camp is an understatement for danger. A large-scale riot had taken place, and the area had been subdued through a massacre. As a result, the refugee camp was not a place anyone would want to enter. Massacre. It was like a bolt from the blue. Moreover, everyone present knew that the army being created to end the gate incident was deployed to kill people. Nobody was unaware that too much was being justified under the pretext of the gate incident. But even if it wasn't dangerous, it wouldn't be any different. If the heretics were the ones who killed Rowan, they still wouldn't know where they were. By the way, initially, there was the incident at the Holy Knight's tomb. Ludwig, who had been silent, finally spoke. Was that the Empire's doing? Yeah. Only then did everyone realize that they had not been considering the most immediate matter amidst the shocking truths. Chapter 612. It seems that the corpses there had come back to life as undead and escaped. That was our conclusion, remember. But what the Empire does is, they take the corpses and revive them in that enormous vat. Right. So, the incident that took place there initially had nothing to do with the Empire. At least that's what I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause confusion, but that's what it seems like. No, you're right. As Ludwig trailed off, Ellen firmly shook her head. We don't need to ask Bertus to know. It's definitely a different case. And the Empire has no reason to rob the tomb of the Holy Knights. Robbing the tomb of the saints. Swapping the corpses at the National Cemetery. They were two separate incidents. The methods were vastly different, and the Empire had no reason to meddle with the tomb of the Holy Knights in the first place. So, Rowan had been mistakenly targeting the wrong culprit and conducting the investigation. But they were only trapped in another maze. They had believed everything was the Empire's doing. But the Empire neither killed Rowan nor had anything to do with the theft of the Holy Knight's underground tomb. So, Rowan had approached Ludwig to pursue the wrong culprit. Of course, the scene looked enough like the Empire's doing, with similar incidents occurring. But strictly speaking, they were different cases. Then who were the ones responsible for the incident in the underground tomb? Were they the ones who killed Rowan? Now, I really don't know what's what. I just can't figure it out. Heinrich started pulling his hair in frustration. You don't need to worry about this anymore. It's not our responsibility to reveal the truth. Those were Ellen's words. I want to find out why Archbishop Rowan approached Ludwig and if she had any intention to kill me. But we've made some things clear. Rowan approached Ludwig, and her reason was probably to investigate the temple. Not all the mysteries were solved, but they could let go of the case with the questions they had answered. As they learned that Rowan was involved in many bad things, her death didn't seem unjust. She had done plenty of things that warranted death. Karma, perhaps. If someone had taken revenge on Rowan, it would have been a deserving fate for her. Ludwig muttered weakly. Yeah, we don't need to know everything. The truth they already knew and had discovered was overwhelming enough. It was difficult enough to endure what was already happening. Silencing and overlooking wrongdoings because of reality was painful enough. Digging deeper into Rowan's case, which was now completely lost in the maze, didn't seem possible. But before we give up completely, there's one last place with potential. Although Ellen said letting go of the case was okay, she looked at everyone and spoke as if it was truly the last chance. The commander of the Holy Knights told me. If the popes try to hide something from him, he wouldn't know. Right. And it's true that the commander of the Holy Knights was hiding something from me. Ellen said calmly. We must find out what they were hiding. And even if it wasn't that, the Holy Knights were investigating the matter internally. If they had discovered anything, they might be able to share the information. If we couldn't get anything from there, we would end it here. The last ones they had to visit, once more to the commander of the Holy Knights, and to the popes of the 5 great religions. They couldn't know if the truth they held was unrelated to the murder of Rowan. However, if they couldn't obtain anything from there, it was time to dust off their hands. The case could be considered trapped in a maze. The Empire, a powerful suspect faction, hadn't committed the act. The only other possibility was the heretics. However, identifying the culprit among the heretics had become nearly impossible. Therefore, Ellen decided to visit the Holy Knights one last time, but it was a sensitive issue. Commander, you don't have to help me anymore. You might get into trouble. That's why Ellen told Louise that she didn't have to get involved any further. What's the point of that now? I'm going too. Having already learned too much that they shouldn't know, Louise felt that she had to see it through to the end. Could the secret of the Holy Knights be greater than the secrets held by the Empire? Once again, the 4 of them left the temple. They reached the Cathedral of the Holy Knights after walking endlessly on the imperial capital where the magical train had stopped. The commander is not here. With such a simple statement, the knights guarding the entrance blocked Ellen's path. Then I'll wait inside until he returns. He won't be back soon, as he's expected to be away for quite some time. Ellen stared at the knights guarding the entrance. Their attitude seemed strange somehow. They had blocked their way when they tried to enter the burned church. At that time, they seemed genuinely troubled. But now, something was off. Did he return to the Allied forces base? Yes. It was a lie. There was no way Elaine Bolton would have returned to the Allied forces base without properly resolving the incident that had occurred on the Imperial capital. Knowing that he wouldn't return without a proper understanding of the situation in the Imperial capital, the gatekeeper was lying. But why tell such a blatant lie? And then, Ellen looked around, not at the knight blocking her path, but at the surroundings. The knights guarding the entrance were all watching Ellen and her companions. Ellen approached the knight with a single stride. As Ellen approached, he stepped back. It was a slightly different look from before. Why are you trembling? Despite wearing armor, the corners of his eyes, his face, and his fingertips trembled faintly. It was the look of someone consumed by fear. But why? We don't have to meet him right away. We just need to go inside. If the commander isn't there, we can meet someone else. The moment Ellen tried to pass by. You cannot enter. The terrified knight blocked Ellen's path with his body. They didn't know what had happened, but one thing was clear. The absence of the commander wasn't important. Preventing Ellen from entering was what mattered. Get out of my way. I cannot. Ellen could vividly feel the extreme tension, not only from the knight before her eyes, but also from the other knights. As the atmosphere gradually grew more ominous, the expressions of the other 3 waiting for Ellen to finish her conversation began to harden. It seems I've come to the right place. Looking at the frightened knight, Ellen shook her head. It seems you want to see if I can break through with force. If you want to know, try blocking me again. Ellen took another step toward the entrance of the cathedral. This time the gatekeepers could not stop Ellen. Ellen entered the cathedral. The knights who failed to stop Ellen stared at her retreating figure with hardened expressions. Something strange. However, a very peculiar sight unfolded in the cathedral. She had entered with the thought that something was definitely there. Why are there no people? Just a few days ago, there were many knights and priests roaming around. But now, not a single person was passing by, and silence lingered. In an excessively vast space with no sounds, it was natural to feel an overwhelming sense of incongruity. Everyone felt such a sense of incongruity. Something must have happened. Let's go up. The nearly empty cathedral of the Holy Knights. To confirm the absence of the commander of the Holy Knights, Ellen led her companions up the stairs. Her heart was pounding with an odd rhythm. What was happening? Or rather, what had happened? The cathedral was empty, as if someone had deliberately driven everyone away. Ellen, who had been climbing to the upper floor where the commander's office was located, couldn't even reach it. Thud, thud, thump. That was because a chilling sound of flesh being torn started to reach her ears. What is that? The sound of something sharp tearing and cutting flesh. Bang, bang, the sound of something hitting the wall. Ellen, who had a much more sensitive sense than ordinary people, could hear it, as could the others. The overly quiet space made the sounds echo even more vividly. Ellen immediately ran to where the sounds were coming from. Near the commander's office, the conference room, the sounds were coming from there. Crash. Ellen kicked open the closed door of the conference room without hesitation, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes at the scene unfolding before her. Someone was killing people. Ellen looked at the blood splattered in the conference room and the dead bodies. Their flesh was so terribly torn and cut that they were unrecognizable, scattered messily. The massive conference room had become a sea of blood. The person, only seen from behind, slowly turned their head. I told everyone not to come this way. The person who turned around looked at Ellen and twisted their lips into a sinister smile. I guess there was no stopping you. What? What is this? As Ellen mumbled in shock, the others arrived as well. Ah! Ludwig couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the massacre and the person who seemed to be responsible. Your Grace. Ah, Ludwig. Holding a small knife in a reverse grip, she wiped her nose with the back of her hand. As she tried to wipe the blood off her face, it only smeared further, creating a grotesque sight. I see. Ludwig doesn't understand anything. Her expression conveyed a sense of overwhelming guilt. However, the innocent look of remorse only appeared more eerie against her blood-stained body. Your Holiness, how can you be? Ludwig's reaction made it clear who the woman before him was. Archbishop Rowan was alive. The priestess, who was believed to be dead, was committing a massacre in the top-floor conference room of the Holy Knights Order, and the knights blocking the entrance, the empty cathedral. It was apparent that this wasn't a solo act. There was a conspiracy so massive that it was difficult to fathom. And the dead people. Their mutilated bodies made it impossible to recognize them, but their attire gave them away. Who did you kill? At Ellen's question, Rowan shrugged her shoulders. The popes. There were a total of 5 dead. That alone was enough for Ellen to grasp what had happened. But by any chance, have any of you seen Elaine Bolton? What? He somehow caught wind of it and ran away. The absence of the Holy Knight Commander was not a lie. Except for Ludwig, everyone was seeing Rowan for the first time. Can you just stop interfering and leave if you don't know anything? What? Meddling too much in other people's business is rude, you know. It was impossible to even guess how the situation had started and what had happened. The priestess, believed to be dead, was alive. And for some reason, she had brutally slaughtered the 5 popes. It seemed as if everyone in the cathedral had stepped aside for her. Where did it start? What happened? How did it come to this horrifying spectacle? Should she draw her sword? Ellen's eyes widened, and her fingertips trembled. I don't like that crazy woman either, but for now, I'd appreciate it if you left her alone. Then they couldn't help but turn their gazes to the corridor upon hearing a voice from behind. It's nice to go around causing a ruckus, but can you back off for now? All 4 of them could only gape in shock at the person who had suddenly appeared. Olivia Lands, one of the 3 temple students who had disappeared with the Demon King. Olivia Lands was looking at them. Heinrich, Ludwig, and Louise. They were all aghast, knowing that she should not be here. Let me make this brief. Olivia stared at them with her arms crossed, whether they accepted her presence or not. From now on, the Holy Knights and the 5 great religions are ours. Well, technically, we're only just getting on track. What are you saying? So you should go back knowing that. Olivia was looking directly at Ellen. You're smart. You know that if you make a scene here, things will get complicated, right? Faced with that arrogant and bold threat, Ellen felt like giving up on understanding the situation. Chapter 613, Elaine Bolton was waiting for spatial teleportation at the warp spot. The popes were aware that the Demon King's following was growing, and although Elaine Bolton did not know the details, he could clearly sense the growing atmosphere. However, that was not what was important. The Church's forces in the imperial capital had already been infiltrated by the Demon King's followers, and it was clear that Rowan was the key figure. But the only forces that had fallen were those of the 5 great churches and holy knights in the imperial capital, the Alliance army. While the holy knights and priests that Elaine Bolton had always commanded could potentially support the Demon King, they could not be controlled by Rowan. The bond they had formed through countless battles and shared experiences was not something that could be easily betrayed. Therefore, compared to the holy knights and priests of the Alliance army, the holy knights and priests in the imperial capital were merely a handful. Although a holy knight commander's actual rank might be lower than that of a pope, his authority and power were immense. Rowan had merely managed to get that much control. A Holy Knight commander could stage a coup at any time if they wished, and this still held true. If Elaine Bolton returned to the Alliance army base with a large force of Holy Knights, he had enough military power to completely eradicate the corrupt forces in the imperial capital, and then some. Elaine Bolton was the mastermind behind the insane act of attempting to eliminate the enemy's leader in the midst of enemy territory. It was only possible because the elite holy knights who carried out this order were Elaine Bolton's people, but even they had been killed by Rowan. He had underestimated Rowan's combat ability. It was clear that Rowan had been hiding her true strength. Elaine Bolton intended to return to the Alliance army base after carefully selecting those who could be trained among the remaining individuals and those who had not been caught by Rowan. The priests and holy knights in the imperial capital were already beyond the control of the popes and the holy knight commander. Although it was unclear what could be done, he had to return to the Alliance army base and think it through. Since the place he thought was home had turned out to be enemy territory, he needed to sort out his thoughts in a secure situation. What will happen going forward? I don't know. It was infuriating that the popes had handed over the entire church to the Demon King, especially since they were not the ones who had the authority to make decisions about the church in the first place. Moreover, they had been ordering Rowan's people to track Rowan down. The priests and holy knights in the imperial capital were dangerous. He had to leave. That was why Elaine Bolton was waiting for the mass teleportation magic to return to the Alliance army at the warp spot. Once we return, we'll head straight to the base. There's no guarantee that Rowan's schemes haven't reached there as well. We'll verify that first, then decide how to handle this situation. He had ruined everything. Elaine Bolton felt like biting his tongue at the thought that he had messed everything up. He would return first. Once he returned, then, what would be next? A civil war could break out if anything went wrong. This place was no different from enemy territory. The holy knights and priests of the Alliance army respected the holy knight commander more than the popes. While some supported the Demon King, it was merely out of sympathy, and they genuinely followed Elaine Bolton, who had led them in battle. Therefore, they had no choice but to be on Elaine Bolton's side entirely. Right now, Elaine Bolton was like a commander who had abandoned his army and jumped into enemy territory, as long as he could return as he was. And if he could bring the army with him, control of the situation would be in the hands of Elaine Bolton. He had no intention of usurping the authority of the popes. However, if the authority of the popes became worthless, it was a problem he couldn't ignore. It meant that the Holy Order had completely lost its function as an order. The issue was that the Holy Order had been privatized by a single individual. He would have respected the decision of the leaders to negotiate and coexist with the Demon King. It wasn't an unacceptable reason. But if someone other than the leaders was already controlling the Holy Order, it shouldn't exist in such a way. The popes were incompetent, and so was Elaine Bolton. He thought he was reading the situation, but he was only looking up. The Empire, the Demon King, the Emperor, he only thought about such things and didn't properly examine the changes happening from below. He judged that the movement starting from below might touch on larger issues, But he didn't know that the movements themselves were already a big problem. He didn't know where to start, but he would return. The popes were not only incompetent, but also incapable. However, Elaine Bolton knew that although he was aware of his incompetence, he was not incapable. A huge number of holy knights and priests still followed his command. After returning, he had to somehow deal with the already broken holy order. He would be able to decide what to do next. Upon our return, gather immediately at the headquarters. Yes, Commander. Elaine Bolton felt anxious and uneasy, knowing that his return could become the signal for a massive civil war. Whether to adapt to the situation, what would happen with the collusion with the Demon King, and what would happen with Rowan's situation. Too much was riding on his hands. How long had he waited? Flash. With a flash, the mass teleportation spell was cast. As his vision flickered, Elaine Bolton opened his closed eyes. Damn it! And upon seeing the sight before him, Elaine Bolton had no choice but to realize everything. Having teleported from the warp spot, he should have immediately teleported to the Alliance's warp spot. However, Elaine Bolton had arrived in an unnamed forest, and not a single person of his party was with him. But he was not alone. There were two people in front of him. On a tree stump, the Demon King was sitting. They decided to call it Intercept. Well, you just experienced its function, so you know, right? And next to the Demon King was a girl with braided hair. It's our first meeting. Harriet de St. Owen, called the greatest genius in magic history, was guarding the Demon King's side. From the start, I couldn't even return. Elaine Bolton knew that if he returned, a civil war would break out. There was no way others wouldn't know what the commander of the Holy Knights himself knew. It's really uncomfortable. We agreed to join hands just yesterday, and now we have to face each other like this. Yesterday's enemy was today's friend. Where did that agreement go, when today they had become enemies once more? Going around and around, that was the story. The events that would unfold if Elaine Bolton returned to the Alliance's garrison. He should have been more cautious, but he didn't know that, so such an incident was bound to happen. From the moment Elaine Bolton had disappeared, it was only natural for him to try to return to the garrison. I never intended to kill any of you in the first place. The Demon King spoke calmly. What's the point of changing the popes or the commander of the Holy Knights? It would just give me a headache. I like maintaining the status quo too, you know. Probably even more than you do. Of course, I don't want the gate situation to stay the same. So, no major changes. The commander of the Holy Knights stays as is, and so do the popes. As long as we can get along without any interference, that's fine. Let's not fight each other and spill blood. That was my plan. That's why I didn't intend to kill or replace anyone. But if we don't make changes, even worse things might happen. And while you were planning those terrible things, you didn't even tell me. I know it's difficult for us to have a complete alliance or a superior-subordinate relationship, but the popes tried to kill all the heretics. I was willing to be used, but I didn't agree to be attached to the gallbladder and then tear it apart, or be attached to the liver and then tear off the gallbladder. At the Demon King's words, Elaine Bolton's eyes widened. Yeah, you wouldn't have known. It must have been the Pope's idea. You were so busy fighting monsters that you wouldn't have had time to think about such things, would you? Thank you for not making me come up with pathetic excuses. I won't blame you for not knowing. It's not really a mistake. For Elaine Bolton, the war had been overwhelming. He was too far from the Empire to understand how the situation was unfolding, what the popes were thinking, and how the inner workings of the Church were progressing. It was the same before the Allied forces set out. Instead of being at the Holy Knights' headquarters, he roamed the battlefield. He was so focused on the war that he was too far removed from practical matters. That was Elaine Bolton's mistake. He had tried too hard. He had tried so hard to fulfill his duties and beliefs as a powerful holy knight who fought directly. He hadn't paid attention to politics. So, I've decided to change all the popes. Of course, if I tell them not to do something while holding a knife to their throats, they'll nod in agreement. But the fact that those damned bastards didn't tell me about the heretic massacre plan already means they've screwed me over enough. It's better to have someone who listens well and understands my intentions. Could it be? Elaine Bolton stared at the Demon King with his mouth agape. I met Rowan too late. If it had been before she did her crazy deeds, I might not have known, but if left as is, either all the heretics will die or the Empire will fall apart. One of those things will happen. The Demon King had to make a decision. The 5 holy churches will be united, and a new religious system will be established by integrating them with the demon god cult and the hero religion, so that all heretics can be protected. No, they're not heretics anymore. They will be incorporated into the holy churches, the United Holy Church, and a sister I know well will become the leader there. Arrows and bombs shot by others exploded here and there, eventually converging into one massive explosion. In the end, it was both a massive unification and the beginning of division. Instead of stopping the chaos at hand, it would later become the core of the divide, planting the flag of Darkland. In the heart of the Empire, the perceptive ones all knew that the Demon King's forces had entered the Imperial City. Yes, the Demon King had taken action, knowing that everything could fall apart if he didn't. He had intended to utilize the 5 great religions as they were, but the situation had spiraled out of control. Therefore, it was necessary to undergo even greater fundamental changes to survive. If they hadn't tried to kill Rowan, the events that would have been postponed to the future were rapidly brought forward by a single decision made by Elaine Bolton. I honestly didn't agree with purges like this. That's why I left you all alone. But it seems that crazy Rowan was right. It seems like new wine should be stored in new wineskins. If they left the group alone after taking control, the existing interests would remain. In that case, it was no different from not having taken control at all. There would be plenty of opportunities to hide things from the higher-ups and collude with them. It was impossible to just lend my name halfway. If they were going to do it, they had to do it thoroughly, accurately, and cruelly, so that there would be no backstabbing. Even during times of peace, purges were frequent. At this point, when the whole world was shaking, trying to take control of a group without driving out the existing vested interests was a foolish move. They had realized this. They had thought that capturing the popes and the Holy Knights' commander meant they had taken control of the religious order and the Holy Knights. But in reality, they hadn't taken control at all. The existing popes had always intended to eliminate the heretics someday, so they weren't suitable figures for a reformed religious system. And inevitably, it was impossible to hope that they would accept new ideas. If they cooperated, it would be a pretense. The popes, who had deluded themselves into thinking they had power when they didn't, were eliminated. And now, Elaine Bolton. He had real power, symbolic significance, and many followers. He was, in fact, the core of the 5 great religions' military power. If Elaine Bolton had safely returned to the Allied forces garrison, depending on his choice, a civil war might have broken out in the Imperial City. The popes were despicable, but it seems like you did your best and still ended up with nothing but evil deeds. In reality, Elaine Bolton had not sold out the order to the Demon King. That had been the Pope's choice. Attempting to purge, Rowan had ultimately been an action taken in the belief that it would be best not to cause such chaos at the present time. But since we've decided to support Rowan, we can't go on together. However, now that the purge had begun, the fact that Elaine Bolton was part of the old power structure remained unchanged. It wasn't a matter of stepping down because he had done something wrong, but of being forced to step down because he had to. That was what purges were about. And since they had decided to join hands with Rowan, Elaine Bolton, who had once tried to kill her, could no longer be left alone in the Holy Knights. So, unlike the popes, I want to give you a choice. Elaine Bolton stared at the Demon King with a stern expression. A choice? Yes, exactly 2 choices. The Demon King raised 2 fingers. First, die by my hand right here. The Demon King folded 1 finger. Second, retire peacefully. Retirement. It was a word he never even imagined, worse than death. On the top floor of the main hall of the Cathedral of Holy Night, an uncomfortable silence persisted. The survival of the priestess who was said to have died, and the scene where that priestess brutally murdered the 5 popes, the appearance of Olivia Lands, who had disappeared with the Demon King. No one knew how it all started, but Olivia Land's words were clear. The Holy Knights and the 5 great religions now belonged to the Demon King. Ellen stood clenching her fists, unable to take any action, and Louise and Heinrich were in the same state. This, this is just nonsense. Only Ludwig, in that place, glared at Olivia Lands with wide, incredulous eyes. How can you be here? How can the Demon King have the Holy Knights? That kind of thing. That kind of thing shouldn't happen. How can you all, like this, so brazenly, spout such nonsense in the middle of the main hall? Ludwig's anger, buried in self-loathing and guilt, exploded. Don't you feel even a bit of guilt? Do you know how many people died because of you? And this was all the Demon King's plan. How can you be so shameless to do this? Hey, am I talking to you? What? Olivia clicked her tongue. And who are you to begin with? To Olivia, Ludwig was merely someone she had briefly encountered and quickly forgotten. Chapter 614. Who are you? At those shocking words, Ludwig couldn't help but stiffen. Ludwig was at a loss for words, realizing that his opponent didn't know who he was. I don't have time to persuade a small fry like you, being treated as a small fry. At that cruel comment, Ludwig felt the urge to bite his tongue. Step back, Ellen. I don't want to fight you. In that situation, Olivia didn't speak to anyone except Ellen Artorius. Even Louise seemed to be left out of the picture, as if knowing that once Ellen stepped back, the rest would follow. Ludwig's eyes shone as he looked at Ellen, who neither drew her sword nor stepped back. That hesitation, that fear, that dread and indecision. Ludwig clearly saw it. In the first place, being a hero was just a facade. Was it impossible for Ellen to stand against the Demon King? Had she still not forgotten the feelings she held in the past? There was a lingering doubt in Ludwig's mind. If Ellen faced the Demon King, she might not be able to fight, just as Ellen had shown a sensitive reaction to Christina's harsh words. Regardless of the truth, Ludwig had thought that Ellen might not be able to thrust her sword at the Demon King. In that situation, Ludwig couldn't help but confirm it. Not even showing hostility to the people who had disappeared with the Demon King, Ludwig saw Ellen's inability to act. Ludwig realized she wasn't the person who could fight the Demon King. Kurung. At that moment, Ludwig's entire body was enveloped in blue mana. He understood Ellen's helplessness. He didn't blame Ellen. But if no one else stepped forward, if, for whatever reason, Ellen didn't try to fight, someone else had to fight. One should not back down from fear and dread. Someone had to punish those demons. Ludwig. No, as Ludwig tried to step forward, Ellen desperately grabbed his shoulder. You. No, don't do it. You don't know anything. Don't do it. Don't fight. Why I can't fight. Why I can't draw my sword. At those words, Ludwig gritted his teeth. What don't I know? What can't you tell me? At Ludwig's words, Ellen gritted her teeth. She hated her position and actions, but she knew she had no choice. It's better not to know. Not knowing is better. The words of the Emperor and Turner, saying that it's better not to know, were returned by Ellen to Ludwig. It's all my fault. It's all because of my mistakes. Just know that. Just know that. You don't know anything. It's better not to know. Even a tiny bit of truth is more cruel than not saying anything at all. It only plants a sense of unworthiness for not knowing the truth. Right, don't be stubborn for no reason. With a tone both affectionate and brutal, Ludwig looked at Olivia this time. I don't know about Ellen or the princess there, or even the supernatural, but you don't seem to matter much, do you? If you mess around, I might just kill you. Those words were the raw truth. There are things in the world that you don't need to know, and things that only give you a headache when you try to find out. So just live without knowing. Don't think of throwing your life away with strange stubbornness. It was a violent statement, yet at the same time, it was meant to prevent Ludwig from charging in recklessly. There was no reason to approach the truth that would only bring about uselessness and sadness. My opponent was out of my league, and charging in recklessly would only result in my own demise. I don't even know who you are. That's why you're a petty guy, someone whose death won't make any difference. Olivia's words, that it wouldn't be a big deal to kill you, and that if you made a fuss, she'd kill you, were a brutal truth. In the face of that truth, Ludwig couldn't even take a single step. If he were to die right here, if he were to be killed, what would happen then? If Ellen were to die, it would be a big deal. She was a hero after all. Louise von Schwarz was the commander of the Schwarz army. If she were to die, the Allied forces would be plunged into chaos. Heinrich was a very powerful force within the Allied forces, displaying a level of prowess similar to Ellen's. They were all people who should not be harmed or killed. In this situation, only Ludwig was. Someone who wouldn't be missed even if he died, the most insignificant existence. Ellen firmly gripped Ludwig's shoulder, preventing him from acting recklessly. That's right. Because if a person who didn't matter died, they might actually die. Because Olivia Lands might really do it. Ludwig couldn't help but notice that Ellen was desperately preventing him from stepping forward. But the situation itself was already strange. It was strange that Olivia Lands would care about such a thing in the first place. Why didn't Ellen attack Olivia? Why didn't Olivia want to fight Ellen? If Olivia Lands was on the Demon King's side, she wouldn't have to worry about such things. Not Ellen, nor Louise, nor Heinrich. If she were a subordinate of the Demon King, she should try to kill them somehow. After all three would pose a threat to the Demon King. However, Olivia had an attitude that she couldn't touch the three of them, but could kill the insignificant Ludwig. And Ellen seemed to know that, blocking Ludwig. Olivia didn't want to fight Ellen, and Ellen didn't want to fight Olivia. Even after hearing the shocking news that the Demon King had swallowed the 5 great religions, they didn't draw their swords, the fact revealed by their attitude. Though he didn't know everything, there was one truth he could understand through this situation. Although they had to acknowledge each other as enemies outwardly, they couldn't actually confront each other when they met face to face. They didn't hate each other. They didn't even think of each other as enemies. Ellen hadn't foreseen or known this situation. However, though she was taken aback, she didn't try to fight in the end. No, she couldn't fight. From the very beginning, all of it, everything that people know, Ludwig mumbled as if feeling empty. It was all a lie, wasn't it? Ludwig's eyes sank dark and deep. There could be no fight at that place. Heinrich and Louise remained silent, knowing that if they acted recklessly, a catastrophe would occur. There were only those who didn't draw their swords, and those for whom drawing their swords would be meaningless. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the holy knights were handed over to the Demon King, unable to do anything, and had no choice but to retreat from that place. The Empire had been reviving the corpses of fallen warriors to create an army of the undead. For some reason, Rowan, who was thought to be dead, was alive and had taken control of the Order of the Holy Knights as a servant of the Demon King. They only knew the outcome. They had no choice but to watch the outcome. It was only natural for Ludwig, as well as Louise and Heinrich, to be shocked. And the shock that Ellen felt could only have been greater. Those who knew the truth behind Reinhardt's actions, as well as those who did not, could only feel fear and terror as to why this was happening and why he was doing this. Ludwig, I don't know much. I probably don't even deserve to know. What difference would it make if I found out? Ellen hesitantly opened her mouth after a long walk, but Ludwig cut her off mid-sentence. The right to know something, the need not to know something. Did such things exist? But even if I'm an idiot, I know this. If the Order of the Holy Knights already belongs to the Demon King, then you shouldn't have fought there. Ludwig slowly nodded, as if accepting the reason Ellen couldn't fight. It's not about whether you can or can't fight the Demon King, it's just that you shouldn't have fought. I understand now. Ludwig seemed to finally understand that the situation could have gone disastrously wrong if they had messed up. It's probably something nobody should know about, right? That the Order has fallen to the Demon King. If that gets out, even bigger trouble will arise. Ludwig asked Ellen, looking at her, if they should keep this a secret. Ellen couldn't give any answer. With no answer from Ellen, Ludwig now turned his gaze to Louise. Because innocent people might die. They might get caught up in a fight that has nothing to do with them. To minimize the sacrifices, it has to be this way. Ludwig didn't blame Ellen. Ludwig had seen with his own eyes that Ellen couldn't fight the Demon King. It was an unavoidable situation. Ludwig put himself in her shoes. What if his precious friends like Rainy and Cessa and Delphin, who were actually the Demon King, had been at stake? He wouldn't have been able to draw his sword either. It would be unfair, infuriating, and sad. But he couldn't imagine fighting without hesitation. Therefore, Ludwig thought that Ellen might have wavered too, and that was the truth. He didn't resent Ellen. There was no reason to. Not being able to fight was just that. It was the world's demand that Ellen had to kill the Demon King, not her own will. It was a cruelly sad thing for Ellen, who had saved countless people, to be resented for not being able to thrust her sword at the Demon King. But if things continued like this, and they couldn't do this or that, what would be left other than the words that nothing could be done? With things happening as they were, and new events unfolding as they did, it would be applicable to every moment that they must leave everything alone. And another issue, as they had heard from Christina as well, the gate incident wasn't solely the fault of the Demon King. There was some hidden truth. Ludwig didn't know what Ellen's words, saying that it was enough to know that everything was her fault, specifically meant. The important thing was that he had no right to know the truth. The reason was simple. He was nothing. He wasn't important. He was a worthless existence, so it didn't matter if he died, and he had no right to know the truth. Where did such a thing come from? Who had the authority to grant the right to know the truth? The truth didn't even matter anymore. Regardless of what it was, Ludwig had come to realize that it held no value. Thus, he wasn't curious anymore. Ludwig's expression, having crossed the threshold of powerlessness and emptiness, became calm instead. "It's difficult," that's all he said. "It's too difficult." Having passed the temple gate, Ludwig hurriedly left, even though the path he took was the same. "I'll go ahead." No one was fighting, even though someone must have done something wrong. If no one wanted to fight, what should they do? Although Ludwig mentioned it was difficult, his dark expression and determined steps were more resolute than ever before. As if he had finally decided what to do, as if he finally understood. Ellen watched Ludwig's retreating figure, biting her lip. Only the dark and dull figure of a person who had realized there was nothing given to them, because they were so small and insignificant, could be felt. The cruel truth in Olivia Land's insult that his death wouldn't affect the grand scheme of things. That was the unvarnished truth. Even though the reason for that was to prevent Ludwig from acting recklessly, the fact that her words were true and had pierced Ludwig's heart like a dagger didn't change. Louise sighed. The Demon King doesn't want the world's destruction, and the Empire cannot help but waver. That's how it's come to be. Louise had no choice but to somewhat understand the past, present, and future just by sensing the massive flow of events, even if she didn't know the specific details. She could already feel it without Ellen telling her in detail: the raging heretics, the massacre, the Demon King seizing control of the Holy Knights, the hero who couldn't fight, the Demon King's servant who didn't want to fight the hero, and the silence of the Empire. I ended up not knowing the things I wanted to know, but I've come to know what I must know. Louise couldn't tell where Rowan's story had started and where it intertwined. She didn't need to know anymore, but quite unexpectedly, Louise had come to know what she needed to know. What had to be done for the royal family to survive. She had come to know in which direction the massive flow of the era was headed. Louise had failed as an individual and had not resolved anything. But as a princess of Kernstadt, she couldn't have been more successful. Louise looked at Ellen, who stared blankly at the snow-covered wasteland with a hardened expression. She was on the verge of crumbling, but she couldn't collapse, so her hardened expression didn't waver. That pale, hardened expression, like a piece of glass that seemed to break at any moment. Louise continued to watch. Chapter 615, Ellen quietly led her group away. Taking Ludwig, who seemed to have realized something and lost his wits, they disappeared. "We really have bad luck." At Rowan's words, Olivia chuckled. "I'm sure we have some kind of curse. We always end up seeing the scenes we really don't want to see. Unfortunate." "Ha ha, maybe all moments are scenes we don't want to see." "You might be right." In the conference room turned into a bloodbath, Olivia watched Rowan cleaning up the scene. With a purification prayer, a rag, and a broom, she was wiping, clearing, and organizing the scattered flesh pieces. "If you're going to clean up so diligently, why did you make such a mess in the first place? People like them shouldn't die comfortably. That's why I made them suffer a bit. What kind of death do you think someone like you deserves? I'll think about it when the time comes." Nice attitude. An attitude is all I've got. Neither Rowan, who was laughing and cleaning the bloodbath, nor Olivia, who was watching the scene sullenly without any intention of helping, could be called sane. "I wonder what happened to Elaine Bolton. If he went back, he went back. If he couldn't, he couldn't. There'll be measures taken." Good to know. Whether they intercepted Elaine Bolton returning to the Allied forces or not, they were prepared. Elaine Bolton couldn't lead his army back safely to the base and return with the Imperial troops. "We're not going to kill Elaine Bolton. Any objections?" "I'm not sure about objections, but wouldn't there be repercussions?" "We'll send him somewhere where there can be no repercussions." "Isn't it not possible to send someone into exile these days?" "Exile. We'll provide him with a nice house in a place with good water and scenery, so he can live out the rest of his life comfortably. He just won't be able to use anyone or be used by anyone. Don't you think someone like him deserves at least a comfortable death? As someone who almost died because of him, I shouldn't be the one to say, but yes." Elaine Bolton would spend the rest of his life in Edina. Rowan laughed brightly, understanding the meaning of Olivia's words. "Anyway, it seems you found a new base somewhere. Do you want to see?" "Of course. Go see. I'll do my best." Even though she seemed like a tasteless writer and a madman who sends chills down one's spine, her loyalty to the Demon King was real. It had only been a few days since Olivia had seen Rowan. However, she treated Rowan very warmly. I understand that you like Reinhardt, but why do you like me? When no one believed in the Demon King, you were one of the few who did. Ah. Rowan claimed to be a follower of the Demon King, but when she first met the Demon King, she thought his words were false. Her thoughts changed when the gate incident occurred, and everything went according to the Demon King's foresight. That's why Rowan could only think of the three people who believed in the Demon King from beginning to end as being almost equal to the Demon King. I wonder if it was really necessary to kill the popes. Olivia sighed deeply. They won't be able to accept the Holy Order. It's still difficult for me to accept that the demon god cult and holy religions actually share the same roots. Can these old popes really accept that? I guess not. Before Rowan learned about the Demon King's contact, her plan was to add two more orders to the five great holy religions. She would incite chaos in the refugee camp, leading to a massacre, and intensify the resentment against the Empire. Then she would take control of the holy religions and remodel the Holy Knights Order and the five great holy religions to include the demon god cult and the hero religion. She didn't think it would go smoothly, and she had no concrete plans. However, she knew that the moment the five great holy religions expanded, enormous chaos would ensue. What Rowan wanted was destruction. But then the Demon King appeared in time. The Demon King didn't want chaos. Rowan had desired destruction, but the Demon King didn't, so her objectives changed. Rowan's plan had been halted midway, but there was no way to undo what had already happened. The massacre had taken place, and resentment against the Empire had reached its peak. She would not attempt the next step of indiscriminate expansion and turning the Order itself into a bomb to be detonated at will. The Demon King intended to reform the faith. Not like Rowan, who wanted to cause chaos by simultaneously inciting the hero religion and the demon god cult. He would correct the misunderstandings about demon god cult and holy religions under the name of the United Holy Church. Of course, that work wouldn't be easy either. In the end, it might still turn into a bomb. But this time, the designer of the bomb had no intention of detonating it. Therefore, transforming the holy religions into the United Holy Church couldn't happen suddenly like in Edina. They would take their time and gradually progress through stages. Even if the popes couldn't accept our plan, it wasn't impossible to set them up as puppets. Wouldn't that make the cleanup easier? Who will do the work the popes have been doing up to now? It would be suspicious if 5 popes were replaced at once. I have no intention of arguing with Reinhardt's decision, but I'm not sure if it's the right choice. Ah, I see what you mean. The sudden appearance of 5 vacant seats among the popes. Chaos that Reinhardt didn't want would ensue. Rowan lowered her head at Olivia's question, which implied that the chaos itself would intensify and the holy religions would falter. Don't worry, the popes never really did any work in the first place. They just occupied the positions. Of course, when they gave orders, we worked, but they didn't really do any work themselves. They had no real power either. So there's no problem without the popes. It might even run more smoothly. But if they gave orders as they wished, and the people below had to do the work, it means the popes were working and had real power. What are you talking about? Do you think those orders came from their own minds? Ha! Olivia tilted her head, seemingly not understanding Rowan's words. Did they listen to the advice given by the assistant bishops, make judgments based on their advice, receive analysis, and learn the best choices? Or did they just parrot the words like a parrot? Can we really say that the decisions they made came from their own minds? Ah, if you can control the information entering someone's head, you can control their actions and judgments as well. But that person would think that they've made the decisions and acted on their own accord. Surprisingly, it's easier to manipulate the thoughts of stubborn old people. Control, you say? Did they really worry themselves into thinking that they had to join the Demon King? Was it the Pope's judgment? Ugh. Whispers in their ears about the overwhelming power of the Demon King, how his support is abundant within the Order itself. That if things continued like this, the Order might be completely taken over. That a coup might happen within the Order. The trend these days is like this. It's difficult to change the trend if such words are whispered repeatedly. Rowan laughed. What kind of thoughts would arise in the heads of old pigs desperate to preserve their positions? Of course, they think they made their judgments and decisions based on their own evaluation. But what if the Demon King's support wasn't as substantial as the popes had heard? What if those whispering around them exaggerated, inflated, and even fabricated facts? Would their judgments still be valid? people make judgments based on information, but information isn't synonymous with the truth. When the information provided leads to a single path, people follow it, thinking it's their own judgment. They don't think about who paved the way. They don't think about who's showing them the path. That's why people, believing it's their own judgment and decision, walk the path led by someone else without realizing it. The popes were in a state that was no different from being brainwashed. And now, having outlived their usefulness, they were killed. And it wasn't just them. What about others besides the popes? The same goes for others within the order. Rumors began to spread about the growing positive sentiment towards the demon king and his followers, gaining people's sympathy. It's possible that it never existed in the first place. It might have been falsely recognized as a trend, and as people jumped on the bandwagon, it actually became one. If Rowan's words were true, the order's fall to the demon king started with a mere baseless rumor. It's like becoming a trend because it's known as a trend. The order crumbled due to mere rumors. I didn't want this outcome, but thanks to the information planted in the Pope's heads, I got to meet the Demon King, so I guess it wasn't a waste of time. What was your original plan? I wanted to make the Order support the Demon King and have them fight against the Empire. You do know that you're the person Reinhardt hates the most, right? Wouldn't it be stranger if he liked someone like me? In fact, if there was someone like that, I'd be scared. You really know how to ruin a mood. Your Majesty. I'm not yet that, but what? Ludwig, he must have been hurt. At the unexpected remark, Olivia furrowed her brow. It seemed as if her memories were slowly resurfacing. During the temple tournament, was he the one who had faced Reinhardt? It's quite refreshing hearing that from someone like you. What do you want me to do about it? Who is he to me? It's nothing. Rowan said it more harshly. Ludwig was nothing. Rowan didn't say anything more, but Olivia thought of Ludwig's expression. The expression of someone who seemed to have gained a miserable realization. The expression of someone who had unknowingly known the truth and heard it confirmed by others. He was a nobody. But wasn't all of this happening because of those nobodies? Was it a warning not to hurt those who were nothing? Or was it a warning that no one knew what would happen if they hurt those who were nothing? It was probably the latter. Because he's nothing, we should have been more careful. Instead of hurting, it would have been better to kill him. When those who were nothing became something to someone, what would happen? That was happening right in front of Olivia's eyes. The news of the assassination of the popes of the 5 great religions did not spread anywhere. It was an easy matter to control the information within the churches since it did not have frequent external activities. All work was conducted quietly, holding their breath. The change of the Holy Night Order leader, the control of Olivia Land's brain trust, the sudden appearance of priests with great divine power, their new teachings. Everything was carried out quietly, covertly. The snow stopped. The sky cleared. Mild weather continued. Suddenly, truly suddenly. The snow, which seemed like it would fall forever, stopped abruptly, and warm sunlight shone on the earth as if it were a lie. It was almost late spring when the warm weather arrived. The frozen atmosphere in the imperial palace did not melt, but the fallen snow did, like a lie. As if the snow had never fallen, everyone in the imperial palace could see it all melt. You know, with this, we can't stop it, right? I know. The Demon King was walking with Liana de Grance in a quiet park of the Imperial Palace, watching the melting snow turn into streams of water. We might be able to prevent the massacre now, but later you might have to kill even more people with your own hands. You're not unaware that postponing the problem will make it bigger. True. The Empire used violence to suppress the riot in the refugee camp. They captured Rowan to prevent the ominous atmosphere from turning into a larger riot. In exchange for capturing Rowan, they gained control over not only the Holy Night Order and the 5 great religions, but also the refugee camp area. But this was just a temporary solution. Just like the Empire prevented its imminent collapse through massacre. Before the Gate incident, no group's collapse could happen, so these things occurred. The task of bringing down and absorbing the Empire that had already lost its legitimacy and cause would be the work after the Gate incident. At some point, when this matter surfaces, the Demon King must repeat the same history, and on a larger scale. Can you do it? Everyone knows that they are only plugging the holes as they come, and one day the dam will collapse. This time someone blocks it, next time someone else blocks it. They know that they are merely postponing the moment the dam collapses. Did I ever do something because I was able to? Swinging a sword, too. becoming the Demon King, too. Everything I had done up until now was not because I could do it. I had done it because I had to. At the end of everything I thought I had to do, all I found out was the truth that I shouldn't have done anything. Still, I continue to do what must be done. But upon hearing those words, Liana bit her lip as she looked at the Demon King. In the end, you can't say you can do it. All the Demon King could do was laugh miserably at those words. Poor thing. Come here, let your big sister give you a hug. Get lost. A brief spring came to the Imperial Palace. Snow and ice melted, but in the end, nothing really melted. Such was the fleeting spring. Chapter 616. The snow had stopped in the Imperial capital, and for several days, a strangely warm climate had persisted. The new year had already arrived, and while the political atmosphere remained frozen, the weather itself continued to be unseasonably warm. Ludwig was strolling through the streets of the temple, taking advantage of the unexpected warmth. The main gate of the temple was just ahead of him. Ludwig, it seems we have a visitor. A visitor. It was a message relayed by one of the few remaining dormitory building servants. Yes, she doesn't have entry permission, so she's waiting outside. Ah! As Ludwig left the temple gate, he could see a woman in uniform sitting on a bench in the square in front of the boarding house. It was the uniform of the Holy Knight Order. The woman stood up and smiled brightly at Ludwig. Ludwig, I've been busy with various things, so I've only just managed to come and see you. I'm sorry. Rowan, dressed in the uniform of the Holy Knight Order, had come to see Ludwig alone. What business do you have with me, newly appointed commander of the Holy Knight Order? Not long ago, he had heard the news that Archbishop Rowan was appointed as the commander of the Holy Knight Order following the sudden retirement of Elaine Bolton. Ludwig's expression, as he looked at Rowan, held no hostility or malice. Only the cold attitude of someone who had closed their heart to everything in the world remained. Initially, the Holy Knight Order had the authority to investigate Rowan's assassination case. It was a matter for the Holy Knight Order and the main religious organization to determine who had died in the burnt church and to make the announcement. Rowan had never been dead. She had only faked her death. Now, she had been appointed as the new commander of the Holy Knight Order following Elaine Bolton's sudden retirement. The decision was made at a meeting of the Pope level. It was ridiculous to say that a meeting of the popes had been held when none of them were present. To Ludwig, who had personally witnessed the deaths of 5 popes at her hands, the story was nothing but a laughable play. Ludwig could not know whether Elaine Bolton had really retired or been assassinated. But now he had no interest in such things. Sitting on a bench in front of the temple gate, Rowan spoke to Ludwig, who had no intention of listening, about what had happened, why she had done those things, why she had almost been killed, why she had faked her death, why she needed time, and why she had approached Ludwig. Having heard all the reasons, Ludwig stared at Rowan. His expression held no shock, horror, or betrayal at learning the truth. So, what's your point? Ludwig simply said that. Just that. It's sad if you don't know anything, right? It's frustrating. Are you telling me this because I'm useless? That you caused all this trouble by impulsively attacking the heretics, and that's why the Empire killed people like that, and that's why it ended up like this? That no one would believe me even if I told someone, because it doesn't sound like it's possible. Um, Rowan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded her head. I can't say it's not like that. In an age when rumors abound, people believe them only as much as they don't believe them. So even if you go around saying that Rowan is actually the mastermind behind the operation in the refugee camp as the new Knight Commander, no one would believe it. Leaving aside whether they believe it or not, the Inquisitors would try to take me away. You know that well. It was okay to tell him, since it didn't matter whether he knew or not. Ludwig stared at Rowan with a firm expression. Anyway, did you think I would accept it when I heard it, that there was such a situation, and that what you had done was for a good cause? I wouldn't have thought so. I thought you'd either scold me harshly or try to kill me. If I tried to kill you, would you die? No, not at all. Ludwig showed no reaction to Rowan's awkward response. He just continued speaking calmly and coldly. So you're saying that even if I hear the truth, I can't kill you after hearing it, and if I tell people the truth, they won't believe me. I can't deny that. Rather than killing you, the fact that you don't even kill me means, am I not even worth killing? Speaking harshly, yes. Ludwig didn't get angry even at Rowan's cruel words. Anyway, let's put that aside. Isn't it strange? What is? A few days ago, I was treated like someone who doesn't need to know because I'm useless. Now, I'm treated like someone who can know because I'm useless. Who exactly decides that? Some truth. It's okay if you don't know because you're not important. It's okay if you know because you're not important. Ultimately, Ludwig found the behavior and attitudes of those who handled the truth more strange than the truth itself. In the end, there was no value in the truth. I thought about it for a few days. Yes, your affairs, the Demon King's affairs, Ellen's affairs, the Empire's affairs. I thought about all of that. Ludwig spoke with a deadpan expression. Even if Ellen can't say it, saying it's all her fault is one thing. Everyone seemed to have their reasons. I don't know the details, but it seemed like there were reasons and stories behind it. Without such things, they wouldn't say or act like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't face each other with such expressions. Everyone looked sad. No one seemed happy. Everyone probably had a good reason. But now, that doesn't seem to be important. Ludwig looked at Rowan and said, "You guys seem to think you're in a position to decide on such things. The important thing is that. That's the problem. It's not about what the truth is or what the story is, but the attitude of trying to control the truth, pretending to care for people, but actually not, allowing people to know something or not know something. It's that attitude of thinking you can decide on those things that's the problem. I felt that from you. A very unpleasant and disgusting sense of superiority. You don't know, but you're doing something incredibly great and noble that you don't know. So you don't have to know. Just get out. You don't know. But you've done something truly great and noble without knowing it. It may seem bad on the outside, but it's not really, so you should understand. So listen. How about that? After listening, I'm right, aren't I? The action you've taken against me is exactly this, right? Isn't this unpleasant? Sometimes you don't tell me, and sometimes you do. The reason is the same, but the actions are different. If the reason seems plausible but the actions are opposite, then you're just doing as you please. So the attitude is the same. You treat people like nothing, like worthless people like me, whether you tell me or not. Going further, you think you have the right to save or kill someone, like when you killed the popes based on your judgment, regardless of what wrong they actually did. You guys are just strange people lost in some wildly delusional fantasy. The truth, I'm not even curious about that anymore. What you guys are trying to do, what you want, and what you've done are no longer important. What's important is that all of you are intoxicated by something, whether it's a sense of mission, malice, hatred, or vengeance against the world, or whatever, or the illusion that you are making a great sacrifice to save the world. You're intoxicated with disgusting delusions. It's not surprising that you guys deserve to fall into hell as devils, but I can't give you that punishment. Yeah, as you said, I'm nothing. But that doesn't mean the truth runs away. The truth doesn't disappear. You guys are sinners, right? Sinners should be punished, right? But you haven't been punished, have you? This is the truth. It's not those complicated things that I can't know, nor do I want to know about your relationships, emotions, or whatever. Simple and clear things like this are the truth. With so many people buried by your actions, you keep burying more, whispering the truth amongst yourselves, and taking turns understanding and licking each other's wounds. That's disgusting. The truth should be explainable in a single word. You guys should be punished, but you haven't been. That's the only truth. Ludwig found a simple truth in the labyrinth of thoughts, judgments, and circumstances. There must be a price for sin. If sinners are whispering each other's sins and remaining silent, someone has to take responsibility. Not long ago, Ellen looked pitiful. She looked miserable, so I don't blame her. There's no reason to blame. Like Ellen's appearance, you must have such stories. You might be pitiable and wretched people too. But among the people who died, was there even one who wasn't like that? They would be pitiful and wronged. They had to die without knowing anything, getting caught up in it all. So it's better not to know your so-called truth. From now on, even if you come forward and tell me everything, I will close my ears. Feeling sorry for you, understanding you, it doesn't make the truth that you must be punished disappear. Because that truth is clear. Knowing nothing, I'll become your enemy. Regardless of the truth, whatever it is, no matter how justified, you must pay the price. There are so many people who have paid the price without doing anything wrong. No, there are even more people who were forced to be sacrificed, not even paying the price. You, who are involved in these matters, must pay the price, right? Regardless of the reason, you must be punished. Regardless of the intent, you must pay the price. That's the conclusion I've reached. There were sins. There were sinners. However, there was no judgment. It was difficult to find the right path amidst the many complicated events that unfolded between the Empire, the Holy Order, and the Demon King's forces. Only finding the sins was easy. Only finding the sinners was easy. And the unchanging truth that they had not been punished, whoever they were. Everyone deceived, trampled, and used the little ones under the pretext of saving everyone. Rowan smiled as he watched such a Ludwig. It's like looking at myself in the past, a person who was saddened by their own insignificance. And Rowan, who eventually became a monster, looked at Ludwig as if looking back on her distant past, as if it was interesting, as if it was fascinating. How do you plan to do it? How will you punish these monsters, Ludwig? A useless existence cannot be punished or punish others. To be friends with monsters, you must become a monster. To be friends with monsters, one must be equal. Rowan did that. You know that's the same if you try to kill monsters, right? To kill monsters, one must also be equal. One must become a monster after all. If anything, one must become an even greater monster to kill them. I know. Ludwig stared at Rowan with dark, abyss-like eyes. Rowan felt a different kind of thrill than when she faced the Demon King not long ago as she looked at Ludwig's expression. I'm well aware. It was the thrill of having created a monster with her own hands. Someone who was nothing, now striving to become something. Regardless of the reason, intent, or purpose. Whether succeeding or failing in becoming something, it must be enjoyable. Rowan smiled as she looked at Ludwig. Good luck, Ludwig. Ludwig stood up from his seat, as if there was no worth in listening to Rowan's words any further, distancing himself like he was moving away from something filthy. Chapter 617. Are you really leaving today? Yes. It seems a bit sudden, but I guess there's nothing we can do. Ellen didn't have much in the way of belongings. When she had come to this place, she had only brought a single cage containing a cat. So, when returning to the Allied Forces base, she would simply go back in her everyday clothes, without anything else to take with her. The snow has just stopped. Louise couldn't help but feel bitter at Ellen's decision to leave right after the terrible snowstorm had ceased and the weather had improved. She had come back for a break, only to get involved in some strange incidents, which ultimately left her feeling even more burdened. The Demon King had seized control of the Holy Knights and the 5 great religions, and there was nothing they could do about it. In this rapidly changing era, there were no purely good factions. They had to choose the ones that could survive. Something drastic was about to happen, and it would undoubtedly lead to countless bloodshed. Dark clouds loomed over the Empire's future, and it was now time for everyone to make a choice. Ironically, the Allied forces base seemed more peaceful than the Imperial capital, and it was a way to avoid getting involved in any more ominous incidents. This was especially true for Ellen. If they couldn't make a choice, it was better to go somewhere out of sight. There were only unsolvable problems. No one knew how these matters would eventually be resolved. If the Empire fell and the Demon King took its place, what fate awaited Ellen, who should have been the Demon King's adversary? And what position should Heinrich take? No one had the answer. Everyone was doing something, fearing the future, while everyone agreed that the gate incident must end. The actions they took while hoping for that made the aftermath even more frightening. Was it truly right to turn the world into hell for the sake of a single absolute goal? If so, what would become of the world after achieving that absolute goal? Ellen believed that staying in the imperial capital was more dangerous. That's why she was leaving. But she had been thinking about it for a long time. Take good care of the cat when I'm gone. I will. However, the cat, which suddenly stopped appearing at some point, was nowhere to be found when she wanted to give it a final touch before leaving. In the end, without seeing the cat, Ellen entrusted Heinrich with its care and left. For some reason, she felt an instinctual premonition that it might have disappeared entirely. She had always felt that even if they were together, it would eventually leave. Like she had always felt that way about someone. She didn't know why, but she believed that there was nothing she could do if it suddenly vanished. They had briefly spent time together, passing by each other, and she simply wished they would cross paths again someday. It was a shame not to say goodbye. In the end, Ellen couldn't be overly attached to something so small. I'm leaving. With the farewells from Louise and Heinrich, Ellen quietly left the temple dormitory. Watching Ellen's retreating figure, Louise spoke. It seems like it's time for us to leave as well. It seems that's what we must do. It was true that danger lurked everywhere in the world, But at that moment, the imperial capital had undoubtedly become the most perilous place in some sense. The heavy snowfall that had been coming down ceased, as if it had all been a lie, and melted away in an instant. Although the snow had piled up for a long time, it took only a few days for it to melt completely. The weather continued to be unusually warm, to the point where one might wonder if it was too warm. Ellen walked along the streets of the temple, where the snow had melted. There was not much to do at the Alliance's garrison, but in the capital she learned too many things she didn't need to know. If the goal was to fight anyway, she would rather have lived in ignorance. She thought it was better to spend this winter knowing nothing than to lose her way amidst difficult and hard-to-decide matters. How long could she hold on to her seemingly fragile will? What would become of the world? If she couldn't go anywhere, if she was being forcibly dragged along some path as if drawn by something, then she no longer wanted to see any path. If the ship was bound to sink someday, should it be abandoned? The Empire, as well as her own consciousness. All she was doing was holding on to things that would eventually crumble. While ending the gate incident was the most pressing task at hand, everyone was already thinking about what would happen afterward. The Holy Knights, the Empire, and countless other groups were undoubtedly considering the situation after the incident in their minds. One by one, Louise von Schwarz learned that the Holy Knights, a major pillar of the Alliance, had fallen into the Demon King's clutches. What would happen if the strongest vassal state, Kernstadt, sided with the Demon King as well? With two of its main pillars gone, the empire could no longer be called an empire. The other vassal states would also inevitably face a crossroads of choice the moment this issue became clear. Which side should they join? The empire had already lost its legitimacy, and the Demon King was the mastermind behind the Gate incident. Both factions were groups that should disappear, but there was no other massive force to emerge and replace them. What if the empire became isolated? The empire had an undead army it could use even if it lost everything. There was a more powerful army than ever before. Whether the crumbling empire struggled or sought to slaughter those who sided with the Demon King in order to maintain its strength, war would inevitably break out again. Ellen knew where she stood. Whether victory was assured or ruin was imminent, she would side with the empire. As the will to disappear someday would be replaced by another will desiring the death of the Demon King, it was inevitable. Therefore, she would rather remain ignorant. The path she had to take was already determined, so there was no point in learning anything else. In the end, she was destined to become an existence no different from the undead army, swallowed up by something. Although she could run away now when someone urged her to fight, eventually she would lose even that ability. Whether she liked it or not, whether someone forced her or not, she was destined to become an opponent someday. So Ellen returned to the Alliance's garrison, avoiding the atmosphere of division and chaos that enveloped the capital. The only goodness was there. The single, absolute goodness of ending the gate incident. Thus, as Ellen walked along the snow-melted street, she reached the entrance of the temple. There were still no people passing by. But there, though no people were present, there was one small animal. Ah! She saw a black cat sitting hunched in the sunlight that streamed down onto a nearby bench. The cat turned its head to look at Ellen as she approached. Meow Ellen walked toward the cat, which appeared to be enjoying the long-awaited sunshine on the bench. It was a strange creature. It would suddenly disappear somewhere, and then suddenly reappear. When she gave up and tried to leave, thinking it wouldn't return, it would be waiting at the entrance as if it knew. It wouldn't come when she waited, but it would appear from somewhere when she gave up. It was annoying, but somehow irresistible. Ellen squatted in front of the bench and met the cat's gaze at eye level. They couldn't communicate, but for some reason, Ellen always felt like they could understand each other, as if it understood her sadness, as if it understood her pain, as if it felt her agony. She thought it might be a delusion, but it didn't seem so, even now like this. It seemed like the cat was waiting for her at the entrance of the temple, knowing she was about to leave. Did it really know, or was it just a coincidence? Was she just attributing meaning to mere coincidences? Yet when coincidences piled up, they became inevitable. The cat seemed to understand her heart too coincidentally. I'm leaving. Meow Ellen said a simple goodbye. Could she return? What would the temple look like when she returned? It was difficult to think that she could return for a good reason. Would this small creature be safe in the face of the oncoming turmoil? The Alliance's base was dangerous, but so were the temple and the imperial capital. Small beings were always swept away. Just as people were swept away in the gate incident, the fate of small beings had always been so. But the small being in front of her, an even smaller being than other small beings. Perhaps because it was so small, when the wind blew, it blew as it pleased, and when the waves crashed, they crashed as they pleased. Perhaps it could be safe precisely because it was so small. Looking at the small black cat staring at her, recalling the moments when she found great comfort in the small being, take care. Sincerely saying that, she gently pressed her lips against the bridge of the cat's nose. And come back early. Meow, after playfully pretending to flick its forehead, Ellen headed toward the temple gate. Having passed through the gate, Ellen looked up at the sky. It was an early, warm day, as if announcing the end of the bitterly cold winter. But there had been so much snow. With so much snow piled up, could one warm day melt it all, with so much having fallen? There must still be piles of snow in the shady places where the sunlight doesn't reach. Who would melt the snow in the hidden, sunless places? Ellen held the amulet still. The amulet which depicted the moon and the sun. Holding it in her hand, she carefully rolled it around. She was exhausted, so tired and weary. Was it time to let go? If she was destined to fight anyway, would it be okay if everything ended like this? If the evil and hatred of this world inevitably led to a situation where she had to fight, what was the point of trying so hard to endure? No matter what she did, no matter what tricks she used, eventually she would be forced to fight. In that moment when she felt like giving up, when a crack opened in her weakened heart, Ellen's eyes sank deep. No, had she already reached her limit long ago, beyond the limit of her limits, as if she had reached the critical point of her allotted time. The sand dune of her ego was submerged beneath the rising water. Snap all too easily, the leather strap of the amulet broke with a light tug, as if it had never been precious, hanging around her neck to prevent it from falling, as if finally freeing her from her shackles, as if announcing the beginning of something liberated. Ellen threw away the amulet she had been wearing like garbage and began to walk somewhere, as if she had become something completely different from before, as if she had become an entity unrelated to her past. Ellen left without looking back. The black cat cautiously picked up the round amulet that had fallen to the ground in its mouth and disappeared down an alley. Chapter 618. Ellen had returned to the Allied Forces base. On the top floor of the Holy Knight Order's headquarters, in the commander's office, I sat. In total, there were 5 of us seated there, including myself. Olivia Lands, who had essentially become the ruler of all factions. Liana de Grants, who was temporarily staying for climate control. Rowan, the new Temple Knight Order commander. And Harriet. Ellen returned to the Allied forces. Yes, I suppose she did, I answered Harriet's question. After all, the Allied forces camp would be quieter now, making it a better place for rest. But I felt that something had changed. It wasn't that she came back to the imperial capital to rest. Rather, her return had led her to experience something even more difficult to endure. And I was involved in that matter. Not from the beginning, but eventually it turned out that way. Although it was bound to happen someday, seeing the back of Ellen, who had become an entirely different person, was not a pleasant feeling. As you commanded, I met with Ludwig. Following my order, Rowan had met with Ludwig. I asked her to talk to Ludwig. Rowan, the weird newcomer who was certainly efficient at handling tasks. Rowan had full control over the heretical forces in the refugee camp. Rowan was indispensable for unifying the heretics. Like how we had to use Antirionus somehow, even if he was dangerous and sinister, we had to utilize her. I left him alone, as you told me not to do anything, but I think it would have been better to kill him. Why is that? He gave off the impression that he would stab everyone and slit his own throat too. At Rowan's eerie description, Harriet's eyes widened. Everyone in the room, including myself, did not particularly like Rowan. To be precise, we couldn't like her. We captured her only because her value was too high. That's exactly like you. What's the difference between what you've done? I wouldn't want to face an enemy like myself. Seeing her brush off the comment like that, it was absurd to think she knew how bizarre of a character she was. Anyway, leave him be. Do you not think he'll pose any significant threat? I remained silent at Rowan's question. Instead, Olivia answered, yeah, what could he possibly do? Everyone seemed to somewhat agree with Olivia's words. Even Rowan. Ludwig could not be a threat. No matter how twisted an individual is, there's only so much they can do. He had even lost an arm. The reason Rowan could do so much with her twisted nature was that she had been involved in extensive covert operations. If Rowan had merely been a twisted inquisitor or holy knight, there wouldn't have been much she could do. But Ludwig was a mere individual with no faction or power. We let Ludwig go because he was powerless. Everyone might think that was my intention, but in fact, it wasn't. By the way, if you thought he wouldn't pose any significant threat, why did you order to meet Ludwig in the first place? We could have just left him alone. If we didn't consider Ludwig a variable, there was no reason to send Rowan to meet him. And to all of us here, Ludwig was too small a human to ever become a variable. Come to think of it, you've always seemed to pay subtle attention to him, this time as well. Harriet tilted her head, as if recalling past events. Although I didn't care more than necessary, I had been more sensitive to Ludwig's movements than the others. And sadly, I had been more shocked by Ludwig losing an arm than by Delphin's death. Ludwig wasn't on bad terms with me, but we weren't close either. We were in different classes to begin with. And now Ludwig, who couldn't be a variable anymore and had even lost an arm. There was no need to make him meet Rowan again and explain things to him. It would have been unfair, infuriating, and frustrating. But what could I do? There was no reason to care about Ludwig in such a state. If I felt threatened, I should kill him. If it wasn't a threat, there was no need to meet and talk. Rowan seemed curious as to why I was unnecessarily concerned about Ludwig, because he was a classmate. The others seemed to accept it that way, and Rowan had no choice but to think the same. And in reality, I didn't intend to harm my classmates, even if they posed a threat or tried to kill me. As long as that moment wasn't imminent, I didn't plan to kill them preemptively just because they might pose a threat. If they actually had a knife at my throat, the story would be different, but I wouldn't act preemptively. It might not be my only conscience, but it was my last line of defense. I wouldn't cross that line. If I started killing someone who was a classmate just because they were predicted to be a threat before actually becoming one, I was certain that more strange things would happen. For personal reasons and the inexplicable absurdity of this world, I had no desire to kill Ludwig or any of the others with my own hands. Until the moment I was forced to face a situation where I had to kill them. Never. There's no particular reason. There was no need to give a specific reason. They wouldn't understand anyway. Only I knew that Ludwig was originally the protagonist of this story. They wouldn't understand, but if they did, it would be a problem. Because then the conversation about killing Ludwig would emerge. Only I knew that it was strange for the protagonist, who should have been an important person at this point, to lose an arm and be stuck in limbo like this. Incredibly complex and terrible things intertwined, leading to this bizarre outcome. Numerous clues and incidents had already taken place, but the event that connected them was the creation of the Death Knight by them. They had created the Death Knight in the Tomb of the Saints beneath the Holy Knight headquarters. Rowan began investigating that incident. From the start, Rowan knew that the heretics and the demon god cult couldn't have the scale to do such a thing. So she conducted minimal investigations, tracking other forces as suspects. Rowan believed that either the Demon King or the Empire was responsible for the incident. The Demon King's location was unknown, but the Empire was right there on the land she stood upon. In the midst of that, Ellen, Ludwig, and Elaine Bolton returned to the imperial capital. Rowan had obtained information about Ludwig, a former Temple Royal class member who had recently started working as a guard in the Allied forces. Rowan had deliberately approached Ludwig, hoping to build trust and gather information about the inner workings of the temple. However, while doing so, an order came to halt the investigation. Rowan ignored the order, and Elaine Bolton attempted to eliminate her. From that point on, Ellen pursued the case with Ludwig's help, following the leads she provided. Ultimately, what we had done set other groups and individuals in motion. And in a roundabout way, the result was Rowan offering me control over the Holy Knights, the 5 great churches, and the refugee camp. It was completely unexpected. When we created the Death Knight, we couldn't have imagined that things would turn out this way. Now, Rowan knew that we were responsible for the undead incident. Of course, she wasn't particularly surprised. Every event has a purpose. What had transpired would lead to some sort of conclusion. Rowan understood that this was both an ending and a beginning. I now knew that the world was constructed in such a way. Of course, if I were to say this, others might think I was overthinking things, but I couldn't help it. the complex series of events that originated from our actions in the tomb of the saints. Was the true conclusion of these events my taking over the Holy Knights, the 5 great churches, and the refugee camp? Was that the real ending? I sent Rowan to find out what Ludwig was thinking. Ludwig was not someone to be ignored. In fact, I was the only one who knew that he had the potential to become the strangest variable. Ludwig. Ludwig, who had lost his arm. The 4 investigators eventually discovered what was happening within the Empire, and Ludwig found out about the collusion, conspiracy, and lies among the leaders and influential people of various factions. Wasn't that the true ending? Could the original protagonist really do nothing until the very end? Was it possible for Ludwig to lose his role entirely? The protagonist should get what they want. The world is designed to give the protagonist what they want, in one way or another. I ended up taking what Ludwig was supposed to have, the Allspringer. If Ludwig were the protagonist of this world, and the world truly worked in such a way, then Ludwig wouldn't deviate from the course of the story. I thought Ludwig was done for, but when he came back into my line of sight, I thought he wasn't finished yet. It was impossible for Ludwig to leave the story, assuming that was correct. Ludwig had to get what he wanted, which was revenge, and the means to achieve it would naturally be power. Ludwig had become useless and had even lost his arm. No, from the start should I have changed my perspective. Had he not lost his arm, I finally understood, I finally realized. So that's what it was. In order to give something, I had to take something away from the beginning. He didn't lose his arm. Taking his arm was, in itself, the beginning of giving him something. From the beginning, it wasn't about being disqualified. Rather, losing his arm was the pivotal event that brought him onto the path. What's that, by the way? As I mumbled words that I didn't understand, Harriet was looking at my hand. Ah, this, the object that I had been rolling in my hand throughout our conversation. I don't know. I see. I didn't know. I didn't know why I had taken it. I didn't know what it meant. It seemed like a meaningless object for Ellen, who felt like she had crossed some kind of end. But still, it shouldn't have been discarded. I put the round, white amulet into my pocket. Nighttime. A dark night when even the researchers were asleep. But in the deep, deep underground laboratory where day and night became meaningless, even in the isolation chamber at the deepest part of the lab. There were 4 people there. Christina, arranging the prepared drugs and reagents in order. Anna de Journa, drawing a magic circle. Louis Ankton, checking the magical tools and ritual equipment. And, in the center of the magic circle, there lay Ludwig shirtless. Wearing a mask, Christina checked the tools, more suited for primitive surgery than for a mage, and said, "Think it over again. Please. I've told you dozens of times that you could die. I've thought about it a lot." At Ludwig's words, Christina frowned. "We can find an arm from a living person, someone who hasn't been dead long. The success rate would be higher. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain. Just wait a little longer, and we can find an arm that's safe and ethically unproblematic." You know, that's not what I want anymore, Christina. Christina had tried several times to change Ludwig's mind, but she couldn't. "Ludwig, do you really have to do this?" At Anna's words, Ludwig nodded his head. "I want to become stronger. I don't know any other way because I'm powerless." Fortunately, they weren't the only ones who ignored Ludwig and deemed him insignificant. He had friends who didn't consider him nothing, an extremely dangerous ritual with a high possibility of death. But still, he wanted to undergo the most perilous one. There were also those who could help Ludwig. Anna and Christina both knew they couldn't persuade him. However, wanting to do it didn't mean they could do it right away, and they couldn't cast such a dangerous spell on their friend's body without proper preparation. So all 3 of them carefully checked Ludwig's condition, gave him medication for several days beforehand, and tried to create the best possible state for him. As a result, Louis spoke from outside the magic circle. "Ludwig, I've done a thorough check of your physical condition, and you're quite different from others. Quite a lot. Different. Abnormal, to be precise." As Louis examined the data he had collected, he wore a serious expression, checking something. Anna and Christina were already aware of this information. At Louis's words, Ludwig looked puzzled as he lay there. "To put it simply, your talent is really strange." Before starting anything, Louis Ankton had meticulously examined Ludwig's physical condition and discovered a very peculiar aspect. Other students of the same level had powerful supernatural abilities, or 2 or 3, or even talents that encompassed other abilities. In Ellen's case, She possessed numerous such comprehensive talents. However, Ludwig had only one talent, physical stamina, a talent corresponding to the B class of the royal class. Ludwig never considered his talent exceptional, but he was the only one with the talent of physical stamina. A strange talent. I thought your talent was related to endurance or physical stamina, but it seems it's not. Ludwig. Christina took over Louis's words. Wearing tight gloves and a mask, she looked at him. It seems your talent is closer to vitality rather than stamina. He had always thought his only advantage was not getting tired. A talent related to vitality rather than stamina. Ludwig didn't know the specific meaning of this. Was the one talent he thought he had actually quite remarkable. In any case, there was no need to know the specifics. Anyway, for now, that's a good thing, right? In a moment of success or failure, the talent could provide assistance. He could understand that much. Yes, your chances of not dying are much higher than others. That's a relief. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Keep that in mind. Understood. Ludwig was born with an abnormally high level of vitality. It wasn't a simple matter of muscular strength or endurance, the very source of life. As if under the protection of something unfathomable, Louis Ancton had discovered that Ludwig had some strange power. Vitality. Louis confirmed that it was indeed a bizarre and alien talent. After a while, Anna finished the magic circle and stepped back. Louis took something out of the prepared container. It was an arm, something in the shape of a right arm. As Louis brought the arm, Ludwig asked, "Can I ask whose arm it is?" Louis carefully placed the arm where Ludwig's right arm should have been. Larkin Simonsteit. I see. Hearing the name, Ludwig slightly closed his eyes. It wasn't an unfamiliar name to him. Larkin Simonsteit, the traitor of humanity who had become a grandmaster. Save Turner's predecessor, humanity's strongest. His right arm was placed where Ludwig's arm should be. Louis stepped back, and Christina approached Ludwig with her gloves and mask on. It was uncertain how much would change by receiving just one arm. However, one thing was clear. Something unexpected would happen. It was a simple transplant. But the arm being transplanted had once belonged to a man who was mentioned among the world's strongest, and had been further enhanced by dark magic and alchemy before being regenerated. If the transplant and adaptation were successful, something unpredictable would happen. With the arm of a traitor to humanity, would he annihilate humanity's enemies? Now that it's come to this, I'll make sure we succeed, Ludwig. I'm counting on you. Together, let's take revenge on the world. A gleam appeared in Christina's eyes. We'll make everyone pay for all of this. Although she had tried to give up and resign herself, once she had resolved to act, Christina could not help but think of joining forces with Ludwig. Seeing Christina's eyes flicker with madness and vengeance, Ludwig looked up at the ceiling. That's right. A price. We must make them pay. I'm stupid, but no more will I ask others for their opinions or seek affirmation that my judgment is correct. I may be wrong, I may be making a mistake, but I won't look for answers from others anymore. If I'm wrong, then so be it. If I'm right, then so be it. I will follow the path I have chosen. Everyone must have had their reasons. There must have been some reason, and perhaps it was something they had no choice but to accept. But if that's the case, I can do the same. I can be like this too. I must accept my own helplessness, just as they justify many things by saying they had no choice. I will justify myself, that in this world they've created, I had no choice but to become this person. It's allowed, isn't it? If it was allowed for them, I think it's allowed for me too. Revenge. Well, I don't think it's revenge. This is. Yes, in their favorite words. It's not revenge or retribution, Ludwig spoke. It's just an inevitable occurrence, I suppose. Fate disguised as coincidence intertwined and intermingled. The phrase, there was no choice, repeated and accumulated. Another inevitability. It had arrived at a destination and starting point. Chapter 619. Swoosh. The wind blew gently, causing the blue grass to ripple like waves across the plain. Clang. As the swords clashed, a shockwave exploded, scattering leaves, shattering the ground, and dispersing fragments of the magical barrier. Thud. Bang. Crash. From the gleaming dark blade, a sharp and thick trace of void darkness was drawn, and I busily danced around it, either dodging or parrying the sword. A few times like this. No, many times like this. I couldn't even remember the count anymore. I couldn't count the days and nights I had been dying. It almost felt like a frenzy now. A frenzy on the battlefield. Crash. Along with the Allspringer slipping from my grasp, the dark sword approached my throat. Swish! The void sword lament grazed my neck, and an eerie pain swept through my mind, a blackout of consciousness. Phew! And then I awoke. Once again, I stood in the plains, facing Ellen, who stood across from me in the same posture as before. This time, I drew out Tiamata, in the midst of this training, to prevent the inevitable death that would someday come. I felt more accustomed to defeat and death than victory. Please, lose just once. The dream version of Ellen never said a word. She just charged. Shriek. Ellen, who seemed to ride on the breeze, thrust her void sword at me. The dream battles had long surpassed 1,000. I still couldn't do more than endure against Ellen. Why don't you just get some rest? It should be fine to sleep comfortably for 1 day out of 3, right? Upon waking up, Airy, who had her hand on my forehead, asked me with a worried look. My forehead, and indeed my entire body, was drenched in cold sweat. It was only natural. Dying dozens of times in my dreams, it would be strange if my body didn't react. On the contrary, I would be scared of how accustomed I had become to death. Sometimes, I wanted to give up this practice, afraid that when it came time to fight for real, I would think it was just a dream and give in. I can sleep comfortably for the rest of my life when I'm dead. Stop saying such ominous things. Aries' expression darkened when I repeated a phrase I had heard somewhere. Mourning. More than 2 months had passed since the burnt church incident. The third month. The long winter was over and spring had arrived. A spring of departure. A spring of marching. The Allied forces have almost finished preparing for departure. As you know, their destination is Grenosia. At Harriet's words, everyone seated nodded. The Allied forces had completed their reorganization and were now ready to march toward their next destination. For the army that had been marching for so long, was this rest short or long? It might not be an exaggeration to say that it had passed in an instant. However, just as I hadn't spent that time idly, the Allied forces had been busy during that short period. Sakagar spoke up next. Your Majesty, I have news that the improvements to the Titan have been completed. By how much? It seems that it can now operate for more than 5 times the original duration. So around 30 to 40 minutes. Yes, it appears that additional weaponry has also been installed. The Titan could originally only move for about 7 minutes. However, Adelia, the Archduke, and his corps of mages had begun work to improve the Titan. In just 3 months, they managed to achieve the impressive feat of increasing the Titan's operating time by 5 times. Sakagar's reconnaissance report on the Allied forces had come to an end. Next up was Olivia Lands. We're making good progress. All right. We've managed to completely infiltrate the high-ranking clergy, and now the indoctrination is primarily focused on the lower-ranking priests. Of course, discreetly. How is the heretic capture policy progressing? It's a sensitive issue. We've been approaching cautiously since the announcement of the heretic policy, as you know. If we act recklessly, the past incidents could repeat themselves. For now, we need to properly arm the priests within the sect with the right mindset. It's still in progress. We didn't expect it to be done quickly, did we? What about Rowan? You know that her mental issues are problematic from top to bottom, but in terms of her work, she's flawless. Honestly, don't you think that Madwoman will be the most loyal to you here? Just be careful not to let her excessive loyalty lead to strange actions. That's true. Absorbing the 5 great religions had been an inevitable event. However, getting all the priests of the 5 great religions to accept the demon god cult in such a short time was not possible. Moreover, capturing all heretics, including the heretic tolerance policy, would take even more time. Thus, until the firm control and conversion of the 5 great religions to our liking was complete, we could not afford to act hastily. Although the leaders were all captured by us, the majority of the lower-ranking priests were unaware of this fact. As there was no need to worry about external interference, we only had to be concerned about collapsing from within, reforming the holy knights and the 5 great religions from the inside out. It was uncertain whether reforming was the right word for it, and we didn't just absorb the 5 great religions. How is our demon god cult leader? The integration process is going smoothly. We can assume that about 60% of the consolidation is complete. Now that the pace has picked up, the majority of the demon god cult followers will soon share a unified belief. Antirionus said with a sinister smile. It was fitting, in a way. Since Rowan was the nominal leader of the Holy Knights, Antarianus was in charge of integrating the demon god cult followers and the hero religion followers in the refugee camp. Regrettably, there was no one as diligent in this malicious task as him, making Antarianus the only suitable candidate. We didn't initially plan on having Antarianus do it, but when we asked who would do it, the old man raised his hand with a childlike expression. After integrating the demon god cult followers, we would integrate the 5 great religions once we believed it had been adequately modified. In no time, the group would become a nation-like entity on a nearly tasteless continent. I've always told you not to do unnecessary things. Is there any doubt? Your greatness. The commonality between Rowan and Antarianus. They were reliable, but there was always a crucial element of uncertainty. Antarianus had a habit of causing trouble at the worst possible time, while Rowan was loyal to me, but had the potential to act on her own judgment and engage in strange behavior. There was a saying that one would borrow even the hands of a bracken fern when in need of help. That was wrong. A bracken fern's hands would not be unstable. In many ways, they were out of options and had to use whatever they could. It felt as if they were not borrowing the hands of a bracken fern, but rather the hands of a demon. Allied forces' preparations for the expedition were completed. Titan's improvements confirmed. Smooth progress in the 5 great religions operation. Smooth progress in the integration of the followers of the demon god cult and hero religion. And then again, looking at Elaris, the deployment of the Alliance Immortal forces has been confirmed. I see, Immortal. The Empire had secretly decided to call them that. They won't be able to deploy openly, but they seem to be planning to move as they did before, scouting the battlefield in advance and eliminating small-scale gates beforehand. The Empire has decided to deploy only the most elite among the Immortals. The deployment scale consists of 3 0 Master Class, 10 Grandmasters, and 1 0 Archmages. Strictly speaking, the possibility is high that they alone could be capable of capturing a major city. Moreover, we have confirmed that they can instantly regenerate from a certain degree of damage. It seems that they can also be recovered and restored after being severely damaged. 3,000 master class, each one able to be considered among humanity's strongest. 1,000 mages, each one capable of casting mass teleportation. And 10 grandmasters, a number not so common throughout history. Some of the grandmasters were even at the level of archmages. There had been many geniuses in history. All those geniuses had come back from death. It was humanity's strongest army. No, it was probably the strongest army in history. Since they were already dead, they could not be injured, and their wounds could regenerate if they were minor. Even if they were severely damaged, they would automatically return to the underground laboratory of the Temple Magic University and be automatically restored. It was an army of disaster. The gate incident was as good as over. Frankly, if they found out that they could suppress a super-large warp gate with just their army after a test deployment, the Allied forces could simply withdraw right there. The army was a problem, but they were focusing on another issue. How about cloning? It doesn't seem possible at the moment, but it's inevitable that they'll be researching it. We should keep it in mind, but even from the Empire's standpoint, it seems they would be hesitant to go that far. They were golems, animated by infusing black magic into alchemy. It was frightening to think about what would happen if the already fearsome army became capable of cloning. They felt the fear of dangerous technology on their skin. They were moving towards the same goal now, but when that power turned towards them, inevitably they had to think about that moment. If, in order to end the gate incident, a technology was developed that made the gate incident no longer exist, I still don't know if that's a good thing. They couldn't help but agree with Charlotte's worried statement. It seemed like the gate incident would be resolved smoothly as it was. But what would happen if they had taken on too many dangerous tasks to overcome the crisis? They couldn't do anything about that anxiety. Maybe there's no need to think too hard about it. In the end, the immortals are just machines without free will, no matter how strong they are. If we really need to suppress them, it's a matter of suppressing the controller, not the machines. There was plenty of truth in Lucinil's words. To subdue a tank, there wasn't necessarily a need to create magic that could destroy the tank itself. Magic that could snipe the personnel inside the tank would be more than enough. In the end, the immortals were just golems in human form, controlled by someone. That control mechanism, or the controller. If only they could get a hold of that, the immortals would be nothing more than empty shells in human form. But would that be possible? Of course, I knew that the opponent we needed to subdue was not limited to just the Empire. The important thing is they know it too. They probably do. They're not fools, after all. Whether it was the Empire or those who directly operated the Immortals, they must be fully aware of the weaknesses in the operation of the Immortals. They couldn't help but consider the weaknesses that we could think of as well. If they recklessly meddled without proper preparation, the Immortals could go berserk. If that happened, it would be the end of everything. Anyway, the Immortals won't be used to attack us for now, but it would be good to keep looking into ways to neutralize or counter them. Yes, Your Majesty, the march resumed. The transformed Allied forces would head towards the conclusion of the gate incident within the changed circumstances. Lastly, I looked at Charlotte. Having been adequately informed about external matters, it was time to share the internal situation. The resettlement of the refugees is almost complete. The overpopulation issue in Lazak will be significantly alleviated now. The establishment of the local administrative branches has been completed, and there seems to be no need to worry about security issues. Distributing the overpopulated population of Lazak to various places in the provinces. It was a task that had not been carried out properly until now, as the stability of the local administrative branches was in doubt. Strengthening control over the provinces would weaken the overall control, which wouldn't be good at all. But Charlotte had succeeded in properly establishing the local administrative system. She maintained security and created a system that could convey administrative power and report back. With that, it finally transformed into a proper nation. Keep focusing on the establishment and stabilization of the local administrative branches. If the situation becomes unfavorable, we may have to bring the heretics and demon god cult believers from the imperial capital here. Work was being completed one by one. They prepared while considering everything. However, they couldn't help but worry about whether they would end up not preparing anything at all. The Council of Elders meeting had ended. The task we were doing, scouting the battlefield at the forefront and annihilating the enemy through preemptive strikes, was halted for now at this stage. The Immortals would take our place, and it was clear that the Immortals would be able to do the job much more accurately and reliably than us. The scale was enough to make one's bones shudder just by hearing it. If it wasn't an attack on a large-scale city, there might be no need for us to participate in the battle any longer. Perhaps we should be quietly holding our breath, thinking about what would happen after the gate incident. Reinhardt, do you have a moment? Following the end of the meeting, Harriet trailed behind me. Plenty. Well, I know it's not what you're supposed to say when I ask if you have time, but aren't you not supposed to have too much time? Oh, that's true. I'm not supposed to have too much time, am I? I have plenty of time for you. If I don't have it, I should force myself to make it. Ha, not good. As expected, my words made her face flush with anger. You crazy bastard. Arg, why are you whining even if I have time? Now you're saying such shameless things without any hesitation. What if someone hears this? So what if they hear? Are we strangers or what? Well, we're not exactly strangers. But to be honest, we're not exactly close either, right? That kind of relationship where we became strangers when we turned our backs. That's what it was. Shut up! I was struck several times by her. Of course, as always, it didn't hurt one bit. Chapter 620, they had spent so much time together, yet Harriet's chronic condition of habitual flushing had still not been cured. That being said, it was a good thing. The place Harriet dragged me to, with her face flushed red, was her laboratory in Lazak. Every time I saw this place, I couldn't help but feel genuinely sorry. I couldn't help but think of the massive research facility that was once located in the underground of the Temple Magic University. Such a facility and scale were available for a single project. Harriet's private laboratory was obviously not as well equipped. Even then, Harriet had either made the equipment herself when she needed it or had consulted with the vampire lords of the Elder Council to create them together. If Harriet had access to those massive research facilities at the Temple Magic University, what could she have achieved? I knew it was laughable to assume, but I couldn't help but feel sorry every time I saw it. There was no need to go all the way to the Temple Magic University. Frankly, the magic research facilities in Lazak were not even on par with the club facilities at the Temple-era Magic Research Club, although initially it was a research lab for a professor-level mage. Harriet. It felt like watching a daughter with the wrong father knitting her own socks in a rundown house. In reality, she was a princess. Seeing her trying to do something with whatever resources she had, I couldn't help but wonder if our Harriet was actually a resilient person. She possessed the greatest talent in history, but had met a man who couldn't support her, leaving her unable to fully showcase her abilities. What should I do? I'm the biggest obstacle in Harriet's life. While others were creating titans and armies with the name immortal, our Harriet, who had no inferior talent and was arguably even more talented, was struggling in this attic-like laboratory because she had met the wrong man. I'm sorry. Suddenly, for what? I'm just sorry for everything. What are you talking about? It's out of the blue. Harriet pouted as she told me not to say such random things. I felt even more sorry and heartbroken because she had no complaints. Anyway, what is it? I admit that this is my nature to speak this way even though I think differently. Look at this. Harriet pointed to a flat metal plate. Many patterns were drawn on it, and to be precise, it looked like some sort of stand. Given the slightly convex protrusions, it also looked like a machine of some sort. And it wasn't just one. There were two plates. Harriet, I'm not a genius like you who can tell what it is just by looking at it. You have to explain it to me. Make up your mind. Am I a genius or a blockhead? You're a genius, not a blockhead. Right. That was a strange thing to say. Ah, Harriet. Really, thwack. I told you to choose one. Be quiet. She hit me even though I did as she asked. Anyway, there would be no end to our bickering. I couldn't stop because it was fun. Harriet knew this, so sometimes she would only say what she wanted when I kept fooling around. Harriet placed the pair of metal plates on either end of the desk. Now, if I do this. As Harriet began to fiddle with them, the thin plates started to move and take shape. From what was once a stand, several metal sheets popped out, and it transformed into some sort of holder. It might be described as a table with three legs turned upside down. Harriet did the same thing again, this time with another metal plate, something that looked like a pair of brackets. Harriet brought something that looked like a metal rod from among the clutter in the lab. It had been the same at the temple. Our blockhead didn't really clean up. She said she knew where everything was and didn't need to put things away. Look, screech. Sizzle, soon blue sparks began to fly from a pair of metal plates. Isn't that dangerous? It's not dangerous. It's my first time trying it for real, though. How do you know if it's dangerous or not before you actually try it? My theory couldn't be wrong. Ah, it was something like math, wasn't it? If the formula was correct, then implementing it in reality shouldn't yield different results. She must have run the simulation in her mind. It wouldn't work for me, but it probably would for our blockhead. Then it's not dangerous. I really don't know whether you trust me or not. Crack, snap, screech. Soon, sparks began to fly from the sharp edges of the metal plates, and they started to glow blue. The blue light gradually took on the shape of a sphere, a pair of blue spheres. Inside the blue spheres was pitch black. Could this be? Ready. Harriet inserted a metal rod-like object into the left sphere. And then, thump, the metal rod popped out of the right sphere, fell onto the desk, rolled around, and then dropped to the floor without any momentum. There was no way not to know what this was. Hey, this is... Yep, Harriet smiled. It's a warp gate, a new warp gate that's unrelated to the gate incident. Our girl had done it again, in this shabby and crude environment. She had caused another major accident. Is this even possible? It is possible, that's why I did it, dummy. Whack, ouch, that hurts. You're really the greatest blockhead. What are you even saying? What are logistics and distribution? Honestly, I still don't know the details. I only know that it's very important. And I also know that the golden age of the Empire didn't come from the conquest of the demon realm, but was originated from the warp gates, the golden age of humanity and the golden age of the Empire. It was not because people could travel through the warp gates, but because logistics could pass through them. The development of transportation and logistics brings about rapid urbanization of society. Rapid development of logistics enables specialization. Before the development of logistics, most cities had to be self-sufficient around major cities, in terms of food, commerce, and manufacturing. To some extent, they had to be self-sufficient. However, when logistics and distribution develop to an extreme level, cities specialized in commerce or manufacturing don't need to produce any food at all. Of course, they can just import it. And that can be done by cities or countries with specialized agricultural environments. For example, let's say there is a mine containing a large amount of magic stones in a cold climate city. If distribution is unstable, the city must have a system in place to provide a certain amount of food in the cold climate, making it difficult for people to live there. Consequently, development would also be difficult. But what if there were a warp gate? With imported food, the city could focus on mining the abundant magic stones in its mines. The reason the imperial capital became the largest city in the empire was because it had the most warp gates. People flocked there, along with goods and resources. Naturally, the imperial capital became the largest city. The food problem in the imperial capital was initially due to the fact that it wasn't an agricultural city. With distribution cut off and unable to sustain itself, the city had to produce its own food. So, the empire forced farming and land reclamation, producing and supplying food in secure areas of other regions. However, without the overwhelmingly convenient distribution facilities of warp gates, all tasks had to be solved through the mass teleportation of archmages. Not only was production itself insufficient, but if production took place outside the imperial capital, highly skilled archmages would be wasted on mere resource transportation. After the gate incident, warp gate technology became completely worthless. The reason was simple. Monsters from the gates had taken over the so-called imaginary dimension as it turned into a real dimension. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't create warp gates. They could. It was just that monsters would pour out of them. So, you created a secondary imaginary dimension. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but people didn't do it before because they couldn't think of it right. Probably not. It was one of the few times I had such a thought. I wanted to hug Harriet tightly and give her hundreds of kisses. So, you were able to do it because you're incredibly amazing, right? What others couldn't do even with the best facilities was accomplished by her in this bare minimum place, right? At my words, Harriet's face turned red, and she fidgeted with her fingers. I don't want to say it like that. Right or wrong, just say it. Oh, right. She knew how great her accomplishment was. Despite accomplishing a huge feat, she looked embarrassed, twisting her body. She looked 1,000 times cuter and more amazing than usual. Let me hug you, our genius. No, I hate it. Why not? It feels like you're praising a dog or something. No, who's treating you like a dog? In the end, even after doing something great or not, we ended up bickering as always. What was it like to create a new imaginary dimension? I didn't know much, but warp gates were not an invention created by a single mage. According to what I heard from Archduke of Saint-Owen, it was a project pushed forward by the Emperor a long time ago, almost risking the fate of the Empire. The best mages of that time would have been involved, and it would have been the result of the collective efforts of the top mages of the time over a very long period. Warp gates were the result of accumulated research and experiments over a very long time. Harriet had done it alone, something that wasn't just the achievement of one person. And she did it here, without proper facilities or equipment. From the beginning, Harriet had gone through all the research materials related to warp gates while claiming to study dimensional magic when I couldn't grasp the cause of the gate incident. Harriet already had the accumulated knowledge in her head, so the stage before developing warp gates wouldn't be exactly the same. However, the fact that Harriet accomplished what no one else could remain unchanged. Anyway, unlike the original, Harriet's purpose was not to engage in battles, although she did participate in them. She wasn't always on the battlefield. So in the end, even though it was crude, she had time to think and found her own way to revive warp gate technology. Of course, it seems clear that Harriet's research on warp gates, which she originally should not have known about, played a significant role due to my involvement. The truth before my eyes. Harriet had succeeded in devising a new warp gate system. How far can you go with this? Since I tested it just to see if it works or not, it's certainly short. The distance will naturally increase when it's scaled up. It's difficult to use it for any purpose at this level. Assuming we have the resources to scale it up, it wouldn't be much different from the existing warp gates. You know, warp gates connect with all other warp gates within their reach, right? I know. And do you remember that I configured the network between warp gates, creating gate passages directly to the destination without wandering around? Somewhat. The existing warp gate system, in other words, was like a randomly built subway line with too many transfer stations, like spaghetti code. It was like the very first subway stations that were built were terribly outdated, although the outdated aspect was not visible. But Harriet designed this from scratch. There was no need to disembark at gate waypoints and board again, disembark and board again, as with long-distance travel in the past. So, to travel long distances, we need a waypoint in between, right? Building a nexus to connect the gates. Nexus. We need a connection point for amplifying warp gate signals. It serves as a waypoint among the warp gate functions, but people don't actually pass through it. Did you develop that as well, that quickly? Of course not. It's just that if you make only half of a warp gate, it becomes a nexus. Ha! Don't you understand? Of course not. Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. Harriet draws a diagram. 1, 2, 3, let's say it's a straight path. Yes, senior. What are you saying? No, go on with the explanation. So normally, you have to complete all the warp gates for points 1, 2, and 3 to be connected. That's right. But now, since most of the cities are destroyed, there's no need to build warp gates in every location. Right, there's not even a city at point 2, but we want to connect points 1 and 3. However, points 1 and 3 are too far away. Let's assume that. Aha. At first, there is no need to fully complete the warp gate at point 2. It is only necessary to build half of it to serve as a transfer point. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like a stepping stone. Exactly. I finally understood the meaning. In the previous warp gate technology, we had to build a warp gate at point 2 as well. However, that would mean that unnecessary resources would be invested in building a warp gate at point 2, which would only be used as a transfer point. By shortening that process and recognizing that there's no actual need for people to come and go at point 2, it would suffice to have a structure there that only performs certain functions of the warp gate. The term nexus is a convenient name, and if you just build a small part of the warp gate, it can serve as a nexus. If later on it seems necessary to build a warp gate at point 2 as well, we can complete the half-built nexus into a warp gate since they're fundamentally the same structure. I still couldn't fully understand, but I grasped enough of what was being said. It was like setting up a temporary station, connecting it first, and then completing it into a proper station when needed. And more importantly, the cost of connecting the entire continent with warp gates could be astronomically reduced. The inefficient technology that had persisted since its development had completely disappeared, and now a completely efficient operation was possible. Harriet smiled at me, who had half understood what she was saying. Do you know why I've been telling you this long story? How should I praise you? What do you think of me? Harriet narrowed her eyes, saying she didn't say all that just to get a compliment. The point is that it's not impossible to connect the Empire and Edna with warp gates. It can now be done at a much lower cost. I couldn't help but widen my eyes at her words. Connecting the Empire and Edna with warp gates was an extremely dangerous thing to do. The Empire still didn't know where we were. That's why we could be safe. But Harriet certainly wasn't saying this because she wanted to destroy Edna. We can bring the anti-Imperial forces on the Imperial capital directly to Edna. Then nobody would have to get hurt. Weren't you thinking about leading all those people out of the Imperial capital when the situation explodes? You know that's impossible. The seeds of division had already been sown and sprouted, and they were growing. At some point, when this division became apparent, a huge number of people would die. There was an option to topple the empire, and another option. I could lead those who followed me away from the imperial capital, heading endlessly south toward Edina. Would it be war or a great journey? Both options would clearly result in the sacrifice of a great number of people. Driving people into the jaws of death in an attempt to avoid war would be foolish. But would it be wise to start a civil war in imperial capital the moment this division became apparent? I hadn't chosen what to do. I was just thinking that I might have to do it. Connecting the Empire and Edna with warp gates was undeniably a very dangerous thing to do. However, if tens of millions of people could be divided without fighting because of it, it would be better than the Great Journey. It doesn't have to be that way. But we've gained a new possibility, and even if it's not this way, we've obtained a necessary means to rebuild the world. Depending on its use, the warp gate could be a technology for war or for prosperity and reconstruction. And for now, I'm focusing on connecting the archipelago. If the travel time between the islands is reduced, not only will unity increase, but the central administration's control will also grow stronger. You know, there was a reason the Empire's authority was absolute after the development of the warp gate, right? First, reconnect the whole islands in Edna Archipelago with the warp gate. The next task would be the next task. It was amazing that such a world-changing technology had come from such a small, cute head. I'll grant you one wish. What is it? With this mood, I could do anything. Even if you asked me to bite my tongue and die, I could do it. What do you want? I'll do it all. Don't be so serious. Well, no, it's not just one. Just say it. Anything, just whatever. I'll do it all. That's too much pressure. Harriet seemed to not have expected my passionate response, and after hesitating for a long time, she sighed. Never mind, just turn into a cat. Wait, what? Suddenly. But I did that last time too. She too was a severe cat syndrome patient, just like Ellen. She kept asking me whenever she get the chance. And was that all? Is that a no? She looked at me as if to say, you acted like you'd do anything, but you can't even do that. Well, if the price for creating a new warp gate was that, it might feel like too much of a bargain. Are you going to do it? Of course. In the end, that night, I had to fall asleep with her holding me in the form of a cat. Honestly, wasn't this just basically a win for me? I thought that too. Chapter 621 the next day. I know now. You actually enjoy this quite a bit. As I was being carried in Harriet's arms, passing through the corridor, Charlotte, who bumped into us, said that with a slightly troubled expression as she looked at me in my cat form. Meow, and pretending not to enjoy it like this makes me even angrier. No, I didn't enjoy it that much. In the first place, it was Harriet who asked for it. Why, it's cute. Of course, Harriet was vigorously stroking my head. Yeah, how could I not do it when she liked it this much? Ha! It's not that I disagree, but this will only make a bad habit worse. That's a bit harsh. Not that it will worsen the habit, but that the bad habit was already there and would get worse. Anyway, my habits weren't exactly good to begin with. Anyway, lend him to me for a while. I have something to talk about. Oh, okay. Harriet hesitantly handed me over to Charlotte. Of course, our former princess showed no mercy. Thud, the princess grabbed me by the scruff of my neck. Hiss, hey, you can't do that. It's not even a real cat, so what's the problem? And besides, what does it matter if it were a real cat? It's a world where people treat each other like that anyway. Harriet fretted, asking Charlotte not to be so rough, but Charlotte paid no attention. I'll come to pick him up later. Meow, quiet. If I made any more fuss, I felt like I'd be swung around a few times, so I hung there quietly. Not everyone likes cats. Of course, it seemed less like disliking cats and more like disliking me pretending to be a cat. Charlotte took me to her office and sat me down in a chair. I naturally returned to my human form. Charlotte sat opposite me, resting her chin on her palm and gazing at me intently. There's a lot I'm grateful to you for, and I really like you, but you're such an exceptionally weird pervert. I didn't think it'd be this bad. That's true. I never thought I'd have this kind of taste. But isn't this enjoyable? Do you know how many people just pass by if you're cute? Even those who know who I am laugh at me. To what extent? Even Galarush didn't have a bad reaction, right? Isn't it all said and done if I'm eaten by an orc vampire? No, was it because it was unbelievable? Since you like me, please like this part of me too. I'm sorry. I got goosebumps all over my body when Charlotte suddenly looked serious. Let's not go overboard with everything. Charlotte's red eyes stared at me. By the way, is there something you couldn't say during yesterday's meeting? It's not that I couldn't say it, but it wasn't something to be discussed in that setting. What is it? Olivia Lands wants to make use of Elaine Bolton. Ah, it's a shame to leave such a valuable person idle, isn't it? He's skilled and a veteran. Elaine Bolton had handed over the position of Holy Knight's commander to Rowan with a very simple transfer of authority. Therefore, when the Allied forces began their march, Rowan would be in charge of commanding the Holy Knights. There was some noise surrounding the matter. Naturally, the members of the Holy Knight Order in the Allied forces couldn't help but know that Elaine Bolton's sudden retirement wasn't voluntary. They couldn't help but realize that there was some political intrigue involved. However, Elaine Bolton's closest associates had already been silenced. Though they knew that the top brass of the Holy Knight Order had defected to the Demon King, they were well aware of the repercussions that would come from exposing that fact. Everything couldn't go smoothly. Elaine Bolton was a person who couldn't be left alone, and the inevitable noise had to be accepted in order to swallow the Holy Knight whole. Thus, if Rowan failed to take control of the Holy Knight Order of the Allied forces, Elaine Bolton might be reinserted into the mix. That would ultimately be both Rowan's and my failure. Anyway, although Elaine Bolton had retired as the former Holy Knight commander quite unexpectedly, He was spending his retirement in the territory of the Demon King. That wasn't entirely without significance. Elaine Bolton's closest associates knew the ins and outs of the incident, and that Elaine Bolton had come under my influence after his retirement. They didn't know about Edna Archipelago, however. For that reason, those loyal to Elaine Bolton were essentially held hostage by their current master. There was a reason why they couldn't act rashly. Suddenly, Olivia Lands wanted to use the retired Elaine Bolton. How? It's absurd to deploy him in the war, isn't it? She'll figure it out. The important thing is that it seems she wants to make him agree with the banner of the United Holy Church. Ah, she wants to convert him. That's right. There's really no such thing as a demon god. In the end, there were only other names given to the divine. Moreover, the powers they manifested were not consistent. Olivia Lands wanted to turn the former Holy Knight commander into a member of the United Holy Church. To be honest, I'm not sure about that. I half agree with the saying that a position makes a person. To be precise, a position creates arrogance. If I were captured by the Empire and forced to participate in some affair, I couldn't help but feel miserable. Even more so if it were against my will. Of course, Elaine Bolton had no say in the matter, but I didn't want to force such a thing on a person of his stature and create resentment. Even if Elaine Bolton developed some resentment, it wasn't a situation where he could do anything significant. Reinhardt, what would happen if Elaine Bolton were converted? He'd become one of our priests or holy knights, I suppose. The United Holy Church is not a cult of the demon gods. It's just a new form of faith that agrees with the notion that both the cult of the demon gods and the five great religions share the same roots. It's different from both the five great religions and the cult of the demon gods, and it's closer to the essence. Elaine Bolton would be converted to the United Holy Church, not the five great religions. What could that mean? His thoughts on the cult of the demon gods would change, and then what would happen? He'd be able to use the divine power of the demon gods. Well, it depends on how he does it. Priests of the Holy Order sometimes used opposing holy powers. Of course, not all of them could do this, but it was not so rare either. Prominently, the Holy Knights of Turn wielded both healing and corrupting powers. Olivia Lands was one such example. That's the important part. Do you want to empower Elaine Bolton? It might help, but as long as they have immortals, aren't the chances high that we won't participate in the war? And I'm not sure if he'll be on our side properly. It seems better to leave things as they are. Charlotte widened her eyes. Sorry, can you tell me which part was stupid and how? I thought you just habitually said you don't fit in and can't do well in politics and governing, but it seems to be true. King's annoyance. Everyone knew that I disliked that. If Elaine Bolton could use the holy power of the demon god, and if he truly becomes influenced by the United Holy Church, not only would there be backlash within the Holy Knights, but it could also cause huge waves within the main Holy Order, provided we show it publicly. Ah, so this was about politics. I hadn't thought about that aspect since I had been focused only on the war. The conversation was not about the individual strength of Elaine Bolton, not about strengthening Elaine Bolton with the demon god's divine power, but the influence that the fact of his conversion itself could bring. That was what they were talking about. Even if Rowan has taken control of the forces in the capital, it's inevitable that she'll struggle to control the holy knights of the allied forces. Depending on the situation, we may need to reinstate Elaine Bolton. However, it would be better if we could change Elaine Bolton's way of thinking a bit before doing so. Reinstating Elaine Bolton assumed Rowan's failure. But in that case, if Elaine Bolton had already been influenced by the Holy Order, he would take over the tasks Rowan should have done, but failed. In fact, many people at the Allied Forces garrison were suspicious and resentful about the sudden change of the Holy Knight's commander. Rowan was experiencing the same situation Elaine Bolton had faced in the Empire. Rowan was a parachuted commander who appeared under suspicious circumstances of a sudden replacement. There were bound to be difficulties, and those difficulties would grow. Olivia Lands had predicted such a future and was considering the idea of converting and reinstating Elaine Bolton as a commander while he was idle. Rowan had control of the capital, and Elaine Bolton controlled the Holy Knights of the Allied forces. Capturing Elaine Bolton completely and converting him would indeed be the best option. It made sense why Olivia thought that way and why Charlotte positively assessed Olivia's proposal. It would have been better if this was done earlier. Back then, we had a lot to do, like overhauling the structure of the five great religions and keeping it hidden from the outside. But now I thought it would have been better if we had done it much earlier. No, if we had done it hastily, it would have only caused resentment. Charlotte shook her head. Rather, now is the perfect time. Approximately 2 months. It had been enough time for me to organize my thoughts and feel the change in my emotions. Could Elaine Bolton be considered a prisoner of war? The Empire and us were at war, but it wasn't a war where we were pointing our swords at each other. Should I say that we were secretly forming an alliance against a common enemy? When faced with my question of whether to die or retire, Elaine Bolton didn't insist on fighting to the death. In a way, he was a general who had unknowingly entered enemy territory without realizing that it was, in fact, enemy territory and had been captured. He hadn't defected, but he was in my hands. While he couldn't exactly be considered a prisoner of war, Elaine Bolton's situation was virtually no different from being one. In fact, considering the position he held, he could be said to be a prisoner of a higher status than a king. So, even if Elaine Bolton didn't have any authority at the moment, it would be appropriate to treat him with the respect due to his status. Furthermore, we were going to try to persuade him. That's why Charlotte, the regent of Edna, and I, the actual ruler of Edna, decided to meet with Elaine Bolton together. But I'm not sure if this is right. Right. Even though we're both nobles, even if Liana says it's fine, living there. Yeah. Elaine Bolton was neither a noble nor a royal, but he had held the very special position of Holy Knight's commander. It had been difficult for us to find a place suitable for such a prominent figure to retire and receive proper treatment. Initially, Lazak, the royal capital, was not large enough to be called a capital. It was inevitable for a small country's capital, but to Charlotte, who had been a princess, it must have felt like a shabby provincial lord's castle. We had forced Elaine Bolton to retire, but we didn't want to treat him poorly. However, we didn't have a suitable place to treat him. Charlotte and I were walking along a quiet path on the outskirts of Lazak. Lady Yelena said it's fine, and Bolton himself said it's okay. What's the problem? Liana doesn't seem to have any issues with it, so it doesn't seem dangerous. Is that so? So Elaine Bolton had ended up staying at the mansion of Yelena, Liana's mother, on the outskirts of Lazak like a guest. That place, the vacation house of the Grants family, where we had stopped by after returning from Darkland during our first-year summer vacation. When we were worrying about what to do with Elaine Bolton's lodging during the Council of Elders meeting, Liana casually suggested that he could stay there, one of the countless ducal vacation houses built during the heyday of the Grants' ducal family. We couldn't have provided a better environment for him. In fact, both Elaine Bolton and Duchess Yelena seemed to get along well without any issues. But somehow it felt odd. I couldn't exactly say what was wrong. I knew it wasn't strange at all. I might be a little conservative, but still, it felt a bit off. What are you thinking about all the time? Charlotte looked at me with a disgusted expression and then walked ahead with large strides. Right, was I the strange one? Strictly speaking, the residence of the Duchess of Grants, Liana's mother, was a more luxurious building than the Lazak royal palace. The Grants duchy had held a power incomparable to that of the southern archipelago's minor kingdom, the Edna royal family. In a way, it was only natural. There was bound to be a difference between the imperial nobility and the royal families, even among the top tier. Not all royals were necessarily above the nobility. Some were both nobility and royalty at the same time. Harriet, the daughter of the Archduke of St. Owen, was a noblewoman, but in fact not much different from royalty. Now the Grants' ducal mansion, which should be called the main residence rather than a villa. As we approached the mansion overlooking the beach after passing through a secluded path, someone's back came into view. A familiar figure. What brings you here? Upon hearing footsteps, Liana turned towards me and asked. She then glanced at Charlotte, who had come with me. Considering you brought the regent, it's not a personal matter. Well, that's true. There was no particular reason to come here for personal matters. I rarely visited this place. I usually called her when there was work to be done. We came to see Sir Bolton. Ah, that gentleman. The once prestigious and powerful Holy Knight commander had now become a guest gentleman. Well, Liana would probably have called Bolton that gentleman even when he was the active Holy Knight commander. Liana gestured towards the beach. He's taking a walk. A walk? He went with my mother. They should be back soon. Ouch! As I was about to say something, Charlotte pinched my side. What are you doing? Liana tilted her head, looking at Charlotte, who suddenly pinched my side. Ha! Oh, it's nothing. Charlotte shrugged her shoulders with an awkward smile. Chapter 622. Although the Allied forces were about to set out, we were no longer necessary to them. Hence, most people were on standby, but Liana had a special mission. Absolute stability. Exactly as it sounds. Liana, who had gained the attribute of bringing rain when she cried, had to take a special drug to control the weather. It was similar to a depression inducer. Thus, Liana had to exhaust her mental energy, not her magical or physical strength, to unleash her powerful ability. What was usually demanded of Liana was to maintain her composure. She constantly took depression inducers, so that she would not lose her ability to use her power when it was truly needed. So Liana usually spent her time at the mansion as if she was recovering. The last time she had used her ability was to melt the heavy snowfall that had fallen in the imperial capital. We drank tea until Elaine Bolton and the Duchess returned. Although not as much as before, this villa still had servants. It was one of the few places where one could live like a noble in Edina. Are you going to convert him completely? If we can. Do we really need to go that far? He doesn't seem like he would cause any trouble. That's right. Unlike Harriet, who was teased as a blockhead just by words, Liana was more of a true blockhead. And like I couldn't understand the meaning of converting Elaine Bolton, nor the intentions of Charlotte and Olivia, Liana couldn't understand it either. Moreover, she even perceived the attempt to convert Elaine Bolton as a form of mental reconditioning, since she didn't know if he would cause trouble. Will we teach an old retired man's mind just because we have nothing else to do? You don't have anything else to do, though. That's true. Although a blockhead, she still didn't get along well with me. Depending on the situation, we may need to recall Bolton. We're just preparing for that. Instead of me, Charlotte spoke up. Recall, sending him back to his position. Do you think I asked because I didn't know the term recall? Could it be that you actually know it? At my words, Liana slightly opened her mouth. What do you really think of me? Seriously. It seemed like she had tried to act knowledgeable, but ended up losing face. Why do you know that? What are you anyway? You're just a lucky girl who got comfortable abilities for both your head and body. Did I go too far? Sparks began to fly from Liana's furrowed brow. Sizzle, sizzle. Do you really want to fight? Want to try? Stop it. Why are you acting like children? Charlotte sighed, looking at Liana and me taking turns with disdain as we bickered during a serious conversation. Liana tilted her head, looking at Charlotte. But technically we're still children. That's true. But I'm not a child. I'm definitely not a child. Why the sour face? No, I was wrong. At my apology, both Charlotte and Liana looked puzzled. Trying to win against a child at this age and scratching at them. I couldn't believe how pathetic I was. Why haven't you fixed the habit of saying unnecessary things? That's true. That's right. Why can't I grow up? Is it too late? Reinstating that old man. What are you talking about? It's not yet decided. Although the imperial capital's power has been seized, there may be some resistance from the Holy Knight Division of the Allied Forces Command. Our goal is to convert the entire Holy Knights into the United Holy Order. If Elaine Bolton, who will act as the leader, can use the divine power of Demon God, the process will become easier. Ah, so that's what it is. Only then did Liana seem to understand, slowly nodding her head. Even if the popes had been alive, Elaine Bolton would have had no choice but to cooperate with me. However, by choosing Rowan, I now had the option to convert the entire 5 great religions into the United Holy Church. Even if I reinstated him now, he wouldn't dare oppose me, as it would bring about a greater crisis. But it was even better if we agreed to the United Holy Church's banner after Rowan had failed, if she failed at all. Charlotte took a sip of her tea. Her appearance had changed a lot from the past, but her elegance was still felt even in the way she drank tea. Watching Charlotte made me realize that elegance was a very subtle thing. It seemed similar to grace, yet it was entirely different. It wasn't ostentatious but subtly revealed. If one tried to imitate elegance and overdid it, it would look ridiculous. The person just acted as usual without any thought, and it felt elegant. The essence of elegance. That was probably what it was. If you look closely, something would make your heart flutter. Anyway, there was something like that, right? Guests have arrived. We hadn't been talking for long when the Duchess and Elaine Bolton returned to the mansion. Duchess Yelena de Grants, and former Holy Knight Commander Elaine Bolton. Hello, Duchess. It's been a while since I've visited. It has been quite some time since I last saw your Highness, the Princess. The Demon King was also very polite. Ah, yes. Charlotte stood up and greeted her properly, while I awkwardly rose and scratched the back of my head. Elegance. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I was sure I wouldn't have it until the day I died. Did you come to see me? As soon as he saw us, Elaine Bolton seemed to know the reason and looked at Charlotte and me with a stern expression. Yes, it was time to get to the main point. Charlotte looked at me. Reinhardt. Yeah. As I looked at her with a determined expression, Charlotte smiled brightly and pointed outside. You should go out. Ha, it's better if you're not here. But I can also fight while being invisible. When needed, I can hide. Liana is my friend. I wouldn't say that to Elaine Bolton. At my protest, Charlotte's expression turned cold. Leave. Yes. In the end, I was kicked out. As it was a crucial moment for the discussion, Charlotte and Elaine Bolton were left behind, while Liana and the Duchess tactfully left the mansion, and I was kicked out. Liana laughed at me. Does it feel good? Why did you say something unnecessary and reduce the little trust you had? Shouldn't I see it as trusting Charlotte enough to leave such an important position to her, wasn't it? I know it didn't look that way at all. Yeah, I knew it wasn't the case. Negotiation, politics, I neither knew well nor had any taste for them. I was only grateful that Charlotte took care of such matters and thought more diligently about them than I did. But then why did I come here? Wasn't it enough to leave it to Charlotte? If I hadn't wasted time arguing with Liana, I would have been sitting there. Being scolded by a subject and kicked out as a king, something felt strange about it. Of course, I did hope for this. Rather than an overly hierarchical relationship, I hoped for one where we could treat each other more comfortably. Leave. That was a bit too much. I'll definitely tell her later how hurt I was. It's not just a saying, I'll really tell her. Anyway, in the end, I had nothing to do until Charlotte finished talking, so I strolled along the beach. The Duchess, and Liana. I didn't know about Liana, but I didn't see the Duchess very often. The Allied forces will begin advancing again, right? Yes. Yes. They seem to be leaving in a few days. The Duchess must have heard from Liana, so she knew to some extent how the world was turning and asked me about it. After becoming a king from a friend of her daughter, and after coming to this place, the Duchess treated me disdainfully. Honestly, she wasn't very pleasant at first sight. Of course, she openly showed her disapproval of her daughter mingling with low-born people, and even went so far as to invite only Harriet to breakfast. She was extremely sensitive about status and was a very worldly person. It was clear that she had a very bad relationship with the now deceased Duke of Grants. However, in the end, the Duchess of Grants seemed to have undergone a significant change of heart after the death of the Duke. She reconciled with her daughter and even informed her that the real culprit who killed the Duke of Grants was not the Demon King, urging her to take revenge on her father. People change. A worldly person cannot be worldly all their life. A person who was pure can become worldly. A wicked person can become good. A good person can become wicked. People change. Whether the change is big or small, people cannot help but change as they live. The Duchess of Grants changed, I changed, Liana changed. And Charlotte and Elaine Bolton changed as well. We would continue to change and change again. Will you also go to the battlefield like last time? I think we need to watch the situation for now, but I'm not sure what will happen. If the situation isn't bad, we may not need to fight ourselves. I can't say for sure. I see. At my words, the Duchess sighed. It was a sigh of relief. Only then did I realize something I had completely overlooked, buried in my thoughts. The Duchess was sending her daughter to the battlefield, a place of death and terror where horrendous monsters roamed. No matter how strong a supernatural her daughter was, no parent would be happy about it. Moreover, her daughter's mental state deteriorated as she used her abilities. Regardless of whether she survived the war or not, she must have known the suffering. From the Duchess's point of view, I was the one who kept taking her daughter to the battlefield. Therefore, I must have been an unwelcome person. I hadn't seen it often, but the mere fact that the Duchess hadn't shown any signs of her feelings to me was enough to know she was good at hiding her emotions. A person who constantly sends their child to the battlefield. What would I have done in her shoes? If I had a child and their friend kept taking my son or daughter to the battlefield, claiming their abilities were necessary, They had returned safely so far, but there was no telling how long that would last. It was fortunate that they hadn't been caught yet. Liana was too valuable a person. A parent's worry, sorrow, and fear had to be ignored. "May I ask why you spared Sir Bolton?" I couldn't help but be taken aback by her sudden question. I thought they were on good terms since they took walks together, but was that not the case at all? Liana's expression hardened at the Duchess's unexpected words. Did Sir Elaine Bolton cause any trouble? I hadn't thought he was the type to cause mischief, but if he had secretly stirred up trouble, I couldn't just let it go. Not at all. I didn't sense any anger or similar emotions towards Elaine Bolton from the Duchess's expression. He may not be the best conversationalist, but he is an honourable man with high principles, understanding, and consideration. While I couldn't say she was fond of him, her words conveyed that she respected Elaine Bolton enough. Then why ask the reason I had left him live? It's not Sir Bolton's importance that I'm curious about, but rather the reason you spared him. Was it a question unrelated to Elaine Bolton's attitude or actions? It was a question aimed at me from the start, not Elaine Bolton. I didn't think it was necessary to do that. By not killing him, as I did now, I might have discovered a new use for Elaine Bolton. The Duchess looked at me with a stern expression in response to my words. Necessary, necessary, you say. With that, she murmured to herself and walked silently. The atmosphere had become tense. When all this is over, what do you plan to do with the Empire? The Empire, you ask? Yes. At the Duchess's words, I felt a lump in my throat. Bertus had killed Duke Grants. Liana wanted revenge, and the Duchess likely felt the same. Bertus was a royal of the Empire. As such, he was not only responsible for keeping the greatest threat to the Empire, the Demon King, in check, but also for eliminating revolutionary forces that could shake the Empire's foundation. That was Bertus's duty, and something he had to protect. Bertus had to kill Duke Grants. However, the Duchess had lost her husband, and Liana had lost her father. It was only natural for them to hate the Empire and Bertus. These natural occurrences. What must I do, and who am I to do it? Especially if it leads to someone's natural desire for revenge. Where did the problem begin, and who is truly at fault? If everyone does what they believe they should, and all that builds up is hatred, anger, and a desire for revenge, is there something fundamentally wrong with the world? If I say I won't destroy the Empire, will you hate me? Can you hate me more than you do now? She was blunt, this woman. Mother, please. I have many things to be grateful for from the Demon King, but you must understand that I cannot help but feel this way. I suppose there's nothing to be done. You don't need to understand my dislike of you. Excuse me. Why should you understand why I dislike you? Her unexpected comment left me somewhat dazed. In this chaotic world, where even your own survival is difficult, why are you trying so hard to understand so much? Why should someone who bears the burden of an entire nation and countless lives prioritize understanding others? You should hate those who hate you. The Duchess looked at me as she spoke. Her words were not advice or criticism, but rather a scolding tone. You must kill those who try to kill you. Is that all? I had nothing to say in response. Sometimes you have to kill those who don't want to kill you. You have to hate those who don't hate you, and there will be times when you must take the lives of those who don't resent you. Even those who have loved you all their lives, and who have never thought of betraying you, must be killed if necessary. That is the life of an emperor. Watching coldly as someone dies in tears and wails, with their face stained with a sense of betrayal, is the life of an emperor. Do you think there has ever been an emperor in history who ruled with mercy, warmth, and understanding? There probably hasn't. No country has ever been built without taking something from others. Those who are not accustomed to taking cannot maintain or possess anything. So why are you trying to be an emperor as a human? With love, understanding, and mercy. There couldn't have been a history of uniting the world through such things. To build a mountain, one must take and take again. A tower of gold built from the stolen items, and atop the highest peak sits the throne of the greatest thief in the world. That is a nation. A hat made of stolen gold leaf is placed on the head, called a crown, and the one who wears it becomes the king. Steal a little and you're a thief. Steal a lot and you're a great thief who goes down in history. Steal everything in the world, and no one will call you a thief. The beginning of all this was my plundering of Edna's throne. I too started by taking. Those who only topple those who deserve hatred, those who deserve to be hated, may become avengers or righteous bandits, but they cannot sit on the throne of dominion, and they must not. Yes, it's not about toppling those who deserve hatred. It's about turning the fallen into those who deserve hatred. That's what it means to be an emperor. That's what history is about. At times, I must kill even those who love me and calmly look into their eyes, filled with betrayal in their dying moments. Trying to be a king as a human is arrogant. The Duchess was pointing out my arrogance. Are you so great that you can be a king as a human? Can you protect everyone while acting so carelessly? You who only uses my daughter, can you really protect her? She was scolding me. He may have gained neighbors through this approach, but weren't neighbors the most terrifying beings in the world? Neighbors could always become our allies, but it was always the neighbors who took something away from us. Neighbors were equal beings. Thus, a king didn't need neighbors. For a king, all beings in the world should be beneath him. As Bertus had once said, all were equal beneath me, in that kind of arrogance. A different kind of arrogance was necessary. That attitude had to be present. Duchess Grants looked at me. I dislike the uncruel you. Her dislike of me wasn't solely due to bringing her daughter into war. My approach of sparing the enemy commander, allowing him to live peacefully like this. Though sparing Elaine Bolton might have its uses, she pointed out that I hadn't spared him for his usefulness alone. She didn't dislike Elaine Bolton. She seemed to consider my approach of sparing him dangerous. A king who takes his daughter to war would be unwelcome. But a king who has no intention of truly killing his enemies, who lets his kingdom be swayed by acceptance and wholeness, would be even more unwelcome if her daughter had to live in that land. Wars would eventually end, but a king who was indecisive and compassionate would permanently endanger the kingdom. A king must kill even the harmless. Sometimes he must even devour the dog he raised. This approach of not killing someone unless they reveal their teeth, not killing someone who doesn't show me their teeth, only trying to kill the despicable ones. It seemed she didn't like my approach of only trying to kill those who were definitively my enemies. Duchess Grant spoke to me as if scolding a child. Do you intend to convince the sheep inside the fence that the hunger of the wolves and foxes outside is inevitable, even when you don't know whether they're wolves in dog's skin? Do you plan to let them in simply because they haven't shown their teeth to me? I had no answer to the Duchess's words. Elaine Bolton was not a wolf. The Duchess knew that, but she was scolding me for bringing someone into the fence without knowing whether they were a dog or a wolf, thinking there was no need to kill them. Someday, I would bring a wolf in dog's skin into the fence. That's what she was saying. That is the most dangerous tyranny. A king who dispenses death lightly is a tyrant. A king who values death too highly is a dark lord. Your Majesty, the Duchess knelt before me, and desperately she implored, please become a cruel sovereign. A king and a saint were different. If you tried to be a king with the ways of a saint, you could neither have nor protect anything. Duchess Grants begged. Chapter 623, on the way to persuade Elaine Bolton. I found myself not speaking with Elaine Bolton at all, but instead listening to the soft yet firm rebuke of the Duchess. Foolish pride does not make one a tyrant or a despot. No, there were simply too many foolish things a person seated on the throne could do. There could be a tyrant who killed people without proper principles, or one who waged endless wars of conquest without justifiable reasons. However, paying too much attention to the circumstances of outsiders and refusing to kill enemies who hadn't bared their teeth against me could also be tyrannical in its own right. The Duchess pointed out that the scope of my definition of who needed to be killed was far too narrow. It could be a threat. In this dangerous age, when merely the possibility of a threat was enough to warrant annihilating someone, I had been criticized for prioritizing not killing those whose allegiance was unclear. Wasn't it enough to just kill the enemy? Was that too human a way of thinking? Once an enemy was confirmed, the foe would have already bared their teeth, and battle would be inevitable. There was also a way of killing before they became an enemy. I was no born king, but how long could I use that as an excuse? Now that I was already a king, it could not be justified or excused that I lacked the qualities necessary to be one. I had nothing to say to the Duchess, who felt uneasy and thought my way was dangerous. I agreed with her. While it would take all my strength to protect the sheep within the fence, I had been living my life thinking that the pack of beasts roaming outside the fence might also be sheep. A king should protect the inside of the fence and consider everything outside the fence as the enemy. I had not been doing that. If the land where I and my children lived was ruled by a monarch with such a disposition, I would dislike that country too. It wasn't about killing Elaine Bolton. She had asked if I intended to continue this way, and if I knew how dangerous it was. No one had built a nation on love, understanding, and mercy. A throne could only be built upon what had been taken, and that throne had to be maintained with blood. If asked whether I knew this truth, I couldn't say I didn't. It was just hard to accept. The Duchess hadn't told me something only she knew. She had told me something everyone around me knew, but didn't dare tell me. It could be because they were sorry, or because they knew I would struggle with it, or because they didn't want to burden me further. The Duchess had told me something everyone knew, but no one said to me. That, too, was ultimately an act of courage. Our walk was neither long nor short. We just walked silently in the heavy atmosphere. Upon returning to the mansion, Elaine Bolton and Charlotte were already outside. Had their conversation ended? Reinhardt, Sir Bolton would like to speak with you for a moment. Really? I wasn't sure how the conversation had unfolded. However, judging by Charlotte's expression, it didn't seem to have had too terrible an outcome. I had a private conversation with Elaine Bolton, not inside the mansion, but outside. The footprints on the beach where we had just walked remained undisturbed. I wasn't sure what they had discussed, but my heart felt even heavier. I don't think I've ever had a choice. Really? Originally, in the novel, the leader of the Holy Knights was Riveria Lands, and it hadn't changed. Olivia Lands had exited the story in the margins. Elaine Bolton was also one of the marginal characters. I didn't know Riveria Land's personal affairs, let alone Elaine Bolton's. I only knew about his public affairs. Elaine Bolton became the next leader of the Holy Knights due to the downfall of the radical Riveria Lands. It probably wasn't his will. The Empire wanted Elaine Bolton to be the leader of the Holy Knights. And whether the popes had received their influence or not, they must have wanted to keep Riveria Lands, one of the main protagonists in the Demon War and a war hero, in check. They wouldn't have wanted the influence of the leader of the Holy Knights to grow too much. Elaine Bolton became the leader of the Holy Knights due to various circumstances. Whether he wanted to be the leader of the Holy Knights or not was irrelevant. Even in the situation just before the gate incident, he had been swayed by the opinions of the Pope, Ellen, and Olivia. And as time passed, the popes chose to turn the order into the Demon King's clutches on their own accord. Just a few days later, he was forced to step down. And now he had been offered to become a Holy Knight of the United Holy Order due to the possibility of returning to his position as the leader of the Holy Knights. Looking at it this way, he was a person who had been pushed around to an almost cruel extent. Despite having considerable authority, strength, and power, he was a person who showed that one could still be swayed by greater powers and wills. And now, even the gods I've believed in so far have all been lies. That's right. From the beginning, the teachings about the five gods and the demon gods were all in vain. There was no truth anywhere, and even faith had been arbitrarily reinterpreted. Moreover, Tiamata has two forms. Yes. Can you show me? Perhaps just hearing about it wasn't enough. Or maybe he needed to see with his own eyes that the power of the gods was truly arbitrary, as the United Holy Order said. I didn't know which one it was, but I summoned Tiamata to my right hand. The pure white sword spirit of purity, Tiamata. But this wasn't what he wanted. Kurang, I didn't even need a command anymore. Tiamata's sword spirit, reacting to my will, began to darken and ooze darkness. The aura of corruption. Elaine Bolton stared at the demonic Tiamata in silence. Is that enough? That's enough. As I dismissed the demonic Tiamata, Elaine Bolton gave a bitter smile. Are the gods malicious, or have we misunderstood them all this time? Even here, gods were considered beings beyond human understanding. However, they lent their power even when misunderstood. They lent their power because they thought they were properly believed in, but in fact, they lent their power even when they were misunderstood. What were the gods? Elaine Bolton seemed to be lost in such a fundamental question. I don't suppose the United Holy Order has a complete understanding of the gods either. The demon gods and the great gods were the same beings. It was even questionable whether the five great gods were truly the five great gods. Although I can't reveal the source, I'll share an interesting fact. Is there anything more surprising for me here? Vampires were originally derived from the sun god and the moon god, the truth that Lunar Artorias had shared. Vampires were actually born of the gods. Those who sought immortality prayed to the moon, and they received the moon's blessing while simultaneously being cursed by the sun. That was the beginning of vampires, or so he had heard. After longing for forgiveness from the gods for a long time, they were finally granted it. But in exchange, they became beings forever separated from the world. It doesn't sound like a joke. Elaine Bolton laughed bitterly, as if realizing that something that didn't even qualify as a cheap joke was actually the truth. Actually, saying I never had a choice is a lie. I just didn't have an opinion. If that's what he meant, then perhaps that was the case. If I didn't want to be the commander of the Holy Knights, I could have refused. But I didn't do that. If I had decided to kill or save the Demon King, I could have done so. But I didn't make any choices. If I wanted to object to the Pope's decision to support you, I could have said so. I didn't do that either. When you requested retirement and I didn't like it, I could have drawn my sword. But I didn't do that either. I just went along with the tide. Always, looking back, there's no life more cowardly than this. It wasn't that he didn't have a choice. He simply didn't choose the less likely options, always going with the flow. He had power and authority, but always lived a middle-of-the-road life, following the flow. It wasn't about what was right or wrong. Who were the majority? Where was the trend? He followed that flow. Neither an absolute supporter nor an absolute opponent. Was it a life swept away or a life freeloading? Elaine Bolton seemed to think that his previous statement about not having a choice was just a pathetic excuse. So now will you try making a choice with your own will? There's no reason to. The tide hasn't changed. There was no resistance. Isn't it better to live as a coward to the end if one has been a coward once? At least I'll be able to maintain the principle of consistency. A life without faith or pride. He might have thought he had such things once, but Elaine Bolton had long since admitted that he was too pathetic to speak of them now. So, if he lived as a coward forever, he would at least maintain that one consistency. Not the consistency of being good for a lifetime, but the consistency of being a coward for a lifetime. Now, rather than making choices and finding his own direction, Elaine Bolton's attitude of choosing to be a coward for life seemed utterly despairing. Considering that the rare choice to kill my subordinate turned out to be the worst choice, it seems like I'm not the type of person who should make choices. Or perhaps this too is just an excuse. Elaine Bolton laughed. He laughed for a long time. As always, bitterness was bound to mix with an old man's self-mockery. Upon reflecting on his life, he realized that all that remained was his cowardice. The sorrow mixed with his self-mockery felt unbearably sad. Elaine Bolton and I talked briefly afterward. For several months, I've traveled around this country. It must have been quite a bizarre sight for you. The coexistence of humans and demons sometimes felt grotesque to me as well. Yes, it was. This place was sparsely populated, but it seemed he had wandered around Lazak while staying here. He must have been with the Duchess. Whether the Duchess had offered to guide him first or Elaine Bolton had asked her first was unknown. All I could think was how strange this land is. It certainly is strange. He must have had many thoughts while observing the landscapes created in Edina Archipelago. Ogres tilling the fields, trolls constructing buildings, orcs standing guard, succubi comforting orphaned children as they slept together, and mermaids appearing on the beach, exchanging jokes with humans. A strange land. Was this even possible? If this was possible, why have we been living the way we have until now? Why did we fear each other, hate each other, kill and be killed? Why were we so adamant that there were no other options? Where did such claims originate? And how did everyone come to believe them? I've become curious. Elaine Bolton looked up at the blue sky that signaled the arrival of spring. Demo, no, Reinhardt. Yes, in a way this country is a disaster, a disaster. I still thought it was much better than the Empire, but I didn't misunderstand the meaning of his words. Do you know how many people will despair just because they've learned that the long history of hatred between us was actually meaningless and that this could have been possible? I suppose it could be seen that way. All the wars up to this point were meaningless. The history of hatred and animosity, what we believed was right, was dennied by what we saw before us. We could coexist and cooperate. The Great Demon War was not a glorious war. For many people, the result that overturned human values and historical views could bring despair rather than hope. Did you despair? Yes. More than anything, the one who despaired amidst the peaceful and bizarre scenes was Elaine Bolton himself. The beings he killed, the beings who died. None of them had to suffer that fate. He must have felt it. If I had known that this was possible. No, if the world had been like this from the beginning, the gate incident would never have happened. The current reality is the result of mutual distrust. If we had a society of coexistence and cooperation, there would have been no hatred, distrust, or fear of the Demon King in the first place. And the Great Demon War, the cause of all this, wouldn't have happened. And then humans invaded the demon race. Lack of faith and trust caused all the problems. In fact, that was the root of everything in the world. It was ridiculous. The Duchess had told me to hate everyone beyond the fence. Elaine Bolton realized that all the blood and tears shed until now had been meaningless. Those who do not know war speak of slaughter, while those who know war speak of peace. They speak of the futility of slaughter. It's not like humans were the only ones who feared demons. Demons felt the same way. For a very long time, demons had also been afraid of humans. Elaris, an ancient archdemon, had once dreamed of the extinction of humanity. The previous demon king, Valia, had also been afraid of humans. That was why he had wanted to create a world without them. Both sides feared each other equally. I hate this country. Elaine Bolton said this with a stern expression. The moment he realized that peace had been possible, he understood that he could not justify any of the past events. He had not triumphed over humanity's ultimate enemy, but merely succumbed to fear and committed massacres. Facing the despairing truth, Elaine Bolton could not help but hate this peaceful scene. However, it's a scene that must be protected because it's detestable. In the end, this scene showed a possibility that had been deemed impossible. Although feeling despair was inevitable, it was not a sight that should disappear. The truth did not disappear just because it was denied. The truth could not be erased from one's mind just because it was unpleasant to know. The truth that had been imprinted in his mind could not be erased. It seemed as though he believed he had no choice but to protect this truth. After talking with Elaine Bolton, Charlotte and I headed back to Lazak. What did you talk about with him? We agreed to cooperate. It seemed that Elaine Bolton had already decided to cooperate when he talked to Charlotte. It must have been difficult for him to accept his life of cowardice and to commit to living a cowardly life forever. Nothing much, really. I didn't know if Elaine Bolton had talked about his cowardice with Charlotte, but I hesitated to discuss his personal matters further. He called it a strange country. Elaine Bolton was shocked. A strange country. Well, it was a scene that would have been shocking to the demon hunters. Indeed, it is a strange country. Charlotte chuckled in agreement. Actually, I had come from a world that was essentially no different from humans and had no such thing as demons. The strangest thing to me was this scene. Like most wars, the Great Demon War was no different. There was no one who deserved to die. You got what you wanted, but you don't look very happy. No, I am. I'm happy. Then smile a little. At Charlotte's words, I awkwardly smiled. Thoughts kept swirling in my head. The Duchess's words that in order to protect peace, one must not hesitate to kill. Elaine Bolton's words of despair upon realizing the meaninglessness of the war he had thought was justifiable. The Duchess's words were not wrong. However, if I were to live by her words, I would become Elaine Bolton. We must fear our neighbors. Knowing that the end of this fear was the present, we were forced to repeat the same history. Chapter 624, somewhere on the continent, a city had turned to ruins. On a street in the desolate city that had become a no-man's land, a few figures wearing robes gathered. The Immortal has already finished deploying the front lines. The Allied forces will move again, and we'll all head to the front lines as well. Christina, wearing a robe, spoke to the others who, like her, were dressed in black robes. Is the reverse summoning device functioning properly? We've already confirmed its functionality in several preliminary tests. Even with a high failure rate, it won't be a major issue. Excellent. The people in black robes nodded their heads in agreement with Christina. We didn't have much time, but you've done well so far. At the compliment-like remark from the black-robed figures, Christina nodded her head. What's next? The next step. The black-robed figures fell silent at Christina's question. It's absurd to discuss this before the gate incident has ended, but isn't it time to talk about it? The black-robed figures remained silent at Christina's question. What should be done after the gate incident? One of the black-robed figures spoke up. The Empire has reached its end. The Empire, which committed numerous atrocities for survival, had lost its justification and legitimacy. Although it was being maintained due to its current cause, once the gate incident was resolved, people would demand accountability from the Empire. To survive, the Empire must find its next cause. The Demon King. Yes. If the Empire was being maintained by the absolute cause of the gate incident, it would need to find the next cause after that cause had disappeared. The cause of killing the Demon King, the root of all evil. That was the cause the Empire used to unify all of humanity. It wouldn't be impossible to reuse it. Long ago, the Empire had been able to unify all of humanity because of the existence of the Darklands and the Demon King. There was no cause greater than this. With the Demon King still alive, why should we fight among ourselves? This cause had prevented attempts at division and the rise of discordant forces. The establishment and maintenance of the Empire had been possible because of the Demon King's existence. So once the Gate incident had ended, all they had to do was return to the cause of the past. But the owner of the Empire doesn't have to be the Guardia's royal family. We can erase the past mistakes of the Empire along with the Guardia's royal family and give birth to a new empire. The empire must exist for the unification of humanity, but its ruler could change. At the words of the black-robed figure, Christina silently looked at him. If the Demon King is used as the cause to maintain the empire, I assume the Demon King is not among the candidates for the next ruler. The story was about uniting humanity against an enemy, and that enemy was the Demon King. So the black-robed figure had not considered the possibility of the Demon King becoming the ruler of the next empire at all. Of course, the majority of people would find it unacceptable to be ruled by the Demon King. The chaos that would ensue would be incomparable to what's happening with the current empire. Right. The problem isn't so much what the Demon King has actually done wrong, but how people perceive him. Christina slowly nodded her head, wearing a meaningful smile. So, who should be the next ruler of the empire? Surely not you guys. Of course not. Our principle is to not step forward. Despite their dwindling numbers, the individuals in black robes seemed resolute, as if they had no intention of abandoning their principle. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Although your order is now in decline, your knowledge and magic remain intact. That's why you were able to create the immortal. So, why do you need to only work from behind the scenes? Because there are tasks that can only be done from behind, and we are a group created to handle those tasks. The principle of working for the sake of humanity. The Black Order would even betray humanity if it was for that principle. The moment they stepped forward, the meaning of the group would fade. Therefore, they worked on tasks that only they could perform from the shadows of history. There are many who could potentially become the next ruler of the empire. First, they must be somewhat distant from the empire, have made significant contributions in resolving the Gate incident, and be a person with a proper disposition as a leader of humanity. Louise von Schwarz of Kernstadt might be a possibility, simultaneously being the second most powerful force after the Empire, and possessing a character and disposition that isn't too extreme or overly compromising. She has the proper qualities of a leader. Her contributions are also impeccable. However, it's almost certain that she killed her own siblings with her own hands, which could become a weakness someday. Archduke Raphael de Saint-Ouen cannot be ruled out either. His contributions alone, in creating the Titan, are incomparable to anyone else. Furthermore, he has been faithful to the long-standing principle of the Saint-Ouen family, which is to walk the path of righteousness, although it is the opposite of our position, which allows us to use even the power of the apostles if it helps. The attitude of the Saint-Ouen family and the current Archduke deserve people's respect and admiration. However, in this case, his daughter is too great a risk. Despite his contributions, he hasn't received proper recognition from the people. There are a few other candidates, but ultimately they lack power, contributions, or the capacity to embrace other major forces. Therefore, in the end, Ellen Artorius, she's the right choice. Her power, symbolism, and the support of the people all point to her. If she can lay the cornerstone of the next empire, it would be the best outcome. The enormous weight of the title hero. At a time when the empire has lost its legitimacy, and the enemy that should be exterminated is apparent, the hero becomes a more significant name and symbol than any noble or king. After the resolution of the Gate incident, for the unity and prosperity of humanity and a united will, the old empire must fall, and a new one must emerge. Ellen Artorius becoming the ruler of the new empire. The Black Order's judgment was that it was the best conclusion in the current situation. Christina silently listened to the story. The one who broke the silence was a man who had been leaning against the wall on the edge of the assembly hall, silent all this time. In the end, is it coercion again? At the sudden remark, the gazes of those in black robes turned in that direction. You intend to tell Ellen, who is struggling just to bear the title of hero, that she must now become an emperor. His unkempt black hair hung raggedly down to his neck, and a bandage was wrapped around his exposed arm beneath the cloak. What I'm curious about is, between the tangled strands of hair, his deep, abyss-like eyes stared at those in robes. What qualifications do you guys have to make such decisions? At his words, silence enveloped the room. What are you guys, that you can talk about how the world should be and have the confidence to insist on it? Ludwig, the man with the bandaged right arm, seemed to pierce through everyone with his hollow, deep eyes, because it's the path for everyone. At that, the corner of Ludwig's mouth curled up roughly. Right, that's the most magnificent justification. The one and only absolute justification to escape all misdeeds, sins, and responsibilities. That disgusting claim that it's the path for everyone was the driving force that brought you here, and it was the words you used to rationalize yourselves. For everyone. No, no, that phrase exists for you. That phrase is for those who serve it. Only for you and your excuses. Aren't you guys also accomplices in the gate incident? Right, you just want to manipulate the world as you please. When the outcome goes wrong, do you plan to say, like anyone else in the world, that you never actually wanted this? In front of this miserable result, do you plan to say that you never actually wanted this? Then again, without facing the problems you got wrong this time, do you intend to control the world as you please? For the world, for humanity, for everyone. Those words were nothing more than excuses prepared for those who wanted to do such things. So, what do you propose? The ones in black robes asked. Do you have the best answer? Who should be the next ruler of this world? And what needs to happen to completely eradicate the seeds of conflict and slaughter and achieve peace? At that question, Ludwig shook his head. Is your statement that everything will be solved if Ellen becomes the emperor the right answer? The Holy Knight Order has already sided with the Demon King, so if Ellen becomes the emperor, will they just support the hero-turned-emperor and call it a day? There will be some interference, of course. At that, Ludwig chuckled. What you're proposing is just one of the many methods. Whether the empire continues to exist, the world falls to the Demon King, or Ellen becomes the emperor, problems will arise somewhere, and someone will die somewhere. I used to think there was a right answer while living, that I was too stupid to reach that answer. That's what I thought. But now I know that there's no such thing as a right answer that was the only right answer. Didn't you guys each bear a little responsibility for all this? No matter who became the next ruler of the continent, everyone would have a bit of the right answer and a bit of the wrong answer. In other words, there's no such thing as a perfect answer. Even without you, the world will move on with slightly incorrect, yet slightly correct other answers. I don't care about that. I don't need to think about the right answer. It's not about the answer, but the punishment. You who caused all this trouble, trying to be judged for your intentions rather than the outcome. People like you who constantly push your own answers by claiming it's for the greater good. Removing people like you from the world. That's my job. I don't know the answer. It doesn't even exist. But those who keep trying to control the world by claiming they've found the right answer after writing the wrong one. Those who keep moving the world, claiming they have good intentions and trying to sacrifice someone without ever facing the consequences of their wrong answers. Ludwig believed that such people must disappear from the world. The words of the Black Order claiming that Ellen should become the emperor. That could lead to a good ending. However, the very existence of those who try to manipulate the world with such words from behind the scenes is disgusting. Threatened by Ludwig's intimidating attitude, the others began to rise from their seats one by one. Christina, was this your purpose from the start? In response to the question of whether she had intended to bring Ludwig to the Order's gathering place from the beginning, Christina shrugged her shoulders. Although there are differences in the details, you could say that. Christina sent a cold gaze towards those wearing robes. Something began to creak. Actually, it was planned. Christina returned the words the Emperor once wanted to say to these completely wrong people. If the world rolls on as you say, it's too disgusting. In Christina's eyes, filled with hatred and anger, madness swirled. Similar to Ludwig, but slightly different. It was vengeance. The ones who should be held responsible survive by claiming it's for the greater good, as if she couldn't bear it any longer. So you're no longer needed. You should know it's not just something you can say. Their usefulness to each other. From the beginning, the fact that they were using each other was a known truth. The Black Order's mages prepared for something. Why, to summon the immortals. The moment her intention was read, Christina shrugged her shoulders while sitting. Didn't you know that you gave me the knowledge without any safety measures? There was no change in the fact that they had cooperated only temporarily under the pretext of the gate incident. Well, it's obvious. If I try to betray, you try to seize control of the immortals, you would have already prepared for that. It would be strange if you didn't do such a thing. At Christina's words, the mages fell silent. The immortals were controlled by magic. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would have such a means while entrusting the related technology to Christina's hands and completing it through the resources of the Empire. In the absolutely necessary moment, the immortals would inevitably become the Black Order's property. Just as the Emperor had permitted it while sensing the events that would occur when the immortals were created, Christina had not thought they would be without such intentions. Christina laughed. She scoffed at the Order's mages. Do you really think it's too optimistic to assume that we followed your instructions exactly when creating the immortals? Do you think we could not tamper with the magic you provided? The knowledge the Black Order provided was vast and incalculable. Merely implementing the method to create immortals was already the realm of geniuses far beyond ordinary ones. However, finding and modifying the hidden magical formulas within the Black Order's knowledge was impossible. The Black Order had naturally anticipated their opponents' attempts. They had provided the knowledge as if to say, try it if you can. You secret society people didn't anticipate how many unreasonable geniuses there are in the world, huh? This was a gathering of the continent's greatest geniuses. Only those with talent knew just how unreasonable talent could be. What, not working well? From their expressions, Christina could tell that her own schemes had worked, and she flashed a bitter smile. The Black Order was not foolish. It was simply that someone's genius had overwhelmingly surpassed someone else's expectations. The Black Order had declined. Their leaders had all died. Even the last of their talented members had perished in the battle against the Demon King, turning to ashes. What remained were the less remarkable members of the Black Order. Sadly, just remnants. They had a wealth of magic, visions, and secrets built up by their great leaders, but they could not even properly assimilate them. The leftovers. It was inevitable that they would be ignorant of the thought processes and dangers of geniuses. All they could do with their remaining sense of mission was approach the geniuses of the Empire and the Temple who wielded the Empire's power. That was their last option. Those with power and talent had already died fighting the monsters of the Gate or the Demon King. This was the limit of those who remained. In the end, this is how it turns out. One of the Order's mages finally lowered his head. Who wouldn't have known that the situation would turn out like this? They had tried to do something despite the premonition that everything would not go their way. Those who had tried to manage the world from behind the scenes had become too weak to do so. Still, they reached out to those who despised them and ended up joining hands. It was a simple story. They had tried to exploit each other, but in the end, the weaker side was exploited. Ludwig. At Christina's soft call, a dark energy surged from Ludwig's right hand. The black magic burst forth, taking the shape of a sword. Ludwig slowly approached the mages awaiting their deaths. Chapter 625, on a street in a ruined city. It's surprising that they didn't even try to run away. Christina murmured quietly as she gazed at the Order's mages, who had been brutally slain. It seemed like just a moment ago that Ludwig had summoned his ominous and eerie dark aura blade, but now his right arm was still intact, wrapped in a bandage. The Order's mages were all slaughtered by Ludwig. They didn't even attempt to flee. Did they know that trying to escape would be pointless? I don't know. Anna de Journa, who had been waiting at a distance, approached, crossing over the rubble. There are no life forms detected nearby. This is, all of them. Anna looked away from the lifeless bodies with a stern expression. Even if they had tried to flee, they would have been caught by Anna's magic, and the waiting immortal archmages were maintaining a barrier further out. There might be remnants left, but it's pointless. They won't be able to take the immortal from us anyway. With this, the Black Order had completely vanished from the world. One or two might have been missed or survived, but their existence would be meaningless. It's a bit frightening to think that if it wasn't for Louis, we might have lost the Immortal altogether. Christina forced a bitter smile and wet her lips. The intention of the Black Order had been clear from the beginning. That's why Louis had focused on uncovering the Black Order's schemes. If it hadn't been for Louis, the Black Order would have tried to control the world by force, using the Immortal. It wasn't even a contest of strength. It was a battle of genius and strategy, with genius emerging victorious. The Immortal, which the Black Order had wanted to turn into their army, had now become Christina's army. Ludwig, what do you think? About what? About Ellen becoming the Emperor, the Demon King becoming the Emperor, or everything remaining as it is? Christina asked. What do you think is better? In response to Christina's question, Ludwig replied shortly, as if there was no need to think. I don't know. It was a concise answer without any hesitation. Whatever it is, it'll work out somehow. It was good to be ignorant of the unknown. If there was something to be done, it would be done. The affairs of the world were left to the world. Ludwig answered as such and stared quietly at his right hand. The Grand Master's arm had granted Ludwig immense power. Ludwig had obtained a power that had skipped several steps. However, he could not get used to the foreign sensation in his body. It was a procedure that a normal person couldn't endure. At most, a few years, the words of Detamorian, predicting death. Now Ludwig truly understood what that meant. He had endured a pain that was almost worse than death, and only recently had been able to properly move and function. The limits of the flesh would eventually catch up. The price for connecting what should not have been connected was being paid in real time. Are you all right? With concern, Anna examined Ludwig's complexion. Ludwig nodded with a stern expression. His body was still holding up. He was able to fight once again, until his body broke apart, until he finished what they had to do. He only had to endure until then. Aha, I'm fine. For now, at least. Report the status of the army's preparation for departure. Emperor Bertus sat quietly in the general headquarters tent with only the telepath, Evia, before him. Evia sent telepathic messages to each of the commanding officers of the army, and she reported the situation back after compiling their responses. The army is ready, Your Majesty. Telepathy made the communication process more efficient. Thus, Evia was able to act as a messenger without leaving her seat. We will begin our advance toward Grenosia tomorrow. It is predicted that it will take 10 days to reach Grenosia. Our vanguard troops that have already set out will eliminate small-scale warp gates in advance, so we will engage in battle as soon as we arrive at Grenosia. Make sure that each commander is well informed. Handling small and medium-sized warp gates was now within the scope of the Immortals' capabilities. Full-scale warfare would only be necessary when targeting large city-sized warp gates. The struggle to conquer large cities would become increasingly difficult, so if the attack on Grenosia was not smooth, future battles would become even more challenging. If conquering Grenosia was difficult, even with the unparalleled army of the Immortal, the remaining battles would become even more daunting. The days had become warmer, and the army had enjoyed a long rest during the winter. Starting tomorrow, the army will not stop until we see the complete end of the gate situation. The Emperor calmly issued his command, and Evia quietly relayed his words to all military commanders. The atmosphere in the garrison, just before the departure, was more serene than bustling. With a minimum amount of necessary supplies, including tents prepared, they were about to embark on a long march. It was as if a beast, having slept a long winter slumber, was ready to awaken. From now on, there would be no such long rests. Either the war would end, or humanity would be annihilated. The army would march on until one of those paths was reached. In such a quiet garrison, those who had been at the temple until now were also prepared for departure. Christina, Anna, Louis Ancton, and even Ludwig. Naturally, everyone was astonished. Ludwig, who was supposed to have lost his arm, had regained his right arm, though it was still wrapped in bandages. Ludwig, no, that arm. At Rainian Sessa's question, Ludwig gave a clumsy smile. There was an experimental procedure, and I was the first subject. Are you all right? Yeah, surprisingly, it moves pretty well. Ludwig demonstrated the normalcy of his arm by clenching and unclenching his fist, moving his arm up and down. There was some procedure that could restore a lost arm. No one had any idea what it was, so they were at a loss for words, watching Ludwig's nonchalant demeanor. Getting his arm back was a good thing, but was he really in a state to fight? Just by looking at his bandaged arm, Ludwig did not seem to be in a condition to fight. As if aware of their concerns, Ludwig lowered his head. I won't be going into direct combat. I'll be assigned to a rear support unit, so you don't have to worry. Oh, I see. It was a lie. Ludwig had been assigned to carry out a mission with the Immortal. In a way, it was the most dangerous fight since the beginning of the Reclamation War. Ludwig felt no need nor reason to discuss such matters with his friends. News of Ludwig's sudden return and his restored right arm had quickly spread throughout the royal-class garrison. Scarlet had no choice but to immediately seek out Ludwig upon hearing the news. Ludwig, Scarlet, it's been a while. Scarlet stared at Ludwig's new right arm, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ludwig told her, as he had explained to others, that he didn't know how his arm had been restored, and that he wouldn't be engaging in direct combat, so she shouldn't worry. Well, that's a relief. However, everyone felt uneasy upon seeing Ludwig's return. Setting aside the restoration of his arm, they couldn't help but notice the change in Ludwig's demeanor. There was a dark, gloomy energy surrounding Ludwig's eyes. Something was amiss in his disheveled appearance. Anyone with a keen eye could see it. The length of Ludwig's left and right arms was slightly off. His right arm was a little longer, just enough to be unnatural. They couldn't know what kind of experimental procedure had been used, but it was obvious to everyone that it wasn't a normal one. They couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of unease at the dangerous aura surrounding Ludwig's return. Cliffman, long time no see. Ludwig also encountered Cliffman, who had previously urged him to withdraw from the battlefield. Ludwig, who had left the battlefield as Cliffman advised not to cause trouble for others, had ultimately regained his right arm through some means and returned. As Ludwig greeted him with an attitude not much different from before, Cliffman stared back with a stern expression. You stubborn bastard. As if he had a premonition, Cliffman looked at Ludwig with a mixture of disgust and shook his head. After exchanging greetings with familiar faces upon his long-awaited return, Ludwig prepared for the march and walked through the garrison as night fell. Ludwig wouldn't fight alongside the royal-class garrison or the main force of the Alliance. In fact, he would spend more time fighting alongside the Immortal than staying at the garrison. He only exchanged greetings to avoid making his presence at the garrison seem strange. However, not everyone believed Ludwig's lie. Hey, Heinrich von Schwarz. Upon learning what was happening in the imperial capital, Heinrich couldn't help but harden his expression as he saw Ludwig, who had regained his arm and returned. Is it what I think it is? Heinrich immediately knew how Ludwig had regained his arm. It was clear that he had received an arm reconstructed through black magic. He had risked his life to regain his arm, and they didn't know how he was overcoming the rejection reaction and other issues. Heinrich, however, couldn't help but know that Ludwig was in a very dangerous state. So Heinrich knew that Ludwig's claim of not fighting was a lie. Did you really have to go that far? I don't know. At Heinrich's question, Ludwig gave a bitter smile. Perhaps even a nobody can do something. I wanted to find out. It had already happened. It couldn't be undone. Heinrich could say nothing to Ludwig, who had already committed the act. With gritted teeth, Heinrich spat out the words. So you plan to fight and die, huh? Now, Heinrich seemed to understand what the prophecy of Detamorian foresaw. And so, on a secluded hill near the royal-class garrison, Ludwig spotted someone silently observing the garrison from above. Ellen Artorius. Under the full moon's light, Ellen stood still on the hilltop, gazing down at the garrison. Ludwig wordlessly looked up at Ellen on the hill. Ellen, who had pursued the case without questioning Ludwig's plea for help, eventually fled back to the garrison. This was their first encounter since then. Ellen's eyes slowly moved towards Ludwig. There was no emotion in her gaze. She said nothing. She didn't ask how he returned or what happened to his arm. She was neither bewildered nor frightened. She just acknowledged that there was a person there with no thoughts or emotions revealed. You've changed somehow. Looking at Ellen, who seemed to have become a completely different person, Ludwig said so. She had changed more than he had, to the point where she seemed rather strange. Something had changed. Everyone changes. They become changed. The lifeless-eyed Ellen gave no response or reaction. She merely stood in the moonlight, silently gazing at Ludwig. Ludwig asked no more questions of the still life in the moonlight. The Alliance forces moved. Maintaining an army for a long time was a risk. Ending it quickly was the only virtuous act in war. With sufficient power, the Empire would now wage a swift war to destroy the warp gates throughout Riceland. The Empire had to pass through several small and medium-sized cities to reach their next destination. Thus, it would have taken a long time for the march, as it had been so far. They've swept through. But now, I was looking at a city devastated by smoke and flames. I anticipated it would be terrible, but what was the city's name? I couldn't remember, but it was a city with one medium warp gate and two small warp gates. However, all Elleris and I could see were the remnants of destruction and slaughter. Small towns and medium-sized cities could be swept away in less than half a day, even by the Immortals alone. I wanted to see the Immortals fight, but we arrived late, fearing that getting caught in their sight would cause trouble. Elleris, who was always pale, looked even paler now. Elleris couldn't help but be frightened by the strength of cornered humans. The gate incident might have lost its meaning now. Depending on how the Grenosia occupation battle proceeds, the Alliance forces might completely withdraw. That's a possibility. If it seemed that the gate incident could be managed with only the Immortals, the Alliance forces might even disband. But each gate is becoming more dangerous. It would be foolish to hastily disband the Alliance forces. Like it or not, they can't leave until all the warp gates in Riceland are destroyed. The gate incident wouldn't be over until the last warp gate was destroyed. If they hastily tried to withdraw the Alliance forces, only to find out that the Immortals alone couldn't end the gate incident, they would have to reassemble the Alliance forces. That would be a ridiculous endeavor. In the end, the Alliance forces had to exist until the complete end of the gate incident. The Immortals were a large-scale unit, and at the same time, an army with incredible mobility advantages, since the entire army could move using mass teleportation. That was why the Immortal can wipe out these small and medium-sized cities by going back and forth across Riceland with a super-large mass teleport, as if intercepting the enemy's stronghold. For now, we have to watch how the Grenosia battle unfolds. As the war intensified and deepened, it was gradually coming to an end. Chapter 626, originally, until they reached their destination, Grenosia, the Allied forces had to engage in several small to medium-scale city sieges, with the Immortals taking over the tasks of the Demon King's army and quickly and accurately neutralizing key points. The Allied forces advanced vigorously. However, the Allied forces did not encounter any battles as they moved forward. There were no monsters on the path they followed. At best, only the remains of monsters that had already been reduced to pieces were left. Regardless of the reason, it was a situation that anyone would gladly welcome. Naturally, rumors spread that the Empire was operating a massive vanguard force. But in the end, wasn't it a good thing that there were no battles? Although the fact that the Empire was operating a powerful large-scale unit, which was now replaced by the Immortals, was not explained in detail, it was also something that the heads of each military had foreseen to some extent. They couldn't know what kind of power the vanguard force had, but the fact that they were annihilating small to medium-scale cities was undoubtedly a good phenomenon for the main force. However, Roara Grenosia, where a large-scale battle was scheduled, had already been reduced to ashes by the vanguard. What is this? Kono Lint couldn't help but see the scene before anyone else. An unknown large-scale military force had not only destroyed small to medium-scale cities, but also the large city of Grenosia, and even the gates and monsters were completely wiped out. No matter how much an army is a group prepared for war, there would be no one who truly enjoys battle itself. Therefore, there was no reason to dislike the fact that the small to medium-scale cities were already destroyed, and that there was no need to fight in those places. However, should they be happy that the major strategic point had already been destroyed? Regardless of the reason, the fact that the expected major battle had already been won meant that there was no shortage of military resources. But wasn't it strange? Wasn't it strange that something of this magnitude was possible? Surviving was good, and it was good that a large-scale battle didn't occur. Despite the good news, a peculiar sense of unease and anxiety spread throughout the Allied forces, and there was nothing they could do about it. Instead of being excited about the disappearance of the planned large-scale battle, a strange sense of unease pervaded the Allied forces' base. At the High Command's meeting place, "Your Majesty, won't you tell us now?" One of the commanders leading each army, who had gathered in the High Command's tent, cautiously opened his mouth. Everyone knows that the Allied forces have been operating a vanguard unit until now. We also know that neither Lady Seyvalin Turner nor the hero is affiliated with them. Those who knew that the role the Immortals had taken over was previously handled by the Demon King's army, but the majority didn't. Hence, they could only guess that the Empire was hiding a very powerful military force. If we have such a powerful ally and such an army, we should welcome them with open arms. Why would they need to hide the existence of such a powerful ally? Wouldn't it be better to reveal the presence of such a powerful force to boost the morale of the Allied forces? It wasn't a wrong argument. However, everyone felt uneasy in a situation where the army advanced without knowing the reason. Your Majesty, I believe it is now necessary to inform the commanders at least about what is going on. Bertus quietly listened to these words. It was inevitable that the commanders of each army would feel confused in this situation, where the need for an assault on Grenosia had disappeared. In the Joint Military Command headquarters, where representatives of each army were gathered, seats were assigned according to rank, as if the Emperor himself were sitting there. And of course, the one sitting closest to the seat of honor was none other than the commander of Kernstadt, Louise von Schwarz. How will the Emperor respond? Naturally, she who had witnessed the experiment at the temple knew the meaning of the current situation of the Allied forces. Louise had no choice but to intuitively know that the army was on the move. And because this army alone was powerful enough to capture a major city, she couldn't help but be tense. It was a powerful army. However, its origin was unknown. Despite the good news that the Empire possessed an unidentified powerful army, the commanders under the Emperor's command were showing anxiety because they did not know the truth. Would he tell the truth or keep it hidden? Neither side could predict which would lead to a greater crisis. Louise, too, could not determine which choice was better. Secrets tended to spread as more people became aware of them. Thus, simply by revealing the fact that they were creating an army of the dead at the command center, it was inevitable that the entire Allied forces would eventually learn about it. An ominous and uneasy silence continued. At that moment, when the Emperor was about to make a decision and speak up, "I'd rather not know." The voice that broke the silence did not belong to the Emperor. The woman sitting very close to the high-ranking seat in the Joint Command Headquarters conference room, just like Louise von Schwarz, had a melodious voice filled with laughter that was almost irritating in the anxious atmosphere. Am I the only one who thinks that? It was the newly appointed Holy Knight Commander, Rowan. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden remark of the new Knight Commander, who said she would rather not know anything when everyone demanded the truth from the Emperor. Everyone was aware that a significant political change had occurred within the 5 great religions, since the former Holy Knight Commander had suddenly been replaced, and a new Holy Knight Commander had taken office. However, only a few knew what exactly that internal situation was. Those who knew kept their mouths shut, so no one knew what the change in the Holy Knight Commander's position meant. Even if she was new to the position, there was no one in this place who could ignore the Holy Knight Commander. Since the Holy Knight Commander's rank in the Alliance was higher than that of most royalty, her right to speak was stronger than that of many kings. Therefore, Rowan's words were not something that could be easily dismissed. "Commander, what do you mean by that?" In response to the question from the one who had demanded an explanation, Rowan tilted her head. "It means that His Majesty must have had good reasons to keep it secret until now." The Emperor remained silent, and a suspicious hush filled the room. Everyone here must have noticed to some extent that there is a hidden force within the Allied forces. Right, but the fact that we haven't been told what it is or what this hidden force consists of means that there must be a reason it can't be disclosed. If it's so difficult to talk about despite everyone's unease, doesn't it mean that it's something we shouldn't know? That's why I'd rather not know, because I believe there's a reason it's being kept secret. At the words of the Holy Knight Commander, who claimed to trust the Emperor, Louise felt nauseous. She didn't know what the Demon King was really like, but Louise knew that Rowan harbored extreme hatred for the Empire. Moreover, she was the mastermind behind the massacre orchestrated by the Empire. Seeing her feigned trust in the Emperor so nonchalantly made Louise's anger boil. She must know, of course. Knowing that Rowan was acting like that while being aware of the truth made Louise feel as if her insides were turning. But if we know about the secret force within the Allied forces, it would certainly be more helpful for planning future operations, even if it's a truth that would cause more problems if known. What do you mean? You see, knowing it doesn't necessarily resolve our anxiety. Instead, it might reveal a truth that would make us even more anxious. Don't you understand what I'm saying, considering there's a reason it can't be revealed? Rowan spoke with a sweet, slow smile. Let's say it's a force that shouldn't be exposed externally. Can any of you confidently say that you shouldn't use that force anymore? It's a force so helpful that we don't even need to engage in the Graysonia campaign, which was expected to result in a massive loss of power. If it were an ominous magic or a cursed force that was rightly powerful, if the hidden force within the allied forces was something that could only be obtained through the hands of someone who should not be dealt with, or something that would inevitably receive external criticism, would anyone here be able to assert that they should not use their power and end this war solely with the power of the allied forces? I don't know exactly what it is, but we all have to admit that we need the hidden power of the allied forces, or more precisely, the hidden power of the Empire in this war. Of course, if it's a power that must be kept secret, it's not a righteous one, right? But if we know about such a force and still choose to remain silent, what will we become? Accomplices. The Emperor's involvement with some kind of power was unknown. However, knowing about that ominous, dark, and evil power, and the Emperor's involvement with it would be problematic. The Emperor leads the war with evil power. But if they knew the truth and remained silent because they needed that power, they would become accomplices of the Empire and the Emperor. Shouldn't you all appreciate that His Majesty's silence is for our sake? At the words of the Holy Knight Commander, everyone swallowed hard with a stiff expression. Ignorance is bliss. In any other situation, they might not have agreed, but at that moment, everyone felt that the saying was true. There are things in the world that one should not know. Isn't trying to share the burden when His Majesty is willing to bear all the responsibility alone both meaningless and a blatant disregard for His Majesty's consideration? The Holy Knight Commander sought to protect the Emperor's secret, but everyone present could feel that it wasn't out of respect for the Emperor. A single crime. Ignorance was best for the rest. Whatever the matter, whatever wicked scheme was involved, the Emperor's silence in response to the evidently malicious words of the Holy Knight Commander was evidence in itself. If the Holy Knight Commander's words were baseless conjecture, the Emperor had no reason to stay silent. The insinuation that the Imperial Emperor had committed an unforgivable, heinous crime was a great insult to the Imperial family, the Empire, and the Emperor himself. No matter how mighty the Holy Knight Commander was, she couldn't best the Emperor. Despite the Holy Knight Commander's grave impropriety, the Emperor said nothing. Everyone knew that his tolerance of the affront was a sign of his acquiescence. Would they knowingly become accomplices? Would they remain ignorant and prepare an excuse of not knowing anything later? Looking at the silent crowd, now fearful of learning the truth, the Emperor slowly nodded. "Thank you, Holy Knight Commander." The Emperor looked at the Holy Knight Commander with an icy gaze. "You're welcome, Your Majesty." Rowan smiled at the Emperor, her eyes wide open. The Duke of Saint-Owen silently observed the cold standoff between the two, sitting close to the throne. When they had successfully captured Sarandia, the Allied forces were simultaneously elated and grieving. Many had died, but the people held on to hope that they might finally be able to put an end to the gate crisis. And for now, they had won the battle. But gathering the monsters of the ruined Grenosia and burning them repeatedly was all the Allied forces had to do. What happened? Didn't the hero do something? Is that so? It seems there is an enormous force. The soldiers had their own conversations, while the commanders had theirs, each unable to help but comment on the bizarre and incomprehensible situation. Once the cleanup of Grenosia was over, the Allied forces would announce a new plan. No one knew if they could pass through without any combat then, too. If this continues, won't we be unnecessary? If we're unnecessary, what will we do when we return? Starve to death? Yeah, it's better to stay in the military. Anyway, it's a good thing. Yeah. In the end, everyone was grateful for the safety of the day. In the Allied forces base, the atmosphere was more perplexed than celebratory. In the end, we couldn't test the new equipment for Titan. In the tent where the Duke's troops were stationed, Adelia murmured softly, "Are you disappointed?" "No, no, no. That's not what I meant." As Adelia waved her hands, the Duke of Saint-Owen lowered his head. It's not a big deal. I'm also somewhat disappointed that we couldn't confirm Titan's second operation. Ah, yes, me too. The second operation of Titan was supposed to be confirmed in this battle at Grenosia. They could have checked the improved Titan's condition, collected data, and determined which aspects needed to be refined. The story could sound regrettable that the battle did not take place, depending on how one listened. Of course, Adelia and Duke of St. Owen, along with the Duke's mages, had devoted as much time as possible to improving the Titan. It wasn't just the battle at Grenosia that disappeared. There were no battles in any of the intermediate locations either. Even Adelia, who was busy with research and uninterested in external affairs, could not help but feel that something was strangely amiss. But really, what could it be? Adelia felt the same doubt everyone else did. Important battles had vanished into thin air, and nobody knew what had happened. Even those who attended the High Command meeting knew only the fact that it was dangerous to inquire. Moreover, that was said not by the Emperor but by the Holy Knight's commander. The Emperor barely spoke at all. Duke St. Owen also did not know what was happening. Adelia. Yes, Your Grace. Duke St. Owen, seated and looking down at the Titan blueprint, spoke. If you could sell your soul to a demon and end this war, would you do it? Adelia could not help but be bewildered by the Duke's unexpected question. To sell one's soul to a demon. There were quite a few legends about great demons lending power to dark mages through such contracts, but no one knew now whether those stories were true or not. They could be tales created to inspire fear in demons, or there could have been actual cases. It was a mere figure of speech. To sell one's soul to a demon, to end this war in exchange. Adelia fell deep in thought at the Duke's question. It was a tragedy too great. A tragedy had occurred, far too great. To end this war, only her soul was required as the price. But standing before her was Duke St. Owen. He was the father of Adelia's friend, and the family of righteous mages who were famous for never dabbling in wicked powers. It was by no means wise to speak of selling one's soul to a demon in front of him. I think I wouldn't. Nevertheless, Adelia could only give such an answer. Wasn't the price too cheap? If my soul, my life, was the price to stop these tears and bloodshed, wouldn't there be countless people who would make such a choice? Adelia couldn't help but cautiously gauge Duke St. Owen's reaction after speaking. Duke St. Owen gave a bitter smile. I think I would do it. Even Duke St. Owen, who had lived with a long-held belief, would say that. It was such a terrible war that he would make such a choice, even if it meant abandoning the honor of his long-standing family and his own beliefs. The Emperor must have made such a choice. Knowing that he would do the same, Duke St. Owen could not help but realize that the Emperor had reached out to some evil, even if he did not know exactly what had happened. Chapter 627 Ask for help. Gulp, 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 creak. In order to endure the pain, Ludwig bit into a gag and broke it. Louis Angton watched this with wide eyes. It's going to hurt. Hiss. As Christina poured an unidentified liquid onto Ludwig's shoulder, black smoke began to rise accompanied by a burning sound. Gulp. Cough. Ludwig's exposed right arm was boiling with dark shadows. He tried to suppress his groans somehow, but his eyes were bloodshot with the stifled groans that continuously leaked out. Dead, black blood constantly flowed from the connection between his right arm and shoulder. With a stern expression, Christina took some measures on Ludwig's arm, while Anna used magic to restrain his entire body to prevent him from struggling. Snap, crack. But the magic binding Ludwig was repeatedly destroyed and recast by the simple physical force emanating from his body. Louis Angton, who could not use magic directly, provided the necessary reagents, medicines, and scrolls to Christina and Anna in a timely manner. Huff, just a little more, it will be over soon. It was unbearable pain for a human. Even in a state where it was difficult for an ordinary person to react to pain due to a lethal dose of analgesics, Ludwig's mind was being driven to the extreme. There would have been rejection even if he had received a normal, healthy arm. However, it was not an ordinary human arm, but rather one that had been enhanced with dark magic, which, to be precise, had become a massive magical entity itself. Ludwig had managed to survive the shock of receiving the arm only because his vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. As if receiving the protection of some unfathomable power, Ludwig endured the agonizing rejection that would have killed an ordinary person hundreds of times over. Once Ludwig's condition finally stabilized, Christina, Anna, and Ludwig, all drenched in cold sweat, could breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you feeling a bit better now?" Christina asked, looking at Ludwig, who was shirtless and drenched in sweat. "Yeah, it's bearable now." The three of them knew that his words were false. The pain only subsided, but it never disappeared completely. It was just that the pain was no longer at a level where he had no choice but to scream. Ludwig was in a situation where he could only constantly feel pain, surpassing throbbing in the connection of his right arm. Ludwig's dark right arm hardly looked like it belonged to a living person. Moreover, all the blood vessels that sprouted between his right arm and shoulder were dyed pitch black. It was as if the right arm was corroding the flesh. In reality, the poison of the dark magic-enhanced right arm was eating into Ludwig's flesh, the arm of the Grandmaster. In exchange for obtaining it, Ludwig gained immense power. After wiping Ludwig's wet body with a towel treated with medicine, Christina began dressing his right arm. The bandage itself was no ordinary item. Not only was it treated with special medicine, but it was also a long magical scroll. The long magic scroll that Louis had created and Anna had realized was designed to control Ludwig's rejection reaction and prevent the dark magic energy from leaking out. While there were issues with its appearance, the bandage itself played a role in protecting Ludwig's body. Anna looked at Ludwig with a pitiful expression. "Ludwig, the rejection reaction cycle is getting shorter. There's always a price to pay for cheating." The power he obtained was not earned through effort. Therefore, Ludwig bitterly smiled, thinking that it was only natural for him to endure this much pain. Ludwig had been the only living human who had participated in the Battle of Grenosia on his own. In that battle, not a single person had been sacrificed. Wasn't that proof enough of his usefulness? With that alone, he was no longer an insignificant person. He had accomplished something. So even if he died in vain, it wouldn't be a meaningless death, but just a little more. While his body still moved just a little more, he could still do something. His body felt like it would break, but it wasn't broken until it was truly broken. If they could end the war without anyone fighting like this, could it not be considered a life with some meaning? The limit would come someday due to the rejection reaction, but it had not yet arrived. Enduring the pain was not difficult. Pain was but a fleeting moment. He was just afraid of his body breaking apart. Amidst the pain, Ludwig's eyes were bloodshot as he breathed heavily. Being the commander of the Holy Knights was a very strange position. By now, even though their power had weakened, they still possessed enough strength within the alliance to be considered in the top 5. And among those, they were a group with the most important power on the battlefield, the power of healing. There was no force within the alliance that could ignore the Holy Knights. There was no one who could point out the commander's rudeness, and rudeness did not matter much. Trying to find out could lead to getting hurt, seriously hurt. How did they think they had obtained the power that was on par with the main forces of the alliance? It was clear that it was not an honest power since it was kept secret. It was also clear that they could not easily give up on this very powerful force. Just how wicked were the means involved to make such a thing possible? No matter what they imagined, the fact that they should not find out about it did not change. As the commander of the Holy Knights had said, they should be grateful that the Emperor had kept it a secret thus far. If they knew, they might have to bear joint responsibility. That's why they realized they had to close their ears to the truth. And another fact that everyone came to know. The new commander of the Holy Knights was an extremely unpleasant person, and separately from that, she seemed to know the truth. It's rather annoying that someone like her is in that position. What can we do about it? It's the same for me and Reinhardt. After the meeting, Bertus sarcastically smiled at Savelin Turner, who looked very uncomfortable in his tent. Although Bertus himself had little to say, Savelin Turner was filled with the intention to cut off the new commander's neck immediately if an order were to be given, without caring for the consequences. If Reinhardt had not appeared just in time, Rowan would have been the one who tried to turn the imperial capital into ashes. It was difficult to bear the sight of such a person, acting as if nothing had happened, sitting in the position of the Holy Knight Commander with a calm expression on her face. Simply moving as I intended is enough. It's difficult to expect her attitude to be satisfactory as well. In the end, regardless of the Holy Knight Commander's attitude, it was enough that she had managed to steer the situation so that people would no longer raise suspicions, according to Bertus's intention. Moreover, rather than moving his chess pieces as he wished, it was a better situation when the opponent moved as he intended. Rowan eventually spoke and moved as Bertus intended. Whether she spoke according to her own intentions or not, it was within the expected range. Subduing Grenosia with only immortals was bound to cause a great ripple in the allied forces. Would they wage war without expending forces, causing noise instead? Bertus chose between saving immortals for the decisive moment or causing a disturbance. By the way, what was the damage rate? It was about 8%. Since there couldn't be no casualties, there was no choice but for the immortals to suffer a loss of power. It's an interesting army. Even if they're damaged like that, they just need to be repaired and sent back to the battlefield. Humans were modified into golems. That's why it's not death, but damage. Immortals are a force that cannot die, but they are also an army that can be repaired even if damaged. As long as the war can be carried out with only immortals before the main force is needed, they would continue to wage war with only immortals. It really seems like there's not much time left. Turner knew what was running out of time. However, was it really just the end of the gate incident? Savelin Turner looked at the Emperor with a sad expression. Speaking of battle data, I wonder if this makes sense. In the Grenosia campaign, only one human participated, excluding that one person. The rest were all immortals. Ludwig. Bertus knew, of course, what had happened to Ludwig. Ludwig had gained a power that far exceeded his original abilities. Is it possible to do this just by receiving one arm transplant? Bertus narrowed his eyes as he scanned Ludwig's body and combat data. It was already too late when Bertus tried to stop it. It was after Christina had performed the procedure on Ludwig. Strictly speaking, it's not an arm transplant, but rather an implantation of dark magic, they say. The arm of a human who was strong even in life, strengthened further with dark magic. More powerful and robust magic circuits were embedded, of course, and alchemy was used to infuse even greater power. It was not a concept of an arm transplant. It was more like having received a massive magic itself. Is that even possible? It is said to be impossible. What? So they made something impossible possible? No, your majesty. Savelin Turner shook her head. They're just barely enduring something impossible. They forced themselves to possess something they couldn't originally have. Thus, they would soon be ruined. However, Ludwig's problem was ultimately a personal one. It wasn't a choice forced upon by someone else. Ludwig had chosen this path for himself. The real issue lay elsewhere, the true problem of the immortals. At the moment, the immortals belonged to the Emperor, but that could change at any time. The true masters of the immortals were the three mages who created them. The Empire's mages couldn't manage the immortals either, given the situation. There was no need, as the foundation was already complete. The immortals were a force for war. Thus, they would be unnecessary once the war ended. However, those who wielded the immortals were already thinking about their use after the war. How to deal with this. Importantly, though the three mages who led the research had received knowledge from the Black Order, the Empire's mages had also taken part in the experiments. It was impossible to wrest control of the immortals, but they had learned what would happen if they carelessly interfered with the three mages. The results of the Empire's mages analysis lay before Bertholdus. Intuitive and obvious, but that makes it all the more difficult. Although the contents were complex, the crucial information was brief. Savelin Turner's eyes widened at the Emperor's reaction. Is there a way to neutralize the immortals? During the ongoing war, it was unfortunate that they had to search for a way to neutralize such an efficient weapon rather than admire its usefulness. But at that moment, it was of the utmost importance. No, if we try to neutralize them, even stranger things will happen. Stranger things, you say? If Christina is killed, it seems that the immortals will become indiscriminate slaughter weapons thereafter. What? Christina had created a safety measure. If someone tried to meddle with it, the immortals would become slaughter weapons without any ally recognition. Savelin Turner clenched her teeth. Who was this method for? Why would she do such a thing? She knows that we cannot interfere, and she probably allowed us to learn about it on purpose. It wasn't to slaughter people. I can feel her intent clear as day. Don't meddle in my affairs, and when everything is over, just quietly die. That's what she wants. She was doing this to save someone. She was planning this for the sake of peace. In the past, neither the Demon King nor the Emperor knew that the gate incident would occur if they continued on this path. That was why the gate incident happened. Christina knew about the events that befell the two of them, so she was showing them the right answer this time. The Immortals would be the greatest threat after the gate incident. Killing a petty alchemist who intended to kill them with the Immortals wouldn't be difficult. It would be an easy task, something they could do right away. However, since they couldn't know what would happen if they killed Christina, they couldn't make that choice until the gate incident was over. Now they knew the right answer. If they killed Christina, the rampaging Immortals would destroy the world in place of the monsters. Then it would be impossible to dismiss the notion that they were doing these things for a specific purpose as mere hypocrisy. If the Immortals rampaged, the strong would survive. They could use teleportation or escape to a place far beyond the reach of the Immortals' attacks. In the end, only those who couldn't possibly possess such powers would die mercilessly. The group that claimed to have done all this for a purpose couldn't choose to kill the Immortals for their own survival from the start. The moment they made that choice, they might survive, but their justification and purpose up to that point would vanish. This was a malicious taunt and provocation. If they cared so much for the world and the weak, they should prove it. Killing them would be easy. They wouldn't run away. If they killed them, they could live. But could they make that choice? If they chose that path, Christina would laugh mockingly at their hypocrisy until her dying breath. If they couldn't choose, then they would be hunted by the Immortals after the gate incident. It wasn't that they were being forced down a single path. There was a way, a very comfortable one, but it was a path that denied everything they had done up to that point. But the moment they took that path, they would negate all their past actions. Christina had presented them with two options. So in the end, it's a simple choice. Die. Only they would die. Live. Only they would live. Chapter 628. Grenosia had always been in ruins, but now it was completely devastated. Thousands of masterclass warriors, over 1,000 archmages, and 10 grandmasters. The scene of the massive destruction they had caused could be seen from a distant mountain range. The black flame dragon of the right arm. What? Black flame? You don't need to know. You sometimes say things I can't understand at all. What are you talking about? Harriet tilted her head at my mumbling. The right arm, that thing. When did such a thing become fashionable? No, was it ever fashionable? Although not an actual dragon, Ludwig had ended up wearing something similar. I had never seen Ludwig fight in person. But when I had predicted that some kind of grafting would be done on his right arm, I expected something like this would happen. Do you think he's trying to graft his legs and left arm too? Rowan asked with a disgusted expression. It doesn't sound plausible, but considering it's Ludwig, it's scary to think he might actually try it. It wasn't just any arm, but the arm of Larkin Simonstite. That was a rather malicious development. If I were the real Valia, I would have been furious, running around in anger. How dare you use my master's arm, I would say. But strictly speaking, Valia Jr. had never properly learned swordsmanship in the first place. I wondered if Aerie would be very sad. Having enjoyed the right arm, he wanted to graft the other side as well. That was just a rumor. Ludwig's condition was worrisome, but the power he had actually obtained was real. I have a feeling he's gained power comparable to a grandmaster. I haven't fought him myself, though. Can he achieve that just by grafting one arm? I'm not sure. I don't know the details, but it seems like it's more than just attaching a new arm. Um, Although Harriet had a vast understanding of magic, she had never seen the magic that created the Immortals. Immortals are one thing, but a grandmaster. In an unstable state where he could explode at any moment, Ludwig had obtained real power. At this point, it's not easy to mess with him. I can't help but think it would have been better to deal with him sooner. He hadn't just become slightly stronger. He had gained power that surpassed several levels at the cost of his life. It was possible because he was the protagonist, but being the protagonist also led to greater suffering. Just observe and leave him be. If we wanted to eliminate him because he was dangerous, we would have started with the Immortals. There were too many things they had left alone to be sensitive about Ludwig now. If they touched Ludwig, more strange and bizarre things would happen. Rowan informed me of the Allied forces situation. With the Grenosia campaign no longer necessary, chaos had erupted within the Allied forces. There were even commanders who demanded an explanation from the Emperor himself. And Rowan had managed to draw the aggro and block the questions in her own way. Judging by the way she spoke, it wasn't pleasant, but she had achieved her goal by keeping the secret. How's the seizure of the Holy Knight's order coming along? I can't say things were going smoothly. Everyone knew that Elaine Bolton was forced into retirement. Naturally, the resentment towards him was focused on me. That's why I wish the Battle of Grenosia had really happened. Then I could have seen who listened to me and who didn't. In battle, one could discern who trusted the commander and who didn't. It seemed that Rowan regretted it, as if she wanted to taste the thrill of the fight. If you keep acting like you crave bloodshed, it won't end well for you. Understood. Having a mad dog that only listened to me was both a blessing and a curse. Elaine Bolton remained silent. If Elaine Bolton had been the Holy Knight commander, he wouldn't have said anything this time. Then, perhaps, the secret would have been shared among the top brass. Rowan acted brazenly. It was clear that she was doing so out of necessity. As a result, they could keep the secret as Bertus wanted, but the Holy Knight commander's image became detestable. If you behave strangely, it's not you who suffers, but me. You're already a nuisance to humanity by existing. Do you want to cause me trouble too? Is that so? Rowan hung her head at my harsh words. This mad woman had a wicked disposition. Of course, in the end, the one who should die first was me. Whenever I felt unqualified to judge someone's right or wrong, I wanted to bite my tongue. I'll be more careful in the future. I am your face, after all. Why does that make me feel worse? That's right. No matter what a detestable person does, they remain detestable. Look at this. Even if she listens well, it still feels off. Just look at our idiot. She's cute just by being still. Why are you looking at me like that? No, I wasn't doing that just now. Isn't it wrong to feel even worse when showing goodwill? I know there's nothing I can do about being mean, but try to live well on your own. I'll bear it in mind. If you mess up and get caught by the wrong person, you're done for. Rowan worked well and produced the desired results. And the problem wasn't Rowan's personality, but also her character. From now on, Rowan's duties would inevitably earn her the hatred of many and create numerous enemies. Do you know how dangerous the work you'll be doing is? Of course, she seemed clueless. Who should we capture first? You know. No matter how off-putting or worrisome, Rowan's loyalty never wavered. Louise von Schwarz. I knew it. That's right. It's just like an overdose antirhinus. No matter how I think about it, this is strange. At Erich de Laffery's words, everyone sitting in the makeshift barrack fell silent. Kerr, Voyden, Erich, Kono, Lint, Cliffman, and Heinrich. The four of them felt that the situation was turning odd, partly because they hadn't experienced the anticipated large-scale battle. If we don't have to fight, that's a good thing. I don't really care. Cliffman lay on a makeshift bed in the barrack, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ellen kept moving with us, didn't she? It wasn't even Ellen's troops that moved. No, even if they did move, could such a thing be possible? Erich's question was valid. The coalition's strongest force was, of course, Ellen and Savile Turner, with the elite troops they led, the Shanifel and the Royal Mage Corps. However, Ellen hadn't moved, and yet Grenosia had been annihilated. No matter how good things may be, an inexplicably good event is bound to feel unsettling. Could the Empire have developed some incredible secret weapon? Kerr furrowed his brow as he muttered. Could there be another Titan? It's probably not a Titan. I asked Adelia, and she said that the Titan hadn't been activated. Then it must be some other weapon, but why would they need to keep it hidden? And if it's powerful enough to conquer a metropolis, wouldn't it make armies obsolete? We won't know for sure until something is definitively revealed. The main conversation was between Kerr and Erich. Cliffman seemed uninterested. Kono, Lint, and Heinrich, on the other hand, remained silent. Lint, do you have any suspicions? I don't know. Why are you reacting like this? Aren't you curious? No, of course I'm curious. I was just thinking about it, wondering what it could be. Kono Lint didn't know all the details. However, he knew that the Empire was using the corpses of fallen soldiers for something, having been dragged around by Reinhardt. It was definitely something related to the undead, and he knew that Reinhardt was fighting on the battlefield. However, he also had a sense that Reinhardt's forces weren't large enough to single-handedly conquer a metropolis. Kono Lint knew that what happened in Grenosia was related to the undead weaponry being developed by the Empire. That's why he couldn't join the conversation carelessly. He might accidentally let slip information he shouldn't reveal. Because of Kono Lint's unconvincing answer, Erich turned his gaze to Heinrich. Heinrich, did your sister tell you anything? Not really. I haven't seen her since I've been here. I doubt she knows anything either. Heinrich had seen it with his own eyes. What kind of army was being created and what power they possessed, and that their classmates were deeply involved in the Empire's secret weapon this time as well. Heinrich knew the most secrets that should never be revealed externally in this place. Not only about the immortal, but also the fact that the current Holy Knights were essentially the Demon King's army. Heinrich was the only one present who knew this, although he didn't know that the Empire had decided to call that army the Immortal. He intuitively knew that the Immortal had been deployed to the front lines and were proving to be a formidable force, as expected. It was a truth he couldn't speak of even if his mouth was torn open. Isn't it a problem we can't easily think about? Curiosity breeds trouble. To quell that curiosity, Heinrich looked at everyone and opened his mouth. Even if the gate incident comes to an end, the Empire has much to prepare for. Thus, even if they possess overly powerful weapons or technology, there's no need to disclose them to the entire coalition. They could be misused. Issues such as human conflict, power struggles, or the Demon King's problem were inevitable. It was not as if the Empire was being overly cautious or secretive. They were simply being prudent and crossing the bridge after checking its sturdiness. When you think about it, that makes sense. The universal desire of a group to keep a powerful weapon to themselves might not be so strange that it warranted being treated as top-secret information, even among allies. After the war was over, was it hopeful that they could think about that, or should they be worried about the issues that would arise after that point? Heinrich was thinking about the latter. It was a powerful army, but excessively powerful strength was dangerous in and of itself. Moreover, the Demon King was slowly corroding both the coalition and the Empire, unbeknownst to the people. True, the Demon King. Reinhardt might try to seize the Empire's secret weapon, so it's appropriate to keep it a secret. Erich's quiet speculation mentioned the Demon King's name, and naturally, the atmosphere froze. The Demon King and the Gate incident were magic words that justified everything. The Demon King. The Empire kept its secrets because of the Demon King. But of course, both Kono, Lint, and Heinrich couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats when the Demon King's name was mentioned in such a way. Isn't it strange, though? Kea picked up on Erich's suspicion. If the Demon King wants to destroy humanity, couldn't he do it anytime? How would he dare? There's the Coalition, the Titans, and now it seems we even have some sort of secret weapon. How can he touch us? Erich's words made Kea silently look at his friend. Although he had become incomparably stronger, a seasoned warrior, and a holy knight compared to the past, his friend's naivete seemed incurable. Kea was a gentleman, even when disappointed. Kono, Lint, and Heinrich didn't even expect anything in the first place, so they didn't feel disappointed. You're just like that. In a similar vein. Are you crazy? Why would the Demon King attack here? To destroy humanity, right? Do you think people only live here? Ha! The whole thing would end if the imperial capital were attacked. At Erich's reaction, which suggested that he had never even considered that possibility, Heinrich and Kono Lint couldn't help but be surprised, beyond not expecting anything. Even Cliffman, who was absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling, shifted his gaze towards Erich. To have that expression only now. Everyone was astounded by Erich's naivete in their own way. The Demon King. If that bastard Reinhardt really wants to destroy humanity, why would he attack here? If he takes away our place to return, that's the end of everything. We'll all die out once our supplies are cut off. It's simple. Is this a difficult concept? It wasn't a thought or idea that only someone with great intelligence could come up with. The Demon King had continuous opportunities to destroy humanity. Even now, in reality, there was always an opportunity. However, the Demon King did not destroy humanity. It was such an obvious thought, yet one that nobody entertained. They merely assumed that he was biding his time for a more sinister reason or scheme. Inferring the thoughts of a demon was impossible, so they were certain of his intentions, but not of his methods. Erich's perplexity was evident in his expression at Kea's rebuke. So, why doesn't he? Seeing Erich finally have a thought that everyone else had considered to some extent, the three remained silent. What could they do about this? Enough! Cliffman, who had been lying quietly, spoke softly. End it there. There's nothing good to come from talking more. With a stern expression, Cliffman spoke. After all, our duty is clear. They were an army to put an end to the gate incident. We only need to focus on that. There was no need to defend, criticize, or speculate on the Demon King's intentions. As the mere act of discussing it was dangerous, Cliffman cut off the topic altogether. Heinrich silently stared at Cliffman. It was a dangerous subject, and one that shouldn't be raised. However, Heinrich knew that a moment would come when they could no longer avoid addressing it. Chapter 629, Nighttime. Thunk. A wooden cup struck the table, emitting a dull sound. Thunk again. Thunk, thunk, and twice more. Thunk, the owner of the cup, was tapping it against the table. Sitting across from her was Rowan, the commander of the Holy Knights, conspicuously showing off the fact that she had snuck in wearing a robe with the hood flipped over her head, and the owner of the barracks. Louise von Schwarz was idly tapping the wooden cup on the table. It was an incomprehensible act. Though she had invited the commander of the Holy Knights, who had suddenly shown up in the middle of the night, Louise only engaged in this inexplicable behavior. "Shall I come back later?" As if to say that she would return when it was more convenient for Louise if she wasn't up for conversation, Rowan looked at Louise with a bright smile. Silently, Louise pushed the wooden cup towards her instead of answering. Rowan couldn't help but look puzzled as Louise suddenly pushed the cup toward her. "Is this for me? Take it as you please." Louise saw that there was some liquid in the cup she had pushed in front of herself. It contained an opaque, milky liquid. A cup offered out of the blue with an unidentified liquid inside. Rowan picked up the cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Louise quietly observed Rowan emptying the cup with a clatter. After emptying the cup, Rowan placed it back down and covered her mouth, taking a few deep breaths. "I drank it, thinking I wouldn't mind if it were poison, but I'd rather it be poison. What is this?" Gagging, she pretended to retch. "It's incredibly thick, sour, and sticky. It's very unpleasant. What is this?" Rowan, whose expression didn't usually change easily, appeared uneasy. "Is this alcohol?" In conclusion, it was a strange liquid that couldn't be called anything other than alcohol, even though it was unidentifiable. Louise nodded silently. "The priests of the Tarn have a rule about abstaining from alcohol too." Malicious. The taste of the alcohol itself was a problem, but the fact that she had offered it was as well. "There's also a rule about not killing." "That's true." Rowan nodded calmly. It was strange for an inquisitor who had tortured and killed countless people to bring up such a rule in the first place. There must also be a rule about chastity. "You'd be surprised how well I keep that one." Louise stared intently at the composed face of the commander of the Holy Knights. "Anyway, it seems the commander enjoys this kind of alcohol. There are various local traditional liquors, so if my reaction earlier was rude, I apologize first. There must be a village somewhere in the world that drinks such vile alcohol." Therefore, Rowan apologized first for frowning at the sight of the Princess of Kernstadt drinking this repulsive liquor alone in the barracks. However, Louise shook her head. "I wouldn't know about any vile traditional liquors like that." So it's not." "That's right, it's not." "Then may I ask why you're drinking such a vile liquor?" Rowan couldn't understand why Louise would drink such a strange liquor, especially since it wasn't a traditional one. "It's a secret brew." "Ah, I see. Yes, I've confiscated the liquor the soldiers brewed themselves." That's why she wasn't emptying the glass, but rather staring blankly at the liquid inside. "It's quite incredible. People's blood and tears are wrung out to support the army, and someone is brewing liquor with those blood and tears. Should we call that effort?" Louise bit his lip. "Isn't it pitiful?" Even the horribly foul-tasting liquor was considered liquor, and they went through the trouble to brew and drink it. "How do you think we should deal with the soldiers who brewed the illicit liquor?" Louise looked intently at Rowan. "They should be killed." "Why should they be killed?" "Because food is precious." "Why is food precious?" "Because without it, people starve to death." "Are you saying they should be killed because they harmed resources related to life and death?" "Exactly." Louise continued to look at Rowan. But she just looked. Louise said nothing. When the moon was pointed out, one should have looked at the moon. One shouldn't have scolded the finger pointing. But that was impossible and meaningless. Anyone could make empty talk. So why was the moon, which everyone could point at, so important? It didn't matter who pointed it out. The moon had no meaning to begin with. "Do you want to save them?" At Rowan's innocently asked question, Louise shook her head. "What are you talking about? They're already dead." "Then why did you ask?" There was no meaning to the question and answer from the beginning, as the conclusion had been reached and executed. There were soldiers who brewed the illicit liquor, the soldiers who somehow made it, the soldiers who secretly shared and drank it. Louise ordered them killed. and she confiscated all the illicit liquor they brewed and took a sip of it. It was just a horribly tasteless and unpleasant white liquid. They died while making this worthless thing. For these petty thieves who stole rations, we cut off their heads. Louise looked at Rowan. But the woman who stole countless lives, and even the entire order, is parading around as the commander of the Holy Knights, stirring up trouble here and there. And I, to such a despicable and evil thief, can't even pour a bucket of cold water, let alone a sword. The small thieves were punished. The heaviest punishment of taking their lives was imposed on the small thieves. But she couldn't even question this great thief about her theft. Then why did the small thieves have to die? Why did they have to die? Why were they killed? Only the small ones were trampled. No, only the small ones had been trampled. In the end, Louise wanted to bite her tongue. From the moment she killed her brothers with her own hands, she had no right to blame anyone. In the end, what was the difference between having a different kind in front of the mirror and cursing at it? Louise was miserable whether she spoke or remained silent. Filled with self-loathing, sorrow, and indignation, Louise von Schwarz stared at the Holy Knight Commander with blurry eyes. Enough! Whatever it is, tell me your purpose. Seeing Louise take on a posture of conversation, Rowan whispered quietly in the barracks filled with the bitter smell of the illicit liquor. The Demon King has chosen you. Louise was silent. She had suspected that she would face such a situation. No, it must have been a messenger's choice, not the Demon King's. The bright expression on the face of this Demon King worshipper, as if she was telling her to be grateful and happy, revealed that fact. For a very long time, Louise did not respond. How much time had passed? Louise opened the barrel beside her, scooping up a bowl of the illicit brew. And she drank, as if she couldn't bear it without drinking, as if she was downing a cup of poison. Moonshine, drinking the liquid that had been robbed of its name by something else, not poison but a strange brew. After drinking a bowl of such a concoction, she wiped her mouth and muttered quietly with her clear eyes, "Terrible taste. How could a drink made of blood and tears be sweet? Having Kernstadt is as good as half of the coalition forces coming over." I couldn't help but tilt my head at Charlotte's words. Isn't it less than half? Don't you think I know that the actual scale is not that much? Yes, the real power of Kernstadt within the coalition forces is less than half, and strictly speaking, it wouldn't even be a quarter. So, Charlotte and I were sitting alone in the Lazak Elder Council chamber, talking. But look, say a small provincial country with a force of about 1,000 soldiers sided with us. What would happen the moment that insignificant ruler declares he will side with the Demon King? If they don't want to die, they wouldn't do such a thing. But if they do, they'd be lucky to die quickly, I guess. They would be killed instantly, right? Yes, that's right. It was obvious that the moment those with little power or influence unexpectedly declared support for the Demon King, their heads would roll. Were they talking about something like too big to fail? If a small country's ruler does such a thing, people would think it's crazy and move on. But if a great power like Kernstadt makes that decision, people will naturally think, why would a country like Kernstadt suddenly support the Demon King at this timing? Would they think the same way or not? Would they? If it isn't so, would there be smoke from a chimney? If a great power like Kernstadt were to suddenly make such a decision, fierce criticism would surely follow, but of course, a tremendous shock would also accompany it. Why on earth would Kernstadt? What was it lacking? But would only Kernstadt stand up? We also have the Holy Order, don't we? That's right. Let's say that at the same time as Kernstadt, the Holy Order also declared their support for the Demon King. The number one vassal state, Kernstadt, the Holy Order, not one madman, but two. Kernstadt was the largest nation, excluding the Empire. The Holy Order was a force that transcended nations. If both groups began to openly support the Demon King, everyone would naturally feel that something serious was going on. Everyone will have to choose whether to support the Empire or the Demon King. It's absurd for humanity to support the Demon King in the first place. However, the moment these two major forces reveal it openly, people will have to seriously consider whether or not to support the Demon King. Of course, the deliberation would be carried out not by the majority of humanity, but by the leaders and the top brass of the powers. They would have no choice but to do whatever it took to survive. There would be forces that claimed they could never side with the enemy, even if it meant a desperate struggle. Survival was the ultimate good, and there would be factions claiming to be on my side for that very reason. the victory of the Demon King or the victory of the Empire. Those who wished to survive had to start making predictions. Thus, Charlotte's statement that more than half had crossed over was not wrong. The moment the other powers realized the two great powers were on my side, their leaders would begin placing their bets amidst immense chaos. In reality, although Kernstadt was not exactly half, more than half of the shaken and rearranged power structure would be filled by those on my side. It's funny, not long ago everyone was frustrated that they couldn't kill me, and now this has become possible. How common is it to serve a king you hate enough to want to kill just because he's a king? Well, if you put it that way, it doesn't seem like such a strange thing after all. Just as there would be those who would fight me even at the risk of their own lives, there would also naturally be those who would crawl under the Demon King to survive. Whether the former were the majority or the latter were, it was impossible to know, but it was clear that the latter would not be a small number. Anyway, all these assumptions are based on the precondition that Louise von Schwarz supports me. That's right, Louise von Schwarz. Charlotte was the one who suggested that the first person I needed to bring on board for the upcoming events was her. It was a ridiculous thing. If I had done nothing, Louise von Schwarz would have died at the hands of Bertus, falsely accused of the Heinrich assassination. In the end, both Louise and Heinrich survived, and so it became possible to consider the likelihood of Louise joining my side. Ultimately, though the Holy Knight Order and the five great religious orders alone could shake the alliance, it would be impossible to secure any significant power without capturing Louise von Schwarz. The precondition had to be met first, even if only to sketch out a plan. I had left it to Rowan, but until I heard the confirmation, there was no way of knowing what would happen. Last year, I wouldn't have known, but now the situation has changed a lot, and Louise has learned quite a bit. What the Empire was doing, and that I had taken control of the religious orders. I still didn't know if she knew about the gate incident. Louise knew that it was not strange at all for her to join my side at this timing. There was no reason for her to fight me to the death, and she knew that the scales were tipping in my favor. However, in truth, it did not matter whether Louise knew such trivial facts and truths. Putting everything else aside, Louise knew that she had to join my side to survive. Louise von Schwarz will join our side. She must. Louise knew what the Emperor was thinking. With that alone, Louise would join my side, because she already knew which battle would be won, because she knew that this wasn't even a fight in the first place. Good and evil depended on who recorded them. That was why the one who held the power to write history could always define something as good and something as evil. So the meaning of good and evil itself disappeared, and in the end, only who could hold the pen of power mattered. So who was the real good? So who was the real evil? Talking about it would only fill the sleepless nights. Those who held the pen in life would become the ones who wielded justice and righteousness. Thus, surviving was the only justice and the true righteousness. Losers would be recorded as evil, not because they were evil, but because they had been defeated. Louise von Schwarz didn't have a long silence to contemplate. The conclusion was reached, and the choice that had to be made was clear. The question was whether she could handle it. The situation had twisted in such a way that Louise von Schwarz had unexpectedly seen and learned things she should never have been able to see or know. This had unexpected effects in unexpected places. Everything would belong to the Demon King. Louise knew that. Kernstadt and the Holy Order. By the time the gate incident was fully resolved, more than half of the Allied forces would have sworn allegiance to the Demon King. At the forefront stood Rowan, the commander of the Holy Knights. For the heretical inquisitor, who had enforced order through evil, trampled on doctrine, and protected the order of the Church, establishing order through blood and deceit was nothing new. Manipulation, extortion, conspiracy, intrigue, torture, brainwashing, such vile and filthy deeds were her lot. Rowan stared silently at the Princess of Kernstadt. King Constantine was frail, so her decision was virtually the decision of Kernstadt. After a moment of silence, Louise spoke up. I have a condition. A condition. If you accept it, I will stand with you. Louise didn't simply decide to join their side. I can convey that. What is the condition? There's no need to seek the Demon King's permission. Your agreement will suffice. Do I have the authority to decide? Of course. Louise's condition was simple. The condition is your life. What? Taken aback by the sudden request, Rowan furrowed her brow, asking for her life out of the blue. I can't deny you that, but did you hate me that much? I do hate you, and I do wish you were dead. But this is an entirely different matter. How is it different? Louise seemed to enjoy Rowan's perplexed face, taking a sip of her wine and smirking. Does the Demon King intend to rule through oppression or govern wisely? I don't know the actual outcome, but I assume he would try the latter. Then your life is all the more necessary. Louise began to laugh at Rowan's apparent inability to understand. Isn't it obvious? It was indeed a reckless laugh. How could a madwoman who incited riots, encouraged massacres, and killed countless people as a heretical inquisitor help the Demon King's reign? Considering that there are many people who know these facts, do you think the commander's secret will be kept forever? Probably not. Even if you can help now, the last act of loyalty the commander can perform once the Demon King's world is complete is to stand on the scaffold of purging. No, that is precisely how the commander's loyalty will be fulfilled. At those words, Rowan's expression hardened ominously. Rowan's role was only for now. Rowan had done too many things up to this point, regardless of her actual character. Because of the sins she had committed so far, she would have to face judgment once the reign began. When peace began, her very existence would become a burden. Therefore, Rowan would have to die, ironically, the moment the world she wished for arrived. She had to die to complete her loyalty. Rowan's death was not necessary for Louise, but rather for the Demon King. That's why Louise offered Rowan's death as a condition, even though it had nothing to do with her personal feelings. Using the uncertainty of the Demon King's power in the future as an excuse, she convinced both Rowan and the Demon King that Rowan had to die. Having lived in the shadows, an existence of darkness met chaos and wore a badge. But did you really think you could live in the light? That's impossible. Louise looked at her with an unbearable, grim smile. Louise von Schwarz was the princess of Kernstadt. She was the first princess of the first vassal state and the successor to the second largest country in the world. It wasn't as if she wouldn't gain anything from a losing deal. Deception, conspiracy, and intrigue were obviously more familiar to Louise. New commander, the situation may change and your position may differ, but will your nature change? No matter how much she was the envy of the Demon King right now, no matter how strong her immediate power was, her nature would not change. Louise was a princess and heir of a great nation, while she had to live in the shadows. Like a cheap drink made by lowly people with inferior ingredients, forced together by circumstances, her moonshine could only be repulsive. Cheap is cheap. How could moss grow in the light? If a creature of darkness foolishly ventured into the light, it was bound to wither and die. Chapter 630, Ha! Rowan let out a deep sigh as she left the Kernstadt military garrison. Royalty was indeed royalty, not just any ordinary royalty. She knew they couldn't be mere chess pieces that could be moved at will, but Louise von Schwarz was beyond her expectations. Even though she knew she had to shake an unwilling hand, she ultimately got what she wanted. No, to be precise, she didn't even say she wanted it. Louise didn't tell Rowan that she wanted her dead. She said there was a need for her to die, not for herself, but for the Demon King. The reason Louise's negotiation and demands were eerie was because Rowan herself had been convinced by her words. A dog had no use in troubled times. Cute dogs were not needed. All that was needed was a large, fierce dog to bite the enemy. But once the troubled times were over, the use of hunting dogs diminished, and mad dogs must be eliminated. It was clear that the Demon King had ambitions, and while Rowan might be needed for now, there was a possibility that her past actions could come back to haunt her once the situation stabilized. For the sake of the Demon King's world, Rowan had to die along with all her sins the moment that world was completed. She had to confess that her sins were unrelated to the Demon King and take her leave. She was already a villain, and the dice would continue to roll every day, determining whether her villainy would be exposed or not. The longer she lived, the more responsibility the Demon King would bear for condoning Rowan's sins. Louise von Schwarz had achieved a great success. Even if she withdrew her demands now, she had made Rowan prepared to die the moment the world she desired arrived. The fundamentals did not change. Noble-born royalty would remain royalty until death. Although she might appear to be submitting miserably to the Demon King for now, once the Demon King's world began, Kernstadt would become one of the top nations in the hierarchy. Despite the gossip that Louise von Schwarz was a traitor to humanity or a despicable person who had submitted to the Demon King, She would still live as royalty, and that would not change. However, Rowan believed that her past actions would eventually catch up with her. She had to disappear because her very existence was a burden to the one she served. The fundamentals did not change. The words spoken and the deeds committed remained unchanged. Rowan was a creature that should never have stepped into the light. If she hadn't, she could have continued to live in the fog and shadows. But as a consequence of stepping into the light, she must wither and die rather than return to the darkness. The shadows that hid her, the tree called the Pope. For a creature that had lived in the shadows they created, cutting down the masters of those shadows and occupying their place was a transgression that must be punished with death. Rowan didn't feel particularly sorrowful or sad about it. It was just unpleasant that a spoiled royal brat had made her realize something she should have known all along. But it made her think. What if she hadn't lived as a heretic inquisitor? Like the children left in the monastery, she too had been an abandoned child. Some of these children would grow up as abandoned, then demonstrate their talent for holy power and enter the temple. Adriana had done so. Or they could catch the eye of the Holy Knight Commander and be groomed to become the next Holy Knight Commander. Olivia Lands had said so. Someone who happened to have a similar talent but was raised in a monastery that trained heretic inquisitors. So she was raised as a heretic inquisitor. Who defines one's origin? Was it something I decided? Would it have been different if I was raised differently? In that harsh country where the snow of the 4 seasons fell, in a gloomy and desolate monastery built away from people's eyes, not learning terrible techniques to torture, brainwash, and fabricate non-existent crimes, not being educated on how to convince myself to betray my teachings even before I learned them. Wouldn't it have been different if I had grown up in a place like a temple, not knowing how to hate others? Olivia Lands, the person who had lived with the demon king and the temple, the position of the leader of the Holy Order and the future Holy Emperor of the next Holy Empire. Could that position have been mine? Originally twisted and with a dark heart, Rowan became even more entangled by the words Louise had thrown at him. Nonsense. The good thing was, Rowan only knew Louise's intention. She clearly understood her intention not to interfere and to watch the grave. So, thinking too much about it was just falling for Louise's malice. The position of Olivia Lands was Olivia Lands' position. There was no reason to desire it, nor to regret it. If dying and disappearing would help the Demon King, then so be it. Twisted loyalty is still loyalty, and the Demon King didn't even like her. She just had to think about what she had to do. Louise von Schwarz had been captured. Now it was time for the next. The current goal was to carefully make those with a high likelihood of capture come over, one by one. The most important person, Louise von Schwarz, had asked for a price but had crossed over. In fact, it wasn't even a price. It was necessary from the beginning. Rowan didn't need to capture everyone. Is it the Duke next? Now it was the Duke of St. Owen's turn. He said there was no need for me to go there. The person who should step forward to capture the Duke of St. Owen wasn't the most suitable person right next to the Demon King. The report that had been sent from Rowan to the side of Sarkigar arrived for me around noon the next day. As I read the report, I couldn't help but feel a taste that was both bitter and not. Louise von Schwarz wanted Rowan's execution, not right now, but after everything was resolved. Harriet, Charlotte, and I gathered in the office and read the report together. It's a necessary task. Of course, it seems certain that she asked not because it was necessary, but because she wanted to see it happen. Charlotte nodded her head, as if acknowledging the intentions and necessity of Louise von Schwarz's request after reading the report. She agreed that Rowan should be killed. She agreed that an execution was necessary. But if you think about it, how many people in my group should not die? It's scary. Harriet, who was not familiar with such matters, trembled slightly at the tips of her fingers. Execution is a necessary task. It's not just Rowan who needs to die. If there are too many heroes, the country will be ruined. What do you mean? I asked. It was true that heroes should be treated with respect. However, excessive respect could lead to a dispersion of power, and when it went too far, it would become the seed of division. Therefore, as a ruler, it was necessary to make a decisive choice to purge heroes after successfully completing the conquest. It wasn't just about killing Rowan, it was also about killing Charlotte. Do you understand what I'm saying? At my words, Charlotte shrugged her shoulders. If necessary, I should be killed too. No, actually, it would be better to kill me. What? It wasn't me who was surprised by Charlotte's calm words, but Harriet. Because if you employ me while sparing my life, my existence itself would become the seed of the Guardia's royal family's revival. Logically, I should be killed. Yes, I wasn't unaware of that. Would I do that? That's why I'm worried, because you absolutely won't. How many times have I saved your life by now? If I have to kill you later, I'll bite my tongue and die first. It sounded absurd. Countless times I had tried to save Charlotte, but now, after everything had finally stabilized and I wanted to strengthen the foundations of the nation, would I just hang her out to dry? I would rather die than live to see such a thing. I understood that such a decision was necessary for a ruler, but if that was the life of a ruler, I would rather not live as one. That didn't mean I didn't acknowledge the necessity of a purge. A purge was necessary. But if so, who should be purged, and to what extent? Even though I didn't plan on it, I would have to sift through the heroes who had been with me since before we arrived in Edina. If necessary, even Olivia and Liana would have to be killed. I absolutely couldn't carry out such a purge, and this report was written by Rowan herself. It wasn't just about Louise von Schwarz's demands. Rowan had written in detail about why she should die. She was prepared to die at any moment. I really dislike this guy. It's too burdensome. It was overwhelmingly burdensome. I don't know. Purges and all that stuff aren't problems to think about right now. Just promise to do it. We can change our minds later. After all, even if Louise received a promise for a purge, she would only collect the price later. We could say that we couldn't do it later on. When the situation actually came to that, we could think differently based on the necessity at that time. But ultimately, it was about promising to give in to everything she wanted for now, since we could just back out later. What should I say? It's a bit difficult. Harriet couldn't help but have a troubled expression. People in these positions usually have to lie a lot, you know. That's true. And if the situation unfolds according to our wishes, do you think Louise could turn against us for not keeping our promise? She absolutely can't. Right, of course. As Charlotte and I bickered in agreement, Harriet scowled at us as if we were both trash. We decided to go ahead with the purge. Whether or not we would actually kill Rowan would be determined later. It was a garbage-like logic, but Louise probably knew that my guarantee wasn't very reliable. A purge. I was already worrying about something that wasn't an issue at this stage. Let's focus on the task at hand. Charlotte seemed to have sorted herself out and stretched. Now it's time for the next step. Louise von Schwarz agreed to join our side, with the condition that the payment would come later. The Holy Knights, the 5 great churches, and Kernstadt. Next, the St. Owen Duchy, and the leader of the duchy, the Archduke of St. Owen. I'll do my best. With a determined expression, Harriet nodded. Look at her. How adorable. What exactly are you going to do well? Ah, that would be persuading. Harriet seemed to think it was obvious that she should go to persuade the Archduke of St. Owen. Why would you go? I'm the one going. Ha! What are you talking about? Why are you going in person? Charlotte seemed just as confused. Honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea for you to go either. But don't you think you should consider the feelings of a parent? Um, ah. If you go and ask for help, it might be easier to say, but the Archduke might think, won't I look despicable? Although not a hostage, the daughter's happiness might depend on following my words. If I were a parent, I would find it very despicable. I should visit in person. Even if the Archduke understands your actions, I'm ultimately the scumbag who stole his daughter, right? He may understand you, but understanding me is a completely different matter. Ha! That's why this time I should go and bow my head. Is that so? Certainly, it would be fortunate if he didn't slap Reinhardt as soon as he saw him. No, Reinhardt should be slapped at least once as a courtesy. It seems that way. Harriet appeared puzzled, and Charlotte seemed to agree with my decision. That's right, as Charlotte said. I should have been slapped at least once. I was despicable. I didn't even go to get slapped until now. But then, what should I say? Let's say I get slapped. What should I do next? Father-in-law, please. You've already taken my daughter, you bastard. Not the daughter. I've already taken your daughter. Then what? What else do you want, you brat? Father-in-law. Don't call me father-in-law. Do I have to say that? Is that the situation? The Archduke could use teleportation, so there was no need to meet at the Allied forces base. If the Archduke wanted, we could meet in the St. Owen Duchy, and if he wanted to meet at the Allied forces base, that would be fine too. Unlike Louise, the Archduke wouldn't refuse a proposal to meet and talk since his daughter was with me. What if my father Tries to kill you. Harriet's eyes were brimming with tears. Harriet had actually visited St. Owen Duchy once before to meet the Archduke. At that time, the Archduke said he understood Harriet. But that was one thing, and wouldn't it be natural for the Archduke to have the urge to crush me? I think it's best if I go with you. No, that would be even weirder. It would really look like we're going to ask for permission to get married. Chapter 631, Capturing the Archduke of St. Owen, held a qualitatively different significance than taking over Kernstadt. Kernstadt was about securing scale in terms of overall power. However, the Archduke was the person in charge of the Titan, which was one of the main pillars of the Allied forces' strength. Of course, the Archduke couldn't operate the Titan on his own when it came to the finer details, but the Titan held immense power within the Allied forces. It was strong enough to turn the tide of a battle in a major city within just 7 minutes. Although the Immortals currently possessed tremendous might, the Titan was not far behind and was being continuously improved in real time. Having the Archduke on my side didn't mean I could possess the Titan. It meant that I could neutralize them. Just as I hoped that the Immortals wouldn't be used in such a situation, the Titan should never be used in a manner other than fighting against monsters. As long as I pursued this direction, I had to thoroughly neutralize both the Allied forces and the Empire. Capturing Kernstadt had already weakened the Allied forces by about half, and by neutralizing the Titan, I could render one of the main pillars of their strength unusable. No matter how I met him, I would go to the meeting with the Archduke alone. Sakigar would make contact with the Archduke first, and I would be the one to speak with him. I left the decision of where to meet up to the Archduke. We could meet in the capital city of Arnaca in the St. Owen Duchy, but that might be very uncomfortable for him. I didn't want to appear threatening to the Archduke in any way. That's why I chose to go myself instead of sending Harriet. The Allied forces had already left Grenosia and started their retreat. There wasn't any battle in Grenosia anyway. Sarkigar, who had returned to Lazak with Lucinil, returned sooner than I had expected. What's going on? Why did you come with the Lucinil instead of Harriet? Harriet, who was in charge of transportation, usually brought people back from designated locations quickly. But why did Lucinil come instead of Harriet? I don't know. The scribe wanted to take him, but he insisted on going with me. Really? Yes, Your Highness. Did Sarkigar have a preference for people? He disliked humans in general, but I didn't recall him specifically disliking Harriet. Why now? Anyway, did you decide on a place? We haven't had a chance to meet with the Archduke yet. What's going on? Why did you come back if you haven't finished the task? I had grown accustomed to his sinister and gloomy expressions, but this expression of Sarkigar's was new to me. There was something strange about both sending Harriet back and bringing Lucinil along. That, it might not be very important, but I thought Your Highness should know. I didn't want to involve the scribe for a reason. It was a rare sight to see Sarkigar flustered and rambling. Why are you suddenly like this? What's going on? Sarkigar hesitated uncharacteristically, and even Lucinil tilted her head as if something was odd. Did something happen? Did something not go well? Actually, the person who developed the Titan, Your Highness's classmate. Adelia, what about her? What on earth was he trying to say? Adelia did what now? That girl seems to have. Is this what I'm thinking? No way. Lucinil also opened her mouth wide and started to tremble. Adelia is likely to have fallen for the Archduke of St. Owen. This was completely out of the blue, extremely bizarre, not particularly meaningful, and had no impact on the overall situation. What a massive, insane accident had occurred. No, it had already occurred. But wait, wasn't this? The Archduke. The Archduke is. The Archduke isn't right. Then it's true, big trouble. What about our blockhead? What about me? The Archduke, of course, wouldn't be that kind of person. I'd had several near-death experiences before, but this was the first time I felt like I had actually died and come back to life. Sakigar was waiting for a moment when the Archduke was alone, lurking in various forms nearby. He never seems to be alone. The Archduke is busy. It makes sense when you think about it. He was a public figure who couldn't help but fail in his endeavors. Louise von Schwarz was quite busy as well. However, the Archduke was both a commander and the head of research. Although the scale wasn't comparable to Kernstadt's army, the Archduke probably didn't have any proper downtime. That's why it was extremely difficult to make contact with him when he was alone. Sarkigar's failure to make contact with the Archduke, as per my instructions, was not without reason. But right now, that wasn't important. Sarkigar was visibly flustered by the situation, and Lucinil listened to the story with a bewitched expression. It seems the Archduke often sleeps in the research quarters rather than his own quarters. There are other researchers there, but Adelia is also almost always present. Titan was a war weapon created by combining the ancient golem technology of the St. Owen Empire and Adelia's genius for magic crafting. In other words, the Archduke was the head of the laboratory and Adelia was the chief researcher. So they would inevitably see each other's faces all the time, every day, every hour. Still, I was still thinking about the slightest possibility that it was a misunderstanding or a mistake on Sarkigar's part. It had to be. It absolutely had to be. It's too confusing. When the Archduke skips a meal, Adelia seems to bring him food, and when he falls asleep, she covers him with a blanket. Those kinds of things seems like it's reversed somehow. Lucinil murmured with an uneasy expression at Sarkigar's explanation. That's true. It should be a heartwarming scene of a daughter's friend following him to the battlefield to develop war weapons, the daughter's image overlapping with her, and the Archduke covering the daughter with a blanket when she falls asleep in the lab. It's the complete opposite. Well, isn't that possible? But honestly, isn't it not that strange? Covering with a blanket, bringing bread when one seems to be starving. You can do that. It doesn't have to be because Adelia has those feelings. It could be because she respects the Archduke or pities him. But what about that? Feeling pity and compassion, I constantly found myself paying attention to them, wanting to take care of their needs. Before I knew it, I was only looking at that person. That. Surprisingly, it was a plausible possibility. However, Sarkigar responded with a very troubled expression to my assertion that it could happen. It might be possible, but yes, that's just how Adelia is. She can't bear to say harsh words, and when she thinks someone is kind but troubled, she can't help but worry about them. I'm not sure if that's really the case, but she's kind-hearted. Right. So you're saying she has a similar way of thinking as you, but her personality is more upright. Your Highness, I'm not in the mood for banter right now. Ah, my apologies. It's just that I always seem to choose the worst things to say, and it's not helping the situation. Enough. Silver-haired brat, leave. What? Did you just call me a brat? Silver-haired granny, leave. You. Sarkigar watched Lucinil and me bickering with a mature expression. It was an expression that said we were truly pathetic. Anyway, let's get back to the main topic. So, are you sure about this? There was no evidence. If merely providing blankets and meals was an indication of affection, then the world would be filled with baseless confessions. It's not evidence, but I am certain. How can you be certain without evidence? The way she looks at him. At those words, I felt my breath catch in my throat. The way Adelia looked at the Archduke, her expression, that. It didn't seem like evidence at all, but in truth, there was no better proof. In fact, it was such a lack of evidence that it made me wonder what other evidence there could be. Damn it! So that's what it was. The kidnapped graduate student, who had been living in the professor's lab, began to see the professor as a man after only looking at him. One cannot imagine what they have never experienced. The Archduke is a modest person. Therefore, he would not be able to imagine that Adelia might like him. So, whether or not Adelia had such feelings, the Archduke would be completely oblivious. He would not even have considered the possibility in the first place. In the end, Sarkigar finished his brief report and returned to the Allied forces. When the opportunity arose to connect with the Archduke, he would deliver my message. The fact that Sarkigar discovered this while seeking the opportunity was not a significant issue. Even if Adelia harbored such feelings toward the Archduke, it wouldn't cause any major problems. The Archduke's children are all well and healthy. His missing daughter is safe and sound now. It doesn't affect the overall situation, and strictly speaking, it's not a big deal. Frankly, what does it matter if the Archduke and Adelia were having some bizarre, embarrassing affair? The important thing is the war, not romance. I should have remained ignorant, knowing it only makes me feel like I'm going insane over a problem I can't solve, and it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Have you decided when to leave? Not yet. Really? Then why did Sarkigar come by earlier? He seemed to have an odd expression. Is anything wrong? It's not that. Also, when I was trying to take him there, he asked me to call you. Did I do something wrong to him? No, you did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. Our blockhead did nothing wrong. Then who is at fault? What's going on? No, nobody did anything wrong. So was it Adelia's fault? No way. There's nothing wrong with liking someone. It's not like something bad happened. What's going on? It seems like something's up. No, nothing. There's no problem. Obviously, Harriet suspected there was an issue. As Harriet innocently asked various questions, I felt like my tongue would go numb. Harriet and Adelia became friends when they met at the temple. Upon hearing the news that Adelia had developed Titan with the Archduke, Harriet seemed delighted by her friend's historic achievement. Your dear friend has fallen for your father. How am I supposed to tell her this? Several maddening days passed. The Allied forces left Grenosia and set off, and of course, the Archduke had some time during the march. The report from Sarkigar. I made contact with the Archduke safely, and the meeting place he proposed was the capital of St. Owen Duchy, Arnaca, the White Palace of Arnaca, Arenaria. Meeting at the Allied forces garrison was risky. Moreover, the Archduke could travel anywhere from the start, so he seemed to prefer meeting in his own territory. Actually, I should be extremely nervous. I didn't know what the Archduke really thought of me, and I had no excuse if he became angry about how I handled Harriet as I pleased. But after realizing something strange, the problem was that it became a completely different kind of tension. Anyway, the task was set: meet the Archduke and trap him. That was all I had to do. I didn't know anything else. Neither Harriet nor the Archduke knew. I hated making things more confusing by saying unnecessary things. St. Owen Kingdom's capital, Arnaca. I had been to Arnaca twice. During my time at the temple, I went there because of Adriana's sudden withdrawal. The monastery where Adriana grew up was in St. Owen Duchy. Back then, I knocked on the gates of the duchy's palace to obtain priority to use the warp gate. Thinking about it, I must have been quite insane. At that time, I met the entire St. Owen royal family. I had met the Archduke once before. He and Harriet almost thought they were going to get married. The second time was after the gate incident when I came with Harriet. I didn't enter Arenaria, only Harriet did. And now, for the third time. The fortified magic towers of Arenaria were still impressive. People's expressions were still gloomy. They must have thought that once the war ended, the Empire would retaliate. Would they consider it a relief that the St. Owen Duchy sided with the Demon King, or would they say they knew the Archduke would betray them after all? I couldn't tell what decision the Archduke would make. If the Archduke sided with me, the misunderstanding of the world would eventually become true. There was no way to make any excuses. He would have to endure the criticism that his family had conspired with the Demon King for a very long time, ever since his daughter followed him. It wasn't true, but there was no way to clear their name. I wondered what the Archduke would think when the false accusations became accepted as fact. It was not Harriet who brought me to Arnaca, but rather Elleris. I didn't want to come here with Harriet for no reason, and I found out about something rather absurd. I walked through the desolate streets of Arnaca towards the massive palace at its center, the White Palace of Arenaria. It was a towering palace, seemingly carved out of a colossal mountain. The palace was still beautiful. As I gazed upon the palace's towering spires, various thoughts crossed my mind. In her childhood, Harriet had told me that she used to climb those tall spires to watch the children playing in the streets below. Imagining a young Harriet watching the children play from atop those lonely spires, it seemed somehow pitiful and cute. With those thoughts, I arrived at the square where the entrance to Arenaria came into view. Your Highness, be careful. Nothing will happen, but I should be cautious. Naturally, I was the only one entering. There was no need to involve anyone else and make the Archduke anxious. Elleris sternly warned me to be prepared for any situation. At the entrance to Arenaria, human-shaped golems guarded the gate. Human-shaped golems. It was eerily similar to the real human-made golems, and I couldn't help but feel a chill. State your business. Speak. The same question as when I first visited Arenaria. I am Reinhardt. Only a name was needed to enter. I bear a message for His Grace the Archduke. The golems gave the same response as before. Enter, however, Demon King. They addressed me as the Demon King, even though I introduced myself as Reinhardt. Grumble, grumble, the grand gates of the palace began to open, revealing the tall, white stone steps leading up to Arenaria. There was no need to go all the way to the palace. At about the midpoint of the ascending staircase, Archduke St. Owen looked down at me from there. The Archduke held a staff in his hand. Naturally, it was not a walking stick used for a disabled leg. It was likely the Archduke's weapon. The Archduke, dressed in a suit, silently stared down at me. It was different from the typical robe-wearing mages. The Archduke exuded a dignified and aristocratic aura, a prime example of a noble mage. To be honest, I was intimidated. Had I come to a place I shouldn't have? Should I have just let Harriet go instead? Had I foolishly insisted on doing this myself and ended up in a mess? Well, I had to take the submissive approach. Fighting the Archduke would ruin my life. I had no confidence in handling that. May I come up? When I encountered the Archduke during the temple days, he seemed like nothing more than a doting father. However, now that the war continued, the Archduke had returned to his true self, a mage who rightfully deserved the title of the world's strongest, Raphael de Saint Owen. The Archduke looked down at me and spoke. Come up. Honestly, in many ways, I was scared of the Archduke. Chapter 632, originally a tranquil palace, the White Palace of Arenaria was now even more silent, a stillness far from gloom. Silence often invoked a certain degree of fear, but the stillness in Arenaria was closer to solemnity. As the Archduke had said, it was a lonely place, and that loneliness persisted. The Archduke had accompanied me as I climbed the stairs, reaching a spot where Arenaria was visible in the distance. The Archduke said nothing. He merely walked a little ahead, and I followed quietly, wondering if he had anything to say. I somehow felt like I was being punished. To be honest, I was in a position where I had to be cautious. Having no words to say, I had come here to ask the Archduke to take my side. If my insolence had gone this far, wouldn't I have to understand if the Archduke wanted to strike me down? The Archduke had suffered tremendous damage because of my existence. His reputation had hit rock bottom because his daughter had disappeared with the Demon King. The people of the duchy were hated, and they were treated coldly by the allied forces. The long-established and honorable St. Owen family's reputation had been thrown into a gutter in an instant. What is honor? For most people, it might not mean much, but for someone like the Archduke of St. Owen, it must have been very important, and it had all evaporated because of my existence. The Archduke remained silent for a long time, and I couldn't help but think about such things as I continued to gaze at the palace. Were they all doing well? Harriet's mother and her brothers. I knew that all of her brothers were mages and were serving in the Allied forces, and I knew they were safe. But being safe and doing well were worlds apart. I didn't even have the right to ask if they were all well, so I couldn't say a word. For over an hour, the Archduke said nothing, and I was as mute as if I'd eaten honey. It wasn't just the feeling of being punished. It was clear that I was actually being punished. At the end of that long, drawn-out silence, how strange. The Archduke suddenly said that. Strange. The Archduke stared at me intently. You seem to be quite restless. In fact, I was. Wouldn't it be even stranger to be confident in this situation? Am I supposed to stand tall and be forthright? Well, I wanted to say something, but my lips wouldn't part. I had nothing to say to the Archduke of all people. He must know that I didn't kidnap Harriet and that she followed me of her own accord. But what would that mean? Hiding secrets and becoming close with his daughter was already a despicable act. The Archduke looked at me. Do you think you've wronged me? No, if this isn't wrong, then what is it? Yes. I had no idea what the Archduke was thinking. Hum. After some contemplation, the Archduke slowly nodded. Well then, tell me. Was he asking me to be honest? What do you think you've done wrong so far? Leaning on his cane, the Archduke stood before me like a judge and calmly spoke. Whether it's what you've done to me, or what you've done to my daughter, or, for example, to the world, to humanity. If you think you've done wrong, then what is it? The person who had never once dabbled in evil power or cunning, the one who had pursued the righteous path with righteous power, living for noble and just causes. The person who had done nothing wrong, but because of me, lost far too much. Yet, without ever expressing a hint of sorrow or resentment, he carried out his duties and continued to do so. Archduke St. Owen. Speak about that. He was perhaps the only person with the right to judge me. It was a long story, but ultimately it was a story that culminated in an attempt to save everyone, leading to the current situation. What was Arkasha? Who was Cantus Magna? Why the Tomb of the Lick was created? And what was the original purpose for using Arkasha? By the time everything was revealed, it was already too late. For too long, I had lied, and no one could trust me. The ones who felt the greatest betrayal couldn't help but hate me. The story of trying to change the future, but instead fulfilling it. The story that if nothing had been done, nothing would have happened. It seems you've received a curse from the gods, not their blessing. The Duke, having heard the entire story, spoke simply. Were the two divine relics I possess not a blessing but a curse? Rather, it's humanity that has received the curse. But as if reading my thoughts, the Duke corrected himself. A curse on humanity. If the Demon King had no intention of harming humanity and intended to use Arkasha to escape to another world, there would have been no reason to fight. Valia wanted not war but escape. Humanity, fearing the threat of demons, invaded Darkland, slaughtering not only the Demon King but most of the demons as well. They did not try to understand. They were afraid. It all happened because of a misunderstanding. Isn't it that humanity is on the brink of destruction because of the misunderstanding that led to the annihilation of its neighbors? The gate incident, too, occurred ultimately due to misunderstanding and miscommunication. Whether or not you wanted revenge, the truth that the Demon King has taken the most decisive and certain revenge on humanity does not change. In the end, it was both revenge and not revenge, and I couldn't deny that. I played the biggest role in the extinction of humanity. That truth would never change. How can this be anything other than the curse of the gods, receiving back what was given through misunderstanding? The Duke seemed to think that this was the judgment and curse of the gods upon humanity. Was this disaster a curse of the gods? The Duke looked up at the gloomy sky. Of course, whether this is truly the curse of the gods or a horrible coincidence, we cannot know. How could one possibly calculate the probability if it were just a terrible coincidence? But even if this is the curse of the gods, your guilt does not disappear, and it doesn't mean you're guiltless. In the end, the fact that all of this originated from you remains unchanged. Yes, I don't even want to say that I did nothing wrong. Guilt and responsibility do not disappear. The gate incident happened in order to save me. Antarianus had impulsively charged, Sarkigar had argued fiercely, and Elaris had activated Arkasha. The two was an undeniable truth. However, isn't it too cruel to say that you should have rather died? When I regained consciousness, having lost all my memories, I found that my kingdom had been destroyed. My father, who was once the absolute ruler and king of a world, had perished alongside the hero, and I was left with nothing but an empty title, unable to be anything more than a mark of shame. The only thing I knew was that the world would soon be destroyed. You've come so far, haven't you? No, how you even managed to come this far, isn't it miraculous? The fact that I was the last archdemon of the destroyed demon realm was an extremely unfavorable condition for my survival. It would have been better if I were just some random human, a nobody. Yet in the end, I managed to reach the brink of destroying the world. I reconstructed Darkland, and now humans live there alongside us. Countless coincidences saved me, and countless coincidences led me to this point. But in the end, I became the king of the rebuilt demon realm. How did I do it? The Duke found it strange, and as I traced back my steps from the beginning, I couldn't help but wonder how any of it was possible. If someone had hinted at the beginning that I would end up like this in a few years, I wouldn't have believed them either. You may not be the most powerful demon king in history, but you will be the most extraordinary. So that's how it would be. The reconstruction of a destroyed kingdom. I had accomplished the reconstruction of Darkland. That's why I could call myself a demon king, not just Reinhardt, and face the Duke. And then, destruction. I succeeded in taking revenge on humanity. I didn't achieve everything I set out to do. But the things that a demon king should do were all successfully completed. Now you stand on the brink of annihilating humanity and ruling the entire world. You'll be the most extraordinary and perfect demon king in history. And then, becoming the ruler of the world. Isn't it ironic that you, who never wanted to be a demon king, have become the closest being to fulfilling the demon's long-held wish that no one has ever achieved? I never wanted to be a demon king. I didn't want to be anything like a king. It seems that archdemons are cursed to never live the lives they want. Yes, if archdemons are a race cursed like that, I didn't want to rebuild Darkland, but I did. I didn't wish for humanity's destruction, but humanity was destroyed. Perhaps, in the lineage of archdemons, I was the only demon king who didn't want to become one and didn't harbor hatred for humans. That's why I destroyed all of humanity, rebuilt the ruined kingdom, and now have the opportunity to own the entire world. Is there really such a curse? Is that why demon kings have been failing? Then we're in big trouble. Big trouble, you say. If there is such a curse, it's a big problem. The gate incident won't end. If archdemons have such a curse, the gate incident won't end. Then this, too, would become yet another farce. I shuddered at the thought. Ha ha, I suppose so. The Archduke laughed weakly at my words. Whether such a curse existed or not was unknown. What mattered was that the Archduke seemed to understand how desperately I wanted to put an end to the gate incident. So in the end, you're saying it's all your fault? The Archduke asked me to point out any wrongdoings, so I told him about everything that had happened up until now. That, hurting Harriet, that was my fault as well. Even though she had chosen to follow me, it was ultimately a wrong I had committed against the Archduke. I didn't contact you all this time. You must have been worried. Anyway, it's all my fault. The state of the world, everything. The state of the world. Yes. Why would that be your fault? The Archduke looked at me. You said it yourself. The state of the world resulted from my actions. So it's my fault. It could be your sin, but why would it be a mistake? Is there a difference between sin and mistake? I couldn't quite grasp what the Archduke was trying to say. Let's say you really caused the gate incident with the intention of destroying humanity. Let's assume that. The Archduke spoke softly, tapping his staff on the marble steps. Even so, wouldn't that be acceptable? What? What was he talking about? Darkland never considered waging war against humanity, but humans invaded the demon realm, destroyed your kingdom, killed your father, and even turned people you considered family into slaves. Ah, if, after suffering all that, you sought to destroy humanity, who could say that your feelings and actions were unjust or mistaken? Many people had died. If I had truly wanted it and caused it to happen, it would be a sin, but it wouldn't be unjust. The Archduke was talking about revenge. Killings and massacres driven by vengeance can't be justified, and thus are sins. However, the feelings of revenge can be justified. There might be sin, but it could be permissible. You had the right to do so. That was what the Archduke was saying. I was allowed to do so. Therefore, although there might be sin, there was no mistake, according to the Archduke. From the beginning, the Archduke had asked me to point out any mistakes I thought I had made. The Archduke had never said I had made a mistake. The mistake was what I did to you. What? If the war in the demon realm was fundamentally wrong from the start, then the mistake lies with me, who wronged you first. The Archduke had participated in the war in the demon realm. So if the war was fundamentally flawed from the start, and the result was the destruction of Darkland, the one who committed the unforgivable sin was not me, but the Archduke. Even if it were just war, for the heir of a ruined country to seek revenge against all who participated in the war in the demon realm would be, in a way, a natural course of action. From the moment I found out I was a demon king, the Archduke had believed that everything I did to humanity, while sinful, was justifiable. Since I had the right to take revenge on all humans, he had accepted everything I did. In a strict sense, the Archduke was one of my enemies. As the Archmage, the Archduke had undoubtedly achieved tremendous accomplishments in the war against the demon realm, which inevitably meant that he had killed numerous demons. If I were truly Valia, the Archduke would have been one of the people with the highest positions on my list of those responsible for the massacre. Why have you come to your enemy's dwelling with the expression of a sinner seeking to apologize? Although he had worn the mask of a human in the past, there had been no change in his demeanor, even in situations where it was only natural to remove the mask. Now that it was known I was the Demon King. I don't understand. The Archduke seemed unable to comprehend my arrival at his place with the attitude of a sinner watching his every move. I see. The Archduke looked up at the sky. Beyond not possessing the vengeful feelings I should have had, I was only thinking about what I had done wrong to the Archduke, without even a single grain of hatred. My daughter was right. The Archduke spoke in a voice laden with deep guilt. You may be sinful, but you did nothing wrong. The Archduke muttered blankly. I have both sinned and made mistakes. Once he learned the truth about the war in the demon realm and the truth about the previous demon king Valia, the war had been nothing more than a massacre. Humanity hadn't achieved salvation through the extermination of the demons. Instead, they had brought about the gate incident as a consequence. It wasn't just me who should have remained still. From the beginning, it was an issue where humanity should have remained still. I wasn't Valia. Therefore, I couldn't have any feelings of revenge towards the Archduke. The Archduke was simply misunderstanding. The fact that everything ultimately stemmed from me wasn't solely because I was the cause of the gate incident. This injustice had been created by my hand from the very beginning. Thus, there was no room for feelings of vengeance or resentment, only deepening guilt. Just as the Archduke felt guilty towards me, I too could only feel guilt. Chapter 633, as the Archduke had said, I was a strange existence without a sense of vengeance. There were plenty of people who hated me, blaming the Demon King for all their troubles. However, some believed that if I were the prince of the demon world that had been destroyed by humans, it was only natural for me to harbor such feelings. The right to destroy humanity. If not me, then who else could possibly have that right? It would be stranger if I didn't want that. That's why people thought I naturally desired humanity's destruction due to my perfect and overflowing motivation. But it was unexpected. The Archduke was prepared for death. Even if you kill me, please spare my daughter, he had intended to say. It wasn't anger towards the thief who had taken his daughter that caused the Archduke's grim expression. He had been prepared for death. The Archduke was my enemy. He had someone who should rightfully try to kill him, yet that person also held his precious daughter. Therefore, he thought he would have to give up his life if it were demanded of him. Having learned that even the great demon war was unjust, the Archduke had come to feel guilty towards me. If I were to do such a thing, how could I face her in the future? Is that so? The Archduke nodded with a faint smile. It was a bizarre situation. The Archduke must have been constantly thinking about a problem I had never considered. Harriet had followed me. The Archduke must have wondered if I was using Harriet or if I truly cherished her. If I cherished her, did I also value the daughter of my enemy? What would I think of that enemy? He must have been contemplating that all along. That's why he thought I would finally come to the point of requesting contact. Would he have to make a miserable choice, trading his life for his daughter's safety? But in reality, I had come with the face of a thief who had taken his daughter, nervously glancing around. That's right. From the Archduke's perspective, he was prepared to die when he met me. Yet the person who should have rightfully killed him was trembling with a face that seemed deserving of death. It must have been a bizarre feeling. Soon, the silence that had lasted for over an hour was due to the fact that the Archduke and I had nothing to say to each other. Both of us felt guilty towards each other. So, the Archduke was astonished when he realized I didn't harbor the slightest bit of vengeance. It's quite strange. It's as if you don't even have a sense of identity as the Demon King. That's true. Even from the perspective that a Demon King should at least have some desire for vengeance, it was strange that I didn't even have that much. In fact, it's not much different. I have no memory of my time as the Prince of the Demon World, and it's more accurate to say I was born anew on the day the Great Demon War ended. And the fact that you knew the future as well. It's a matter that has lost its meaning now. There was no need to mention that I was the creator. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Right. As if to say that he wouldn't try to understand what he couldn't, the Archduke slumped onto the bench. I wondered if he was feeling as though 10 years had passed. Honestly, I had not come to this place with a light heart either, but the Archduke had decided to meet me with a much heavier heart than mine. More than I had imagined, the leaders of humanity had no choice but to fear me. At the same time, they realized that they had no choice but to acknowledge the legitimacy of my desire for revenge. I realized that my actions, which were not to annihilate humanity but to subjugate them, could be seen as a form of forgiveness by the leaders in some sense. Could this be considered good news? Revenge was not within my realm of imagination, so I couldn't even consider it. Instead, those who feared the Demon King, not me, justified, interpreted, and rationalized my actions. I was fine with that. The one who had the right to annihilate humanity chose to forgive and rule them. Some might tremble under that oppression, but others might be grateful for the Demon King's mercy and magnanimity, just like the attitude the Archduke was showing now. I think I know what you want. The Archduke knew what I was going to say even without me saying it. Do you need my power, the Archduke's knowledge, the Archduke's authority, and the Archduke's territory? They're the citizens. Yes, in other words, everything of St. Owen Duchy. All right, the Archduke nodded. If it can be even a small atonement for all the sins I've committed against you and the demon race, I suppose I should do it. People's finger-pointing will become worse. That doesn't matter at all. The Archduke faintly smiled. There is a code of conduct for beings, and I simply follow that code. The Archduke, who thought he was sinless, had become a sinner. I thought I was following that code, but in the end, all those thoughts were nothing but arrogance. The person who always thought they should go the right way and who believed they had come the right way eventually realized they had come down the wrong path. In the end, the Archduke admitted his arrogance. Then I should do what I can now. He acknowledged that his belief that he could discern the right path was overconfidence. From now on, my power is yours. No one is always right. Everyone is like that. The Archduke was one of those people. St. Owen Duchy decided to stand by my side. It was completely different from what I had thought. I was worried about what would happen if the Archduke tried to kill me. The Archduke believed he had to cooperate with me because of the sins he had committed. The process was different from what I had imagined, but I achieved the desired result. It would be nice to have a meal before leaving, but I guess it's not ready yet. Ah, yes. He was probably talking about a different kind of preparation, not the meal. Had the Archduke told his wife that he was prepared to die? Whether he had told her or not, if I met the Archduke's wife now, she might have a heart attack. She had seen Harriet safe with her own eyes, but the Archduke's wife would also be afraid of me, just like the Archduke. I'll explain it. When you come again later, we can meet like before. I would be able to see the Archduke's wife after he had explained everything to her, just like before. When I first came to Arenaria, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as I thought about how the Archduchess and Harriet's brothers had treated me back then. At that time, it was incredibly burdensome. Could we go back to the way it was before? The Archduke's words somehow made my heart ache. We could go back to the way it was before. Yes, we could do that, even if there were things that couldn't be undone. Surely what could be undone would be undone. By the way, you must have found something of your own. Is there a place in this land where that is possible? There is. It's not huge, but it was either surprising or impressive that there was still a safe place to plant a flag in this harsh land. The Archduke slowly nodded his head. The Archduke should be fine. He's not an outsider anymore. No, he never really was to begin with. If you wish, you can visit the place. Upon hearing this, the Archduke's eyes widened. Really, he was clearly excited about the idea of seeing where his daughter had been living with his own eyes. I was the ruler. If I wanted to do that, I would do it. What's the problem? However, I recalled the words of the Duchess I had heard a short while ago. What would you do if you let a wolf in without knowing whether it's a wolf or a sheep? The Archduke wasn't just anyone, but exposing Edna to many people would be dangerous. Even now, Rowan had never been to Edna. I'm sorry, but I think this is not something I can decide on my own. It felt somewhat terrible to disappoint him after raising his expectations, but it didn't seem like a matter I could decide on my own. Anyway, Harriet can visit here from time to time. That's possible. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Perhaps it's better for me not to know. I understand. The Archduke seemed to understand why I was being cautious and nodded his head, as if to say there was no need to apologize. And it seemed that he was already satisfied with the fact that I didn't make decisions about my world alone. Oh, seriously. No wonder Adelia went crazy. That's right. Due to the heavier and more serious atmosphere than I had expected, I only just remembered it. Adelia. The issue with Adelia stuck in my head and wouldn't leave. Didn't you say it was okay? There's no need to apologize. No, that's not it. Thank you for understanding. The Archduke had misunderstood. What should I do? I already knew that the Archduke of St. Owen was a doting father, but I also knew that he was a proper noble and a good person. I wasn't going to say anything, but I couldn't help it. Did the Archduke really not know? Should I at least give him a hint? Anyway, about the Titan. The Archduke crossed his arms at my words. Whatever you do in the future, I can fully cooperate, but giving you the power of the Titan is impossible. No, that wasn't what I was talking about. But I would have to discuss the use of the Titan eventually. As you and I both know, the operation of the Titan is a magical weapon that must be jointly operated by Adelia, who was once your classmate. I cannot operate the Titan on my own because the device called Master Orb requires both of us. I knew that already. However, the conversation naturally led to the topic of Adelia. And if you plan to use the Titan in a war? It was evident that the thought of immense damage crossed his mind. Of course, as a duke, he would have no choice but to comply if I wished to do so, but ultimately he wouldn't want large-scale bloodshed. No, that's not it. Why would I use it for that? Ah, I see. If it's not used in critical situations, that's enough. True, if you really need to use the Titan, it would involve that child in danger as well. Frankly, I don't want that. Yes, the Titan could be activated with both the Duke and Adelia. Although it was close to a safety mechanism, it could also be considered the Titan's weakness, that it could be operated without anyone's permission if only those two were captured. Adelia might be a genius, but from the Duke's perspective, she was still a child. He wouldn't want to involve her in the power struggle between Darkland and the Empire. Anyway, now that Adelia's name had been brought up rather smoothly, it was an opportunity. Let's set the Titan aside. Since it came up, you know, Adelia. Oh, right. How is she? Doing well, cautiously, without raising suspicion. I wanted to hear what the Duke thought. I had no intention of informing him if he didn't know. I just wanted to check if the Duke was really unaware. At my question, the Duke sighed. Yes, Adelia was very close to our youngest, as you said. He seemed to think I was asking because of a request from Harriet. This was good news. Although following the battlefield cannot be considered living well, it was a bit strange to ask if she was doing well. Apart from her well-being, I suppose she could be considered safe. I didn't want to know if she was safe or not. I wanted to know what the Duke thought of Adelia. What should I do? What do you think of Adelia, Your Grace? I don't know. Just ask. I remember what you said once. Me? Didn't you say you'd create something that would astonish the world at the Magic Research Club meeting that you guys formed? Ah, that's what he was referring to. I realized my perspective was much narrower than yours. In the end, the Moonshine and Power cartridge were created. The result I predicted, even though I wasn't a magician, came true. Was that also an item that belonged to the future you knew? Yes. How interesting that someone who knows the future talks about it, but at the time, nobody believed. Or perhaps that's just the nature of the future. Who would believe someone talking about trivial events happening in the future? There are people who create miracles. Adelia is one of them. People whose existence itself is a miracle, almost a blessing for humanity. That was probably the highest praise the Duke could offer. But, apart from that, what should I really say? Pretending not to care and asking such questions was incredibly difficult. Does she seem like a girl to you? I couldn't possibly say that. I've been thinking that if everything goes well and she's all right, I'd like to ask her to become a member of our family. What do you think? Pardon. Ah, excuse me. No way. She was a good friend to our youngest, so wouldn't that be a good thing? No, that's not what I meant. Could it be? It seems our third child is quite fond of Adelia, too. I wanted to die. Somehow, after exchanging the remaining words with the Duke, I came out to the plaza feeling dejected. Honestly, I didn't remember much of what we discussed afterward. Your Highness, from afar, Elleris, wearing a hood, rushed over with a surprised look. It didn't seem like anything was wrong, but no, nothing's wrong with me. Mom. Yes. Why, yes, Mom, I want to die. Your Highness. Mom, Mother. Although Elleris wasn't my mother, she was something like a great aunt. Why, I'd rather become a newborn and forget everything that's happened. Seeing me suddenly wail like a baby, Elleris embraced me with a flustered expression. See, calm down. I don't know what's going on, but... Elleris patted my back. I felt dizzy. I was already dizzy. And now I've heard something even more disorienting. Curiosity. Curiosity doesn't kill cats, it kills people. What? I resolved not to say anything when I went in. Why did I ask such a pointless question when I was inside? I'm an idiot. Yeah. Chapter 634, I had returned to Lazak with Elleris, not to the royal castle, but to a quiet place nearby. Well, that's quite a difficult situation to comment on. Even though I had done my job well, I had to explain why I was in such a state. Elleris's eyebrows twitched as she listened. Adelia liked the Archduke. However, the Archduke regarded Adelia as a daughter-in-law, and Adelia was liked by Harriet's third older brother. It seems like I'm being punished. Do you mean the Archduke is being punished? No, not him. It felt as if not the Archduke, but I was the one being punished. In my previous life, I had written too many trashy dramas. Now, I had to witness an even worse drama in the midst of a war. It felt like I was the one being punished, not the Archduke. I couldn't bring myself to say anything to the Archduke, who was struggling with this situation. I don't know. What can I do about that? We can only watch. That's right. It wasn't something I could interfere with. I was merely curious, and it only caused me to suffer. Somehow it would work out. Right. As long as everyone survived safely, who cared about a trashy drama? Even rolling in a dung heap, being alive was the best thing. After all, you needed to be alive to experience a trashy drama. For the sake of the next episode of this trashy drama, I would protect the world somehow. Although it made me feel somewhat like a dog, I didn't want to watch that drama anymore. By the way, it seems the dukedom has agreed to cooperate. Yes, it turned out that way. It didn't go as smoothly as I thought. It didn't go as planned. I thought the Archduke would treat me like a thief who had kidnapped his daughter, but he didn't. Instead, he seemed to feel guilty towards me. Ah, it was the one situation I knew the least about myself. To be precise, others could think of things I couldn't because I wasn't Valia. Once he learned that the Great Demon War was a meaningless war, it seemed to affect him even more. The story of the former demon king Valia creating a new world through Arkasha and attempting to migrate there. The Archduke was the most shocked by the truth. If it hadn't been for the Great Demon War, the demons would have quietly disappeared from this world. However, humans invaded Darkland and slaughtered the demons. As a result, the Demon King died, but the Prince, Valia, survived, leading to the Gate incident. The idea that if nothing had been done, everything would have been fine applied not only to me, but also to the humans. The Archduke seemed to think that humans had received their just retribution. Elleris's expression was understandably dark. If we could go back to before the Great Demon War, could we undo everything? Could we make it so that there were no wars, no fears, and no invasions? Knowing that the Great Demon War would lead to this, could we go back to the past and prevent everything? I don't think so. I was pessimistic. Even if the Demon King or someone else said they were migrating to another world and not to interfere, who would believe that? No one would believe it, even if the Demon King said it. Arkasha was a powerful artifact in and of itself. For instance, it was like trying to convince someone that a nuclear weapon was being developed for peaceful use, and they should rest assured. Anyone who believed that was a fool from the start. Rather, the moment humanity became aware of Arkasha's existence, war would break out to either steal or destroy it before its completion. That's why Valia kept the existence of Arkasha a secret. The Great Demon War was ultimately a result of fear and hatred reaching a critical point. As long as the accumulated history of fear, distrust, and hatred didn't disappear, nothing would change even if they returned to the past. The expression of Elleris, who once bore the brunt of that fear, distrust, and hatred, couldn't possibly have been good. Elleris was the ancient demon king who had been betrayed by her own son and was exiled with her horns severed. Elleris had personally activated Arkasha. Hence, she couldn't help but feel the greatest sense of responsibility and guilt for all that had happened. Elleris had traded the entire world and her own life for me, because she loved me that much. I couldn't even begin to fathom how much Elleris cherished me. The time when everything comes to an end is approaching. Even if the gate incident came to an end, the responsibility and guilt would not disappear. However, it was clear that the time when everything would come to an end was approaching. Let's think about everything else after that. Yes, your Majesty. Meanwhile, after having a dizzying conversation, the Archduke had said such words. Do you remember the events at the Lix tomb? Yes, I remember. At that time, Antarianus and Archlick had fought. I was astonished to find the Archduke suddenly at that place. There was a very strange person among those we saw then. Ah, I knew who the Archduke was talking about, because I too had seen someone for the first time that day. Someone I couldn't have even imagined I'd see. Do you know, probably, Ellen's mother. I thought they looked alike. Chronologically, the Archduke would have noticed Ellen after meeting Luna. That's why the Archduke would have been surprised that a girl who resembled the strange person he had met during the Lix tomb incident was a hero. The Archduke hadn't seen me fighting Luna at the time. He would remember that she had suddenly disappeared. There was no doubt that the Archduke had also received a strong impression from Luna. The hero is a hero, but I think that person called Luna has an even stranger background. I wanted to seek her help if I had the chance. It seemed that, just like I thought, the Archduke had been considering asking for help from Luna, who was clearly not an ordinary person. In fact, I've already received her help. What? She had her own circumstances, so she couldn't help me directly. The Archduke couldn't help but be surprised by the fact that I had already sought Luna's help and received it. Since I couldn't give a detailed account without Luna's permission, I glossed over it. However, it seemed that the Archduke had accepted that the strange person was even stranger than he had thought. Well, that's true. She was someone who could create this world with her own hands and control its spacetime. An incarnation. Not just one, but the incarnation of gods. Although my visit to Rizera wasn't an incredibly long time ago, it felt like a distant memory from the distant past. For instance, Luna and the people of Rizera, I wondered how they were doing. That thought crossed my mind briefly. I had received enough help from Rizera, and I didn't expect anything more from them. I told Elaris about the conversation I had with the Archduke. We had discussed various things, but the result was simple. We had secured the support of three major powers, the Holy Knights and the five great religions, Kingdom of Kernstadt, and the St. Owen Duchy. With just a few words, we've managed to gain control of half the world, I mused. It was too easy, too frightening, really. It was so easy that it felt like my blood was drying up. Swallowing them was easy. The important thing was whether I could digest it all. If I couldn't, both I and the world would die. Elaris cautiously embraced me. Everything will be all right. Really? Of course. Didn't the Archduke say so? As Elaris hugged my head, she said, "You are the greatest and most perfect demon king in history." I think so too. Greatness and perfection. I, who had once been furthest from such attributes, was now closer to them than ever before. The cold body temperature of a vampire, as always, seemed to bring a measure of peace to my fear-stricken heart. Elaris really was the best. Thank you, ancestor. Just call me Mom. Ah, Elaris pulled my ear. The St. Owen Duchy wasn't a large nation in terms of scale, but it held significance as a pillar of the Empire's power. In an uncertain future, being able to blockade one of the Empire's main weapons, the Titan, held immense value. If we managed to capture Adelia as well, we could even turn the Titan to our side. Losing control of the Titan was a simple matter for the Empire. Could this have been Bertus's intention? I couldn't be sure of that. I convened a council of the elders. All but Sarkigar, who was stationed with the allied forces, and Liana, who was recovering, attended. 5 vampire lords, Olivia Lands, Harriet, Charlotte, Airy, and myself. Now that we have Kernstadt and the St. Owen Duchy under our control, we can effectively dissolve the allied forces whenever we wish, said Luvian, the Lord of Thursday. Yes, although it was impossible to take control at this point, we could dissolve the alliance immediately. We could simply withdraw Kernstadt and the Archduke, as well as the Holy Knights, from the allied forces. The allied forces would fall into panic, and a panicked army wouldn't function properly. However, even if we were to dissolve the Allied forces, the Immortals remain the backbone of the war. As long as they remain unscathed, the Empire's forces will hardly suffer any losses, said Galarush. As Galarush pointed out, we couldn't affect the Immortals, who could be considered the Empire's ultimate power under the current circumstances. Of course, we're not saying that we'll dissolve the Allied forces. We're just saying that we can if we want to, said Lucinil. As Lucinil said, Luvian mentioned that it was possible, not that we would do it. It was merely a way of confirming our influence. Control was impossible, but dissolution was possible. And the allied forces represented the combined armies of humanity, with decision-making power held by the remaining leaders of humanity. In effect, we had gained control over half of humanity. Assuming the war ended as it was, we would have been able to divide the continent in half. Antirianus wore a chilling smile. It's not just the allied forces. We currently have control over the major forces in the imperial capital, including the 5 great religions, the demon god cult, and the hero religion. This means that everyone who believes in something, regardless of the type, is under our control. All humans related to faith were under our influence. Most of them didn't even know that we were above their heads. You already rule over half of humanity, not just within the allied forces, a truly great existence. Whether humans accepted our rule or not, whether they tolerated it or not, I had already become their ruler. How is the United Holy Church doing? We're teaching selected individuals from the 5 great religions in the imperial capital how to use the power of the demon god. It's difficult to see the effects in a short time, but the important thing there is faith, not power. We should consider the effects to be ongoing. The converging of the 5 great religions and the demon god cult was steadily progressing. A few words, a few conversations. Was that all it took to rule the world? However, laying the groundwork itself could only be easy. What mattered was the moment when conflicts and collisions became apparent. If we could only find a surefire way to deal with the immortals, we wouldn't have to fight the Empire. It was Lucinil who spoke. There was still no need to use the countermeasure, even if we had one. But if we reached the end of the gate incident without knowing it, many difficulties would arise. Right, about that countermeasure. Not long ago, new information had arrived through Rowan. To be precise, it was information that Bertus sent through Rowan. Do we have a sacrificial method? Since the most important issue at the moment wasn't any other project, but dealing with the immortals, our expressions couldn't help but become serious. It's not a sacrificial method. Absolutely not. Such a thing could not be called a sacrificial method. The ones controlling the immortals are Christina and her two partners. Everyone knew this because I had already told them. Christina, Anna, Louis. Those three were the core. Harriet, who had already heard the story with me, didn't look very good. If we interfere with them carelessly, the immortals will become indiscriminate slaughter weapons that can't identify their allies. They'll go berserk, quite literally. Silence filled the room at that statement. This was not a sacrificial method. Only Antarianus faintly smiled and tilted his head. If I understand correctly, it sounds like the controller will eventually disappear. I suppose so. Yes, this wasn't a sacrificial method, but the fact that it was still a way was the most horrifying thing. A madman with a rabid dog wants to kill me. If I kill the dog's owner, the rabid dog will not come after me. Instead, it will bite and kill everyone it sees. If I don't want to die, I can kill the dog's owner. If I can ignore others being bitten to death, I can do that. Although it's an easy choice, the moment we choose it, everything we've done so far to end the gate incident becomes meaningless, and it would even mean that we, with our own hands, bring an end to humanity. As expected, Antarianus, the mad old man, began to laugh as if he were ecstatic. We had been claiming to save humanity all this time. But the moment we killed Christina, Anna, and Louis out of fear that the immortal would hunt us down, the rampaging immortal would wipe out humanity instead of monsters. The rampaging immortal wouldn't be able to reach Edna Archipelago. Soon, the continent would be shattered, humanity would be destroyed, but Lazak would be safe. Claiming to protect humanity all this time, in the end, we would destroy humanity just to save ourselves. Antirianus seemed to chuckle, imagining me choosing the option of trampling what I tried to do with my own hands. There were times when I really wanted to kill that crazy old man. This was not about stopping the immortal. It was possible to make the immortal unable to kill me or my people. In fact, it was too easy. It wasn't that there was no answer. There was an answer, but I just couldn't choose it, as if he knew I would never choose it. No, perhaps he even hoped I would choose it, if I chose it. Of course. In the end, isn't your life the most precious? Laughing while saying such things, did he plan to die? Dying at the hands of the immortal led by them wouldn't be revenge. The moment I killed Christina, Anna, and Louis just to save my own life and the lives of those I loved, revenge would be complete. That would be a greater hell than death. I'm telling you this now, I said, looking at everyone. The moment you touch Christina or those kids to save me, I'll slit the throat of the bastard who did it and then kill myself. The gate incident happened to save me. This time, I couldn't let it be. It wasn't meant to blame Elleris, but seeing her lower her head, I couldn't help but bite my lip. It was something I had to say. Your Eminence, why not bring those children here and try tampering with their brains? As long as you don't kill them, isn't that fine? Or there's the method of torture. In a situation where we don't know the extent of touching, we should be cautious about acting hastily. You couldn't have not imagined that much. Antarianus laughed, as if he liked my cautious attitude. Really, what was it with that old man? He seemed happy when I struggled, yet he didn't play any tricks, and he only did what he was told. Don't do anything. We'll deal with it after the gate incident is over. Antarianus, who would surely be up to something, surprisingly wasn't, making it hard to suspect him. Rather, there was a possibility that someone else would cause trouble in order to protect me. A prime example would be Sarkigar, who was not here, and the new lunatic, Rowan. I had to talk to both of them as well. Right, it's not like there absolutely has to be no other way. Harriet also spoke, as if to say that there wasn't only one path to take, looking at me. That's right, there's no such thing as an absolute magic in this world. Just as there's no absolute barrier magic or ceiling magic, there is a way to break them. We just haven't found it yet. Galarush nodded in agreement. However, Galarush's expression wasn't as hopeful as Harriet's. It was surprising to myself that I could now read the expression of an orc. Galarush's nuance wasn't about finding another way. If we had time, we could find another way, but I don't think we have enough time for that. That's right. Time always held us back. Surely there must be a way to neutralize the immortals without resorting to force. But could we avoid a confrontation with the immortals until we found that method? I didn't think so. There would be a way, but it would take time to find it. Would that time be enough? Harriet seemed to have a sudden idea and raised her head abruptly. Right, the immortals are golems in the end. Technically, yes. Maybe. My father might know something. The immortals were golems, and the Archduke of St. Owen was an expert in golems. Even if he doesn't know right now, my father might know something more. The situation had changed from before. Now we could gain the cooperation of not only the St. Owen Duchy, but also the Archduke. So we could rely on the possibilities of the Archduke of St. Owen, who had mastered the same field of magic. That's right, the Archduke of St. Owen. Yes, speaking of which, there's something I need to ask. A problem I couldn't decide on alone. I'd like to show the Archduke this place once. Is that okay? At those words, Harriet jumped up, startled on the spot. Chapter 635. If the Archduke were to visit Edna, that would be helpful. The Council of Elders responded, telling us to do as we saw fit. However, Lucinil suggested limiting the number of archdukes who could come to Edna to just one, as it might be dangerous. Naturally, Harriet and I agreed. We couldn't be sure if the Archduke would truly be able to provide us with any leads, but if not, it would simply be unfortunate. Perhaps if we discussed the matter together, we might find a solution. A few days later, Dad, Warrack. From a distance, I watched Harriet run towards the Archduke and embrace him fervently. Time can change many things. I wondered when the daughter who used to be annoyed by her father had become like this. It seemed like just yesterday when I had to secretly visit Arenaria to discuss heavy matters, and then return. Now that the Archduke had decided to be on our side, Harriet could meet her family as much as she wanted. It wasn't a tearful reunion. Instead of crying, Harriet was filled with excitement, and the Archduke looked content. After holding each other for a while, the father and daughter finally released their embrace, and the Archduke looked at me. "Thank you, Reinhard. I should be the one thanking you." Seeing the Archduke's gratitude somehow made the back of my head itch. It didn't seem like something worthy of being thanked for. Was it really a matter of receiving gratitude for doing something obvious? Just like the hatred one receives for being the Demon King, I felt strange whenever I experienced the favor and gratitude that came with being the Demon King. The Archduke stood at the entrance of the royal palace, looking down at the scenery of Edna spread out beneath the hill. Now that the Archduke knew where this place was, he could come here whenever he wanted. I see. If it's an island. Yes, it makes sense that it could be like this. The Archduke seemed to feel an odd, intense emotion as he stared blankly at the peaceful seaside village of Lazak. I can't believe there are still places with such scenery. Due to the vast barrier of the sea, flying monsters from the mainland couldn't reach this place. Edina Archipelago itself was a tourist destination, so the weather was nice, the sky was clear, and the sea was transparent. It was a beautiful landscape, but that wasn't all. I never thought such a place could exist. From a distance, one could see demons and humans living together. Of course, there were still humans who feared demons, but there were also humans who spoke with demons without hesitation. The Archduke's eyes widened as he watched them coexist. It was as if he was trying to properly regret the moments of the past when he hadn't known such a thing was possible. As if he was trying to think about how pointless the war in the demon world had been without avoiding the topic. During the initial stages of the gate incident, I focused on coming here and stabilizing this region. That's why the damage wasn't too severe. The moment the gate incident occurred, I immediately came to Edna and saved Airy. Then I destroyed all the warp gates in the archipelago. That's right, after that, we established a base on the mainland and evacuated humans and demons from there to here. We've been doing that ever since. Harriet began to explain to the Archduke what we had been doing here since the gate incident. During their last meeting, there had been stories she couldn't share, but now, with no more secrets to keep, she explained everything from beginning to end. Harriet seemed more excited than ever before. She had done something. She had tried to do what she could, and that's how she had been able to create such a world. The Duke looked down at his daughter, who was excitedly talking about this and that, with a faint smile on his face, not only what she had done, but also what others had accomplished. How Olivia Lands, with whom she had such a poor relationship, had helped people. How many succubi had been truly loved by people. How Charlotte was now stabilizing the once chaotic Edna. Harriet spoke incessantly, as if she wanted to share not only her own achievements, but also those of others. It was strange. The Duke was supposed to be moved, but somehow I felt myself being swept up in Harriet's enthusiasm. Harriet loved this country a lot. She took pride in it. Seeing Harriet sincerely considering others and feeling proud, my mood somehow turned strange. Perhaps the Duke felt the same way. The Duke, unable to stop his talkative daughter, placed his hand on her head. It reminds me of the old days. Old days. All of a sudden. Harriet cocked her head, as if wondering what this had to do with the old days. You used to crave praise a lot. Why are you bringing that up now? With her face turning red, Harriet glanced at me. Whenever you learned a new spell, you would demonstrate it and look up at your father with those eyes, just like you are now. Did I? In Arenaria, where there were few people, Harriet had been a genius, so she must have known magic from a young age. I imagined a young Harriet flipping through magic books to earn praise from her father, mother, or older brothers. The thought was suffocatingly adorable. It wasn't just magic. Whenever you learned something new, you'd brag about it. You recited poetry and novels you'd memorized more than once. It was natural for children to want to be praised by their parents. From that perspective, there was no way a daughter who proudly studied hard wouldn't be lovable. And she was a genius, so she must have lived with words of praise on her lips. But in the end, a child was still a child. Our youngest, when you were so young, the Duke looked down at the hill below and spoke. Now you're bragging about saving countless lives. The child who used to bring home perfect test scores had grown up and was now boasting about saving numerous lives. Before he knew it, the corners of the Duke's eyes had reddened. Dad, with that look in his eyes, the Duke wrapped his arm around Harriet's waist and lifted her up. Holding his daughter, who was no longer a child, the Duke spoke as if handling a young girl. His daughter, who was once only smart, inconsiderate, and arrogant. Seeing her take pride not in her intelligence, brilliance, or abilities, but in saving someone's life. Watching her feel proud of it. What parent wouldn't be moved by that? You've done well, my daughter. It was like when Harriet was young. However, it carried a weight that couldn't possibly be the same as when she was young. It was the highest praise and expression of gratitude a parent could offer. As the Duke's eyes reddened, Harriet's eyes welled up with tears too. Dad, did I do well? Yes, you did well. I tried my best. I really worked hard with Reinhardt. I couldn't do everything perfectly, but I still did my best. It was hard. Not being able to save everyone. It was painful, but sniff, still, Harriet's sobbing eventually turned into wailing. Still, I did well, right? I did a good job, didn't I? When she thought of the people she saved, she couldn't help but think of the people she couldn't save. Of course you did. Sniff, sob. The Duke carefully embraced his youngest daughter who was wailing. In the end, their reunion was a tearful one. I'm so embarrassed. Harriet's eyes were swollen from crying, and her face was flushed. Go on, go for a walk with your dad. What are you saying now? If you're not a baby, then what are you? Anyway, go and cry some more. The Duke won't have much time. You're unbelievable. The Duke had taken time off from leading the Allied forces to be here. He had a lot to do, and in reality, he was practically on unauthorized leave. He would have to return soon, so they needed to talk while they still had time. Harriet briskly led the way, holding her father's hand as they walked down the hill. A daughter going for a walk, hand in hand with her father. She was acting like a baby. The Duke followed with a smile as Harriet led the way. I never thought I'd see such a sight in my life. Olivia Lands appeared next to me, seemingly out of nowhere, or perhaps she had been watching from afar. Pretending to be disgusted, Olivia made a gagging gesture. What's wrong with that? It looks nice. I was an orphan, so I never had a father. The one I did have beat me with a whip, so I can't sympathize at all. You were beaten with a whip. Was Riveria Lands that cruel? It's just a figure of speech. It wasn't that bad, but being whipped would have been better. Why would she lie about something like that? But I knew what Olivia meant. Harriet had devoted herself to magic, not because of her parents' pressure, but because she enjoyed being praised and studied on her own. Olivia had lived a forced life. She never received praise. No matter what achievements she made, she would always hear that it wasn't enough. After living under near brainwashing pressure, Olivia had become an empty shell of a person. Olivia continued to watch Harriet and the Duke walk away. Her gaze seemed to be filled with longing for something she never had. I didn't realize it, but I must be a twisted person. For some reason, Olivia looked at me and laughed heartily. You're just realizing that now. That's what's really twisted. What did you say? That's why it's good. HMPH. Fine, then. Olivia crossed her arms, gazing down at the landscape of Lazak. Actually, I've been really scared lately. I knew what she was afraid of without her having to say it. It's probably too late to say that staying like this wouldn't be so bad and that we should stop this madness, right? I suppose so. If we hadn't grasped it yet, it might have been possible, but there were things we had already seized. They wouldn't return to their original state just because we let go. Instead, they would fall to the ground and shatter. The phrase, breaking through the bamboo, means advancing while pushing aside dense bamboo groves. But could the advance of the Allied forces truly be described as breaking through the bamboo? The Allied forces were undoubtedly advancing without hesitation, but they did not fight anything or anyone. The commanders of the various armies had come to know that an unknown, powerful force was fighting ahead of them, and that the Empire was using some evil power. It was inevitable that this information would spread, albeit cautiously. A power that could not be revealed to anyone, an evil power, and a powerful force. People naturally thought of one thing. Had the Empire joined hands with the Demon King, people could only naturally imagine what was within the realm of their imagination. People didn't think about the Demon King when he was helping the advance. But now that he was not actually leading the vanguard, they thought about the Demon King. That was because the Demon King that people imagined was a very frightening existence. In fact, the Demon King and his forces were even stronger than people imagined, so people were more likely to have such thoughts. The rumors that spread in fear and dread had no basis. How the Demon King had joined hands with the Empire, why the Demon King was helping the Empire, why the Empire had joined hands with the Demon King. Filling in the unimaginable parts with delusions of some unknown basis, they simply imagined. The Demon King might be lurking somewhere. What would the Demon King take in exchange for helping humans? The seed of confusion and anxiety had sprouted in everyone's hearts, even though they were told to watch their words, because spreading groundless rumors could cause chaos. In the end, the Allied forces had not fought for a long time, so their minds were busy rather than their bodies. Nothing was certain. As time passed, it was the 5th month. The Allied forces cancelled all other routes to major cities and moved in one direction, the capital of Riceland, Diane. The conquest of the other major cities was not yet complete, but the Allied forces were moving straight to the site of the final battle. It's amazing that Rosentine could be dealt with just by the Immortals, Bertus muttered as he blankly read the battle report from the Immortals, the port city of Rosentine. Two major cities built nearby were in close proximity, effectively creating a situation where three cities were attached. Thus, when entering Rosentine's territory, they had to conquer three cities in a row. Considering the gates were becoming increasingly dangerous, if they left this place as the last point of conquest, they might not be able to end the gate crisis. Soon, it was an even more difficult place to capture than the capital. In effect, they couldn't just conquer one city, so they had to subdue all three cities at once. That's why the Immortals decided to conquer the area around Rosentine before it became too dangerous to suppress, and they succeeded in pacifying the area with the Immortals alone. However, about 80% of the Immortals were damaged. It seems impossible to carry out battles for the conquest of major cities with just the Immortals now, so we can't rely solely on the Immortals anymore. Yes, Your Majesty. Both the Titan and the other allied forces had to fight. They had destroyed all three major cities near Rosentine, where the biggest chaotic battle had been anticipated. The allied forces now advanced towards the capital of Riceland, Diane. There were a total of three major cities along the route. The remaining small and medium-sized cities would be dealt with by the Immortals during the march. If the Allied forces could capture all three cities, the gate crisis would be over. There were three battles left. The end was in sight. They could put an end to this tedious flow of destruction. The Immortals could not be hidden forever. Soon, when large-scale battles began, the Immortals would have to fight alongside the Allied forces. Chapter 636, the warp gates had reached a level incomparable to their initial state, and could no longer be compared to the early stages of the Allied forces' advance. Each warp gate had become a fountain spewing monsters, endlessly vomiting them into the world, and their number had become incomparable to the past. However, many things had changed from the direction the world was originally supposed to follow. In the original story, the Gate Crisis eventually came to an end. Compared to the original timeline, humanity's power was overwhelmingly superior. For starters, there was Titan, a massive weapon that didn't exist in the original story. That alone was overwhelming, and there were also the Immortals, the army of the undead. The Gate Crisis itself had not changed. Strictly speaking, even without Titan and the Immortals, the Gate Crisis was supposed to end eventually. It would take a little longer than it did now, but a weaker humanity could not have failed to overcome this disaster. Sixth month. The Allied forces began their assault on Wallen, a large city on their way to the capital city of Riceland, Diane. It was the first large-scale battle since the Battle of Sarandia, which had taken place at the end of the previous winter. There was Titan, which had grown much stronger since Sarandia. And there were the Immortals, who hadn't even existed during Sarandia. And then there were the original Allied forces. Unbelievable! The overwhelming power that made Shanifel and the Royal Mage Corps pale in comparison. The Allied forces wouldn't know what the mysterious army, suddenly appearing and slaughtering monsters with their aura blades while clad in full-body armor, was. However, they were at the forefront of cutting down and killing the monsters. The mages who didn't actually participate in the battle, Adelia, Christina, Louis Ancton, and Anna de Gerna. They were effectively in control of the battlefield. Humanity had become stronger than in the original story. The Gate Crisis would no longer be a problem. I couldn't help but be certain the moment I saw the Allied forces battle. I didn't need to watch until the end. Wallen would fall. Now there were only 2 cities left. Not much time remained until the fate of everyone, including me, would be determined. As Titan disappeared into a flash of light and retreated, the battle was already over. The rain of fire and ice that had dyed the sky red ceased, and the thunderous roar of war machines and artillery fire also stopped. The strange army's help had indeed expedited the battle's conclusion, but that didn't mean the others hadn't played their part. In a place where the corpses of gigantic monsters formed a mountain. After destroying the massive warp gate with a single strike, Ellen drove her final blow into the mountain of remaining monsters, then slowly stood up from atop the mountain. Hero! Those who could follow Ellen this far into the heart of the battlefield were naturally not ordinary people. However, even they could not help but look up at Ellen with eyes, as if they were gazing upon a god. It was Ellen's first appearance since Sarandia. But those who had fought alongside Ellen all this time couldn't help but feel that the hero was very different now. Even when entering battle, even during the battle, and even now, when the battle had ended, there was something about the emptiness in her eyes and expression. Hero, are you all right? The knight who had accompanied her cautiously asked Helene, who had leaped down the mountain of corpses with a few swift jumps. Helene slowly nodded her head, saying nothing more. Her emotionless fighting style had become more refined and sharper, as if she had paid the price by sacrificing everything unrelated to battle. Helene had grown stronger since Sarandia. However, those who saw her couldn't help but feel a tremendous sense of incongruity. Somehow, it seemed like her every move and action lacked a soul. Everyone couldn't help but feel that way. Despite the cities becoming more dangerous, the Alliance's casualties were fewer than during Sarandia when they had conquered Wallen. Everyone knew that the enhanced power of the Titans played a crucial role in this. And another thing, a force too powerful to be overlooked had appeared. All of them wore iron helmets with face-covering masks as the vanguard. And in the rear, an immense number of archmages, all clad in black robes. Everyone knew that it was because of them that Wallen had fallen faster and easier than during Sarandia. Who were they? They appeared suddenly to help in the battle, and then vanished as if evaporating, along with their massive teleportation. After the conquest of Wallen and the establishment of an outpost on the outskirts, the Alliance could only stay there for a while to deal with the aftermath of the battle. In the Alliance Command headquarters, I have finished reporting the casualties. The combined casualties of each army and the measures taken had all been discussed. Once the wounded are treated, we will march immediately to the next target. Since the casualties are fewer than expected, we can prepare to move out quickly. The emperor did not mention what should have been discussed. Everyone knew that the hidden vanguard of the empire had been the army that had appeared today. There were numerous master-class fighters and archmages. There had never been a nation in history with such a level of power. It was no wonder that archmages and master-class fighters were called the strongest of humanity. Even combining all of humanity, there were only around 1 to 200 archmages and master-class fighters in one era. There were some unknown hermits, but they were not numerous. That number surpassed the standard of the era by more than 10 times. The emperor insisted on maintaining his attitude of not explaining anything. However, those sitting in the command headquarters could not help but feel uneasy about the emperor's silence. The Holy Knight Commander said that since the Emperor wanted to bear all the responsibility alone, they should not demand an explanation and just follow along obediently. The responsibility lay entirely with the Emperor. But after witnessing the might of the army that had finally revealed itself, everyone couldn't help but be terrified. Was this a matter that could be taken responsibility for? Was such a powerful army really without any problems? Could it be that they had really joined hands with the Demon King? If what they had just faced was the Demon King's army, how did the Emperor plan to take responsibility for that? Your Majesty, have you truly joined hands with the Demon King? In the end, someone who couldn't overcome their anxiety mustered the courage to speak up. The Emperor quietly looked at the person who had spoken those words. Of course not. The Emperor calmly denied the conjecture. It seems I can no longer hide it. Emperor Bertus slowly shook his head, and finally a faint smile appeared on his face. I have acquired the dark magic that revives the dead, making them even stronger than when they were alive. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were about to burst at this explosive declaration. Only two people had different expressions. Holy Knight Commander Rowan showed a faint smile. Louise von Schwarz bit her lip as if she had been expecting this. It's an army of immortals, stronger than when they were alive, and capable of being redeployed on the battlefield through a slight regeneration process after dying once. A lot of material was needed for this. Once great heroes of humanity, warriors, knights, and mages, all of them who had slumbered amid our praise and admiration, have been resurrected to fight for humanity. Moreover, after the Gate incident, we have revived numerous casualties and once again enlisted them. Until now, you believed that those who died as heroes were properly laid to rest after the funeral proceedings. No, that's not the case at all. I secretly took their corpses, resurrected them as undead, and redeployed them in this war. I call this army the Immortals. This is the truth you all have been curious about. Joining hands with the Demon King. How could I join hands with the Demon King, an enemy of humanity? The Emperor laughed. Such a despicable act would be impossible. Indeed, it was a terrible laugh. So don't die carelessly, the Emperor spoke with a cold tone, unless you want to become an immortal. Everyone had no choice but to freeze before the Emperor's smile. And, once again, the Emperor showed a meaningful smile. Isn't it one of you who joined hands with the Demon King, not me? The Emperor dropped a bombshell. Not just one, but two. Is it worse to join hands with the Demon King or to revive dead comrades and send them back to the battlefield? Undoubtedly, both were terrible, and no one could deny that. As the Emperor suddenly revealed secrets, the commanders of each army had no choice but to panic. Moreover, the Emperor did not reveal just one secret. There were those among the allied forces who were in collusion with the Demon King. As if to ask when he had kept such a secret, the Emperor revealed two shocking truths that would make everyone gasp. An army of undead called Immortals. The existence of those who betrayed humanity. Everyone now had to consider this. Who exactly betrayed humanity? Who sided with the Demon King? If the truth had been revealed one by one, accidents that would not have occurred would happen. The Empire and the Emperor resorted to dark magic to end the war. While there are levels of dark magic that are tolerated in the world, dark magic involving the undead is, of course, forbidden. And the details go beyond just commanding the undead. It is an insult to the physical bodies and souls of those who died honorably. For now, the justification of ending the Gate incident would protect the Emperor. However, there is no guarantee that what can be justified now can also be justified later. The Empire laid hands on a power that should never have been touched. Firstly, they insulted the deaths of the greatest heroes in human history. Once allies to someone and family to another, these people were revived as undead and used. This was the second offense. Although they couldn't be held accountable right away, eventually the Empire would have to pay the price for dabbling in forbidden powers. Under the assumption that there was a force capable of doing so, those among humanity who learned of this now possessed a justification to topple the Empire at any time after humanity's reconstruction. After everything had improved, after humanity's reconstruction, with a justification to topple the continent's highest power, there would undoubtedly be those who would use it. Thus, from the moment the Empire reached for that power, it was as if it had already been handed a death sentence. In a normal situation, if there were those who had betrayed humanity and sided with the Demon King, vengeful individuals would have fervently sought them out. But the situation was different now. The Emperor had gone mad. The Empire might be able to maintain its existence through force for now, but it would soon be shunned by everyone. Already, word had spread within the Allied forces about the mass slaughter of civilians committed by the imperial royal family. The presence of those on the Demon King's side meant there were those colluding with the Demon King. Soon, the collusion between the Demon King and humans suggested the possibility that the Demon King intended to use humans and spare their lives. The Demon King could also be an alternative. The fall of the Empire was certain. Amidst this, someone had bet on the Demon King's victory, and the Demon King intended to use them. Choosing the Demon King could also be one of the ways to survive. The identity of the immortals and the human traitors. By throwing both truths together, Bertus caused a massive confusion in people's minds. To what extent had the Demon King reached out? What were their choices? Would it be the Empire, which had wielded a powerful force but committed unforgivable deeds? Or the Demon King, the origin of all this chaos and who might devour humanity? Both were horribly unpleasant. However, if they didn't choose a victor, they might face another annihilation after barely surviving this one. The time to choose was approaching. And then, oh my! Holy Knight Commander Rowan faintly smiled as she received an internal report on the current situation of the Imperial capital. It seems quite an interesting event is unfolding. In front of Rowan's eyes was a half-torn piece of paper, a roughly scribbled wall poster. So this is what's posted on the streets of the Imperial capital. Yes, Commander. Rumors were circulating in the Imperial capital. The Emperor caused the gate incident. The absurd rumor that the gate incident occurred because of the Emperor. Such a rumor was slowly, but surely, spreading. Chapter 637, 2 days after the fall of Wallen. At this rate, all the immortals will be restored within 5 days. In the underground laboratory of the Temple Magic University, Christina slowly nodded as she watched the damaged bodies of the immortals being slowly restored at the port. The most terrifying aspect of the immortals was not their strength, but their automatic recovery. They were like golems, machines that could be reactivated with just some repairs. Thus, the true power of the immortals came from their resurrection, an army that could not die. The only living being in that army was Ludwig. Naturally, Ludwig participated in the Battle of Wallen as a member of the Immortals, wearing a helmet and a face guard. Although all the Immortals had outstanding strength, Ludwig was particularly exceptional among them. He had to endure even more powerful dark magic and undergo chimera procedures to resist dark magic. That was why Ludwig was inevitably stronger than the other Immortals. As a result of enduring the unbearable, he was stronger than the other Immortals. The coalition forces had only fought once since the Sarandia battle, but Ludwig, who moved with the Immortals, had hardly any time to rest. As long as Ludwig fought alongside the tireless dead soldiers, he had no choice but to be deployed on even more battlefields. Occasionally, seizures would occur due to the rejection response, but his condition after the Wallen battle was relatively good. Ludwig clenched his mouth shut as he gulped down the dark liquid. Ugh, ugh. After retching for a moment, Ludwig barely managed to swallow the liquid and let out a deep sigh. Even Ludwig, whose only strength was endurance, had sunken eyes from experiencing countless exhausting battles. By his side, Louis Ankton and Anna were checking on Ludwig. What Ludwig had just drunk was an alchemy potion to alleviate the rejection response. It's definitely effective, but I'm sorry to say this. Why does it taste so bad? Ludwig covered his mouth while trying to steady his breath, as if he was about to throw up. Ludwig was not retching due to the rejection response, but because of the terrible taste. I wouldn't mind if it was just bitter, but there's something nauseating about the smell. The taste is just as bad. It feels like my tongue is rotting. Ludwig, who had endured pain that would have shocked ordinary people, shuddered as if he couldn't bear the taste of the sedative. Seeing Ludwig look even more miserable because of the terrible taste, Christina shrugged her shoulders. Actually, there's no reason for it to taste so disgusting. Ha! I made it that way on purpose. What? At that remark, not only Ludwig, but also Louis and Anna, who were checking Ludwig's condition, looked shocked. He had deliberately made it taste disgusting. If it tasted bearable, you keep seeking it out, so I made it that way to ensure you'd only drink it when you really need to. So, is this bad for my body? Of course it's not good. Although the sedative was preventing Ludwig's body from collapsing or causing a rejection response, it was ultimately a very dangerous substance. Even if it's fine now, it won't be good to drink it often. So when she said she had deliberately made it taste disgusting, Ludwig nodded with a bewildered expression. Anyway, people saw the immortals during this battle. Is that all right? Louis Yankton cautiously brought up the topic. Up until now, the immortal had operated in secret, but in this battle, it revealed itself to the entire Allied forces. Everyone knew that the atmosphere was becoming more unstable by the minute. The situation is bound to get complicated, but it's not our concern. As Christina said, politics was for those who played political games. If people find out about the true nature of the immortal, things will get really complicated. It's good if it gets complicated. Christina looked at the bodies undergoing reconstruction from a distance and spoke. As things get more complicated, the hidden ones will start to crawl out one by one. Ah, once everything is over and they've gone into hiding, we'll never be able to find them. They'll show their faces one by one. Christina had no interest in politics, nor did she care about how things unfolded. But chaos inevitably bred opportunities. Opportunists would always appear when opportunities arose. Those who had been hidden and could not be found so far would also poke their heads out among such people. That was all they needed to know. There was no need to know more. Those who caused chaos, those who exploited chaos. All we have to do is wait. And those who waited for everyone to gather amid the chaos. With different thoughts in mind, the gate incident was heading towards its end. Let's start heading back. There was no need for them to stay in this already automated facility. In the end, they all had a single goal. They would all go there together. There were those who conspired with the Demon King. As the Allied forces continued to move toward their next destination, they whispered among themselves, and fierce mind games unfolded. How could this be possible? We must find and judge the evil ones who conspired with the betrayers of humanity as soon as possible. Some insisted on this. The weapon of the Empire is too dangerous. Of course, conspiring with the Demon King is a serious matter, but blindly supporting the Empire is also very risky. There were those who disliked both sides. There were those who swallowed what they wanted to say and said nothing. In the absence of the Emperor, Louise von Schwarz quietly watched the influential people from various places gather at the Kernstadt army headquarters and discuss. The influential people tried to find a focal point in this chaotic situation. Unable to gather under the Emperor, who had tampered with an excessively dangerous power, they chose Louise as an alternative and gathered in front of her. Noise cancelling had been deployed, so the conversation would not leak outside the barracks. However, the Emperor had said something that should not have been said in a place with too many people. Too many ears heard it, and too many mouths knew of it. The story of the Demon Kings, conspirators within the Allied forces. The story that the army that appeared in the Wallen battle was actually made from the corpses of war heroes would soon spread throughout the entire Allied forces. The secret would only be kept temporarily. The whole world would learn of the Empire's madness and the existence of numerous human traitors. And Louise was one of those traitors. Louise watched those who believed they should be wary to both sides, those who were excited to slaughter the Demon King's conspirators, and those who silently observed the situation. In the end, not everyone was needed. What do you think, Commander? There were commanders from various armies present, but the only person who could be called the commander in this gathering was Louise. After all, she had the largest army. Everyone looked at Louise von Schwarz, the current number 2 of the Allied forces. Her words carried considerable weight. That was why the Emperor had sought her out, not someone else. Surprised by the sudden downpour, they had gathered to find shelter. Knowing that the great tree, named the Empire, which had protected them until now, was on the verge of rotting and collapsing, They flocked to the shade of the relatively healthier-looking tree named Kernstadt. The Demon King, the Emperor, the Empire, wondering how it had come to this, saying they should kill the traitors of humanity, yet still uncertain. Louise closed her eyes, feeling the attention focused on her. The Emperor had thrown the dice. Aye, it was a signal that she too must now throw the dice. I support the Demon King. Should she have expected cold water to be thrown on her, or should she have expected to be frozen? Despite the situation, the sight of the people turning to stone as they sat was quite amusing to Louise. What people had hoped to hear from Louise's mouth was an analysis of the current situation, a prediction, and the direction humanity should take. They had been waiting for her to show them the way, whether there was still a future for the Empire, what attitude to take toward the Demon King's collaborators, whether to take action right away or not. They had expected such a discussion. They had hoped for some insight or prediction. Of course, in their minds, there was no scenario where the commander of Kernstadt would say she supported the Demon King. There was certainly no one who had predicted that she, of all people, was the collaborator. What the hell? For a long time, numerous people were frozen in place, unable to say a word, and when they finally opened their mouths, that was all they could say. It's not that difficult to understand, is it? I am the Demon King's collaborator. The people's faces turned ashen at her next, even more explosive declaration, supporting him, and beyond that, saying that she was the collaborator, none other than her. The commander of the second largest army, excluding the Empire, had boldly declared her support for the Demon King. There was no one in the room who could stand up, drag out the traitor of humanity, and hang her. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Since when had Kernstadt, not another country, been in collusion with the Demon King? Why had no one known until now? Those who had been shouting until their throats were raw that they had to punish the Demon King's collaborators would have rather bitten their tongues and died right there. The rage of those people gradually turned to terror. They had been shouting to kill the Demon King's collaborators in front of one of them. Do you think I'm the only collaborator? In the blink of an eye, the great power of Kernstadt had fallen into the hands of the Demon King without them realizing it. Do you think it's just Kernstadt? Can you even guess how many forces have fallen into the hands of the Demon King without your knowledge? Louise thrust another thought into the confused minds of those present. What should one do if there were numerous collaborators of the Demon King? Should they join their side to survive? Louise didn't reveal everything. She didn't say that the Holy Knights and the 5 great religions were on the Demon King's side, or that the Archduke of Sayn-Towan had sided with the Demon King. She didn't reveal everything. There was absolutely no need to. Think carefully about why I said this, where my confidence comes from, why I chose to support the Demon King. If they were to imagine on their own, fueling their inner fear, they would inevitably build even larger delusions than reality. Fear grows uncontrollably. Those who will join my cause stay. Those who won't, leave. But I can't guarantee that the door to my headquarters will be open next time. Just as the name of the Demon King once created a more significant infamy than the actual power he possessed. This time, the fear within them would make them submit to it themselves. I'll give you 10 minutes. A mere 10 minutes. It was an excessively short time to determine the fate of the world. But the pressing time brought anxiety, and the mention of no next opportunity plunged humans into fear. The words, no next chance, were nothing short of coercion. When those anxious 10 minutes had passed, there were empty seats in the headquarters. Certainly, some had left their seats, but there were far more seats that remained occupied. In the end, even when adding all the rage and hatred, did it collapse before the absolute desire to survive? Louise could not feel any satisfaction in the sight before her eyes. Chapter 638. Your Highness, Titan's maintenance has been completed. Good job. As he received Adelia's report, the Archduke was reading a book in the research tent. Your Highness, it seems that further maintenance or upgrades to the Titan will be difficult at this point. We anticipate that we will reach the next planned battle site sooner. I suppose so. Maintain the existing equipment, and there's no need to consider further attachments. Can we consider Titan complete as it is? I suppose so. As planned, Titan would only participate in 2 more battles. In the future, Titan will be used only twice more. After that, it would be better if there were no need for Titan. I see. Adelia nodded at the Archduke's words. It was better if such a massive war machine had no use. After the gate incident was over, it should only be used to deal with the remaining monsters, not for any other purpose. Therefore, there was no need to improve Titan beyond this level. So both Adelia and the Archduke could free themselves from the time spent focusing on Titan and maintain its current state. It meant they were finally free from their heavy responsibilities. Adelia looked at the Archduke sitting in his chair. Perhaps because he no longer needed to research Titan, the Archduke was reading a book instead of research documents. They had hardly ever discussed anything beyond work. So Adelia couldn't help but be curious when she saw the Archduke reading a book unrelated to Titan. May I ask, what book are you reading? Judging from the complex content and diagrams, she could roughly guess it was a magic book. It's the family's grimoire. What? Ah, I apologize. That was not my intention. She dared to glance at the grimoire of the St. Owen family while he was reading it. Knowing how important a grimoire was, her face turned red with embarrassment for asking such an inappropriate question. The Archduke faintly smiled at the flustered Adelia. I misspoke. I apologize. I meant that you would not find the content interesting. You already know it. The Archduke closed the book and showed her the title. Magic Automaton 27. Magic Automaton. Of course, Adelia knew what it was. Is it a book about golems? Strictly speaking, it's a book about all devices that use magic as a power source. Golems are one of those things, so I can't say it's not about them. It included magic trains, warp gates, and golems. Adelia's talent, magic crafting, was specialized in this field. It was a very comprehensive field of study, but the fact that there were at least 27 incredibly thick volumes meant something. Adelia had learned and understood almost everything about golems while building Titan. Most of this knowledge came from the St. Owen family, so even if she hadn't read it directly, it was as if she had read it all. The Archduke's remark that she would not find the content interesting was for that reason. However, Adelia marveled at something else. The St. Owen family did not embrace dark and unlawful powers, but that meant they were interested in all other magic fields. The scale of the grimoire that the St. Owen family had accumulated over a long period of time was truly impressive. There were more than 27 volumes of books on magic devices alone, each with considerable thickness. Adelia wondered how many other visions there might be. Adelia felt the overwhelming weight of time. Without such accumulated knowledge, she believed that the Titan could not have been created. However, it was strange. The Archduke said that there was no need to improve the Titan now. Yet he was reading the vision of a family related to golems, which he should remember quite well. As if understanding Adelia's doubts, the Archduke shook his head. It has nothing to do with the Titan. The story written in this book is not about that. Ah, I see. More precisely, it records research on a remote control neural network that goes into a magic device. You mean, the system within the Master Orb. It's part of it. The Archduke and Adelia used the Master Orb to activate and control the Titan, a remote control neural network. Adelia could not understand why the Archduke was looking at it now. Naturally, the Archduke couldn't explain why he was looking at it either. He couldn't say that he was thinking about how to neutralize the Immortal due to the Demon King's request. The Immortal was an unknown magic to the Archduke. Therefore, he did not know how to neutralize it. He could only imagine it. At that moment, he was in the process of finding a clue. Have you ever been to Arnaca, the capital of the St. Owen Duchy, Arnaca? It was the Archduke's hometown and also Harriet's. At that question, Adelia shook her head. I apologize. I have not yet. At Adelia's words, the Archduke laughed. What's there to apologize for? It's understandable. We can visit it after the war. Lately, Adelia had felt that the Archduke was acting a bit strange. He was always stern and solemn, yet at the same time kind and gentle. But recently, something was different. She felt that he smiled more often. Was it because the end of the war was approaching? As if he had been a man of unyielding pride, despite his sternness and solemnity. Now, he seemed like someone who had made up his mind about something. In the end, the Archduke appeared to have brightened up compared to before. Adelia couldn't know the details. Anyway, in Arenaria, not a single guard is used. There are very few attendants. Ah, I've heard. You've replaced them with automated golems. Yes. As it wasn't a secret, Adelia naturally knew that much. In the capital Arnaca, the White Palace Arenaria was guarded by automated golems. It was natural for those with great power to prioritize protecting their possessions. In Arenaria, human variables were perfectly controlled. That's why it was a very safe but very lonely place. Adelia recalled hearing such a story once. These visions described the method of automating those golems and building a kind of neural network for remote control. Ah, I see. Now, the largest golem in the Allied forces was the Titan. But of course, the golem force was not limited to the Titan. Steel golems made of iron chunks fought on the battlefield, moving instantaneously over short distances with teleportation magic, before Titan was deployed. And even after its deployment, golem forces continued to provide significant support. The Archduke was now looking at a book that contained information on how to create an army of golems, how to automate golems, how to control them, how to connect the golem army to a magical neural network, allowing remote manipulation. It was all written there. Thus, it was already applied technology being used in actual combat. Since the family's vision had already been applied, the Archduke was likely not seeing this book for the first time. In a way, the Archduke was reviewing the material. Adelia wanted to help the Archduke if she could. Have you found anything that needs to be improved? Magic crafting was also Adelia's talent. So, with the work related to Titan now complete, she felt a desire to do more. Whatever it was. If she could help, she wanted to help. No, not exactly. However, the Archduke looked at Adelia as if that was not the case. Was the Archduke re-examining the knowledge he already had because he had nothing else to do? Adelia saw the Archduke as if he was contemplating something. I just wanted to consider the possibilities. Possibilities. The lack of guards in Arenaria could be a vulnerability. Vulnerability. Adelia, let's assume you could interfere with the neural network controlling the golems in Arenaria. Yes. Then, while outside of Arenaria, you could control the golems and essentially open and close all the doors of Arenaria, right, seizing control of the golems. If that were possible, wouldn't the security of the palace be in the hands of a single mage? If that were the case, it seems dangerous. Arenaria's golems were connected by a network. If the network were hijacked, all the golems would be taken away. I was thinking about whether such a thing is possible or not. It's just an untried idea. That's what I was thinking. Arenaria was just an example. The Archduke was talking about something entirely different. But Adelia, who had no way of knowing that fact, contemplated. There was already an established network of golems. The act of intercepting and seizing control of the golems. Was that possible? I'm not sure, but no one has ever tried it. That much seems certain. In the past, dispel-like methods were used to neutralize golems, but as I said, that's a thing of the past. There's no reason to create golems that can't resist dispel. Golems were created because there were ways to deal with dispel. Resistance to magical interference is also part of golem technology. However, not to neutralize, but to interfere with the golem control neural network altogether. The direction is different. The Archduke was considering a magic that had never existed in the world before. If such magic existed, it would be dangerous. Not just a problem for Arenaria, but also for the golems currently operated by the Archduke, and even for Titan, which could be hijacked by someone. An unthought-of idea has never been researched. So, it suggested the possibility that this method might be surprisingly easy to achieve. Adelia wondered if the Duke was thinking about this to strengthen the defenses of Arenaria. In any case, even if the Duke's worries were unfounded, they were still concerns. She wanted to help if she could. Then I'll think about it as well. Your Grace, Archduke. Just as Adelia was about to say something, a voice called out to the Duke from outside the research facility. What's going on? One of the mages who entered the facility pointed outside with a serious expression. There's something you need to check. It was not so much an urgent expression as it was an ambiguous one. The Duke's sons were also at the scene. Father, you have arrived. What's happening? Everyone seemed to be clueless. It's a golem. Yes. A medium-sized iron golem lay in front of the gathered mages. The only inherent magic it possessed was the short-range teleportation ability, Blink. However, it dominated the battlefield with its explosive physical strength. Although there were recently monsters that spewed superheated breath, this was one of the countless golems in the Duke's forces that reliably performed its duties. Golems, like Titans, could be recovered and redeployed if their core system remained intact. That's why the numbers of the Duke's golem forces did not decrease significantly. As you can see, it looks fine on the outside, but it won't reactivate at all. We recovered it after it was left behind in the last battle without its return magic activating, but we couldn't restore it. I see. There was hardly any external damage. In fact, it seemed as if it had barely engaged in battle. So they recovered the seemingly intact golem that had stopped functioning and was left on the battlefield. However, they called the Duke after they had brought it back and tried countless times to reactivate it without success. The Duke examined the golem as his eldest son spoke, but the Duke also furrowed his brow. The internal magic circuit is completely destroyed. No, not destroyed. The components are all intact. The Duke seemed to understand why the other mages had called him. Is it possible for the embedded magic to simply evaporate? He could understand if it was completely destroyed. But not only was there no external damage, even the internal components, such as the magic stones and devices, were in perfect condition. Only the applied magic had been cleanly erased. So the Duke was now looking at a golem that had been destroyed in the strangest way possible. It seems like it was hit by a powerful dispel magic. The Duke had just said that his golems couldn't be affected by dispel-type neutralization magic. Naturally, the monsters wouldn't use dispel magic. And even if they did, the Duke's golems wouldn't be affected by such neutralization magic. Do the monsters now use magic as well? Powerful dispel magic that can disable the Duke's golems. Then what about the Titans? What if it was not the golem, but the Titan that had been affected by this unknown method? If such an event had occurred, all the mages might have been in despair. May I take a look? While the Duke's expression was frozen, Adelia cautiously opened her mouth. The other mages, as well as the Duke, stepped aside, and Adelia began to inspect the golem. As the Duke had said, it was strangely and neatly damaged. The crucial components and magic stones were all intact. However, the magic circuit that allowed the golem to function as a golem was completely destroyed. No, not destroyed. If it were destruction, there would be no traces to be found among the destroyed circuits. It had disappeared, as if someone had cleanly ripped out the entire magic circuit. Was it possible for such a sophisticated and precise dispel, especially one that could neutralize a golem that already had countermeasures against dispels? It had to be absurd for the Duke and his mages. The most intact golem among the recovered ones was the most severely damaged. Everyone was terrified at the thought that the monsters might use powerful dispel magic. Ah, I think I know what happened. But only Adelia had an intuition about what was going on. After assuring the Duke that it wasn't a significant concern if her suspicions were correct, Adelia headed somewhere. It was none other than a temple garrison, a royal-class garrison. Adelia had no choice but to know who the culprit was. The golem. Me. Do you remember? It was the red-haired girl, Scarlet. Chapter 639. Adelia sought out Scarlet and asked her if she had ever neutralized a golem during the Wallen battle. In the midst of battle, it was impossible to know everything that was happening around them. However, occasionally, when Scarlet needed to terrify the soldiers or neutralize the magic-like power that the monsters used, she would utilize her own power. Thus, Scarlet's supernatural ability was more of a supportive ability rather than one that provided a direct advantage in battle. Delia thought it was entirely possible that a golem had appeared somewhere on the battlefield and had been disabled by the neutralizing wave that Scarlet had released. When Adelia returned ashore, while later after saying she would bring someone, a red-haired girl accompanied her. The girl had unique and beautiful flaming red hair and eyes. However, the red-haired girl now bowed her head profusely. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Not only the Archmage, but also the other wizards were bewildered. I apologize. I made a mistake. I'll be more careful next time. Everyone was confused as they watched Scarlet trembling like an aspen tree, repeating her apologies. Scarlet was not one of the well-known supernaturals in the temple. While supernaturals capable of large-scale destruction could easily gain fame on the battlefield, Scarlet's ability was not very efficient at destruction. Of course, it was an undoubtedly unique ability. Therefore, within the royal class, they had even tested if Scarlet's ability could neutralize a gate. Although the result was a failure, Scarlet indeed possessed an ability that went beyond the realm of neutralizing magic and supernatural powers. Adelia, what happened? Well, this is my friend Scarlet. She's a supernatural, and her ability is quite unique. What kind of supernatural power is it? It's an ability that nullifies all magic and supernatural powers. It was an exceptionally peculiar ability, but their opponents were monsters. Magic was not their main force, so Scarlet's ability did not receive much attention. And those who knew even a little about Scarlet only knew that magic and supernatural powers didn't work on her. Neutralization. The Archmage stared at Scarlet, who kept apologizing. Supernatural abilities were inherently bizarre and grotesque, but a neutralizing supernatural ability was undoubtedly a very strange one. You can rest assured that it wasn't the monsters who used Dispel. Adelia had brought Scarlet to reassure the anxious Archmage. It was meant to convey that they didn't need to worry since the monsters hadn't neutralized the golem. However, Adelia couldn't help but notice a strange look on the Archmage's face. It was an expression as if he had discovered an unexpected answer in an entirely unexpected place. I'm sorry. I'll make sure this never happens again. It's all right. The loss of one golem isn't a significant loss to our current forces, and golems are not human. Even if one was damaged, you didn't cause significant harm to anyone. But still, didn't I say it's all right? The Archmage cautiously patted the trembling Scarlet's shoulder, assuring her that it was okay. Of course, due to the Archmage's comforting gesture, Scarlet's expression gradually became more and more pained in real time. However, they had to be certain of what had transpired. Snap! The Archduke flicked his finger. With that, a golem was summoned from thin air. The Archduke looked at Scarlet and asked, "Can you neutralize it?" Yes. Yes, not just Scarlet, but the other mages and Adelia were taken aback by the sudden proposal. We need to know the extent of your power, so we can be cautious when using golems in the future. Ah, I see. As if she found the Archduke's words persuasive, Scarlet hesitated before approaching the summoned golem. Scarlet cautiously approached the golem and placed her hand on its body. It didn't take much time at all. Thud. The magic stone that powered the steel golem lost its light, and the golem came to a complete halt. It wasn't destroyed or shattered into pieces. The golem had simply stopped moving while still standing. Snap! The Archduke flicked his finger again. He sent a few signals to the golem, but there was no response. I will check it. Adelia approached the halted golem and started examining it. It's exactly the same. So I really am the culprit. The golem, equipped with dispel countermeasures, had stopped functioning with just a touch of her hand. It was an inexplicable sight even for the mages. Do you have to touch it to stop it? However, the Archduke asked something different. No, no, I don't think I necessarily have to. The Archduke listened to Scarlet's story with a serious expression. In the meantime, the Archduke's eldest son, who had been silent, cautiously chimed in. But if she misuses her power, could it neutralize the Titan as well? The atmosphere froze at his words. This was the Archduke's workshop. Not only Titan's components, but also the Archduke's golems were stored here. If Scarlet misused her power even once, it meant that the Archduke's entire force could be neutralized in an instant. Just like the deactivated golem, the Titan could suffer the same fate. An overwhelming dispel ability that indiscriminately erased all magical power within its range. Scarlet's ability should be regarded as such a bizarre type. Scarlet, as if she had heard something unimaginable, began to tremble with a shocked expression. Of course, it would only be possible if Scarlet intended to do so. Not just the Archduke's mages, but also Adelia started to feel uneasy, realizing what kind of being they had brought into the workshop. I'll disappear quickly. Adelia watched dumbfounded as Scarlet turned around and sprinted away from the Archduke's workshop. Upon reflection, it was indeed a grave mistake. I apologize. Of course, Scarlet wouldn't do such a thing, and the Titan wasn't nearby either, but it was undeniably dangerous to bring Scarlet here. Scarlet's power was, in a way, more dangerous to their allies than to monsters. I never imagined that Scarlet's power had already reached that level. They had witnessed a golem being neutralized right in front of them. No matter how powerful the magic, no matter how great the magic, Scarlet could erase magic if she so wished. It was only after Adelia saw it with her own eyes that she realized how powerful and dangerous that power was. Huff, huff, huff. Scarlet hurriedly rushed back to the royal-class garrison in one breath. Scarlet didn't particularly rely on her supernatural powers. They had hardly ever been helpful in battle anyway. However, there were rare instances when she used her powers during combat to save allies who had been mentally subdued by monsters. But an incident occurred where the Duke's golem became useless after being caught in her power. Scarlet couldn't help but be surprised and flustered by this event. Golems certainly roamed the battlefield, and until now, there had never been a case where a golem was caught in Scarlet's power. There was no need or reason for Scarlet's supernatural power to be activated at all times during battle. In a way, both the golem and Scarlet were unlucky for this to happen. It was an event caused by terrible timing. Not only did she run hastily, but Scarlet was also so shocked that her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. She had unwittingly rendered a golem powerless. All right, let's call that an accident. But if this child misuses her power, wouldn't it be possible for the Titan to be neutralized as well? But as Scarlet recalled the last words she heard, her mind seemed to grow distant. The Titan was an indispensable force for the Allied forces at the moment. Scarlet couldn't help but be grateful that such an event hadn't happened so far when she thought that if she had used her power incorrectly, the Titan could have become a literal mountain-sized tin can. The Titan had only been deployed twice on the battlefield so far, and since the Titan was not initially on the Allied side, but rather dropped in the middle of enemy territory, there was no possibility of such an event occurring. However, the mere fact that such an event was possible was a huge shock to Scarlet. If her mistake led to the Titan's neutralization, her life wouldn't be enough to atone for that sin. Only then did Scarlet realize that she possessed a power that was more dangerous to her allies than to her enemies. A supernatural who is more dangerous to allies. She had already caused significant trouble by neutralizing a single golem. The possibility was slim, but still, just the possibility of having a negative impact on the Titan led Scarlet to a decision. I shouldn't be here. Once she became aware of the danger of her abilities, Scarlet's best choice was to withdraw from the battlefield as soon as possible, before causing an irreversible accident rather than having the potential to help. It's better not to have a dangerous power on the battlefield at this point when the end of the gate incident isn't far off. It was not a cowardly decision to survive. She couldn't cause more harm. First, she needed to find Teacher Muslang. He would surely send her back if she explained the situation. Just as Scarlet was about to look for the command post of the Royal-class garrison with that thought in mind. What's wrong? Why are you sweating like that? Anna approached with a serious expression, seeing Scarlet, who was not only pale but also drenched in sweat. Should I give you a fatigue recovery potion? I have some that Christina gave me. Christina, a master of alchemy, always kept simple remedies such as fever reducers, pain relievers, and fatigue recovery potions on hand in her barracks. Anna looked at Scarlet as if to say that she would give her one if needed. In response to the question about whether she wanted one of those potions, Scarlet shook her head. No, no, Anna, it's not that. I'm fine. You're fine. Is there something else going on? Anna looked at Scarlet with a serious expression, as if she were worried. Well, I think I shouldn't stay here any longer. Why is that? Not knowing what to say to anyone. In fact, during the last Wallen battle, Scarlet began to tell a story that should not have been told to a person who should not have heard it. How she had unwittingly disabled a golem. She had been called to the royal barracks just now and confirmed that she had disabled the golem, and on a whim, she had destroyed another one. She couldn't stay here any longer because, if she made a mistake, she might even destroy Titan. When Scarlet finished her explanation, Anna looked at Scarlet with a meaningful expression and nodded quietly. That could happen. Scarlet saw the look in Anna's eyes. That could happen. Anna de Journa, always gloomy, somehow made Scarlet feel uncomfortable whenever they conversed. The talented girl in dark magic grabbed Scarlet's shoulder. Scarlet, yes, don't tell anyone about this. Yes, don't tell, especially. Anna looked around as if she were biting her lip. It seemed dangerous, as if she were trying to hypnotize Scarlet. Don't ever tell Christina. What? Anna, I don't understand what you're saying. Scarlet couldn't help but be confused by Anna's unexpected words. When Scarlet asked why, Anna moved her face closer. As the deep, dark black eyes approached, Scarlet couldn't help but swallow nervously. It felt threatening. If I say don't tell, don't tell. Scarlet felt cornered by the sudden pressure. She didn't provide any explanation or reason, just insisted on not telling. However, Scarlet could feel the fear hidden in the depths of Anna's eyes. What are you two doing? And then someone's voice came from behind. Anna's face turned pale at the familiar voice. When they turned around, Christina, wearing a colorful apron stained from working with alchemy potions, was approaching. What's going on? What secret conversation are you having that you're whispering like that? Christina smirked ominously and playfully tapped Anna's side. Oh, it's not that. It's just that Scarlett didn't look well. Ha, Scarlett, you're not feeling well. That's right. Why are you sweating so much? Scarlett had no idea what was happening. Christina approached Scarlett and touched her sweat-drenched forehead. What did the fact she just learned have to do with Christina? Christina's touch, asking if she was in pain or if she should bring medicine or call a priest, only conveyed concern for her friend. But Anna was trembling. She didn't know why. Anna, what's wrong with you? You look even worse. Naturally, Christina found Anna's appearance more peculiar. Christina stared intently at Anna. There seemed to be no problem with Christina's calm behavior and attitude. The one who looked strange was actually Anna. Scarlett couldn't understand why she was acting like this. No, I think I might be catching a cold, a summer cold that even a dog wouldn't catch. You should cover yourself properly with a blanket when you sleep. Aha, I should. Wait, I have a tonic I made. I'll give one to both of you. Christina headed towards her barracks with a brisk walk. What could possibly be the problem with her offering a tonic to her sick friends? Anna, why are you acting like this? Go back. Without any explanation, Anna tightly held Scarlett's hand. Hurry, go back quickly. Don't tell anyone about what just happened. Don't tell anyone at all. Hurry and go back. Scarlett was already planning on doing that even if Anna hadn't told her. You shouldn't be here. Scarlett couldn't understand why Anna was acting like this. She couldn't figure out the reason, and Anna didn't say anything more. Chapter 640, Anna told her to leave without saying anything, but there was no one who could simply turn back from the battlefield without reason. Unless one had suffered an injury as severe as Ludwig, they couldn't receive permission to leave. Leaving forcibly would naturally result in desertion charges. Anna had merely told Scarlett that she shouldn't be here without providing a proper explanation. Fortunately, Scarlett knew very well that Anna, despite her gloomy and dark side, was not a person of ill character. There was no way Anna would say such a thing without reason. Therefore, Scarlett spoke to her teacher, Mr. Muslang, who was in charge of her education and now served as her military officer. She said she was too exhausted and tormented, that she wanted to give up on everything. She asked to be sent to the temple. She said she felt like she would cause an accident if she stayed on the battlefield any longer, like a bomb that would only explode among her own troops. Scarlett never mentioned Anna's reason for saying such things. She believed there must have been a reason and had told her not to tell Christina. There had to have been a reason for Anna's desperate look in her eyes. Of course, Mr. Muslang couldn't help but be taken aback. Scarlett, who had silently done her duties without complaint, suddenly said she was tired and wanted to be sent home. Naturally, he was surprised. It was like playing hooky. A soldier asking to be sent home in the middle of a war. How would that ever work? In reality, there were countless soldiers who appealed with such feelings. And if all of them could return home as they wished, the alliance would cease to exist. While some may want to stay for the sake of the military-provided meals, those who had experienced the fear of death would naturally want to give up on everything. That's why Scarlett couldn't just ask to be sent home without reason. But the important thing was, Scarlett was not an ordinary student. As a member of the Temple Royal class, she had accumulated much more experience than ordinary soldiers. And Mr. Muslang misunderstood Scarlett. He thought that although she had been silently doing well up to this point, she was still burdened and struggling like everyone else. He guessed that, even though she hadn't expressed it, her heart ached so much that it had finally burst forth like this. All right, Scarlett, you've been through a lot. I'll speak to the higher-ups on your behalf. With everything you've done, you should be able to go home and rest. Leave the remaining work to the others. Don't feel guilty. You've done enough. You've been through a lot. Teacher. That's why Mr. Muslang comforted Scarlett with such words. Although there was a proper reason, she couldn't say it. So, in response to her seemingly childish request to go home, Mr. Muslang embraced her warmly. In his arms, Scarlett couldn't help but burst into tears. So, in the end, Scarlett was able to return to the Imperial capital via the warp spot without giving a proper explanation. Because of that, she couldn't even say a proper goodbye to her friends. Only Anna's words, her words telling her to leave quickly without saying anything. She believed there had to have been a meaning behind those words. Ordinarily, the return of a single soldier from the military wouldn't have been such a significant event. However, in the royal class, where the numbers were small overall, the sudden absence of someone could not go unnoticed. Thus, it was inevitable that there would be some commotion when Scarlet, who had performed her duties well thus far and seemed to have no issues, left without a word or greeting. The marching troop halted momentarily for a meal break. Scarlet's returned. All of a sudden, Rainian Sessa, eating a hardtack, cocked his head upon hearing the news from Kono Lint. She wasn't around, so I thought something happened, but it turns out she went back. Kono Lint, who curiously observed everything happening around him without much significance, was the first to notice Scarlet's absence. Is something wrong? Well, I don't know. She doesn't talk much, so she might have been keeping it all inside. Erich, who could never have a good relationship with Scarlet due to past grudges, also looked displeased. Both had crossed too many lines to discuss their past torment. They had both become very different people from their past selves. However, the lingering guilt and grudges did not simply disappear. Erich ate his hardtack with a stern expression upon hearing the news of Scarlet being escorted back. As it was a rest during the march, they had to eat preserved food in a bivouac without a mess hall, so everyone huddled together, sitting closely. I thought she looked sick, but if even the priests have a hard time treating her, isn't it serious? If she has to go all the way back to the capital. Christina remembered Scarlet's pale appearance just yesterday and sighed. If even the holy power of the priests couldn't heal her, it was understandable why Scarlet had to leave. Anna remained silent, quietly eating her bread without adding or contributing anything to the conversation. After all, there weren't many people left. Ludwig and Ellen had been taking their meals separately for a while now, not showing up at the table. Heinrich had been moving more frequently with the Kernstadt army lately. In Evia's case, she was serving as a messenger for the command post, so it was the hardest to see her face compared to the others. Thus, nearly all the Royal Class second-year students were missing. All that remained were Louis, Anna, Christina, Adelia, Kono Lint, Erich, Kea, Cliffman, and Rainian Sessa. The 22 students, who once combined classes A and B, were now reduced to this small number. Where did she feel sick? Lint asked. Christina nodded her head. It didn't look serious, so I gave her a tonic, but it must not have worked. Anna tried to silence Scarlet. And indeed, Scarlet had followed Anna's incomprehensible instructions to the letter. Unfortunately, Scarlet had only spoken about the Archduke's golem, not who had taken her to the Archduke's fortress. It's probably not because she's sick. You don't need to worry about that. Anna was unaware that she would also have to silence Adelia to keep the secret. At Adelia's sudden remark, Anna's eyes widened. Anna stared at Adelia with a desperate gaze, but no words could be spoken through her eyes alone. If it's not because she's sick, then what is it? Ah, well, the truth is. Anna could only bite her lip and watch as Adelia opened her mouth to speak. After Adelia had finished explaining everything, Christina's eyes were wide with shock. The others shared her astonishment. Scarlet's power of immunity could neutralize other powers. Upon realizing that Scarlet might have accidentally neutralized Titan, everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted. A power that was potentially more dangerous to their allies. Everyone nodded dumbly, unable to argue with Adelia's claim that Scarlet had to hastily retreat. That's why I joined the march today, to see if Scarlet really returned. Everyone accepted this explanation. It couldn't be helped if that was the reason, rather than her being injured. Louis, too, listened to the story with a drained expression. However, Christina's reaction was slightly different. Ah, I see. As if she had discovered something. As if she had confirmed something. Adelia didn't know what it was, but the look in Christina's eyes was enough to send shivers down her spine. With a meaningful smile, Christina shifted her gaze from Adelia. At the end of her gaze was Anna. I wondered what the secret talk was about. Anna's eyes were downcast, trembling. Louis Ankton stared at her blankly as well. Secret talk? What's that? At Adelia's question, Christina smiled. No, it's nothing. Adelia felt a strange sense of unease from Christina's demeanor, but she couldn't pinpoint its origin. A short while later, just before the army set out, Christina sat on a rock. Louis was at a loss for words in this situation, and Anna stood before Christina. Christina, it's not like that. Like what? Christina cocked her head. You purposely hid facts we should know. At Christina's words, Anna couldn't say anything in response. Did you think I would do something bad to Scarlet if I knew? So you just trembled? Anna shuddered even more at Christina's blunt words. Christina got up from the rock and approached Anna, who was bowing her head. Standing in front of the bowed Anna, Christina bent down even further to forcefully meet Anna's downcast gaze. I can't help but think you're treating me like a madwoman, but you know I didn't do all this on my own, right? Watching Anna tightly close her eyes, Christina whispered, I don't know whether it's stranger for the one who did the crazy things and went mad, or for the one who did the crazy things and pretends like they've done nothing. Anna, they created the immortal together. Deciding to join hands with the Black Order was also a joint decision. You're not going to say you want to stop now, are you? You're not going to say you want to quit after coming this far. Why do you seem to be pretending like you have nothing to do with this lately? I, Christina, isn't that the worst thing? As Anna seemed to be on the verge of tears, Louis pulled her towards himself and away from Christina. Enough. Anna must have had her reasons too. Why do you think I would try to harm Scarlet if I found out about this? Because Scarlet can neutralize the immortal. The anger, malice, and madness in those eyes made Louis feel as if his heart would skip a beat just by meeting them. Christina, that's not what I meant. Calm down. We need to calm down. At Louis' serious and restrained words, Christina clenched her teeth, as if trying to suppress something, as if forcibly pressing down something that couldn't be pressed down. After a brief moment, Christina exhaled her breath as if spitting it out. Fine, I might have been too harsh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Christina. I thought it would be bad if more people found out. However, Anna had insisted that Christina must never find out about Scarlet. Knowing she was lying, Anna couldn't help but tremble at her fingertips. I don't want to hurt Scarlet. There's no way I would do that. It doesn't make sense for me to do this if I were to hurt Scarlet in the process. If I were to hurt my friend, that's impossible. It would be absurd. Of course. It was because she might be able to save her friend. It was with that thought that she had taken on these tasks. If she ended up hurting her friend by being consumed by the task, it would be no different than denying everything. At Christina's rational words, Anna eventually began to shake and cry. I'm sorry. I was so scared. I was just so scared and anxious. Christina carefully approached Anna and began to comfort her. I know I've lost it a bit. No, not a bit, quite a lot. I admit it, I do. I don't think I'm sane either. Of course, it's no wonder you're so worried. It's inevitable. Yeah. Sniff, sob, I admit it, I must have been a weak person, not strong like you who can still think properly after going through all this. I'm weak. It's because I'm weak that I became like this. That she had gone mad because she was weak. Christina knew that Louis and Anna were stronger than her, which is why they could still be rational. She was broken because she was weak. She had gone mad because she was weak. What someone else could endure was something she couldn't. The truth that someone else could accept was something she couldn't. However, being mad didn't necessarily mean being irrational. But, you know, there are traitors in the Alliance. It's been several months since the Holy Knight Order switched sides. Wouldn't the other side have switched too? That would be too optimistic. Through Ludwig, they had learned that the 5 great religions had become the Demon Kings. At this point, several months later, the Demon King would have increased the number of traitors. Perhaps a third, perhaps half, or maybe everyone except them. It was possible that they had already become enemies. We may not be the only ones who know about Scarlet's power. There's bound to be people who will try to use Scarlet somehow. And the Demon King already knew about Scarlet's abilities from the beginning. The fact that Scarlet's abilities could be used in that way. From the start, Reinhardt had known about Scarlet's abilities. But if they discovered that her power could neutralize the immortal in the same way it neutralized the golems, I don't want to hurt Scarlet. We have to protect Scarlet. The Demon King would try to use Scarlet, so they had to protect her. That's why I was angry, not because I hated you. Anna tried to wipe her tears and looked up into Christina's eyes, to apologize for not telling her an important fact because they had to protect Scarlet. You understand my feelings, right? However, in those eyes, it was hard to say that it stemmed from concern for a friend. They were too dark and revealed ominous shadows.